Jiang Qingqing, having traversed worlds for a second time, found herself in the esteemed embrace of the Tianqi royal family as their most cherished legitimate princess. Cloaked in the guise of a spoiled young girl, she stirred the realm of Tianqi into a tumultuous chaos. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qingqing was the very author of the disorder. Following the grand birthday banquet, she inadvertently witnessed a profound and bloody spectacle within the palace. As a girl who relished in the drama, she clung to her regal uncle, clad in dark robes, her 4-year-old self trembling with fright. Xiao Linting, bending down to scoop up the little one, heard her innocent voice exclaim, "With a face like that, you wish to entice my uncle? A toad aspires to eat a swan." Chapter 1. Reborn Again. Jiang Qingqing was stirred from her slumber by a cacophony of voices. As her dazed consciousness reassembled, she felt a stifling heat and fatigue enveloping her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld 2 palace maids, their faces alight with joy, calling out excitedly, "Hurry, inform His Majesty and Her Majesty. The princess has awakened." The elder of the 2, wearing a radiant smile, dispatched someone to deliver the news. Casting a glance around, Jiang Qingqing realized she was not in her own palace. After some time, she finally reconciled with the fact that she had traversed into another realm. Having overcome countless obstacles to ascend to the throne as empress, she had yet to savor the bliss of her position. Yet, a mere prayer had caused the priest to chant her away on the spot. In an instant, she collapsed back onto the bed. "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell, Your Highness? I shall summon the physician from the side hall to attend to you." The maid scurried about. Instinctively, Jiang Qingqing reached out to stop her, only to catch sight of 2 delicate arms, as white as lotus roots. Her heart sank. She then felt small hands exploring her body, a pair of chubby legs with no ankles, a round, plump face, and a rotund waist. She had been transported to an ancient dynasty called Tianqi. The original owner of this body was a mere 4 years old, the most beloved little princess of the Tianqi royal family. A quarrel with Han Qingyi, a 10-year-old hostage from the Li kingdom, had ensued, where her haughty nature prompted her to retaliate. However, her frail body led her to be tripped and fall into the water. Startled and lacking swimming skills at such a tender age, she had perished, allowing Jiang Qingqing to take her place. The original owner was spoiled, but how could a 10-year-old hostage from the Li kingdom, restrained since childhood, muster the audacity to harm her? Someone must have incited this act. Now that she had crossed over, she was determined to seek vengeance for the original owner. Although the original was spoiled, at 4 years old, she bore no malice or mischief amounted to scaring others with snakes and bugs, crying and drawing attention. It was utterly cruel for anyone to dare harm a child. After the maids had dressed and groomed Jiang Qingqing, they styled her hair into an adorable double-loop bun, adorning her in a pink outfit, resembling a chubby little rabbit. This plump 4-year-old girl sat regally, fists clenched in a display of determination. In her daze, she heard a commotion from the courtyard. Raising her eyes, she spotted a tall youth in dark attire stepping into the hall, his composure unshaken against the light behind him. The boy, around 14 or 15 years old, possessed a slender figure, his waist accentuated by a well-fitted belt. Jiang Qingqing gazed at his visage, her heart racing. After becoming empress, she had envisioned establishing her harem, yet here she was, having crossed over without a single man in sight. Was this charming young man a compensation for her plight? The calm youth, standing within the hall, glanced at Jiang Qingqing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her eyes sparkled as she wiped away non-existent drool from her mouth. "Your Highness, this is Prince Xiao." The maid quickly leaned down, whispering to Jiang Qingqing. Nodding, the little princess leapt from her elevated seat, tugging at her skirt with a pout, scampering towards the youth. "Is this brother also my new playmate?" Her childish voice rang out as she waved her chubby little hand, reaching for the boy before her. 2 young princes hidden behind Xiao Linting peered out, gazing curiously at Jiang Qingqing. One, clad in a deep blue robe and appearing just over 10 years old, frowned and declared, "I, along with my elder brother, are your brothers. Sister, how could you be so muddled after burning with fever all night? This is your royal uncle." Jiang Qingqing, with her round eyes, looked up at the taller boy. His arched brows and starry eyes exuded a scholarly air, fitting the very type she adored. This was her royal uncle? Impossible. He is my brother. Jiang Qingqing refused to accept this reality, throwing a tantrum befitting her age. Observing the little girl's dismay, Xiao Linting's normally stoic demeanor softened, and he bent down to pick her up, settling himself into a nearby armchair. Your Highness jested, I am indeed your royal uncle. Xiao Linting, still in the throes of his voice changing, spoke in a low, husky tone that hinted at the deeper timbre he would possess in the future. Just days ago, weren't you clamoring for your uncle to take you out to play? Longing to chase butterflies with her uncle, Jiang Qingqing felt an ache in her heart. This young lad was like the moonlight in her life, an unattainable dream. The sensation of yearning was unbearable, and so she nestled her two hair buns, resembling rabbit ears, in a Xiao Linting's embrace, her muffled voice barely audible. What's so fun about going out to play? Nothing compares to gazing at handsome men. Xiao Linting, cradling the soft little bundle in his arms, was momentarily taken aback by her murmured words. Before he could process, the 10-year-old prince beside him voiced his confusion. Sister, you used to say that your royal uncle was cold and boring, and you didn't enjoy being here. Jiang Qingqing lifted her head from his embrace, meeting the young prince's gaze, and confidently retorted, You're mistaken, I adore my brother. The young prince, named Jiang Qingqing, was the biological brother of the original owner. Concubine's son had tragically passed away during childbirth, leading Jiang Qingqing to be sent to the prince's residence to study with the eldest prince. Having seldom seen the original owner, he was now filled with indignation, believing Jiang Qingqing was deceiving him. You're the one lying you clearly. With a mere glance from Jiang Qingqing, he promptly fell silent. Unaware of the power of Xiao Linting's gaze, Jiang Qingqing found herself enveloped in darkness as she was cradled by him, her heart racing with exhilaration. How charmingly protective he is, huh? Xiao Linting caught the faint sound again, his striking brows furrowing in confusion. Where was that voice emanating from? He instinctively glanced down at the little girl in his arms, who had also shifted her gaze toward him, her round, glistening eyes blinking innocently. It was undoubtedly not the princess. Oh dear, the royal uncle was as imposing as ever, akin to his usual demeanor during lessons. The hall fell into silence. The two princes, intimidated by Xiao Linting's presence, dared not lift their heads, while Jiang Qingqing luxuriated in his embrace, her heart bubbling with joy. Chapter 2. A green tea bitch provokes me. Thus, Xiao Linting found himself subjected to an array of trivial matters, his elegantly arched brows furrowing ever deeper. Your Highness, Princess Han from the palace seeks an audience. The palace maid's announcement shattered the silence. Jiang Qingqing lifted her head from Xiao Linting's embrace. How splendid! I hadn't even sought trouble, and yet she comes to deliver her own head. But is the princess of the Li kingdom truly this foolish? To dare approach after her wrongdoing? No wonder her kingdom fell to Tianqi. Xiao Linting began to question his own sanity. Had he engaged in too many battles, allowing misfortune to seep into his being? Jiang Qingqing straightened her posture, tugging at Xiao Linting's sleeve. Uncle, I'm frightened. An ill-intentioned visitor approaches. I must find a reliable ally. Xiao Linting. Could it be that all those heartfelt words just now were from this little darling? Jiang Qingqing struggled to sit up from Xiao Linting's embrace, just as Han Qingyi was brought in by Gongyi. Qingyi has come to apologize to Princess Dunming. Before anyone could discern her identity, a delicate voice, tinged with the threat of tears, rang out. Oh, it's you. Jiang Qingqing, who was seated nearby, quickly grasped the situation upon hearing her words. He set down his teacup, leaped from the grand chair, and pointed an accusing finger at the dainty woman, scolding, You pushed my sister into the water, causing her to fall ill and nearly suffer a grave fate, and you dare come here to apologize. Jiang Qingqing sat obediently in Xiao Linting's arms, observing what kind of scheming woman Han Qingyi truly was. Qingyi was indeed impulsive at that time, but one must take responsibility for their mistakes. Isn't that why I've come to apologize to Princess Dunming? Jiang Qingqing found this statement to be utterly ludicrous. You come to apologize, but where are your tokens of contrition? The innocent voice chimed in. All eyes turned towards Jiang Qingqing, nestled in Xiao Linting's arms, while only Xiao Linting's expression bore a hint of complexity. Do you think you can feign innocence? Have you any idea of your own status? I am the rightful princess here. Who do you think you're fooling with your brazen demeanor? Jiang Qingqing had no intention of moving. She remained snuggled in Xiao Linting's embrace. If her royal uncle couldn't win her affection, could she not take advantage of the situation? Xiao Linting longed to set the little darling down, yet her softness and the semblance of recovery made it difficult. If you claim to be here to apologize, then how about this? You two should suffer a night of illness from being in the water, and we shall call it even. What do you think? Jiang Qingqing could hardly tolerate such weakness and spoke directly. Han Qingyi had initially thought to seek out this seemingly gentle little darling before the emperor and empress could impose their judgment upon her. If she could coax this child into sparing her, perhaps her transgressions would be mitigated. However, upon her arrival, before she could articulate her grievances, this seemingly innocent child had already put her in a predicament. Han Qingyi hesitated for a moment and cautiously remarked, "But your highness, you don't appear to be seriously ill." "Doesn't appear to be." Jiang Qingqing gasped, then staggered backwards several steps, prompting the attentive maids to rush forward, some lifting her and others offering her warm water, all striving to care for her as if she were a fragile patient. During this commotion, Jiang Qingqing turned to Han Qingyi, her previously robust voice now frail, her small frame trembling with each cough. "Dear Sister Han, how cruel you are! You pushed me into the water, and now you claim I'm not ill enough? Cough, cough, is this the act you present when coming to apologize?" Xiao Linting sat quietly, absorbing the exchange between the two women. Yet, he remained enveloped in the overwhelming shock of having heard the little darling's innermost thoughts, unable to regain his composure. He observed Jiang Qingqing's sudden frailty and then glanced at the astonished Han Qingyi within the chamber. A casual glance was all it took, yet Han Qingyi seemed to perceive his gaze, immediately adopting a pitiful expression. With a handkerchief in hand, she began to sob, her appearance now even more pitiable. "It was my fault. Please, Princess Dunming, do not let my actions further harm your health." After a few faux sobs, Han Qingyi took a few steps forward, as if to personally attend to the ailing Jiang Qingqing. Instantly, Jiang Qingqing realized that this Han Qingyi was indeed not to be underestimated. Jiang Chun, being a year or two younger than Han Qingyi, observed her fragile demeanor, hesitating to speak to Jiang Qingqing. "I think Princess Han has genuinely recognized her mistake, and you have indeed recovered, so perhaps we could." Before Jiang Chun could finish, the silent eldest prince beside him grasped his wrist, shaking his head in a silent plea for him to refrain from continuing. "Why can't I continue?" Jiang Chun, being forthright, looked at the eldest prince with curiosity, boldly questioning him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing gasped, nearly fainting in the maid's embrace. Her own brother was less composed than the eldest prince. "The third brother is not directly involved and has no right to comment on this matter," the eldest prince sighed. "Look at our royal sister, her once round and tender face has become so thin due to this illness." Xiao Linting had been observing the scene for a while. The lively chatter that had filled his mind began to fade as the little darling left his side, leaving an air of stillness. He regarded Han Qingyi thoughtfully. He rose and approached Gong, gesturing for her to hand the little darling to him. "Let me hold her." Gong Yi hesitated for a moment. Lord Xiao was an unusual noble from the royal family, rumored to have accompanied His Majesty to the borders during his youth, forming a bond with the military that was akin to a friendship spanning generations. The emperor, in an unprecedented act, conferred the title of prince upon this young boy, barely 13 or 14 years old. Chapter 3. Does this green tea think she can compete with me? Gong Yi, somewhat apprehensive, transferred Jiang Qingqing into Xiao Linting's arms. Having been dragged into the fray by her brother, Jiang Qingqing's earlier fierce demeanor dissipated, allowing Gong Yi to hand her over to her royal uncle. She figured she might as well lounge wherever she was. And oh wonder Empress Su is reluctant to allow Jiang Chun to see his sister too. Often his emotional intelligence is profoundly touching. Xiao Linting. Ah, this familiar hustle and bustle. "Dear Sister Han, is this your notion of an apology?" Jiang Qingqing, still unable to catch her breath, climbed back up from Xiao Linting's shoulder, twisting to face the delicate Han Qingyi. Han Qingyi maintained her facade of fragility. "I have already apologized to you." Han Qingyi insisted with conviction. Jiang Qingqing scoffed. "Did you ever truly say sorry to me? Have you sincerely repented for your actions?" Your current demeanor only serves to provoke me further. Do you think this princess lacks temper? Han Qingyi stood there, taken aback by Jiang Qingqing's barrage of words. What does the princess wish for me to do? She dares to ask me what I want. Jiang Qingqing felt a wave of dizziness, nearly pinching herself to regain composure. When dealing with this vassal of the Li kingdom, she truly felt restrained without the emperor's tacit approval. But, dear Sister Han, I understand now. Jiang Qingqing struggled to break free. She wanted to confront this green tea woman herself. After much effort, Xiao Linting steadfastly held on to her, not allowing an inch of movement. Let me down. I want to tear this green tea woman's facade apart. How dare she ask me what I want? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Linting finally shifted his stance. Han Qingyi's sobs abruptly ceased, and the eldest prince, who had been watching quietly, darkened in expression. You speak nonsense. I never argued with you over this matter. Clearly, the green tea was feeling guilty. Jiang Qingqing smiled victoriously. Seizing the opportunity, I said my royal uncle could have you eliminated without a trace, and you claim that we of Tianqi could not do such a thing. Then in a fit of rage, you pushed me into the lake. Bringing up this old grievance indeed overshadowed Han Qingyi's entire act of being pitiful. Everyone present, except for Han Qingyi, were subjects of Tianqi. Hearing that a vassal of the Li kingdom dared to push the most favored princess of Tianqi into the lake over such a matter, their mindset could easily be interpreted as a lack of sincerity in their allegiance. Even Xiao Linting's countenance darkened. Seeing that her opponent was genuinely frightened, Jiang Qingqing realized her objective had been fully achieved. However, I understand that Sister Han is merely defending the dignity of the Li kingdom. Jiang Qingqing suddenly offered a way out for Han Qingyi. While Xiao Linting contemplated the predatory ambitions of the Li kingdom, he noticed the once arrogant tone of the little girl soften considerably. His curiosity was piqued. Han Qingyi's expression remained grim as she stood awkwardly in place. Nevertheless, I comprehend your sentiments. Growing up in the Li kingdom and being its legitimate princess, you naturally feel a sense of responsibility towards it. Hence, I understand your defense. Jiang Qingqing waved her small hands, adopting a tone of a precocious adult. Your Highness, are you aware of the implications of what you just said? Xiao Linting could not help but inquire. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head in a feigned state of confusion, her tiny hands clasped around his neck. Xiao Linting's lips curled slightly, his gaze shifting towards Han Qingyi, though it bore little warmth and instead exuded an air of chilliness. It would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing felt a pang of alarm. I am merely settling my personal grievances and exaggerating the situation. What could a mere 10-year-old child possibly understand? Goodness, if my words were to spark a conflagration of war, how many innocent lives would be disrupted? Jiang Qingqing subtly shook her round head. What a grave misstep. Xiao Linting, seasoned by the brutality of the battlefield, radiated an oppressive aura that left the few inexperienced children present momentarily stunned. Han Qingyi stood there, her face a mask of discomfort, while Jiang Chun nearly pouted in tears. The crown prince maintained a semblance of composure, yet his expression was hardly pleasant. Only Jiang Qingqing remained unaffected. She gazed dreamily at her regal uncle's handsome profile and sharply defined jawline, unable to suppress a silly grin. Considering that Princess Han is still quite young, this matter shall not be pursued further. However, the responsibility for the harm you have caused our princess must be addressed. As he looked down at the little girl, he concealed his murderous intent, revealing only gentleness. He had not anticipated that the usually brash little princess harbored such deep affection for her country and kin. Oblivious to the discord in the atmosphere, Jiang Qingqing briefly satisfied her vendetta. Although she still found Han Qingyi distasteful, she chose to momentarily temper her ire. There is ample time ahead. The grievance caused by Han Qingyi is not something that could be resolved swiftly. The little girl's teeth-gritting resolve greatly amused Xiao Linting. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly in the midst of the serious atmosphere. Jiang Qingqing. Crown Prince, Uncle seems uncharacteristically off today. Jiang Chun. Uncle laughed. This surely signals a more severe consequence. Subsequently, Han Qingyi fled the Huaning Palace in disarray, only to be met by Emperor Qing and Empress Su, who hurried over upon hearing of Princess Dunming's awakening. Emperor Qing held deep affection for his young daughter upon seeing Jiang Qingqing. He directly snatched her from Xiao Linting's embrace. With both patriarchs present, Emperor Qing swiftly made a decisive resolution, foregoing any discussions with ministers. The Li Kingdom's Princess Han has inadvertently harmed Princess Dunming. The Ministry of Rights shall draft an urgent letter of inquiry to be dispatched immediately. Does the Li Kingdom refuse to submit to our great Tianqi? Chapter 4. The taste of conspiracy upon the emperor's pronouncement. The palace attendants lowered their heads, once again privileged to witness the emperor's affection for the princess. In her heart, Jiang Qingqing silently exclaimed in admiration. The inquiry was one matter, but there was another pressing issue. Demin was also urging the Ministry of Rights to prepare for Qingqing's 5th birthday. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor suddenly recalled another significant matter. As Empress Su peeled fruit for Jiang Qingqing, she interjected, since Uncle Demin is heading to the Ministry of Rights. Perhaps he could remind them to expedite the preparation of the birthday attire for the princess for my approval. Jiang Qingqing had not anticipated that her arrival coincided with the original owner's 5th birthday. She had traversed into this world on the 3rd day of Tianqi. Seated on a high throne in Huaning Palace, her delicate white arms resting on her knees, her chin cradled in her hands. Lost in thought as she gazed out at the small courtyard beyond the palace. "My princess, are you hungry? Would you care for some freshly delivered pastries from the imperial kitchen?" The palace maids, ever attentive, sought to amuse their little sovereign. Yet, the once innocent and carefree child had transformed. Beneath her 4-year-old, cherubic exterior lay a seasoned soul of 25, having weathered the trials of a matriarchal era rife with conflict. Alas, Jiang Qingqing sighed once more. At the sound of her sigh, the palace maids trembled. "Shall we visit the guise?" suggested the elder maid, Xian, who was Jiang Qingqing's chief attendant. Upon hearing guise, the princess's drooping eyelids fluttered slightly. Xian, seizing the opportunity, added, "They're the eldest prince, the 2nd prince, and the 3rd prince there. Your 10-year-old but innocent brother, along with the prince's companions, will be at the guise." Seeing that the princess remained unmoved, Xian cautiously added, "Your companions?" The notion of youthful companionship ignited a spark in Jiang Qingqing's otherwise mundane life. In her first journey through the matriarchal era, she had been too focused on her career, and her romantic pursuits had been scarce. This second chance, however, allowed her to leverage her youthful innocence to charm those who would become pillars of the court. The exhilarating prospect filled Jiang Qingqing with purpose. "I shall go to Guozijian." Xian, witnessing the princess's newfound enthusiasm, sighed in relief and summoned the other attendants to assist in preparing the princess's attire. Jiang Qingqing allowed the maids to adorn her. For to her, at 4 years old, any attire would suffice. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingqing sported 2 perky double-looped buns adorned with jasmine flowers. Dressed in a delicate pink skirt, held in Xian's embrace as they exited Huaning Palace. Seated in the palace's unique palanquin, she ambled leisurely toward the guise. The architecture of the guise, in contrast to the palace, exuded an air of solemnity. From a distance, Jiang Qingqing observed the black and white structures, and as she approached, the lively sounds of youth filled the air. "Listen, it's the exuberant voices of youth." With her cherubic face aglow with a radiant smile, Jiang Qingqing leapt from the palanquin, scampering toward the entrance of the guise. As her small legs struggled to cross the threshold, Xian hurried to steady her, but a swift figure grasped her arm. Jiang Qingqing had been in control of her movements, but this sudden grip disrupted her balance. In an instant, she found herself nearly tumbling forward. The boy in the dark attire quickly tightened his hold on her arm, causing the little bundle to spin in his grasp, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. "Who dares to toss me about?" Jiang Qingqing exclaimed. The boy, Xiao Linting, momentarily faltered in his stoic demeanor, but quickly regained his composure. Bending down to cradle the dazed Jiang Qingqing against him. "What brings you to the guise?" he inquired in a deep voice. Jiang Qingqing blinked up at him, recognizing the voice that had recently become familiar. Wasn't he her unattainable little royal uncle? The palace attendants regarded Xiao Linting with utmost respect, a hint of oddity in their reverence. Once Jiang Qingqing regained her composure, she straightened and addressed Xn1. You need not accompany me any longer. With so many attendants trailing me, how can my royal brothers focus on their studies? The little imp spoke earnestly. Xiao Linting cast a glance at the audacious child in his arms, a smile barely forming on his thin lips. You may wait in the outer hall. Your royal brothers are here at the guise. He instructed Xin1 to refrain from following. Xin1, hearing this, felt a moment of dizziness, casting a worried glance at the princess. But the little one merely offered her the back of her head. Xin1 hesitated, glancing at Xiao Linting. It was precisely because there were no attendants at the guise that she feared for the princess's well-being. How could these pampered princes possibly understand the care required for our precious princess? Yet, fearing Xiao Linting's imposing presence, she reluctantly acquiesced, leading the other attendants toward the outer hall. As Xiao Linting turned, Jiang Qingqing caught sight of Xin1's forlorn silhouette. Such dedication. I wonder what her monthly salary is. Xiao Linting, now adept at ignoring such trivial musings, continued to carry his little companion through the guise. From time to time, Jiang Qingqing spotted young, spirited aristocrats engaged in earnest discussions over their blue-covered books. Occasionally, in the spacious courtyard, she witnessed two elegantly clad youths practicing swordplay, embodying the vibrancy of youth. Youth is indeed wonderful, Xiao Linting responded dryly. Isn't a 4-year-old little girl young enough? Chapter 5. This proton is extraordinary. It is well known that the guise serves as the royal institution for cultivating the future pillars of the state. Thus its regulations are stringent, with women rarely seen within its walls. According to the whispers of the young gentleman there, it was akin to a miniature monastery, with not a single female presence for decades, until the appearance of a charming young girl with her twin buns. Under the stern watch of Lord Xiao, who was as formidable as a deity, the audacity to act against the norm was tempting. Why won't they greet me? Jiang Qingqing waved enthusiastically 2 or 3 times. Yet the young men either averted their gaze or pretended not to see her. My young gentleman? As they continued on, the sight of others became scant. Had it not been for her recent encounter with the lively boys, she might have doubted whether she had arrived at a genuine guise. Upon entering the main hall, Jiang Qingqing observed 3 or 4 young boys diligently studying their bamboo scrolls. Notably, upon sensing Xiao Linting's arrival, their postures instinctively straightened. Jiang Qingqing scanned the hall, her gaze landing on the eldest prince, her brother, whom she recognized. Her attention shifted to the center of the second row, where a boy clad in splendid attire wore an expression so stern it seemed he had adopted a no-entry demeanor, an unmistakable reflection of Xiao Linting. This was the second prince, Jiang Mo, who appeared to be quite aloof. Jiang Qingqing swiftly moved past Jiang Mo's face and directed her gaze to the last row. The youth in the last row appeared slightly older than the other 3 princes within the hall, his figure somewhat taller. Yet his attire seemed rather plain and coarse compared to the splendid garments worn by Prince Tianqi. Han Qingyi, your rustling of pages is disturbing me. A boy seated on the opposite side of the second row, seemingly a young scion of a noble family, irritably turned his head and bluntly called out the other's name, his tone lacking any semblance of politeness. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing immediately recognized the unassuming boy in the last row. He was Han Qingyi's half-brother, one of the hostages sent by the state of Li. What appeared to be a mere quarrel between 2 young girls was, in reality, far from simple. Since entering the main hall of the guise, Jiang Qingqing had struggled to free herself from Xiao Linting's embrace and made her way to the third Prince Jiangchun, laboriously climbing up to sit beside him. Hey, what are you doing over here? Can you really focus on the lesson? Jiangchun suddenly felt as though he had been seeing his younger sister more frequently of late. Jiang Qingqing casually picked up a book nearby, her round face feigning seriousness as she pretended to study the texts. To the onlookers, her actions were interpreted as mere mimicry of their scholarly behavior. In the palace, no one plays with me, so I want to attend class and have fun. Jiang Qingqing turned to Jiangchun, her little legs dangling in the air as she threw a tantrum demanding to attend class. Jiangchun stared at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? We can barely escape class ourselves, and you want to come in and attend." Ahem. Hearing the straightforward words of the ever-candid Jiangchun, Xiao Linting cleared his throat. As expected, Jiang Qingqing, prompted by the hint, sheepishly closed his mouth and returned to his studies. Jiang Qingqing's intention for coming to the guise was indeed born out of boredom, seeking something to occupy her time. Little did she know, she had stumbled upon a new lead. Observing the attitudes of those in the guise towards Han Qingyi, it was evident that they regarded him with the arrogance typical of victors towards a surrendering weak nation. However, Han Qingyi was still just a mere 10-year-old child. One could not expect a child who had yet to face the storms of life or gain significant social experience to possess a sophisticated mindset. For a boy from foreign land like Han Qingyi, one would expect him to be more prudent and unlikely to engage in reckless, self-destructive behavior. Jiang Qingqing maintained a facade of seriousness as she mimicked her brother's attentiveness in class, yet her mind raced with thoughts, pondering who among the conspirators would dare target a mere 10-year-old child. Having traversed to this realm, she could not sit idly by while the original owner of this body faced treachery. Those sinister individuals, having failed once, would undoubtedly strike again. Jiang Qingqing had never been one to be passive. The young princes, accustomed to their lessons at the guise, began to methodically tidy up their desks. It was only then that Jiang Qingqing realized there was not a single palace servant present in the vast hall. No wonder, when she had just parted ways with the chief maid Xin, her expression had been one of anxiety and reluctance. Now it made sense. As she reached to assist Jiang Qingqing in clearing the table, he suddenly halted. "Wait, there's dessert today." Jiang Qing's epiphany shattered the tranquility of the hall. Upon hearing this, Han Qingyi in the back row cast a cold, piercing gaze at Jiang Qingqing. Startled by her brother's sudden intensity, Jiang Qingqing's cherubic face displayed a look of alarm. Jiang Qingqing turned to his sister, urging her to hurry down. "Today, Father has permitted us to enjoy desserts delivered from the imperial kitchen. You need to move quickly, or you'll miss out." As he spoke, he anxiously reached to scoop up his short-limbed, 5-year-old sister. His actions were frantic, yet he refrained from chastising Jiang Qingqing for lagging behind. Just as he was about to lift the bewildered Jiang Qingqing, they stumbled toward the hall's entrance. Jiang Qingqing had never personally cared for this sister he rarely saw, so his embrace was not particularly adept. He awkwardly clasped her under the arms, nearly suspending her in midair as he trudged forward. Both struggled. She was nearly breathless. Chapter 6. The distribution of pastries just as Jiang Qingqing was preparing to wriggle free. Jiang Qingqing, unwilling to let his little sister's short legs impede his weekly dessert feast, refused to loosen his grip. As Jiang Qingqing felt herself teetering on the brink of desperation, suddenly, a dark figure swooped in, swiftly taking her from Jiang Qing's arms and cradling her. "Your Highness, I'll leave my sister in your care." Upon seeing someone willing to take charge of his sister, Jiang Qingqing, upon recognizing the newcomer, entrusted her to Xiao Linting and dashed off toward the side hall. Xiao Linting glanced at the slightly distressed little girl, and though he rarely smiled in front of the princes, he could not help but ask, knowing the second prince's embrace is uncomfortable, "Why did you allow him to carry you?" Jiang Qingqing, feeling quite miserable, lay against Xiao Linting's shoulder and murmured, "Because he is my brother, and I haven't seen him in ages." Indeed, whether in her initial modern life or during her first time traversing to a matriarchal society, Jiang Qingqing had always fought her battles alone. This time, despite being ensnared in a web of conspiracies, she finally had a brother sharing her bloodline. Deep down, she felt a surge of joy. As Xiao Linting carried the little girl into the side hall, they found many others already gathered there, young gentlemen from noble families, as well as sons of high-ranking officials, alongside the royal princes. They sat in their prearranged seats, while the palace maids efficiently distributed the prepared pastries into their hands. Jiang Qingqing curiously glanced at the pastries, which appeared delectable, but she had already indulged in many treats at Huaning Palace. Xiao Linting seated her beside him, and soon, a grand maid in exquisite crimson attire approached with 2 platters of pastries. Upon seeing Jiang Qingqing, the maid momentarily displayed surprise, but quickly composed herself and respectfully offered the pastries. Jiang Qingqing scrutinized the delicacies, wrinkling her nose. "Chrysanthemum pastries, not tasty. They require soaking in tea, and chewing the petals lacks texture." Listening to her, Xiao Linting addressed the grand maid, saying, "The princess has already had some pastries earlier, so there's no need to serve her more. The maid promptly withdrew the platters and turned to leave, observing the orderly distribution by the palace maids. Jiang Qingqing could not help but inquire of Xiao Linting, "Uncle, why does my brother say we have the opportunity to enjoy pastries every week?" Xiao Linting, though only 13 or 14 himself, had acquired a demeanor of composure through his experiences on the battlefield. The dietary regimen for the princes is strictly controlled, adhering to specific menus from the imperial kitchen. This is particularly considerate, given the young ages of the princes, to prevent any dietary indiscretions that might harm their health. Later, the beloved concubine, fearing that an overly strict diet would cause discomfort, sought His Majesty's permission to designate one day each week for them to enjoy pastries. The beloved concubine? Jiang Qingqing reflected on how a court official's daughter had risen to the position of beloved concubine, subordinate only to the empress. Even after 2 years in the palace, this consort Zhao had never clashed with any other concubines. Most who spoke of her praised her virtue, noting that she never wielded her status as a high-ranking official with arrogance. As consort Zhao's capable palace maids nearly finished distributing the pastries, they refrained from further disturbing the young lords of the guise, efficiently completing their tasks and departing in a matter of moments. It must be said, consort Zhao's manner of conducting affairs was both graceful and efficient. Even Jiang Qingqing, who had encountered many respectful palace attendants, felt that the maids cultivated by consort Zhao were truly rare and well-disciplined. Jiang Qingqing's visit to the guise was earnest, as she sought to cultivate a better relationship with her brother Jiang Chun. After all, he was her only family in Tianqi. Despite his seemingly straightforward and not particularly clever demeanor, she trailed behind him, always eager to interject with her thoughts. Initially, Jiang Chun displayed a patient novelty, willing to engage in conversation with his sister. However, as time wore on, he found himself increasingly unable to respond to her incessant queries. The young boy's patience waned. "If you truly don't understand, you might as well ask our royal uncle. I need to study now," he declared, intending to cease all communication with her. Sitting beside him, Jiang Qingqing blinked her eyes in confusion. To the elder and second princes, the royal sister appeared to be sitting there, forlorn. Her large, round eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and one could sense that she was on the verge of crying. As the eldest prince, concerned for the harmonious relationship between his royal siblings, he sighed. "You're her biological brother. She clings to you, which is quite natural. Why must you be so harsh with her?" He contemplated ushering her to his side to alleviate her distress, but the little girl stubbornly refused to budge. "I want to sit with my brother." The eldest prince's gentle demeanor sharply contrasted with Jiang Chen's straightforwardness, igniting Jiang Qingqing's rebellious spirit. She was determined to win over this little mule. Throughout this exchange, the second prince sat quietly in the background, observing the three of them whispering together. Just as the eldest prince prepared to persuade Jiang Chun of his sister's charm, Han Qingyi entered carrying a food box. As she was about to greet those in the guise with a radiant smile, her gaze fell upon the crowded area, and her smile faltered momentarily. Fate had conspired against her. Jiang Qingqing had spotted Han Qingyi as well. The sight of Han Qingyi's face, resembling that of a little green tea, ignited Jiang Qingqing's ire. Upon hearing Han Qingyi's words, her expression darkened. Jiang Chun, initially irritated with his sister's incessant questions, found Han Qingyi's remarks equally distasteful. "What are you saying, Han Qingyi? You know full well why my sister fell into the water." Chapter 7. The schemes of children. Han Qingyi was taken aback by Jiang Chen's blunt acknowledgement of her hidden intentions, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. Jiang Qingqing smirked, crossing her arms and relishing Han Qingyi's discomfort. At that moment, Han Qingming's mood was far from pleasant. The familiar and mundane surroundings of the guise made Jiang Qingqing's small hands cover her face as she struggled against drowsiness. Despite her mental resolve to stay awake, her body succumbed to fatigue, and she lost consciousness. When Jiang Qingqing awoke, half the day had passed, and the hall had already been illuminated with candles, dispelling the dim atmosphere. She lifted her head from the table to find Jiang Chun pouting at her with a look of exasperation. "Sister, did you come to the guise just to make me envious?" Jiang Qingqing, still groggy from her nap, did not grasp the meaning behind his words. "Jiang Chun, His arms crossed and voice tinged with youthful petulance, grumbled, "I must strive to pay attention in class while you can simply fall asleep without anyone waking you." Jiang Qingqing initially thought there was something grand to be envied, only to realize it stemmed from her inability to stay awake. Was there to envy? Third prince. You need to be more alert. Brother studies to contribute to Tianqi in the future. My purpose in coming to the Guizijian is to emulate you. I merely fell asleep because I couldn't understand the teacher's words. You are the impressive one, for you can not only stay awake, but also comprehend what the teacher says. Concealing her inner thoughts, she feigned admiration, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing, unexpectedly charmed by her display, felt a surge of happiness. As the siblings exchanged banter, the usually silent second prince's stomach suddenly rumbled in an untimely manner. While Jiang Qingqing found it amusing, Han Qingyi swiftly approached the second prince, offering him a food box. "Your Highness must be hungry after class. Here are some local delicacies from our state. If you don't mind, please enjoy this." Han Qingyi's swift actions left no room for the reticent second prince to decline, and soon a plate of golden fried pork was placed before him. Jiang Qingqing recognized the snack and felt a sense of familiarity. However, when it came from Han Qingyi, her interest quickly waned. "This snack is simple and easy to make. Why not give it a try, Your Highness?" Han Qingyi persisted, even appearing as if she intended to personally feed him. The aroma of the fried delicacy wafted through the hall, but Jiang Qingqing remained unmoved. With her eyes half closed, she regarded Han Qingyi's offering, and for some reason, her thoughts drifted back to the pastry she had consumed earlier, which contained chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemum and pork, she mused. Jiang Qingqing, with his straightforward nature, often forgot things easily, and combined with his hunger, he could not resist the allure of food. He stood up, eager to see what was happening at the second princess table. "What is going on?" he asked hurriedly. Jiang Qingqing bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Feigning shyness. I need to use the restroom, but I don't know the way, and I'm scared." Upon hearing his sister's urgent plea, Jiang Qingqing forgot his own hunger and, dismissing any interest in the fried pork, quickly took her hand and led her outside. Once outside the palace, Jiang Qingqing's innocent expression faded, replaced by a somber demeanor. Her round eyes were clouded with a darker hue. Despite her youth, she was a survivor in the treacherous environment of the Empress, having experienced the intricate dynamics of food and poison in a world rife with hidden schemes. She saw through Han Qingyi's ploy to exploit culinary rivalries. With this realization, her heart grew colder. As Jiang Qingqing waited for his sister outside the changing room, he encountered the approaching Xiao Linting. "Your Highness," Jiang Qingqing stood upright, respectfully greeting him. "What brings you here? Where's the princess?" Xiao Linting noticed Jiang Qingqing alone and recalled that Jiang Qingqing had been attached to her brother the entire day. Surprised by her absence, he inquired further. Jiang Qingqing, having just left the restroom, deduced that her brother's actions were motivated by hunger. Excitedly, she rushed out to share her thoughts with him. The little girl, upon seeing Xiao Linting, was momentarily startled, but quickly brightened with a radiant smile. "Uncle, would you like to join us for a meal?" Xiao Linting, intrigued by the array of emotions displayed by the young girl, felt a brief curiosity about her thoughts, but quickly decided against eavesdropping on others' private musings. Thus, he turned to ruffle Jiang Qing's hair, leaving him momentarily flustered by the unexpected affection. Chapter 8. You are quite impulsive. Jiang Qingqing found herself cradled in Xiao Linting's arms, enjoying the comfort of being carried without the need to walk. Jiang Qingqing followed closely behind the imperial uncle, his youthful face reflecting a dazed emotion. His mind lingered on the recent moment when the imperial uncle had readily agreed to visit Huaning Palace shortly. The usually stern and distant imperial uncle, known for his solemn demeanor towards the princes, had seemingly begun to approach them more frequently, even allowing a rare hint of a smile to grace his typically impassive face. Was it truly a smile? If he were to describe this to the eldest and second princes, they would surely suspect it was an impostor posing as the imperial uncle. Jiang Qingqing found herself quietly astonished. Indeed, they are a bunch of little gluttons. The combination of chrysanthemum and pork is quite the gossip, and it appears that Han Qingming is adept at spreading news. He even dares to shift the blame for this on a concubine Zhao. What a convoluted mind. Xiao Linting held Jiang Qingqing securely in his embrace, initially intending to pick up a book, but he abruptly halted upon hearing her words, his elegant brows knitting together in concern. Jiang Qingqing nestled comfortably in the imperial uncle's arms, surprisingly refraining from rushing over to Jiang Chun. Eldest brother, that plate of crispy meat looked exceedingly fiery. Consuming it like this may not be wise. What if it causes heatiness? Jiang Qingqing placed her small hand on the desk, gazing earnestly at the figure of the eldest prince. What do you mean by that, sister? The eldest prince maintained his composure. Jiang Qingqing chuckled softly, her voice sweetly chiming. My maid mentioned that fried lotus is ideal for cooling down. Eating too many fried foods is detrimental to one's health, and if it affects our studies, that would be a grave matter. Upon hearing this, Han Qingyi's expression darkened immediately. Jiang Qingqing's veiled criticism was crystal clear. After all, the crispy meat had been her offering, coaxed into consumption by her own persuasion. Now, Jiang Qingqing used the excuse of heatiness to deny her an exit, leaving Han Qingyi feeling as though her dignity had been trampled upon. Jiang Qingqing, if you have the courage, say it openly. I'm merely worried that everyone would be hungry during class. What is wrong with me providing a few fried snacks? Why must you speak ill of me behind my back? Han Qingyi stepped forward, confronting Jiang Qingqing with fervor. Xiao Linting tightened his hold around Jiang Qingqing's waist to prevent her from falling. But as he listened to Han Qingyi's words, his expression darkened, his brows furrowing with an imposing aura that startled Han Qingyi into a stagger. Jiang Qingqing, emboldened by the presence of her formidable imperial uncle, showed no fear as Han Qingyi approached her in a fluster. Princess Han, you overestimate yourself, Jiang Qingqing remarked, her radiant and innocent smile directed at Han Qingyi, her gaze appraising. My previous words carried no hidden meaning. They were aimed squarely at you. Was it not obvious enough? You came to confront me, reading into my words. You are merely a small pastry. Jiang Qingqing's sharp tongue flowed effortlessly. In the heat of the moment, her words nearly betrayed her youthful naivety. Do you have quite the temper? Xiao Linting queried, observing Han Qingyi's flushed face, which was a stark contrast to her typically pale complexion. Jiang Qingqing, witnessing this, beamed with delight. You bully people, Han Qingyi stammered, her anger bubbling over as she stomped her foot, biting her lip, teetering on the verge of tears as she looked at Xiao Linting. Such a limited capability, yet consistently manipulated, and you still have your sights set on the imperial uncle. Xiao Linting glanced at Jiang Chun, signaling him to gather his belongings and prepare to leave. As it was time for school to end, young Jiang Chun hastily collected his books and approached. Xiao Linting effortlessly lifted Jiang Qingqing into his arms, cutting off the hostile gaze exchange between the two girls. The prince's indifferent eyes swept over Han Qingyi. Princess Han, while you engage in idle chatter with His Highness, perhaps you should consider how you will explain the recent incident involving our prince and the water accident caused by the envoy from the kingdom. Xiao Linting's words hung heavily in the air, catching both Han Qingming and Han Qingyi off guard. Jiang Qingqing swiftly noted their reactions, firmly concluding that there must be someone behind them orchestrating these events. After all, how could a mere child possibly conceive such malicious plots? Resting her head on Xiao Linting's shoulder, her small face took on a serious expression, though her naturally sweet features made her look undeniably endearing even when she attempted to appear stern. As they walked along the path to the Guozijian, the Han siblings trailed behind them. However, Xiao Linting held no interest in conversing with the defeated Li kingdom envoy, and Jiang Chun harbored a particular disdain for Han Qingyi, whom he blamed for his sister's ailment. Their journey remained devoid of interaction until Xiao Linting emerged from the Guozijian, where Xin Wan had been waiting patiently at the entrance. Your Highness, Xin Wan rushed forward, her face filled with concern. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Linting's presence, Xin Wan subdued her worry, scrutinizing Jiang Qingqing with careful attention. Jiang Qingqing's focus was entirely on the Han siblings, noting that aside from her own maid, there was another individual accompanying them. However, this person did not appear to be a palace attendant. Imperial uncle, who is that man? Jiang Qingqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. A supervisor? Jiang Qingqing narrowed her eyes, sensing that this matter was far more complex than mere oversight. From her limited experience in palace intrigue, she instinctively felt that this individual held a more significant role, likely connected to the mysterious figure behind the Han siblings. She resolved to find an opportunity to uncover this person's background. Chapter 9. I want to attend school once again alone in the palace. Jiang Qingqing found it difficult to remain still. She yearned to seek an audience with Emperor Tianqi, imploring him to permit her attendance at the guise. After today's incident involving Han Qingyi's attempt to poison Jiang Qingqing through concubine Zhao's pastries, Jiang Qingqing was far from reassured about her carefree brother attending classes alone. The pressures from those around them were mounting, and, if possible, she wished to stay close to Jiang Qingqing at all times to shield him from any treachery. Determined, Jiang Qingqing swiftly rose to her feet and called for Xian. "Take me to see father." Xian readily complied, turning to summon a sedan chair, but Jiang Qingqing insisted on walking instead. "Your Highness, while Huaning Palace is nearby, it still requires a detour. It would be wise to prepare a sedan chair." Xian attempted to persuade her. Jiang Qingqing stubbornly shook her head, insisting that she must familiarize herself with the palace routes. She could not rely on attendants to carry her forever. When the little princess threw a temper tantrum, it was always arbitrary yet resolute. Recognizing that mere words would not sway her, Xian ceased her attempts and simply ensured that Jiang Qingqing donned sturdy shoes and socks, taking great care to attend to the princess's needs. Jiang Qingqing examined her elegant footwear, nodding with satisfaction as she followed Xian out of Huaning Palace toward the northern Qianqi Palace. As they neared the palace gates, a hurried figure suddenly appeared behind them, racing towards the entrance. Xian frowned, preparing to admonish the palace attendant for their lack of awareness, only to realize that the individual had emerged from Qianqi Palace. Moments later, a flurry of activity ensued at the palace entrance, revealing the emperor himself approaching Jiang Qingqing's direction. A surge of joy filled Jiang Qingqing's heart, only to be swiftly replaced by a nagging sense of unease. The flustered attendants heralding the emperor's arrival suggested that something was amiss. From a distance, Emperor Qing observed a small figure in the courtyard, and aside from his cherished princess. Who else could it be? Emperor Qing strode over and found his daughter standing still, her cherubic face gazing earnestly at him, causing his heart to soften profoundly. What a delightful little princess, standing here all alone. With a joyful smile, the emperor lifted his precious daughter, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Jiang Qingqing attempted to evade his affection, but, considering that he was the emperor and she would rely on his support in the future, she resigned herself to his playful gestures, pouting slightly. She wished to play with her father, but where was he headed? Her innocent inquiry warmed the hearts of those who heard it. While cradling the little princess, the emperor made his way toward the Qianqi Palace. His pace neither hurried nor slow, but somewhat brisk. "Your elder brother seems unwell. I'm going to check on him. What do you wish to play with? My little Qingqing?" The emperor's expression remained relatively relaxed, indicating that the elder prince's condition was not particularly grave, which allowed Jiang Qingqing to breathe a sigh of relief. Nestling her head against the emperor's neck, she murmured, "I went to the guise to play with my brothers today. It was so much fun, but..." Her voice suddenly took on a tone of grievance. "I couldn't understand the books they were reading." As the emperor gently patted his daughter's back while walking, he immediately asked without hesitation, "Do you wish to learn to read?" "Yes." Jiang Qingqing felt a surge of hope, quickly sitting up straight, her round eyes brimming with anticipation. The emperor looked down at his daughter's adorable expression, her innocence and charm irresistible. Without a moment's thought, the young father agreed, "All right. Tomorrow, we shall go to the guise together for your lessons with your brothers." "Yes." Jiang Qingqing nodded vigorously, prompting the emperor to laugh heartily. Upon reaching the Qianqi Palace, they encountered a gathering of physicians, murmuring amongst themselves. Jiang Qingqing clung to the emperor's neck, her gaze shifting to the resting elder prince on the couch. Worry etched on her face. The young emperor skillfully evaded the queen's hand while still holding Jiang Qingqing close, then inquired about the elder prince's condition. Empress Su expressed her relief and unease over their survival after a calamity, which only deepened Jiang Qingqing's solemn expression. Given the current circumstances, the emperor must confront the issues concerning Han Qingyi and Han Qingming, right? How could he have fallen ill after consuming precisely measured food? The emperor furrowed his brow, asking in a deep voice. Flustered, Empress Su, preoccupied with her son's health, momentarily forgot this aspect, turning to the attendant serving the elder prince. Upon realizing the situation, the attendant knelt and nervously recounted the elder prince's activities throughout the day, detailing what he ate and drank. When Jiang Qingqing's name surfaced in the account, both the emperor and empress fixed their gaze on the frail girl. Dr. Wang. Empress Su summoned her most trusted physician, urgently requesting an examination of the princess to see if she had any discomfort. Jiang Qingqing was somewhat bewildered as Dr. Wang took her pulse and conducted an examination, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The emperor, still frowning, pressed the kneeling attendant for details on what the elder prince had consumed. The attendant, flustered, struggled to convey the information clearly. Growing impatient, Jiang Qingqing interjected, "This evening after class, I went to change clothes with my brother, and we saw Princess Han of the Li Kingdom offering us some snacks to fill our stomachs." Upon hearing the key details, the attendant eagerly nodded, affirming, "Your Highness is correct. Princess Han delivered snacks from the Li Kingdom, of which His Highness consumed nearly half a plate, and the second prince also partook." Coincidentally, just as the attendant finished speaking, another attendant rushed in from the Shusho Palace, breathlessly reporting, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the second prince is unwell and requests the physician's assistance." Chapter 10. I must have privacy with the second prince also exhibiting symptoms of illness. The emperor's expression darkened. Although the young ruler was angered by the Li Kingdom's insolence towards the Tianqi prince, he understood the pressing need to avoid further conflict between the Li Kingdom and Tianqi. The implication of his thoughts was clear. Should Han Qingyi be confined? Jiang Qingqing felt a flicker of joy, quickly replaced by concern. If Han Qingyi were to be confined, how could she aid in avenging her former self? With time ahead, she resolved to tackle the most challenging issues first. Han Qingyi was but a minor character, hardly a threat. Her primary concern remained the scheming Han Qingming, subtly influenced by the Li Kingdom, in her pursuit of growth and health. Jiang Qingqing adhered strictly to a disciplined regimen. Early the next morning, soft, cat-like calls echoed near her bedside. "Your Highness, awaken." Initially, she barely registered the sound, but as she rolled over comfortably, she heard the persistent coaxing. "Your Highness, it's time for class at the Guozijian." "What Guozijian? I haven't had enough sleep. Leave me be," she grumbled, irritably tugging at a strand of hair. "Lord, we truly cannot wake Her Highness. Shall we wait until she rises and is ready before heading to the Guozijian?" The maid's lament was barely uttered when suddenly a gust of wind swept through the room. Moments later, Xiao Linting, who had been concealed behind the screen, stepped forward. His sharp, phoenix-like eyes swept over the slumbering princess before he approached, swiftly removing the soft quilt from her bed. The little girl felt a sudden chill and opened her eyes to find the young man gazing at her with a serious expression. "Oh no, why is my uncle here?" Xian Wan, I had a nightmare." Jiang Qingqing instinctively called out for her head maid, scooting deeper into the bed in fear. Xiao Linting narrowed his eyes at her clumsy movements, effortlessly lifting her out of the bed. "I am here on the Emperor's orders to accompany you to your lessons at the Guozijian. A day's plan begins in the morning. You cannot afford to waste time sleeping in." He placed her at the edge of the bed, noticing her wearing a white undergarment. Without a glance, he instructed the maid to bring forth the clothes that had been prepared, clearly intending to assist the princess in dressing. Jiang Qingqing, panicked, covered her chest with her hands. Her consciousness was still that of a 25-year-old woman with a curvaceous figure, making it impossible for her to accept a young man dressing her. Even if he was her nominal uncle, it was unacceptable. "Your Highness does not wish to rise." Xiao Linting, engrossed in the garments, did not spare her a glance. Jiang Qingqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "I will get up, but you cannot watch me change." Xiao Linting's movements paused slightly as he scrutinized her small frame, narrowing his eyes as if to say something without actually voicing it. Yet, Jiang Qingqing could clearly discern the message in his gaze. "I wouldn't even bother looking at you. You little flatboard." The more she imagined, the more embarrassed she felt, nearly shouting for Xian Wan as she urged Xiao Linting to leave. "Please hurry. We cannot miss the best time for learning." His voice echoed in her ears like a relentless countdown. Xian Wan rushed into the palace. witnessing the princess on the verge of tears as she hastily donned her clothes, urging the maid to quickly style her hair. In less than half an hour, Jiang Qingqing hurriedly exited the palace, the attendant still frantically adjusting her hair. "Uncle, I am ready. Let us go." Jiang Qingqing dashed to Xiao Linting's side, naturally grasping his fingers that hung at his sides, smiling up at him with an ingratiating expression. It was not that Jiang Qingqing was particularly obedient. Rather, she was genuinely intimidated by the formidable aura of Xiao Linting. Given that Xiao Linting was a prince of immense power, Jiang Qingqing, as a mere princess, understood the importance of discretion. The unexpected sensation at her fingertips left Xiao Linting momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he voluntarily grasped her soft hand. Initially, Xiao Linting, usually decisive and swift, exhibited an uncommon patience as he led Jiang Qingqing along the path. However, as they continued, the little girl's short legs began to slow her down. The typically resolute prince, Xiao, suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Why was he so insistent on holding her hand? Wouldn't it be swifter to carry her instead? Caught in self-doubt, Xiao Linting bent down and lifted the little girl into his arms, striding purposefully toward the guise. Jiang Qingqing nestled comfortably in her uncle's embrace, relishing the joy of being carried, and her curiosity bubbled forth. "Will my eldest and second brothers still attend class today, even though they are unwell?" she asked, her voice soft and innocent. "Is it truly necessary to study, even while ill? What difference does it make? Isn't that akin to chanting scriptures?" Xiao Linting, maintaining his composure, pondered her question. "Are we the only ones attending guise today? Surely, the son of the Li kingdom should also be present." After a moment's thought, he added, "His sister is under house arrest for poisoning, yet he still wanders around guise? That seems excessive. Perhaps we should devise a plan to confine Han Qingyi as well." "Your Highness," Xiao Linting's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively called out. The little one looked up, her bright, watery eyes blinking in confusion. "What is it, uncle?" Gazing down at the seemingly innocent child, Xiao Linting's mind echoed with her previous thoughts. "I fail to comprehend why the Li kingdom insists on sending 2 hostages. Are they truly of such value? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to cede land instead? What is this trend of hostages?" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head. Chapter 11. "We are all your highness, Xian called out as they approached the gates of guise, her voice tinged with reluctance. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, puzzled by Xian's demeanor. "I am not heading in a battle. Your expression suggests a parting of life and death, which genuinely alarms me." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Linting accepted the small bundle with one hand, gesturing for Xian to explain. "Inside the bundle is a change of clothing and some delightful pastries. I specifically inquired with the Imperial Kitchen about the treats. They are suitable for your highness. Additionally, I worried that you might feel lonely at guise, so I included some illustrated booklets that you enjoy. If you find yourself bored, you can peruse them." Xiao Linting handed the small bundle to Jiang Qingqing, who struggled slightly with the oversized parcel. "This booklet is for your lady-in-waiting," he remarked, his elegant brows knitting together in displeasure at the last comment. Jiang Qingqing paused, clutching her package tightly, her expressive eyes filled with trepidation. Observing her near tears, Xiao Linting recognized that he had been somewhat harsh, so he softened his tone and inquired, "What do you wish to accomplish by coming to guise, my dear?" Jiang Qingqing recalled her earlier words to Emperor Qing, expressing her desire to understand the lessons her brothers were learning. Xiao Linting patiently guided her, with a booklet of illustrations in your hands. "Will you truly be able to concentrate on your studies?" "Fine, you sit it down here for me," Jiang Qingqing pouted, her lips a picture of indignation. She glanced at the booklet in her arms, visibly torn. It was not that she was unwilling to part with the illustrated book. It was simply that the lectures at guise were profoundly dull. She had originally come to protect Jiang Chun, who wanted to attend class. Xian, having rarely witnessed the princess in such a state of dismay, despite her fear of Prince Xiao's authority, spoke up for Jiang Qingqing. "Your highness is still quite young. Is it fair to impose such stringent expectations upon her?" Xiao Linting's gaze shifted to Xian, his eyes betraying no immediate emotion. However, the little one in his arms suddenly stirred upon hearing her words. "We are all your highness. Why can't I adapt to the rigorous pace set by my elder brothers? Jiang Qingqing was not pleased with this gender-biased treatment, promptly retrieving a booklet from the bundle and struggling to wave it in the air with her chubby hands. Xiao Linting, quick-witted, caught one of the booklets as she reached for it, only to have her stretch out for another. He effortlessly intercepted it again. What my elder brothers can do, I could do too. Her petulant voice rang out. Xiao Linting's thin lips could not suppress a slight smile, a rare glimmer of joy appearing in his usually somber eyes. I truly believe you can achieve it, my dear. This gentle provocation struck a chord, and with a sense of satisfaction, Xiao Linting returned the book to Xian. He held Jiang Qingqing in one arm, while she clutched the bundle, and together they crossed the threshold of guise, leaving Xian with a bittersweet gaze as she watched the little princess enter the institution. Upon entering the main hall of guise, Jiang Qingqing noticed a small desk and chair that stood shorter than the others in the first row. It was evident that Emperor Qing had taken special care to accommodate his beloved little princess, responding to her every request with unwavering attention. The title of spoiled daughter was aptly suited to the young monarch. Jiang Qun had already arrived at guise, having come early, but that did not signify his love for learning. He sat with the young noblemen sent by the prominent families, both of them gathered around the diminutive table, engaged in hushed conversation. Jiang Qingqing, curious, descended from Xiao Linting's embrace, clutching her bundle, and approached them with light, nimble steps. The desk and chair appeared quite low. Would the princess be able to climb up? Given her short arms and legs, it seemed unlikely, but her remarkable springiness surely allowed her to leap up. What? The princess can jump. Jiang Chun nodded earnestly, proclaiming, she hops about when she walks. It's clear she is quite the jumper. This was indeed a novel revelation. Jiang Qingqing frowned, listening to their exchange. She wished to retort, is it too much to ask to kick my brother's knee while jumping? Your Highness, greetings, Jiang Chun stammered, bowing awkwardly, with the nobleman beside him following suit. Observing the two boys, both slightly over 10 years old, in their flustered state, Jiang Qingqing scoffed. Adults should overlook minor faults. They would be granted a reprieve for now. Unconcerned about how Jiang Chun would justify their previous conversation to Xiao Linting, Jiang Qingqing tossed her small bundle onto her designated seat. Elder brother, pay attention. With her stubborn spirit ignited, she called out to Jiang Chun, and before the eyes of all present, the little one neither needed to tiptoe nor leap. With a composed demeanor, she simply sat upon the wooden stool. This silent act utterly refuted their prior comments. Jiang Chun, aware of his own guilt for jesting behind others' backs, felt a flush rise to his ears. Xiao Linting, observing the little one's proud and defiant expression, shook his head in resignation, though his eyes held no disapproval. Why are there so few people today? As the first instructor of the day entered, a middle-aged man with the standard goat beard of a scholar, he surveyed the classroom with an air of dissatisfaction. Two of the princes are unwell. How thoughtless of me, old Master Chen muttered to himself, straightening the books on the desk before shaking his head and exiting the room once more. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback. What just happened? Watching old Master Chen's retreating figure, she was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 12. Seeking peace. No sooner had the old master left than Jiang Qingqing turned to ask Jiang Qian about the situation when Han Qingyi entered alone. The moment Li Guizong stepped into the main hall of the Guizong, the previously murmuring voices within abruptly ceased. The sudden silence created an awkward atmosphere, and Han Qingyi found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. The day before, Han Qingyi had brought snacks for the two princes, only to have both of them fall ill. As fellow hostages of the Li kingdom, Han Qingyi could not escape the blame for Han Qingyi's actions. Although the emperor punished Han Qingyi, he chose to spare Han Qingyi, primarily to avoid embarrassing the Li kingdom and to retain some semblance of dignity for them. Despite evading this particular disaster, Han Qingyi's presence among the scholars of the Guizong was still quite awkward, especially in the eyes of the third prince, Jiang Chun, known for his straightforward temperament and candid remarks, who looked at Han Qingyi with an unfriendly expression and scoffed. Do you still have the audacity to attend class? Undeterred by the third prince's derision, Han Qingyi calmly entered the hall, his gaze sweeping across the room. When it landed on Xiao Linting, his dark pupils momentarily betrayed a flicker of suppressed trepidation towards the cold and unyielding youth. He quickly averted his gaze from Xiao Linting, ultimately directing his attention to the diminutive figure of Jiang Qingqing. Han Qingyi first bowed slightly in an apology, performing the highest form of courtesy of the Li kingdom, followed by a respectful greeting in the manner of Tianqi. With his demeanor unchanged and devoid of excessive emotion, he stated blandly, "My sister's character has been spoiled by our family, leading to her occasional arrogance. However, she is not inherently ill-natured. The unfortunate incident arose from her lack of understanding regarding food compatibility, and I apologize on behalf of Qingyi to your highnesses." Jiang Qingqing propped her chin on one hand, not bothering to lift her head, as her fingers deftly twirled a brush tailored for her. She exhibited no reaction to Han Qingyi's apology. The hall remained eerily silent, as all present held their breath, hesitant to utter a word. After a minute or two, Jiang Qingqing finally raised her eyelids, despite her youthful demeanor. Even when she attempted to project an imposing presence, it resembled that of a petulant child throwing a tantrum. "Ah, are you speaking to me, Han Qingyi?" She feigned surprise at noticing Han Qingyi. This reaction brought a sense of satisfaction to everyone present, as it was precisely the response needed to unnerve Han Qingyi. The title Han Qingyi pierced Han Qingyi's heart like a dagger, causing his chest to rise and fall violently for a moment. Observing Han Qingyi's distress, Xiao Linting, who had remained a silent observer, adopted a more vigilant and somber expression. Just as he was about to stride over to the princess's side, Jiang Qingqing's sweet, childlike voice chimed in. "Does your Li kingdom engage in such self-flagellation? Well, I said to Han Qingyi back then, I shall repeat to you now." Placing her brush on the table, she stood on her chair to elevate her stance, though it still fell short of achieving eye level with Han Qingyi. "Han Qingyi, if you truly wish to take responsibility, you ought to bring a branch of thorn with you. My two royal brothers are suffering due to your sister's minor oversight, and you think a simple apology suffices? You should direct your sincere apologies to your sister, Han Qingyi, not to me." Jiang Qingqing articulated her words clearly, her tone retaining a childlike lilt, yet her brows bore an unmistakable hint of displeasure. If one were to be ensnared by her almond-shaped eyes, they would find themselves unwittingly overwhelmed by her subtly condescending aura. "Very well. I shall seek an audience with the eldest and second princes on another day to earn their forgiveness," Han Qingyi replied, his hands clenched tightly beneath his wide sleeves, emotions surging within him before gradually subsiding as he restrained his agitation. Jiang Qingqing had deliberately provoked Han Qingyi, intending to cause him to falter before the court and provide a means for Emperor Qing to penalize him. However, it seemed she had underestimated the resourcefulness of this 10-year-old hostage from the Li kingdom. He was far more astute and difficult to manipulate than she had anticipated. "Please ensure you adhere to your promise, Han Qingyi." Jiang Qingqing tossed this remark over her shoulder as she gracefully dismounted from her chair, nonchalantly wiping the seat with her skirt before plopping down again. Witnessing the scene up close, Jiang Chun stood dumbfounded. The commotion surrounding Han Qingyi soon subsided. Though it had been minor, it unmistakably conveyed an air of feigned conciliation, leaving everyone puzzled. Following this was the day's curriculum at the guise. Though Emperor Qing doted on the little princess, he endeavored to maintain equitable treatment between her and the princes in terms of class arrangements, leading to a scenario where Jiang Qingqing, biting her pencil, gazed despondently at the densely packed text before her mind clouded with drowsiness. Finally, enduring a day of tedious lectures, as classes concluded at the guise, Jiang Qingqing adhered closely to Jiang Chun, seemingly intent on personally escorting him to the prince's residence. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to shake off Jiang Qingqing. Yet, she persisted, "But we are siblings. In this palace, you are my only true brother, and I must look after you." Recognizing his agitation, Jiang Qingqing realized that rational appeals would not sway him, so she opted for a softer approach. "Eldest brother has our mother, and second brother has the noble consort, but you are left with only me. I don't want you to feel abandoned." As Jiang Qingqing spoke, she increasingly adopted the demeanor of a pitiful child, lowering her head to reveal her round little face to Jiang Chun. Instantly, he became flustered, scratching his head in confusion. While he was deeply touched by his sister's words, Jiang Qing's straightforward nature led him to overthink the situation. Please don't cry. If you do, Father will think I've bullied you and won't let me play with you anymore. Chapter 13. The favor of the concubine Jiang Qing's remark effortlessly shattered the moment of reconciliation between the siblings. Jiang Qingqing sighed and thought, forget it. He's still just a child. There's no need to hold it against him. He can still be salvaged. Throughout their walk, she pondered Han Qingming's recent actions in the main hall of the guise. What was his true intention behind feigning reconciliation? It was clear he did not genuinely wish to apologize for Han Qingyi. She had recently investigated that the two hostages sent from the Li kingdom held significantly different statuses. One was a legitimate daughter of the queen, the true darling of the Li kingdom. The other, a son born of a lesser consort, though the firstborn, was considered a secondary child. Although the Li kingdom did not distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, the queen was keenly focused on securing the crown prince's position for her second son. The two were not on equal footing, nor did they share the same allegiance. Why? Then, did they become allies upon arriving at Tianqi? There must be some clue she had yet to grasp. Resolutely, Jiang Qingqing decided to seek an opportunity to personally investigate Han Qingming's identity. As she traversed the grand halls of the palace, she was led by Wan, followed by 4 or 5 palace maids, creating quite a spectacle that made it evident from afar that she was indeed the cherished jewel of the Tianqi royal family. Princess Jiang Qingqing. May the princess be well. A graceful woman elegantly blocked their path before Wan, her voice soft and soothing. Upon recognizing her as a concubine, Wan offered a slight nod in greeting, clarifying for Jiang Qingqing, this is Noble Lady Wan. Noble Lady Wan? Jiang Qingqing did not recall such a figure. But mindful of her predecessor's connections and reputation, she beamed a radiant smile and greeted her. Qingqing has never seen such a beautiful auntie before. Complimenting a woman upon meeting her was always a wise move. Indeed, this strategy quickly bore fruit with Lady Wan. She cast a somewhat astonished glance at Wan, then slightly bowed and addressed Her Highness. It is only natural that you have not seen me before, as I have had no opportunity to be in your presence. Jiang Qingqing blinked, pondering why she could not have been by her side. Lady Wan smiled subtly, explaining, Your Highness is well attended by the Empress and the noble consort. We, the lesser-ranked concubines, have little chance to be near you. I have long heard of your endearing and clever nature, and now that I behold you in person, you truly are enchanting. Jiang Qingqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it her adult sensibilities overthinking, or did Lady Wan harbor ulterior motives? Unable to respond to her words, she opted for a smile, intending to navigate the conversation with care. Just as she prepared to bypass Lady Wan and continue her way, the latter called out to her once more. Your Highness. Jiang Qingqing turned to the delicate concubine beside her, tilting her head and blinking, remaining silent. Lady Wan leaned in closer, whispering, Your Highness, do be wary of the two hostages from the country. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback. What was this? A seemingly insignificant concubine, who appeared to hold no particular favor, was suddenly advising her to be cautious of the Li country's hostages. Jiang Qingqing's gaze darkened slightly. Did Lady Wan possess knowledge of something? Or was there someone behind the scenes orchestrating events, using an inconspicuous figure to deliver such a warning? Who was that person? Were they intent on harming her, attempting to intimidate a mere 4-year-old child? Or were they, perhaps, someone with good intentions, looking to assist her? Seeing that the princess was fixated on Lady Wan's figure, Wan kindly remarked, This lady entered the palace during the selection 3 years ago and was quite favored initially. But her health declined, and she gradually lost favor. Your Highness seems quite curious about her. Wan's words were sincere, and she continued, guiding the little princess toward Huaning Palace. Jiang Qingqing recognized the tall palace maid, having seen her delivering pastries at the Confucian Academy just a few days prior. Are you from noble consort Zhao's side? Jiang Qingqing inquired innocently, directly identifying her. The palace maid, surprised that the little princess recognized her, quickly bowed and respectfully said, I am Zilian, here to pay my respects to your highness. Zilian. Jiang Qingqing silently repeated the name in her mind. Did Aunt Zilian come to see me for something? Zilian was taken aback by the little princess's perceptiveness. Previously, Jiang Qingqing had always carried herself with an air of haughtiness, never acknowledging the palace maids. This casual and composed interaction was a novel experience. Zillian promptly replied, "My lady wishes to invite your highness to Shuxiu Palace for some refreshments." Noble consort Zhao? Jiang Qingqing recalled that noble consort Zhao often took the opportunity to distribute pastries to the princes during mealtime. This afternoon, Han Qingyi had brought port pastries that clashed with the chrysanthemum cakes. Although Han Qingyi had her issues, Jiang Qingqing couldn't discern Zhao Guifei's intentions. "I just finished my lessons and feel a bit tired. Would it be possible for me to rest for a moment before visiting noble consort Zhao for refreshments?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingqing decided to seek assistance. Zillian seemed unprepared for the little princess's organized approach to her own schedule. Remembering how the second prince still required the care of a wet nurse, Zillian regarded Jiang Qingqing with newfound admiration. "Of course, your highness. Please wait a moment, and I will come to fetch you," Zillian acquiesced, not daring to defy the little princess's wishes. This composed palace maid piqued Jiang Qingqing's curiosity about her mistress. Noble consort Zhao. Chapter 14. A supportive backrest, Jiang Qingqing turned to leave, not genuinely intending to rest in Huaning Palace. Xin 1, observing the little princess heading toward Kunning Palace, was momentarily puzzled. "Aren't you going to rest, your highness?" Seeing Huaning Guiye, Jiang Qingqing shook her head. "Please keep a palace maid here. If someone from Shuxiu Palace arrives, have her inform them that I went to find my eldest brother and will be accompanying him to visit noble consort Zhao shortly." Though the toddler's words were somewhat unclear, Xin 1 took a moment to discern her meaning and promptly understood. "I shall see to it." Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing diligently navigated toward Kunning Palace, her memory serving her well, allowing her to find her way without Xin 1's assistance. As she approached the gates of Kunning Palace, the palace maids noticed a small figure making her way toward the entrance. When Jiang Qingqing finally reached the gates, Empress Su, having heard the commotion, hastily emerged, still holding her embroidery. "Qingqing, what brings you here at this hour? Is it uncomfortable at Huaning Palace?" Empress Su, freeing her hands, scooped up the little girl into her embrace. The warmth of a woman's embrace, such as that of Empress Su or Xin 1, was soft and fragrant, contrasting sharply with the rigid, albeit warm, hold of the emperor or Xiao Linting. Jiang Qingqing snuggled against Empress Su, gazing up at the majestic woman, suddenly recalling Lady Wan's mysterious warning. Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps in the palace, there was not a single person with benevolent intentions. Empress Su settled into a chair with Jiang Qingqing in her lap, while the palace maids attended to her, pouring tea and arranging pastries, all eager to serve the little princess. "Your eldest brother has improved significantly this morning. He practiced riding for quite some time in the afternoon. Are you here to play with him?" Empress Su's voice was gentle, and under the warmth of her maternal glow, Jiang Qingqing felt as though she were enveloped in her mother's embrace. Was this the legendary haven of tenderness? Jiang Qingqing nestled closer, expressing her desire to visit her brother and inquire if she could take him to Shuxiu Palace to play. What banquet has noble consort Zhao organized this time? Upon hearing Shuxiu Palace, Empress Su appeared slightly surprised but maintained a nonchalant facade in her inquiry. Jiang Qingqing noticed the fleeting expression on Empress Su's face but feigned innocence. Nodding, Aunt Zillian mentioned that my lady has developed some new pastries and wishes for me to try them. I thought it would be delightful to share them, so I wanted to ask if my brother could accompany me. The sweetness of her voice melted hearts, prompting Empress Su to gently pat Jiang Qingqing's round head, smiling as she suggested, "Why not ask her himself if he wishes to join you?" Jiang Qingqing nodded, and Empress Su set her down, taking her small hand as they walked toward the side hall. The side hall was particularly quiet. Jiang Qingqing peeked in first and saw a young boy at a desk near the window, diligently practicing characters with a brush on rice paper. The movement at the door distracted the eldest prince, causing him to put down his brush. "Sister?" he called out, surprised. Jiang Qingqing grinned, clutching Empress Su's skirt as she crossed the threshold to stand beside her brother's desk, observing the characters he was practicing. It was evident that the eldest prince was sincerely focused on his calligraphy. While his strokes were not particularly elegant, they were neat, and with time, he would surely develop his own style. Jiang Qingqing looked up at her elder brother, beaming brightly. "Today, Qingqing attended classes at the Guozijian and had the pleasure of seeing third brother. Rest assured, he is as lively as ever, showing no signs of fear or insomnia from sleeping alone at night. Perhaps it is the innocent words of a child or the charming nature of a little princess that endears her to all, while others might ponder her words. When they come from Jiang Qingqing, they exude an undeniable innocence and purity. Empress Su delights in the harmonious interaction between the siblings, standing nearby with a warm smile as they converse. "Sister, what brings you here today? Are you looking for mother?" inquired the eldest prince casually. Jiang Qingqing playfully repeated what she had just said to Empress Su, adding at the end, "Big brother, would you accompany me to the Shuxiu Palace for some fun?" Empress Su's smile deepened. The eldest prince seemed somewhat flustered. He rarely engaged with his sister. Since her illness, she appeared more endearing, shedding her previous petulance for a touch of youthful playfulness. In short, he preferred this version of his little sister. "Mother." The eldest prince intended to respond to Jiang Qingqing, but upon remembering Empress Su's presence, he glanced at her, seeking permission. Empress Su nodded slightly, granted her approval. The eldest prince finally smiled and said, "Then let us go. I shall accompany you to the Shuxiu Palace." As news from the Shuxiu Palace had yet to arrive, Jiang Qingqing was in no hurry to go. She rather enjoyed the company of the gentle and gracious Empress Su, especially with the knowledgeable eldest prince regaling her with anecdotes, bringing her immense joy. Just as Empress Su wondered why the attendants from the Shuxiu Palace had not yet arrived, they finally heard some commotion. Zillian, a palace maid hastily making her way from Huaning Palace, caught sight of the little princess chatting merrily with the eldest prince and took a deep breath. Slightly out of breath. Chapter 15. The wealthy concubine the Shuxiu Palace is situated near the Imperial Garden. On their way, Jiang Qingqing caught a glimpse of the blooming flowers in the garden, capturing her attention. Passing the garden and arriving at the ornately decorated palace entrance. The Shuxiu Palace stood in stark contrast to the stately and dignified Kuan-Ning Palace, embodying the splendor befitting a favored concubine. Such opulence! Jiang Qingqing surveyed the resplendent palace, unperturbed by any remarks about her naivety. The palace, while outwardly resembling others, contained exquisite jade and gold artifacts that spoke of unrivaled luxury. Within the main hall of the Shuxiu Palace sat a beautifully attired noblewoman in the primary seat, her golden crown shimmering brilliantly. In a moment of reverie, Jiang Qingqing could discern 4 words from the woman's visage. "Sister is wealthy." Ah, is this the persona a noble concubine should possess? Upon the princess's arrival, concubine Zhao greeted the small bundle of joy with a warm smile, her gaze shifting to the eldest prince without a hint of emotional fluctuation. "I have heard that the eldest prince has been unwell. I hope you are feeling better?" Concubine Zhao smiled, beckoning them to sit, though she remained in her seat. Instructing the palace maids to serve tea. "The princess will soon celebrate her 5th birthday. Do you have any gifts in mind, Your Highness?" At this, little Jiang Qingqing beamed with delight, ready to modestly hint at her desire for gold, only for the eldest prince to interject earnestly on her behalf. "My sister is still quite young. She does not require any extravagant gifts." "No," she thought, "I want my gold." This concubine Zhao appeared quite affluent. Seeming to understand the eldest prince's temperament, concubine Zhao nodded slightly, her expression still radiating warmth as she addressed them. "I have a passion for researching pastries, and had hoped to share some new creations with you. However, with the second prince's illness, I am unable to leave. You are both welcome to join me at the Shuxiu Palace to savor them." Concubine Zhao's words were meticulously crafted, and she gently reminded them to take care of their health as the summer heat approached. And the second prince's disposition is rather reserved. You should include him in your playtime, for he is your brother as well. Jiang Qingqing had just picked up a delicate pastry, prepared to savor it, when she momentarily faltered at the mention of the name. "Who is Andy?" Just as Jiang Qingqing contemplated brushing it off, the eldest prince fulfilled his brotherly duty, taking the lead in the conversation. "We often play with our second brother. We will not exclude him." Ah, the second prince, Jiang Qingqing realized with clarity. Concubine Zhao appeared somewhat surprised by the eldest prince's statement, quickly clarifying, "I did not intend to imply otherwise. I merely mean that Andy is quite reserved. As siblings, it is essential to support one another, for you share the same bloodline." The eldest prince smiled, affirming her sentiment. Although there seemed to be an underlying tension between the eldest prince and concubine Xiao, she maintained a gentle demeanor, causing the atmosphere to cool momentarily. Amidst this subtle tension, Jiang Qingqing, feeling a touch of discomfort, focused on the pastries, eager to take a bite when concubine Xiao abruptly shifted the topic. Your Highness will soon celebrate her 5th birthday. How swiftly time passes. I recall when I first saw you as a swaddled infant. During that time, His Majesty was preoccupied with state affairs and rarely visited the inner palace. You were cared for by us concubines until His Majesty became less busy and decided to raise you in the Empress's palace. Those days when I could see you daily are truly nostalgic. Though Jiang Qingqing lacked strong memories of her early childhood, she vaguely recalled the concubine's attentive care. She attempted to craft her words carefully, hoping to evade the concubine's keen perception. Furrowing her brow slightly, she couldn't shake the feeling that concubine Zhao's relationship with her son was somewhat detached. With these thoughts lingering, the 3 siblings exited the Shuxiu Palace. After parting ways at a fork in the road, Jiang Qingqing turned, seemingly innocently inquiring of Xinwan, why is second brother so taciturn, yet so different with concubine Zhao? Who is gentle and kind? Xinwan glanced around before cradling the little princess as they walked toward Huaning Palace. Lowering her voice, she explained, the second prince is not concubine Zhao's biological child. Thus, it is natural for their temperaments to differ. Not concubine Zhao's own son, so she doesn't have a true biological son. Chapter 16. The dramatic Jiang Qingqing indeed, as a concubine, one ranks just below the empress in the hierarchy of the inner palace. Such a position is inherently accompanied by ambition. Yet, after today's encounter, concubine Zhao struck one as a smooth and affable elder. Adorned in opulence, her focus seemed to lie solely in culinary pursuits and nurturing children, showing no signs of harboring ambitions for higher status or the throne. This character of concubine Zhao warrants further observation. I must seize opportunities to explore her true intentions. It is imperative to discern the motives and ambitions of those around me, for remaining in the light while my adversaries lurk in the shadows places me at a disadvantage. With this resolve, Jiang Qingqing silently prioritized Han Qingyi in her considerations. First and foremost, it is imperative to suppress the most significant hidden danger. The following morning, Jiang Qingqing remained in a deep slumber, with a little palace made by her bedside urging her to rise. The prince's gentle voice, akin to that of a cat, called her awake, cautious not to offend. Jiang Qingqing, lost in her dreams, turned over, oblivious. Prince Xiao Linting had arrived. The palace maid suddenly turned her head, mentioning a name. In her dreamlike state, Jiang Qingqing perceived a silent message from the Duke of Zhou. Xiao Linting was here. The quilt was abruptly pulled back, and with a spring-like motion, she sat up, her eyes still drowsy, though her head turned instinctively. Get up and dress quickly, or I shall face reprimand again. Though no harsh words were spoken, the disdainful glare bore the weight of a profound psychological blow. Xiao Linting, arriving at the appointed hour, stepped into the room under the guidance of Xinwan, just in time to hear the anxious voice of the little girl. His lowered eyelashes fluttered slightly before he lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the half-transparent screen to confront the small child. He found a flimsy excuse unworthy of his attention. His footsteps halted just behind the screen, one hand resting behind him, his posture straight and commanding. Facing the grand hall entrance, he spoke slowly. Your Highness has risen quite early today. It would not be too late to have breakfast before heading to the Imperial Academy. Yesterday, Tao Sisi had awoken late, and with Xiao Linting taking charge of escorting the little princess to school for the first time, one dared not offend the superior while the other lacked experience in childcare. Consequently, during class, Tao Sisi's stomach had grumbled several times, which she believed she had concealed well. However, she could not escape the keen eyes of the martial uncle. Dressed neatly, Jiang Qingqing emerged from behind the screen, gazing up at Xiao Linting with a radiant smile. Good morning, uncle. Xiao Linting stood still, extending his hand as he had the previous day. Jiang Qingqing instinctively approached, grasping his fingers, and they exited the palace together. The main hall had been prepared with warm congee and side dishes. After taking her seat, Jiang Qingqing first drank several spoonfuls of congee to warm her stomach, then began to savor the small dishes, gradually finishing her bowl. Perhaps her docility exceeded even that of the prince's, as she daintily wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. She looked up to find a rare, gentle smile gracing Xiao Linting's lips. Noticing a grain of rice she had neglected at the corner of her mouth, he reached across the table to gently brush it away. Today's lesson will not be in the classroom, but in the training ground, where you will practice your archery skills. Your Highness, today, you shall learn to ride a pony. As the time approached, Xiao Linting decided to carry the little girl out of Huaning Palace. After a few steps, Jiang Qingqing realized they were not on the usual path to the Imperial Academy. The training ground, as Xiao Linting referred to it, was a vast grassy area to the far right of the Tianqi Palace. However, the young princes were still quite young, with few possessing martial prowess. Therefore, Emperor Qing and Xiao Linting had agreed to add a training course to the Imperial Academy's curriculum. On the expansive lawn, several targets were set up, and both large and small horses were held by palace attendants, grazing on the tender grass. Xiao Linting set down the little girl and turned to inquire about the second prince's discomfort, asking detailed questions. Almost in the span of a few exchanges, when he thought of the little princess again, he found himself alone. He quickly scanned the training ground and soon spotted the pink figure following a tender yellow silhouette. Wherever he went, the little girl remained close. Xiao Linting narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, seemingly assessing what the siblings were discussing, barely registering the few words spoken by the second prince behind him. Your Highness should rest for a while. I shall have the physician come to check your pulse shortly. After hastily bidding farewell to the second prince, Xiao Linting strode towards Jiang Qingqing and the others. Upon arriving at the training ground, Jiang Qingqing immediately followed the figure of her beloved brother with her gaze. Elder brother, the bow's curvature rivals your stature. Can you truly draw it? Jiang Qingqing looked up at Jiang Qingqing, her expression filled with curiosity. Before he could even assume a handsome pose with the bow, his little sister had exposed his intentions. Jiang Qing's face momentarily faltered. Ahem, I merely wished to examine the bow's genuine leather material. Who said I intended to shoot? The boy's hesitant voice silently betrayed his fib, while Jiang Qingqing merely smiled, watching her brother as he attempted to cover for himself. As Xiao Linting approached, he heard Jiang Qingqing's innocent voice. Elder brother, you are so tall. If you cannot focus on your studies, surely you can ride a horse? Why not teach me? Chapter 17. Teetering on the edge of danger, Jiang Qingqing momentarily regarded the horse with a serious expression. Although he struggled with his studies, he retained a remarkable ability to remember various random facts. This must be Uncle's horse, right? Jiang Qingqing mused, impressed by her brother's ability to deduce. Without allowing Jiang Qingqing a chance to resist, she instructed the palace attendants to bring forth another horse. Jiang Qingqing's brows furrowed, showing clear signs of reluctance. Jiang Qingqing noticed his discomfort and couldn't help but chuckle in delight. Xiao Linting gestured for the attendants to bring forward the pony, without uttering a word. Jiang Qingqing naturally reached for his hand, using his strength to grasp the reins with her other hand and clumsily mount the horse. The little girl, with her short limbs, usually appeared unsteady while walking, yet the movement of mounting the horse seemed unexpectedly fluid. Xiao Linting, momentarily taken aback, turned his head slightly to observe Jiang Qingqing. Despite being over 10 years old and showing signs of growth, appeared awkward as he climbed onto the horse. The contrast was striking. Jiang Qingqing, adept at riding, feigned the innocence of a 4-year-old child. Once atop the horse, she gazed at Xiao Linting with her wide, round eyes. Her anxiousness was genuine, yet she masked it with an expression of navet. Xiao Linting placed his hand on her waist, his large hand easily enveloping her small ones. How could Tianqi raise such a short horse? I truly wish to find the horse breeder and inquire how such a breed came to be. The familiar voice of the little girl now resonated effortlessly within Xiao Linting's mind. Is he truly touching my waist? Didn't the elders say children have no waists? I can't even feel it. He wouldn't be touching my backside, would he? Xiao Linting. It was indeed he who had overstepped. There was nothing steadfast about his composure. Upon hearing this thought, he instinctively furrowed his brow. The little girl on horseback suddenly recalled something and turned to look at her guardian. Xiao Linting, almost reflexively, relaxed his brow, adopting a seemingly composed demeanor. Uncle, what is that area enclosed by the tents over there? Jiang Qingqing inquired, her eyes surveying the surroundings, drawn to the conspicuous sight. Xiao Linting glanced in the direction she pointed. A pit had been dug there recently by the Ministry of Works, initially intended for a pavilion. But water had unexpectedly surged forth, leading to the creation of a pond, likely surrounded for repairs. Xiao Linting was well aware of the matters of the previous dynasty, articulating them with clarity. Jiang Qingqing nodded, momentarily lost in thought. As a resident of the inner palace, she was surprisingly uninformed about the recent renovations taking place. How embarrassing. As a little princess of the inner palace, I am woefully out of the loop. Xiao Linting lowered his gaze, meticulously observing Jiang Qingqing's expression, attempting to discern her emotions through her eyes. However, the young princess maintained a calm demeanor, starkly contrasting with the inner dialogue she was engaged in. This surprised Xiao Linting. He had not anticipated that the princess could exhibit a mastery of emotional control that surpassed his own. As they circled the training grounds on horseback, Xiao Linting gradually relaxed his hold on her waist, using only one hand to guide Jiang Qingqing's hands as they rested on the saddle. At the opposite end of the grounds, Jiang Chun leisurely indulged in his own pursuits, while the eldest prince skillfully shot arrows in another direction, and the second prince, mysteriously, had vanished from sight. With the reins now firmly in his hands, Xiao Linting allowed Jiang Qingqing to ride independently, her small hands gripping the saddle as she adeptly adjusted her footing to lessen friction against the stirrups. This sequence of motions was something Xiao Linting had just explained, and to his astonishment, Jiang Qingqing executed them almost immediately. Her ease and comfort left him in awe, especially considering that when he had taught Jiang Chun how to ride, several pairs of trousers had been ruined in the process. In light of this stark contrast, Xiao Linting began to question whether Jiang Chun was truly Jiang Qingqing's biological brother. How could the disparity between siblings be so pronounced? Uncle, is there no specific end time for outdoor lessons? Jiang Qingqing turned to her uncle with curiosity. Xiao Linting instinctively reached out to touch her, a habit formed from his inclination to listen to her thoughts. My backside is numb. If I sit any longer, I won't even be able to sit on a chair tomorrow, she lamented. If you're tired, we can take a break. Would you prefer to walk or ride over? Xiao Linting pondered for a moment before inquiring. He placed his hand back on her waist, feeling as though he could lift her off the horse at any moment. Jiang Qingqing tightened her grip on the saddle, gazing into the distance, and quickly replied, "Let's ride. I need to exceed my exercise quota for today." Xiao Linting paused momentarily, his eyes scanning Jiang Qingqing's round form, which sparked her confusion. She was almost visibly questioning him with a large question mark hovering above her head. "Your Highness, while Tianqi does not advocate for extreme beauty, it is essential to maintain a healthy physique. So, are you implying that I am currently overweight?" She retorted. "However, given your young age, it is not entirely detrimental." I think so too. Indeed, riding a horse was far more comfortable than walking. With Xiao Linting's assistance in dismounting, Jiang Qingqing obediently bid farewell to her uncle and headed towards Jiang Chun. After just a few steps, she noticed the second prince standing beside Jiang Chun, engaged in a hushed conversation, mysteriously gesturing toward the curtain as if sharing a clandestine secret. Intrigued, Jiang Qingqing hurried over, causing both to cease their discussion upon her arrival. Observing the second prince's indifferent expression and Jiang Chen's habitual nose-touching gesture, she felt a sense of unease. It was peculiar for them to be so secretive. Riding cannot be mastered in an instant. "Uncle suggested we take a break," Jiang Qingqing remarked, undeterred by Jiang Chen's attempt to deflect her inquiry. "What were you two discussing? Was it something entertaining? I want to hear it too." Jiang Chun exchanged a glance with the second prince, who was typically reticent, and finally, it was Jiang Chun who spoke. It was nothing, just typical boy talk. "If you're tired, you should rest. The palace servants just brought in some pastries. Go and try them." After saying this, Jiang Chun signaled to the second prince, preparing to leave. Jiang Qingqing was not about to let Jiang Chun escape. "No way. Wherever you're going, I am going too." With that, Jiang Chun hastily dashed forward, as if fearing she would pursue him. The palace attendants observed the two princes' antics, amused by the children's playful escapade. As they departed, the attendants turned to see the little princess standing alone, seemingly abandoned by the princes. evoking feelings of pity as she appeared isolated and neglected. Jiang Qingqing, however, was not convinced that Jiang Qun was genuinely going to change. She merely found it too tiresome to chase after him. Her sharp gaze relentlessly followed Jiang Qin's form. Some attendants, unable to bear the sight of the forlorn princess, approach her gently, suggesting, "Your Highness, why not sit under the umbrella? The sun is quite harsh. You wouldn't want to faint from the heat." Jiang Qingqing nodded in agreement and took a seat on a small stool beneath the shade. Seeing this, the attendants quickly offered her a cup of warm tea. Noticing the princess's unusual lack of energy, they attempted to console her. As she sipped her tea, Jiang Qingqing's mind raced, speculating about the second prince's connection to Jiang Qun that warranted such secrecy, even from a 4-year-old like herself. She dismissed the least likely scenario, that the second prince intended to introduce Jiang Qun to a pretty girl. Just as she was processing this, a palace attendant dashed towards the curtain, amidst a flurry of vibrant palace attire, a steady dark hue standing out among them. Xiao Linting had just reached a secluded area where he was receiving intelligence from his shadow guards when he heard the sound of a splash. Instinctively, his first thought was of Jiang Qingqing, who had recently had a similar mishap. Reacting almost automatically, he moved towards the curtain, conjuring various scenarios in his mind. Perhaps Jiang Qun had playfully led the princess to the pond's edge. Without a second thought, he plunged into the water to rescue the splashing figure. Jiang Qingqing arrived a moment too late, standing at the pond's edge, watching Xiao Linting descend into the water. Steadying herself, she quickly scanned her surroundings. The second prince appeared horrified, stepping back in shock, seemingly intimidated by the unfolding rescue. This pond had only recently been excavated, and the muddy surroundings revealed several disordered footprints, some leading towards the pond, and others trailing away erratically. One could only surmise that this individual was the true culprit. In a departure from his typically reserved nature, the second prince frantically gestured towards Jiang Qingqing. "Sister, you must believe me. I did not push him. I swear. I truly did not." The sudden reversal of footprints vanished the moment she turned her head. Someone had erased them. That person was still nearby. Jiang Qingqing's trembling hands tightened into fists. This was an intolerable affront. How dare they destroy evidence before her very eyes? As she stood at the curtain's edge, poised to express her outrage, Han Qingyi suddenly parted the curtain, rushing towards her, breathless as if he had sprinted from afar. Has someone fallen into the water? Although he arrived late, his expression was fraught with concern, brows furrowed. Yet, Jiang Qingqing could clearly perceive the cold indifference in his eyes. Her gaze quickly dropped to the muddy ground at his feet. The area was strewn with dirt, but if one tread lightly, it was possible to avoid splattering mud. However, the visible stains on Han Qingyi's robe were undeniable. This mud pierced Jiang Qingqing's eyes like a dagger. The two hostages from Li country possessed an audacity that defied belief, daring to strike against members of the royal family not once, but twice within the confines of the Tianqi palace. The grievances of the past and present solidified in Jiang Qingqing's mind as she vowed never to forget the misdeeds of the two siblings. This blood feud must be avenged. She will ensure that the innocent child, merely 4 years old, receives justice. Additionally, she is determined to protect Jiang Qun and his sister from further torment by the Han siblings. The pond, fortunately, is not very deep. As Xiao Linting drew closer, he realized that the person he had assumed it to be was not so. Without hesitation, he seized Jiang Qun by the scruff of his neck, lifting him slightly before making his way to the shore. The palace attendants hurriedly took over, assisting one another, some carrying the second prince to a safe and stable location, while others rushed to summon the physicians, resulting in an atmosphere of utter chaos. Amidst this, no one noticed the dazed second prince or the gleam of malicious glee in Han Qingyi's eyes. Chapter 19. The culprit Xiao Linting stood at the edge of the pond, accepting a clean handkerchief from a palace attendant to wipe his face. His gaze, sharp and frigid, fell upon the second prince on the bank. He then glanced past him, observing the frail figure distant from the pond. He paused briefly, handing the handkerchief to a nearby attendant before striding towards Jiang Qingqing. Sensing someone approaching, Jiang Qingqing lowered her head, concealing the tempest of fury within her eyes. Alone in a foreign land, She bore the unjust burden of an innocent child, while the true culprit brazenly acted before her. A sudden wave of helplessness engulfed her, obliterating all rational thought. Tears welled in her eyes, and her delicate apricot orbs appeared frail and vulnerable. "Do not be afraid, Your Highness." The third prince merely choked on water and fainted. There is no threat to his life. Xiao Linting, soaked to the skin, hesitated to touch the little princess with his wet hands for fear of transferring the chill to her. Jiang Qingqing gazed down, tears splattering onto the ground. Noticing her distress, Xiao Linting surmised that this scene had stirred memories of her past shadows. The sight of the once vibrant little girl, now rendered helpless and fragile, struck a deep chord in his heart. He crouched down to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze, wiped his hands dry, and gently brushed away the tears adorning her cherubic face. "With loyal subjects present, the third prince shall come to no harm." Jiang Qingqing, startled by his gesture, blinked in surprise, her eyelashes glistening with tears. She lifted her eyes, revealing a clarity marred by vulnerability. "Uncle, I am still so frightened. With so many malicious eyes fixed upon us, do they truly wish to extinguish the princess, the apple of the emperor's eye?" Xiao Linting felt a heaviness settle in his heart, though he maintained a gentle facade, casting a soothing gaze upon Jiang Qingqing. "I shall protect both you and the third prince." The sincerity and earnestness in his eyes warmed Jiang Qingqing's heart, prompting her to step closer and wrap her tiny arms around his neck, her fluffy head nestling against him. "Will you keep your word, uncle?" Jiang Qingqing seemed to inquire of both him and herself. Trusting anyone is less reliable than trusting oneself. Xiao Linting had anticipated the depth of her sensitivity. The soft, warm sensation of her small frame softened his heart further. He disregarded his own dampness and simply aimed to comfort the frightened child. "I will keep my word. If you doubt it, time will bear witness to my promise." "Very well. I trust you. I also trust myself." Jiang Qingqing spoke softly, and Xiao Linting decided to lift her into his arms. He parted the curtain and stepped outside, finding that the chaotic scene had dissipated. Due to the incident, the attendants had taken Jiang Shun to the prince's residence, while the imperial physicians headed there to assess the situation. "Where has she gone?" Xiao Linting furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing look at the attendants around him. As they felt the intensity of his presence diminish, they lowered their heads, and one bolder attendant spoke up. "Her Highness said she was worried about the third prince and went ahead to the prince's residence." Without delay, Xiao Linting made his way to the prince's residence. Upon his arrival, Empress Su had already received news and hurried over. The child was nestled in her arms, pouting in a manner that conveyed deep grievance, a stark contrast to her earlier fragility. Noticing the presence of women from the harem, Xiao Linting hesitated momentarily. Yet his concern for Jiang Qingqing compelled him to step further inside. Empress Su gently soothed the startled Jiang Qingqing, cradling her and softly patting her back while reassuring her that the third prince had not suffered serious harm, only fainted from shock. Yet, Jiang Qingqing maintained a woeful demeanor, prompting the Empress's heart to soften, leaving her oblivious to Xiao Linting's arrival. "Your Majesty should check on the third prince. I will take care of the princess," Xiao Linting suggested, stepping forward. Empress Su looked up at him, momentarily taken aback by the maturity evident in the young man's demeanor. "Very well. I shall entrust her to you." After a moment's thought, she relinquished Jiang Qingqing and proceeded to the inner chamber to check on Jiang Chen's condition. With Empress Su absent, Jiang Qingqing felt no need to feign distress. She preserved her fighting spirit, preparing to seek an audience with the emperor to express her fears, while also requesting that Jiang Chun remain by her side at all times. News of Jiang Chun's fall into the water rapidly spread throughout the palace, and soon, concubine Zhao, accompanied by others, hastily made her way to the prince's residence. Seeing Xiao Linting seated properly within, cradling a cherubic child, concubine Zhao approached Jiang Qingqing. "Your Highness, are you frightened?" she inquired with concern, noticing Jiang Qingqing's discomfort. "The pond at the training grounds is not very deep. Do not worry. The third prince is certainly unharmed." Upon concubine Zhao's arrival, Jiang Qingqing tightened her grip on Xiao Linting's clothing. "Another visitor? Should I act or not?" "Perhaps I should perform. Let us see how it goes." Your Grace, you cannot imagine how deep that pond appears. The second prince stood right at its edge. My royal brother, so attuned to danger, would never accidentally fall in, Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, her facade shattering as she began to sob. The transformation from calm to tears took Xiao Linting by surprise. Had he not heard her earlier thoughts, he would have struggled to understand her whimsical mind. Concubine Zhao, caught off guard by the princess's outburst, grew flustered, her delicate features betraying a rare sense of panic. She instinctively glanced at Xiao Linting for guidance. Chapter 20. The self-cultivation of a thespian. Xiao Linting calmly cradled Jiang Qingqing, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder, perfectly blocking concubine Zhao's view. He then turned his attention to her, speaking with surprising composure. The princess was startled today. I hope your grace can be understanding. It seemed that the mention of the second prince had caught her attention. The second prince? Jiang Qingqing turned, her tear-filled eyes meeting concubine Zhao's, nodding earnestly. Sometimes, some matters are best left unsaid. As expected, concubine Zhao's expression grew momentarily grave. The princess' residence was unusually bustling. The physicians took turns monitoring the preparation of calming medicine, while the empress herself had come to care for the third prince. Even a usually reclusive concubine, who seldom left the palace to bake pastries, had arrived to visit the third prince. With the two most esteemed women present, the courtyard was nearly overflowing with attendants. Fortunately, under careful supervision, Jiang Qingqing gradually began to awaken. The parties involved have regained consciousness, making it much easier to pose inquiries. However, concubine Zhao anxiously inquired if, aside from the second prince, there were any others present. Jiang Qingqing shook his head and simply stated that they were merely curious about what lay within the pond, oblivious to any happenings behind them. This exchange swiftly reached the ears of a young emperor, Emperor Qing, carrying the rumor that the second prince had allegedly pushed the third prince into the water. Soon, Emperor Qing summoned the second prince to Tianqi Palace. Startled, concubine Zhao hurriedly shifted her focus, attempting to plead for the second prince in Tianqi Palace. After her departure, Jiang Qingqing entered the room, where Empress Su appeared considerably somber, yet she managed to ease her frown upon seeing the princess. Jiang Qingqing half sat up, his complexion still somewhat pallid, but certainly better than being unconscious from drowning. Observing the third prince's condition, Jiang Qingqing's heart was filled with lingering dread. The thought of the narrowly escaped Han Qingyi ignited a surge of anger within her towards the hostages of Li Nation. Did I frighten you when I fainted? Jiang Qingqing noticed his sister's arrival, and in contrast to the tall figure of Xiao Linting, his little sister appeared diminutive, her eyes still red from crying, which softened Jiang Qing's heart. He suddenly reflected on his previous indifference towards her, feeling a twinge of shame. Jiang Qingqing approached the bedside, genuinely concerned that Jiang Qingqing might suffer lingering effects from water. She extended her small hand, but before she could grasp his, he quickly held hers instead. Brother, do not be afraid. We shall not bear this injustice. Let father find the true culprit, Jiang Qingqing earnestly declared. Though her sincerity was genuine to Jiang Qingqing, it appeared as if his young sister was doing her utmost to comfort him. He immediately felt a surge of determination. He could not afford to remain idle. His sister had previously mentioned that they were the only family left in the palace, and if anything were to happen to him, how could his young sister endure the teachings of the esteemed professors at the guise alone? He must strive to improve. Empress Su observed the warmth of the sibling bond with immense satisfaction. Just as she contemplated granting them some private space, servants from Tianqi Palace entered the room. Your Majesty, this servant brings an edict from His Majesty, requesting the princess to come to Tianqi Palace for questioning. With Emperor Qing's envoy arriving, Jiang Qingqing recognized this as an opportunity to showcase her grievances. She quickly released Jiang Qing's hand, leaping off the bed, ready to accompany them to Tianqi Palace. Still enveloped in the tender atmosphere of sibling reliance, Jiang Qingqing was taken aback as his sister abruptly pulled away, watching her eager figure. Xiao Linting suppressed a smile, patting Jiang Qing's shoulder. Although he could sense Jiang Qing's confusion, he could not hear his thoughts. Rest well. Do not think of your studies today, he advised, adopting a mentor's demeanor. He soon withdrew his hand and followed Jiang Qingqing out. Empress Su considered leaving a trusted maid to attend to the third prince's needs before hastily exiting. As Jiang Qingqing accompanied the servants of Tianqi Palace, fatigue quickly set in. Thinking of the palace's central location, she felt weary and couldn't help but look up at her uncle, who was holding her hand. Is it inappropriate to act spoiled in this moment? Xiao Linting instinctively tightened his grip. Unaware, Jiang Qingqing appeared outwardly fragile while internally feeling aggrieved. But Tianqi Palace is so far away. We learned to ride today, and I'm exhausted. I feel like I won't have the strength to feign tears when we arrive. Xiao Linting gazed down at the little girl, her serious demeanor making him ponder for a moment. You have exerted yourself too much today. Allow me to carry you. When Empress Su hurriedly approached, she witnessed Xiao Linting already cradling Jiang Qingqing, who obediently rested her head on his shoulder, seemingly lost in thought. Observing her diminished liveliness stirred a wave of maternal affection within Empress Su. The three of them walked silently toward Tianqi Palace until the gates came into view, at which point Jiang Qingqing perked up. All right, time for me to showcase my full dramatic flair. Charge ahead. Xiao Linting mused, unaware of the depth of his little niece's character. Before entering the main hall, they spotted the second prince kneeling as punishment in the courtyard. His 10-year-old frame stubbornly kneeling to one side, appearing quite pitiful at first glance. Empress Su, embodying the authority of the palace, radiated maternal warmth as she approached to comfort the second prince. Meanwhile, Xiao Linting remained focused ahead, indifferent to the kneeling figure beside him. He entered the main hall, where he soon heard concubine Zhao's gentle voice. Your Majesty, please believe me. The second prince has always been a reserved child. How could he harm his own kin? Her voice was sincere, laced with a touch of playful reproach. Startled, Xiao Linting quickly raised his free hand, covering Jiang Qingqing's ears to shield her from inappropriate words. Although Jiang Qingqing appeared to be a naive 4-year-old, her mind was far more astute. She admired concubine Zhao's attempts to navigate difficulties using her charm, recognizing that those who can leverage their strengths are already ahead of others. The eunuch stationed at the door, noticing Xiao Linting carrying the princess, summoned the courage to announce their presence. After a brief rustle within, Xiao Linting frowned, stepping back with Jiang Qingqing to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. After a while, the eunuch finally permitted them to enter. Concubine Zhao, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, averted her gaze from Xiao Linting and Jiang Qingqing before finally stating, I take my leave. Once concubine Zhao departed, Jiang Qingqing slipped from her uncle's embrace and approached Emperor Qing, her round almond eyes instantly filling with tears. Father, today I almost lost my dear brother. Her heart-wrenching sobs tugged at Emperor Qing's heartstrings. He quickly gathered her into his arms, whispering soothing words. You have only one brother, the third prince, who shares your blood. You cannot be without him, my dear. With her small hands clutching the emperor's robes, her head buried deep within the fabric, she struggled to produce a few tears, crying softly. Jiang Qingqing lamented about her soul brother and how pitiable Jiang Shan was, painting a picture of their sibling bond as tragically dire. If Emperor Qing had nearly been swayed by concubine Zhao's beauty earlier, he was now awakened by Jiang Qingqing's heartfelt grievances. He had previously dispatched trusted aides to inquire about the palace attendants present during the incident. While their accounts differed, they unanimously testified that the second prince had led the third prince behind the curtains, and even when the princess had inquired if she could accompany the third prince, several servants had witnessed him state that he was going to change with the second prince. Such discrepancies between excuse and action were evidently suspicious. Emperor Qing understood that this matter likely involved the second prince, yet he was acutely aware that conflicts among royal siblings were a grave taboo, a fact that further fueled his displeasure. As Jiang Qingqing poured out her grievances, this matter was firmly established. The second prince was confined to the prince's residence for reflection for half a month, and this was largely due to Jiang Qingqing's influence. She depicted the desolation of the prince's residence and expressed her frailty, longing for her brother's companionship. Eventually, the emperor decided to have Jiang Chan move out of the prince's residence, allowing the third prince to reside with Jiang Qingqing in Huaning Palace. It could be said that Jiang Chan was able to leave the prince's residence and live with his beloved younger sister due to the grace of Jiang Qingqing. For Jiang Qingqing, This turn of events provided an unexpected opportunity amid adversity. She had always worried about Jiang Qing's naive and carefree existence in the prince's residence. Should he encounter any misfortune, timely assistance could not be guaranteed. It was only by having Jiang Qing close by that Jiang Qingqing felt at ease. Jiang Qing's status transformed from that of an ordinary prince to the cherished elder brother of Jiang Qingqing, which elevated his standing significantly. As the days passed at the National Academy, Jiang Qingqing maintained her vigilance against Han Qingyi. Yet he adhered to decorum so meticulously that she could find no flaws in his conduct. During the days of monitoring Han Qingyi while protecting Jiang Qing, Jiang Qingqing's first birthday since her arrival in this world approached, the original owner's 5th birthday. The preparations for Princess Tianqi Dunming's birthday had commenced 2 months prior, allowing ample time for meticulous arrangements. On the day of the celebration, the Tianqi Palace was bustling with an unprecedented liveliness. To emphasize the importance of Jiang Qingqing's birthday, Empress Su specifically permitted officials of the 5th rank and above, along with their families, to enter the palace for the banquet, and even invited numerous young ladies from noble families to celebrate alongside the Dunming princess. Although Jiang Qingqing was not awakened at dawn for elaborate preparations. From the break of day, courtiers began delivering gifts from various officials to the side hall of Huaning Palace. As Jiang Qingqing passed through the courtyard towards the main hall, she was fortunate enough to witness this splendid scene. However, before she could take in the sight fully, Xinjuan swiftly scooped her up and hurried her along to the main hall. The guests who personally came to Huaning Palace to celebrate her birthday were all either affluent or noble. Xinjuan had been reminded several times by the Empress's chief, made to ensure they were not late. Despite her haste, Jiang Qingqing arrived a tad late. When the bewildered Jiang Qingqing entered the main hall, she was momentarily speechless at the sight of the multitude present. This was the second time she directly felt the affection showered upon this little princess by Tianqi. The room was filled with ladies of rank, all adorned in their ceremonial attire, warmly smiling at her. The foremost among them, a middle-aged woman, stood and nodded respectfully towards Jiang Qingqing. "May your highness enjoy peace and safety on your birthday," she said. With those words, the entire room joined in a chorus of blessings for Jiang Qingqing. After a brief pause, she descended from Xinjuan's arms, standing on the ground as she quickly assessed the most important person in the room. She approached the leading lady and smiled, saying, "Thank you, beautiful aunties, for your blessings." Her words, sweet and melodious, radiated an endearing innocence. Her lively and cheerful demeanor effortlessly lifted the spirits of those around her, even softening the expressions of the usually stoic ladies. "Now that you are 5, do you have any wishes for your birthday gift?" they inquired. "I do. I hope Tianqi remains prosperous and peaceful, allowing for the nurturing of Qingqing." Jiang Qingqing was adept at navigating such social gatherings, effortlessly expressing grand sentiments without a second thought. Chapter 22. The 5th birthday, every word from the little princess was imbued with considerations for Tianqi, making her appear a charming and obedient little darling in the eyes of the ladies. They laughed and played with her, and Jiang Qingqing skillfully engaged with them, complimenting their finest features, which in turn made even the most aloof of them unable to resist teasing her. After about half an hour, the grand arrival of Empress Su was announced, prompting the ladies to rise and greet her. The Empress, having just concluded matters with the Emperor, immediately made her way to Huaning Palace. Upon seeing Jiang Qingqing surrounded by the usually stern ladies, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, recognizing that the atmosphere was less awkward than she had feared. Aside from the officials from the capital, ambassadors from neighboring countries had also arrived under the guise of friendly relations. Upon hearing the mention of a neighboring nation, Jiang Qingqing's first thought was of that troublesome Li kingdom. "Mother, I have a question," she said softly, tugging at the Empress's splendid robes. The Empress nodded for her to continue. "If the envoy from Li kingdom arrives, will the 2 hostages be released?" The Empress scrutinized Jiang Qingqing's face while tidying her slightly disheveled hair, gently explaining, according to protocol, they should be released. However, due to a recent incident involving Princess Han of Li Kingdom, they are currently prohibited from meeting, unless the envoy from Li Kingdom requests to see their princess. We will not make any such demands. Jiang Qingqing felt a weight in her heart upon hearing this. The middle-aged lady who had spoken earlier was Madame Su, the wife of the esteemed Minister Su, holding a high rank among the ladies. Upon seeing only Jiang Qingqing, a little girl, in the hall, she was reminded of the palace's past scenes and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Jiang Qingqing quickly set aside her concerns. Who is Princess Qiang? She wondered, but another lady soon provided her with the answer. Jiang Qingqing's memories of the original owner were quite hazy, and she vaguely recalled the existence of an elder sister named Qiang, though her reasons for leaving the capital remained unclear. Empress Su, seated in the main position, darkened her gaze upon hearing the mention of the royal tomb, warning the two ladies solemnly, "We should be cautious on the princess's birthday." "Yes, your majesty." Madame Su quickly hushed her words, ceasing to discuss the matter. A moment of icy tension fell in the hall, but it was soon shattered by the arrival of the noble concubine. In the palace, there was only one noble concubine, Lady Xiao. The mention of Xiao concubine reminded Jiang Qingqing of the recent incident where Jiang Chun had fallen into the water, and the second prince had been made to take the blame. It was said that he had fainted within half a day of kneeling in the Tianqi palace, leading Xiao concubine to display her maternal love by fainting as well. This pair of mother and son had endured considerable grievances, and Xiao concubine had refrained from appearing in public for several days. This was Jiang Qingqing's first glimpse of Xiao concubine since the incident. On this grand occasion, Xiao concubine appeared radiant and resplendent, adorned with exquisite jewels. Jiang Qingqing immediately noticed the exquisite golden crown atop her head, marveling at the richness of a lady from a prestigious family. Today, Xiao concubine showed no signs of fatigue. Her carefully arranged makeup lent her a gentle elegance, though the opulence surrounding her still seemed a touch ostentatious. As Xiao concubine entered, her gaze quickly fell upon the ladies, landing on Madame Su. "What a lively gathering. What were you discussing just now?" Empress Su gracefully took over the conversation, seamlessly shifting the topic back to Jiang Qingqing's birthday wishes, praising her academic accomplishments at the National Academy. Zhao Guifei let out a gentle sigh, gazing at the petite Jiang Qingqing with a warm smile in her eyes. "Speaking of birthday gifts, I have brought one for you, Your Highness. I wonder if you will like it." As she spoke, Zhao Guifei raised her hand, prompting the palace maid outside to hurriedly enter, cradling a fluffy white bundle. At first glance, Jiang Qingqing thought it was some sort of fur, but upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a plump little kitten, not yet a year old. A cat. As a devoted cat enthusiast, Jiang Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. In the Tianqi palace, keeping cats and dogs was permitted, and no one shunned such creatures, so it was not uncommon for a few cats to reside within the palace. "I am unsure if Your Highness will like this little one. It was discovered in the Imperial Garden a few days ago. Seeing it so young, I couldn't bear to let it roam freely in the palace, so I decided to take it in. If Your Highness likes it, perhaps you could keep it?" However, Empress Su, upon seeing the little white kitten, did not openly resist, but nevertheless reached out to stop the head maid from presenting the kitten to Jiang Qingqing. "This cat is notoriously difficult to tame, and given Your Highness's tender age, it would be unwise to entrust such a creature to you. Should any mishap occur, it would be regrettable. It is best to keep it in the Guifei's palace for now, until it is settled down. When Your Highness is older and more capable, you may take it." With that, she instructed the maid to take the kitten away. Zhao Guifei maintained her amiable demeanor, merely smiling and taking a step back. "In that case, I shall nurture the kitten properly and present it to Your Highness at a later time." The tension dissipated quickly, and soon it was time for the birthday banquet in the main hall. The ladies of Huaning Palace all made their way toward the front hall, surrounding Jiang Qingqing. She quickly dismissed the events in Huaning Palace from her mind, for the true excitement lay not there, but in the grand hall of Tianqi, the main venue for today's festivities. She was particularly curious about the envoys from the Li Kingdom. The grand hall, with its lofty beams, housed for banquet tables, yet did not feel empty or overcrowded. It subtly conveyed the prosperity and strength of the Tianqi nation. As Jiang Qingqing entered, the palace attendants carefully escorted the esteemed little princess to the elevated platform. The highest seat was reserved for the Emperor and Empress of Tianqi, with the princes on the left and Jiang Qingqing on the right. next to an empty seat that piqued her curiosity. Upon seeing his beloved daughter arrive, the emperor's face lit up with joy, and the hall erupted in cheers as the courtiers raised their goblets, toasting to the birthday of the little princess and extolling the might of Tianqi. The expressions of the two neighboring envoys were difficult to read, caught between joy and displeasure. The envoy closest to the platform wore attire reminiscent of Tianqi, likely representing the Li kingdom, while the other envoy, with his bushy beard and pronounced features, appeared distinctly foreign, likely from the lesser-known Xiang kingdom. Jiang Qingqing found herself intrigued by this envoy, unable to resist observing and analyzing his every movement. As she did so, a sudden gust of wind swept by her, accompanied by a faint scent of cedar, prompting her to turn her head instinctively. To her surprise, she found Xiao Linting, who seemed unperturbed by her presence, as if accustomed to seeing the little princess. As he settled onto the stool beside her, he caught the look of astonishment in her eyes. "What is the matter, Your Highness?" he inquired, unable to hide his curiosity. Jiang Qingqing had presumed that a royal of his stature would occupy a lower seat, so she was taken aback to find him seated at a higher level. It appeared that her understanding of her imperial uncle's status required reevaluation. "I'm delighted to see you on my birthday, Uncle," she beamed, her sweet smile radiating warmth as she spoke kindly. Xiao Linting brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her face, his fingers gently grazing her hairdo. "I suppose it is rather fortuitous that you are also attending the banquet," he mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Since today is your birthday, do you have any wishes you would like to make?" he asked patiently, engaging her in conversation. Jiang Qingqing blinked her large, round eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Why is it customary to inquire about gifts on someone else's birthday? I want the stars from the sky. Perhaps someone could pluck one for me?" she replied, her contentment evident. Surrounded by the love of her parents and brothers, as well as her uncle, she felt truly fulfilled. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Linting observed her with a knowing gaze, recognizing the disparity between her words and her heart. After a moment of contemplation, he kindly advised, "Your Highness, only those who speak sincerely will receive their sweets." For a brief moment, her smile faltered, caught off guard by the deeper meaning behind his words. Before she could ponder it further, the emperor began his opening remarks, reflecting on his daughter's growth with heartfelt sentiments as her father. His affectionate display of paternal pride was unmistakable. Once his grand declaration concluded, the ministers and noble ladies took turns extending their birthday blessings to Jiang Qingqing. Given her tender age, the toasts were primarily for her, with her holding a teacup while they raised their goblets, expressing their congratulations. Jiang Qingqing sipped her tea in thanks, enjoying the attention. Xiao Linting initially observed silently, but as he poured her a second cup, he began to frown slightly. Gradually, as the noble ladies continued to offer their toasts, Xiao Linting would gently press down on Jiang Qingqing's hand with one hand while using the other to shield her from the onslaught of toasts. Delighted at not having to drink, Jiang Qingqing set her teacup down, her focus shifting to the array of fruits and pastries before her. It would be a shame not to indulge in such delicacies. Just as she reached for a piece of fruit, a long hand appeared, plucking a grape from the table. She followed the hand upward, finding Xiao Linting calmly peeling the grape, listening to the noble ladies while skillfully removing the skin and seeds, presenting her with two halves. "How fortunate I am!" Jiang Qingqing exclaimed as she accepted the grape and popped it into her mouth. Xiao Linting was momentarily taken aback by her eagerness, but he continued to peel grapes. As the noble ladies concluded their toasts, the birthday banquet reached its midpoint, with the emperor and empress still presiding over the proceedings. Jiang Qingqing, feeling comfortably indulgent, leaned against her uncle, who was peeling grapes beside her. "Oh, uncle, you are so gentle and considerate. I wonder which young lady will be fortunate enough to become my sister-in-law." Xiao Linting's hand paused momentarily, and he turned to look at Jiang Qingqing, who was engrossed in her grapes. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and ultimately sighed inwardly, deciding not to take the innocent words of a child too seriously. As the banquet continued, the envoys from both kingdoms were expected to present their congratulatory gifts to the Tianqi princess. Jiang Qingqing could not help but sit up straight, her gaze scrutinizing the envoy sent from the Li kingdom. Though they appeared compliant, she understood that the once mighty Li kingdom, a leader among the three realms, would undoubtedly resist submission beneath the banner of Tianqi. The gifts presented by the envoys of both nations were quite lavish, yet her interest lay elsewhere, primarily focused on the words of the Li envoy. As the latter part of the banquet grew increasingly tedious, Jiang Qingqing crafted an excuse to take Xian outside the grand hall for a change of attire. The urgency of nature beckoned, as she had consumed copious amounts of water, and her metabolism was pushing her to seek relief. Once Jiang Qingqing had addressed her pressing need, she leisurely stood at the doorway, exhaling softly. Chapter 24. The iceberg of a great ally. The atmosphere within the grand hall was overwhelmingly noisy, lulling one into a stupor. The melodious strains of music and dance drifted outwards, reaching her even as she passed the imperial garden. Suddenly, a woman's weeping voice shattered the harmonious ambience. Xian's spirits lifted, her instinct to protect the young princess kicking in, yet she saw Jiang Qingqing turn towards the direction of the garden. "Hush! Do not make a sound." Jiang Qingqing anticipated Xian's urge to speak, preemptively placing a finger to her lips, whispering softly. Ignoring the caution, Jiang Qingqing stealthily made her way toward the garden. Xian, her curiosity piqued like a cat's, worried for the young princess's safety but dared not intervene, following closely behind. As the night breeze gently caressed her, Jiang Qingqing crouched in the bushes, her petite form effectively concealed. Although she could not see the unfolding situation, the quietness heightened the prominence of the sobbing voice. "My lord, please show mercy to this servant." The voice was delicate, with a lilting cadence that was utterly enchanting. "Which palace do you belong to?" A man's voice suddenly broke in. Jiang Qingqing held her breath, straining to discern the unfamiliar tone. The woman's voice trembled, revealing her fright. Her sobs mingled with gasps for air, conveying a sense of vulnerability. "I am from Jingren Palace, beside the Defay, my lord. How could he appear here?" The rustle of garments and the sound of a hairpin clattering to the ground echoed in the tumult. Jiang Qingqing listened intently, her heart sinking at the realization that within every palace, behind the facade of lavish banquets, lurked individuals engaging in clandestine affairs. A sudden noise shattered the stillness, and Jiang Qingqing widened her eyes, casting a reproachful glance at the ineffectual Xian. "Handle her, then investigate Jingren Palace," a youthful voice commanded, tinged with the raspy timbre of adolescence, resolute and unwavering. In shock, Jiang Qingqing forgot to hunch down, abruptly straightening up to peek through the foliage. She beheld a disheveled woman kneeling on the ground, and beside her stood Xiao Linting, his expression frigid. "Your Highness." Xiao Linting had sensed the presence of two individuals in the garden, but the palace maid before him proved to be a troublesome distraction. He intended to manage this troublesome woman before delving deeper into the mystery. However, the maid suddenly lost her composure. He darkened his expression, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards the agitated direction, only to find the solitary figure of a small child standing on the path of the garden. Her wide eyes filled with astonishment and fear. The shadowy guards swiftly drew their daggers, promptly silencing the reacting maid. Xiao Linting quickly moved to shield Jiang Qingqing from view, stepping in front of her. In an instant, the maid's initial whimpers faded into silence, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. In the female-dominant empire, where treachery reigned over open conflict, Jiang Qingqing had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Though her sight was obscured, her vivid imagination could not help but conjure images of the woman's demise. A shiver coursed through her small frame. Before she could voice her inquiry, a large hand covered her eyes, its warmth enveloping her trembling form. "So, have I unwittingly stumbled upon the palace's secrets? This uncle of mine wields such power, capable of dealing with a maid of status so ruthlessly." Xiao Linting observed, "Your Highness, your reaction is unusual. Shouldn't you be afraid?" Though her body trembled, Jiang Qingqing clutched his fingers delicately, tilting her head slightly to reveal her glistening eyes. They sparkled like stars, filled with wonder rather than fear. Jiang Qingqing feigned innocence, her eyes wide as she spoke mischievously. "Uncle, I seem to have lost my way. Where am I?" Seeing her demeanor, Xiao Linting felt uncertain about how much the child had perceived. Once he assessed that the guards had nearly cleared the scene, he bent down to scoop Jiang Qingqing into his arms, his hand pressing gently against the back of her head to shield her from further sight. With her compliance, Jiang Qingqing allowed her uncle to carry her out of the garden. Observe this commanding presence. Witness the authority that dictates the realm. If I do not cling to this great ally now, when shall I? Oh dear, it is so dark, I am so scared. I need my uncle's embrace to feel safe. Jiang Qingqing nestled against his chest, her small voice tinged with lingering fear. Were it not for Xiao Linting's ability to hear her thoughts, he might have been deceived by her innocent facade. Reluctant to shatter her pretenses, he resigned himself to allow her to play the delicate, fragile role. To cling to power, one must possess a clear understanding. I am now but an accessory to my uncle. Cradling this small dilemma, Xiao Linting raised a wine cup to toast with the emperor, his movements momentarily faltering. The emperor, noticing Xiao Linting's unusual demeanor, cast a glance at the soft bundle in his arms. Though he bore a look of resignation, he did not express disapproval. Instead, he jested, "It seems that Qingqing clings to you more than her 3 brothers. Were one unaware, they might think she is your sister, haha." Chapter 25. You double-standard uncle. This offhand jest from the emperor caused those with discerning ears to sense a slight shift in the atmosphere. For a moment, the palace buzzed with more life than during the banquet. Nestled comfortably in Xiao Linting's embrace, Jiang Qingqing had long succumbed to the enchanting noise and drifted into slumber. Xiao Linting contemplated asking the head, maid beside the princess, to take her away, but as he looked down at the child in his arms, he found her already cozily nestled against his chest, her chubby face pressed against him, slightly squished yet undeterred in her adorable, sound sleep. As expected, upon noticing the movement of his hand, she stirred. Xiao Linting, still a boy of merely 15 or 16, found himself cradling the now 5-year-old Jiang Qingqing, who was not insignificant in size. Xian, observing the young prince holding the plump princess, did not worry for the princess's discomfort. Rather, she was concerned whether the young prince would struggle to carry her halfway through. Should Jiang Qingqing hear this thought, she would likely be incensed. However, as she stood bleary-eyed at the door, she spotted a straight-backed youth holding the slumbering child, gazing forward and entirely oblivious to the 3rd prince who had emerged unexpectedly. Jiang Chun mused, by the heavens, he must still be half asleep. How could he even dream of his uncle? As he gradually regained consciousness and prepared to visit his sister's chamber to discern the situation, he stepped into the sleeping quarters, barely noticing how the figure on the bed had lain down. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt a gust of wind before he was unceremoniously expelled from the room. Xiao Linting, with a stern tone, admonished him, stating that one should not casually enter a woman's private chamber. Standing at the entrance, he observed the 3rd prince outside, whose expression was one of shock. Upon recognizing the individual at the door, Jiang Chun involuntarily shivered. Perhaps it was the remnants of sleep that emboldened him, as he pointed at his royal uncle and exclaimed, "But uncle, you brought someone inside. I am Jiang Qingqing's elder brother. What is there to prevent me from entering?" Xiao Linting glanced at the palace attendants attending to the little princess, then furrowed his brow as he exited the room, decisively closing the door behind him. He firmly grasped Jiang Chun by the collar and tossed him toward the entrance of his own chamber. Looking down at the bewildered 3rd prince, he frowned and earnestly corrected his understanding. "Your Highness is still quite young, yet it is imperative to comprehend the distinctions between men and women. You should retire early. Tomorrow is the National Academy's assessment, and it is essential for you to be adequately prepared." With that, Xiao Linting calmly adjusted the creases in his attire that Jiang Qingqing had wrinkled and gracefully departed from Huaning Palace, leaving a fully awakened Jiang Chun at the doorway, his eyes brimming with resentment. How infuriating! The drowsiness he had so painstakingly cultivated was shattered by his uncle's casual reminder. Sleep eluded him completely. In the adjacent chamber, Jiang Qingqing slept soundly through the night, devoid of dreams until the dawn. Upon waking the next day, she found Xian standing by her bedside, her face drawn with worry, startling Jiang Qingqing, who instinctively recoiled. "Xian, why are you standing at my bedside so early? Are you guarding my spirit?" Jiang Qingqing asked, still somewhat dazed from her slumber. Kneeling at the edge of the bed, Xian endeavored to match the princess's gaze and spoke softly, "Your Highness, I witnessed the prince secretly execute a palace maid yesterday. Do you think the prince might also dispose of me in such a manner? Will I still be able to serve you tomorrow? This incident had rendered Xin sleepless throughout the night. She was distressed. She had yet to fulfill her duties to the princess and witness her grow into adulthood. She could not be summarily executed without cause. Jiang Qingqing, still in a haze, blinked a few times to process Xin's words. Wasn't serving in Jingren Palace quite satisfactory? Why strive to gain favor with the royal uncle? Could this be the influence of the noble consort? The events had unfolded so abruptly yesterday, and with Xiao Linting's swift intervention, Jiang Qingqing had not taken the time to ponder the implications. Now, with Xin's mention, she began to pay attention to the seemingly uneventful Jingren Palace. While feigning comfort to Xin, she yawned and rose from her bed. Do not worry, I diverted the royal uncle's attention yesterday. He surely had no time to concern himself with you. Moreover, you are my chief maid. If you were to vanish without a trace, my father would ensure justice for you. Jiang Qingqing continued to yawn frequently, glancing at her now tidy appearance before waving her hand with a smile. Rest assured, you are safe. With that, she left Xin behind and stepped out of her chamber. Bright sunlight spilled onto the ground, casting shadows from the eaves. As Jiang Qingqing stepped into the sunlight, the radiant beams illuminated her contemplative expression. In this vast palace, it would be unwise to claim that everyone treated her with utmost kindness. Human nature is complex, and even the closest maidservants may not be entirely sincere. The warm sunshine enveloped Jiang Qingqing, dispelling the tumult within her heart. Her gaze fell upon the slender figure of a youth at the courtyard entrance, whose demeanor exuded calmness and poise. The little girl's previously indifferent emotions began to warm slightly. Never mind. As long as she clung to a strong ally, no one would dare to offend her. Chapter 26. Determining the true culprit upon returning to the National Academy, Jiang Qingqing sat in her usual central position. Though constantly under the watchful eyes of the venerable instructor, her youth and status as a princess afforded her some leniency, allowing her to navigate the lessons with relative ease. Second brother, Jiang Qingqing called out, never having blamed this brother, always believing that the second prince was the one who had been wronged. Jiang underblinked, then cautiously lifted his gaze to Jiang Qingqing, seemingly confirming who had called out to him. After a moment, he carefully inquired, "Is there something you need, royal sister?" Jiang Qingqing nodded and, pulling the open arithmetic book from the desk, fabricated a tale, saying, "I didn't quite understand the lesson just now. Could you teach me, royal brother?" Her excuse was somewhat clumsy, but it mattered little. They were all but children, and it was easy to deceive them for the time being. Jiang glanced at the arithmetic book in her hands, his expression faltering. "Royal sister, this arithmetic book might be more suited to the third prince." Jiang Qingqing felt a moment of embarrassment. To mask it, she forced a dry laugh and quickly swapped the arithmetic book for a geography atlas. Jiang's countenance remained less than cheerful. He hesitantly nodded and kindly added, "For matters related to the geography atlas, you could consult elder brother. He is more adept in that area." Curse it, she should have taken the time to inquire about the personalities of her three brothers. Her actions today were rather foolish. Jiang Qingqing mentally chided herself for her laziness. Jiang, perceptive as ever, sensed her intentions. Although he could not discern her motives, he nonetheless offered Jiang Qingqing a way out. In a low voice, he remarked, "I am more proficient in discussions." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qingqing promptly produced a discourse book. Nimbly vacating her seat and awkwardly plopping down beside the second prince, her bright eyes shining with hope. "You excel in such dull subjects, royal brother? How impressive." She commenced with a bit of flattery, clearly knowing that praise would be universally appreciated. As Jiang flipped through the book, he contemplated Jiang Qingqing's tender age and decided to start from the very first page, meticulously guiding her through the meanings of the words. In that moment, Jiang Qingqing felt as though she were in a classical literature class. The hall felt somewhat empty, and just as her mind began to cloud, Jiang Qingqing hastily spoke. "Royal brother, there is something I have always been puzzled about. Might you help me understand?" Still pondering the textbook knowledge, Jiang momentarily misunderstood her inquiry. Thinking she was referring to the material, he replied absent-mindedly. Jiang Qingqing bit her lip, scanning her surroundings and noting the absence of familiar faces, which eased her mind. She quietly asked, "Why did you take the third brother there before the lesson at the training grounds?" The young prince's lips pressed tightly together, his brows furrowing into 3 distinct lines. "Is your royal sister here to hold me accountable?" Jiang Qingqing was somewhat rigid. Realizing he had misinterpreted her, Jiang Qingqing swiftly shook her head in clarification. "No, not at all. I have always believed that royal brother is the most well-behaved. How could you possibly do such a thing to the third brother? I have always wanted to clear your name." Jiang Ander turned to look at the petite child beside him. Jiang Qingqing was exceptionally beautiful, her features hinting at the radiance she would possess as she matured. Yet, before him stood a mere child who had just celebrated her 5th birthday. "What can you do to absolve me of any wrongdoing? I'm already disliked by many. Their disdain for me is but natural." Jiang Andy let out a self-deprecating laugh, but the young boy's eyes already bore a hint of gloom. This startled Jiang Qingqing, who suddenly grasped the essence of the second prince's character. Could it be that he was trapped in the archetype of a gloomy, neglected little prince? According to this classic trope, he would undoubtedly make a grand return later, overpowering all in his path. No, this development cannot continue. The best way to intercept the villain's descent into darkness is to soften him with love. No, dear brother, in this world, one should not concern themselves with likes or dislikes. What truly matters is the voice of one's own heart. Jiang Qingqing reached out her little hand to cover Jiang An's, her gaze steady and filled with confidence as she nodded emphatically. The affection bestowed by others is merely an accessory. True solace lies in one's self-assurance and self-awareness. Look, even Mr. Qin from the strategy class greatly admires you, doesn't he? You are not without admirers, and I, too, have a deep fondness for you, brother. Jiang Qingqing blinked her large, expressive eyes, striving to embody an adorable little dumpling, and she beamed a bright, innocent smile at her brother. How could such a wonderful person like him have no one who likes him? Jiang Andy stared in astonishment at the chatty little girl, and he felt a corner of his frozen heart thawing. When Jiang Qingqing heard that name, she felt no surprise. Just as she had suspected, Han Qingyi had used insinuation to lure the second prince into a trap for Jiang Chun, pushing him into the pond at the perfect moment while lurking behind the curtains. The only other person present behind the curtain, Jiang Andy, became the scapegoat. Han Qingyi could no longer be allowed to act unchecked at the National Academy. Chapter 27. The comparison of youths having posed her questions, Jiang Qingqing took the opportunity to encourage her pessimistic second brother. Second brother, why do those who reach for the stars always choose to pluck you down? Her childish voice, imbued with innocence and playfulness, stirred warmth in the hearts of those who heard it. Jiang Andy could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips, his typically cold demeanor softened by the warmth of her words, revealing a hint of gentleness in the otherwise handsome features of the second prince. How could he adhere to the gloomy script? He should embody the spirit of a youthful hero. Jiang Andy could not resist reaching out to ruffle his little sister's hair, patiently inquiring, why? Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, allowing her brother to tousle her hair, smiling contentedly as she replied, because you are the brightest and most dazzling star in the heavens, dear brother. Jiang Andy fell silent for a moment, then turned his head to cover the corners of his mouth with a fist, chuckling softly. Jiang Chun leaned against the door of the main hall, and upon entering, he beheld this tender scene between the siblings. A pang of bitterness surged in his heart. The unique star, always spouting nonsense, had no one to believe in his words. Jiang Chun scoffed, stepping into the hall to see how close Jiang Qingqing was to the second prince, preparing to launch a new round of sarcastic provocation. However, he was caught off guard by Jiang Andy's calm and affirming declaration. As long as it is spoken by my sister, I believe it. This open defense of Jiang Qingqing took Jiang Chun by surprise. Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. She had finally realized that among her 3 brothers, the eldest was gentle and refined, the second, though gloomy, had a good heart, and the third, her own brother, was rather silly and naive. Given his simple and innocent mind, she wondered how many times he could withstand the intrigues of the palace. He gazed at them in mild surprise. Jiang Qingqing's attention first caught the striking figure of her uncle, then shifted to the young man clad in a crescent white robe, standing behind him. He was unfamiliar, not one of the instructors from the National Academy, and appeared to be of an age that could easily be the son of those elder scholars. The man in white entered the hall, not heading toward the students' seats, but straight towards the podium. Following the child's gaze, he glanced forward, and his expression darkened slightly. Casually altering his course, he gracefully lifted a grand chair with one hand and positioned it beside Jiang Qingqing. The heavy thud of the wooden chair against the floor echoed sharply in the stillness of the hall. Jiang Qingqing, what is happening? Has my uncle finally noticed that I dozed off during class? Xiao Linting leaned against the back of the chair, casually crossing his long legs. One hand holding a blue-covered book, leaning slightly toward Jiang Qingqing. As the attention of the crowd turned toward him, he appeared unfazed, even too lazy to offer an explanation. Jiang Qingqing shrugged, perplexed, unable to fathom her uncle's intentions. But that doesn't stop me from admiring handsome men. Sigh. Who could resist the allure of a young teacher's lecture? Xiao Linting's fingers occasionally brushed against Jiang Qingqing, and the child's thoughts reached him in fragmented whispers. Yet this did not hinder Xiao Linting from comprehending the child's sentiments. Xiao Linting pondered. How could such a young girl discern between beauty and ugliness? Jiang Qingqing hastily set her book aside. Hearing the commotion at the podium, Lin Zhe turned his gaze in their direction, and Jiang Qingqing quickly flashed a bright and proper smile, attempting to save face after casually asking her second brother a question about the debate. The bell hasn't even rung yet. Why should you care what book I have? The irritated, soft yet fierce voice echoed in his mind, catching Xiao Linting slightly off guard as he glanced at the little girl beside him. Just last night, she had been yearning for his support, but today, with a new teacher, she had shifted her focus? Such an indecisive character would not do. Uncle, is this newcomer a student or a teacher? Jiang Qingqing thought of being a bit fierce, but immediately turned to display an innocent smile, whispering her question into Xiao Linting's ear. The soft exhalation by her ear, as she struggled to contain her curiosity, prompted him to again direct his gaze toward Lin Zhe at the podium. So, if no one excels in poetry and prose, this Mr. Lin cannot come, right? Jiang Qingqing quickly added her thoughts as a question. Xiao Linting's demeanor, typically cool and composed, softened slightly as he often worried that the little princess might fear his icy aura and deliberately moderated his presence. His striking features, paired with those phoenix-like eyes and an inexplicable chill, now carried a hint of heightened vigilance. Jiang Qingqing misinterpreted this, thinking, what with the fierce expression? It's just poetry. Can I listen to the lesson properly? Jiang Qingqing pouted, turning her gaze back to Lin Zhe at the podium, resting her chin on her hands. Xiao Linting paused, watching the little girl prepare to focus intently on the lesson, reflecting on his recent behavior. What part of this was meant to encourage her to listen attentively to poetry class? Chapter 28. He frustrated me. I am delighted with the ringing of the class bell. Jiang Qingqing perked up, attentively listening to Lin Zhe's lecture. New instructors typically follow a routine of introducing themselves, and Lin Zhe naturally adhered to this practice. I hail from a humble background, and though I am unworthy, this year I shall achieve the rank of the 3rd place in the imperial examination. Lin Zhe appeared calm and modest, yet his words carried an air of pride. Jiang Qingqing was somewhat vague about the examination process, as such matters did not exist in the era of the Empress. After some time, she finally grasped the import of Lin Zhe's statement regarding the examination. Oh, merely achieving 3rd place? When you say merely, hundreds of candidates must hear this and might be tempted to beat you up. Xiao Linting looked down at the content of the book, his fingertips grazing Jiang Qingqing's arm ever so lightly. He could not help but let a slight smile curve his lips. It must be said that Lin Zhe is a remarkable reciter of poetry. At least in his passionate and fervent delivery, he presents the verses as if they were his own creation. Had it not been for Jiang Qingqing's glance at the annotations in the book identifying the author, she might have been deceived. Poetry, after all, conveys the meanings, implications, and atmosphere of classic poets, and subsequently, it teaches one how to expand their thinking and broaden their ideals. It is certainly far more melodious than the dry and tedious discourses of others. Jiang Qingqing, with a breath of determination, listened intently to Lin Zhe's deep narration of the origins of these poems. It was not until the class bell rang and Lindsay calmly closed the book and walked out that she fully awakened. This had been her most earnest moment since entering the guise. She truly did not sense how near the people around her were. Gazing at the youthful, clean visage of the boy before her, his handsome profile, and that strikingly noble nose, Jiang Qingqing felt a momentary daze. Xiao Linting, seemingly engrossed in the lengthy tome, listened to the child beside him, reluctant to lift his gaze, merely tilting his body slightly to hear her speak. Should T be practicing calligraphy in the side hall? What is the matter? He deliberately spoke in a calm tone, which largely mitigated the hoarseness in his voice. Jiang Qingqing watched as his smooth skin drew closer to her. The prince's complexion was not particularly fair, likely a testament to his years of struggle on the battlefield, revealing a healthy, wheat-like hue, not overly dark. Yet it endowed him with a tenacious aura that Jiang Qingqing found quite appealing. So handsome! A fleeting exclamation echoed in her mind. Xiao Linting, slightly puzzled, lifted his gaze, unexpectedly locking onto the child's bright and clear eyes. Those eyes, devoid of guile, were the purest he had ever encountered. Upon hearing this compliment, Xiao Linting felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Let us tidy up. I shall escort the princess to the side hall. He closed the book in his hands and slowly lowered his legs. This posture seemed rather unnatural. Jiang Qingqing's gaze shifted downward, noticing the prince's legs stretched out straight after having crossed them. Her previously indifferent expression slowly transformed into one of unspoken amusement. Jiang Qingqing swiftly gathered her belongings for the calligraphy class, and as she stood to move forward, the heavy book she held slipped from her grasp and fell with a thud. The blue-covered book landed squarely on Xiao Linting's toes. He frowned slightly and immediately focused his gaze on the culprit, catching a glimpse of the child's mischievous expression. Your Highness, if you cannot hold the book steadily, it would be better to leave it on the table for me to collect. Jiang Qingqing widened her eyes in astonishment at his leg, utterly shocked. Indeed, it seemed that handsome individuals also possessed an abundance of nerve. Impressive. She clutched the hefty calligraphy book once more and dashed outside. Yet, it was not entirely appropriate. These tables were too high, and for a 5-year-old princess, Jiang Qingqing genuinely could not reach the surface. If she could not reach, then how could she practice calligraphy? Then she wouldn't practice at all. With this thought, a victorious smile crept on her lips as she glanced around the seating area. Ultimately, she chose to stand on tiptoe and place the thick book on the table, right next to the window. This spot was perfect for daydreaming. Just as Jiang Qingqing was mentally applauding her cleverness, Xiao Linting strolled into the side hall leisurely, immediately spotting the princess's chosen seat. Your Highness, this spot for calligraphy class is not ideal. The wind will make it difficult to keep the rice paper on the table. He subtly indicated that this location was not well suited for the lesson. As he spoke, Jiang Qingqing took a few steps back and dashed out of the side hall. Encountering the prince in the study was indeed quite daunting. She opted to evade for a while, planning to cling to his side once she left the guise. As she walked along the small corridor near the lake, feeling the cool summer breeze wash over her, bringing relief from the heat. She was about to half-close her eyes when she overheard a few boys whispering nearby. She instinctively perked up her ears to listen. Third prince. If he dares to provoke the second prince, we should repay him in kind and let him fall into the water. Yes, yes. After all, he is an uncherished prince of the Li kingdom. What is there to fear? No one supports him. The encouraging voices of several young men reached Jiang Qingqing's ears, prompting her to open her eyes and scan the source of the sound. She spotted a group of elegantly dressed boys huddled together, whispering. Among them, she immediately recognized Jiang Qingqing's figure. Curiosity piqued, she crept closer, moving with the stealth of a cat, and none of the older boys seemed to notice her presence. Who are we pushing into the water? Jiang Qingqing imitated their stance, hands clasped behind her back, standing beside Jiang Chun as she looked up at the mischievous boys. Naturally, it is Han Qingyi. We just overheard the second prince and the princess discussing in the palace. He is the one responsible for our third prince falling into the water. The declaration was emphatic, and Jiang Qingqing nodded in understanding. Your Highness, class is about to begin. We should go revise beforehand. The more reserved boys quickly bowed and slipped away, leaving only a couple with bolder spirits. Does your highness not stand up for our third prince? He is the real culprit. Jiang Qingqing's gaze fell on the speaker, who appeared unfamiliar. Likely not one of Jiang Qingqing's companions. Stand up for him? Where is the injustice for the third prince? Did he not face punishment? What grievance does this young man claim? Although she was petite, her upright posture exuded a righteous aura, coupled with her innocent yet penetrating gaze. Her questioning did not come off as overly aggressive, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The young man immediately felt flustered, his eyes darting about in confusion. Isn't it known that Han Qingyi is the one who pushed the third prince into the water, not the second prince? Jiang Qingqing let out a light laugh. Her sweet voice, which should have asked innocent questions, was instead used to interrogate. Do you not comprehend that if the third prince were truly goaded by you to openly retaliate against Han Qingyi, what would Han Qingyi do in return? What would he do? The young man asked nervously. Jiang Qingqing replied with a faint smile. He would leverage the status of the Tianqi prince to accuse you before the Li kingdom and the emperor. As a student of the guise, you should have some awareness of the political dynamics. Do you think that the two kingdoms, just emerging from conflict, possess the capacity for mutual resistance? Our Tianqi kingdom is strong. Are we to fear a defeated Li kingdom? The young man seemed to grasp a firm rationale, his words gaining a bit of conviction. Jiang Chun observed Jiang Qingqing's diminutive stature, yet each of her statements was logically sound. This figure seemed oddly familiar to him. Jiang Qingqing, observing the boy's naive demeanor, felt a mix of frustration and amusement, her sweet face taking on an air of sarcasm. What Xianghua, living on the grasslands? Do they not observe from afar, understanding the basics of survival, unlike you? It was as if the princess before him had an inexhaustible supply of wisdom awaiting him. Seeing that her opponent had surrendered, and recognizing he was not intentionally inciting Jiang Chun, she slightly tempered her sharp retorts. If you do not even understand the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada, how can you claim to be a scholar after leaving the Guozijian? Jiang Qingqing scoffed lightly, then turned and grasped Jiang Chen's hand, leading him away. Regardless of whether it was flattery or affection, his earlier provocation was indefensible. As a subject, one should act within their bounds. How could one indiscriminately push another to take action? Is this the duty of a subject? Jiang Qingqing, feeling exasperated, halted her steps, standing face to face with Jiang Chun by the lakeside. Despite their petite statures, their tempers loomed large. Jiang Chun found himself momentarily stunned by the intensity of her demeanor. Do you truly comprehend what would happen if you were to act against Han Qingyi? Jiang Chun, perplexed, had no idea. Jiang Qingqing nearly choked on her breath, incredulous that he would dare to ask such a question. Of course, the first thing they would do is cast aspersions upon you, branding you with the reputation of a bully. Is that a commendable reputation? Certainly not. She pressed on. You must understand. Good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. How do you think the common folk and court officials perceive you? She extended her chubby hand, fingers gesturing emphatically. They would think the third prince of Tianqi is arrogant, using his power to oppress the weak with a ferocious temper. And let us not forget the speed and exaggeration with which these rumors would spread. Given these 2 points alone, do you believe you can withstand such a blow? The scathing rebuke made Jiang Chun lower his head in shame. At that moment, an image of his typically stoic uncle flashed through his mind. Uncle, he recalled, realizing that his sister's fierce energy was strikingly familiar. Speak. Jiang Qingqing chided softly when she noticed Jiang Chun's silence. Do you understand this principle now? You cannot merely heed the thoughts of those around you. While their suggestions may be well-intentioned, it is imperative that you exercise your own judgment. Jiang Qingqing earnestly imparted the wisdom of life to her naive elder brother. Jiang Qin nodded, absorbing her words, yet he protested, but Han Qingyi has indeed bullied me. I cannot simply swallow this grievance. He raised his head sharply to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze, his handsome face etched with defiance. Seeing that he still possessed his vigor, Jiang Qingqing felt a sense of satisfaction and mischievously smiled. Brother, if we cannot confront him openly, shall we not consider a more cunning approach? Jiang Chun, catching the glint of mischief in his sister's eyes, instinctively aligned with her thoughts. The two of them quietly brainstormed how to execute their plan. unbeknownst to them that Xiao Linting, standing at the window of the side hall, was listening intently. Chapter 30. My uncle is remarkable. After exchanging all their ideas, Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Chun shared a knowing smile and walked side by side toward the side hall. What is this operation? She pondered, still immersed in confusion, when Xiao Linting's voice drifted softly from her side. This long table is indeed somewhat challenging, for your highness. I shall have someone bring a footstool to facilitate your calligraphy practice. It was as though her uncle could see through her intentions, dispelling any thoughts of laziness. On the surface, Jiang Qingqing smiled brightly, yet only she knew the struggle within. Uncle, you are far too considerate. As Jiang Qingqing stood on the footstool, Xiao Linting reached out to steady her. When the fish cries, who knows my sorrow? She mused. A playful smirk flickered across his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. Standing atop the stool, Jiang Qingqing found the height perfectly suited for her calligraphy. She couldn't help but glance sideways at her uncle, who was poised to write with a furrowed brow, and was deeply impressed. Such a remarkable young man. Even his predictions of others' heights were so precise. What could he not accomplish? Initially disinterested in the calligraphy lesson, Jiang Qingqing felt compelled to practice due to her uncle's presence. As she followed his guidance and slowly wrote, her mind gradually entered a tranquil state. The unexpected calmness of the atmosphere enchanted her, drawing her further into this serene experience. Xiao Linting had anticipated that, given Jiang Qingqing's slightly impatient nature, she would find this class, duller than strategizing, utterly tedious. To his surprise, she began to diligently copy the characters. Her small frame stood upright, hinting at the grace she would eventually possess. Observing her earnestness sparked a rare curiosity in Xiao Linting, prompting him to lower his gaze to the writing desk. Jiang Qingqing, as a princess striving in the imperial court, was accustomed to having attendants handle her writing, rarely needing to wield a brush herself. Her expression faltered slightly. Sister, your handwriting resembles that of a dog-esque shoe, Jiang Qin remarked, but before he could finish, he sensed his uncle's warning gaze and quickly rephrased. Sister, it seems your brush is not suitable. It's too heavy for a girl to wield a wolf hairbrush. Jiang Chun cleverly shifted the topic, preserving his own safety. Xiao Linting set down his brush and approached Jiang Qingqing from behind, where her height aligned perfectly with his line of sight. Your technique requires adjustment. Before she could react, a low voice brushed past her ear, causing her heart to race. Behind her, a solid presence leaned in, enveloping her in a gentle aroma of cedar. The refreshing scent captivated Jiang Qingqing, momentarily distracting her. Standing behind the princess, primarily to guide her writing, Xiao Linting could not see her expression but noted her rigid posture. Acting instinctively, he raised a hand to support her elbow. His voice, now deeper and richer, urged, "Do not lose focus, your highness." His large hand glided from her elbow to the back of her hand, elevating it to an appropriate level, then enveloping her delicate hand within his grasp. As he calmly explained the techniques and sensations of the brush, Jiang Qingqing initially listened intently, but gradually her gaze began to drift upwards. She noticed the fingers intertwined with hers. Xiao Linting paused momentarily, then resumed his explanation, though his grip on her hand subtly tightened. Your Highness, focus on the copybook. He redirected her attention. Caught off guard, Jiang Qingqing hastily shifted her focus back to the desk. Xiao Linting felt her grip had grown steady enough that it no longer required his guidance, and he gradually loosened his hold, having momentarily tensed due to her distraction. His tone softened. Your Highness has great potential. With practice, you will surely excel. After a brief moment of comfort, he added, Is there a particular character you wish to learn? Small script can also be quite beautiful. Small script? Jiang Qingqing shook her head. It's too delicate for me, uncle. The characters you wrote on the table are splendid. The strokes are powerful yet balanced. I adore this style. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed at the writing on the desk. Following her gaze, Xiao Linting observed the characters he had casually penned and, noticing the genuine admiration in Jiang Qingqing's expression, hesitated for a moment. Those are merely my hasty scribbles, he admitted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing's eyes gleamed even brighter. If your casual writing is this beautiful, how much more splendid would it be if you wrote with intention? I want to practice this style. Her motivation surged, eager to emulate the remarkable script of her young and accomplished uncle. Jiang Qingqing stood silently, attentively absorbing the conversation between the two individuals before him. With his back turned to the princess, he quietly closed his eyes, allowing a fleeting moment of sympathy for his dear sister. It was his elder brother who had dared to accompany the emperor's uncle, only to be met with tears. Chapter 31. Guidance. As Jiang Qingqing diligently adjusted to the nuances of the brush during her calligraphy class, the lesson soon came to a close. The morning curriculum at the guise had been completed, and it was time for lunch. Due to Jiang Qingqing's unique status, Xin had arranged for the imperial kitchen to prepare a special meal for the young princess. Recently residing with Jiang Qingqing, Jiang Qingqing eagerly joined her for this midday feast, sharing a meal in the courtyard. However, today, in addition to his sister's company, there was an additional guest, the emperor's uncle. Jiang Qingqing felt rather awkward as he stood to the side, observing Xiao Linting's upright posture, which suggested he had no intention of taking a seat. This only heightened Jiang Qingqing's discomfort, causing him to nervously fidget with his toes. For the timid Jiang Qingqing, the prospect of joining this lunch was daunting, and he wished he could simply vanish. Yet, with everyone present, slipping away would seem rather conspicuous. Xiao Linting, arms crossed, stood behind his chair, momentarily distracted by the sight of the little princess diligently washing her hands, oblivious to Jiang Qingqing's trepidation. Regardless of his demeanor, Jiang Qingqing's discomfort was palpable. During the calligraphy lesson, Jiang Qingqing had gotten ink all over her small hands, and it took several bowls of water before she could finally rinse them clean. With a pristine cloth, she wiped her hands and turned to see her uncle and brother standing awkwardly, frozen in place. "Why aren't you eating? Come on, let us eat and then have a nap." Jiang Qingqing, blissfully unaware of the awkward tension in the air, was more preoccupied with devising a plan to ensnare Han Qingyi during lunch. She plopped down at the table, and the servants promptly began to serve her meal, which, as usual, was quite substantial. Having exerted herself mentally during class, her appetite was insatiable. Although she maintained an elegant demeanor while eating, her speed was remarkable. Within half an hour, her bowl was nearly empty. "You all continue eating. I'm going for a stroll," she declared, setting down her chopsticks. Without waiting for Xiao Linting to respond, she dashed outside. Seeing his sister leave, Jiang Qingqing seized the opportunity to escape, leaving half of his meal untouched as he hurried after her. Xiao Linting felt a gust of wind as both the elder and younger siblings dashed away, leaving the servants astonished. Noticing their master's reluctance to eat, the servants remained silent, cautiously attending to their duties. After another quarter of an hour, having finished his meal, Xiao Linting instructed the servants to clear the table and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing sprinted away, and it wasn't long before Jiang Qing caught up with her. "Is it about to begin?" he asked, the fear in his eyes replaced with eager anticipation. He could hardly contain his excitement as he urged Jiang Qingqing onward. "Calm down," she gestured, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. "We must keep our composure. We cannot afford to be reckless." Jiang Qingqing sighed, holding his breath in anticipation of her next words. "I've devised a plan during calligraphy class. We'll repay him in kind. Let him taste the bitterness of his own deeds." Jiang Qingqing pondered, her gaze focused thoughtfully on the group dining in the adjacent hall, her expression serious. Initially, they had pushed her into a predicament, counting on the influence of Han Qingyi's connection to the Queen of Li, believing it would be a minor issue. Indeed, it had turned out as they had hoped. Now, he sought to cast her as a scapegoat to shield himself, thus remaining unscathed. Jiang Qingqing nodded in agreement with her reasoning. However, Jiang Qingqing paused, her words trailing off as she turned to face him. Their sudden eye contact left Jiang Qingqing momentarily bewildered. He tilted his chin, urging her to continue. Yet, she remained silent. "I've laid out the groundwork for you so clearly. Now, according to your thoughts, how should we execute this plan of retribution, given the current circumstances?" She tossed the question back to Jiang Qingqing, who mimicked her thoughtful gesture, stroking his chin. "Let us find a scapegoat, someone who can suffer in silence." Jiang Qingqing contemplated, his words tinged with uncertainty, as if he had grasped a glimmer of insight yet remained unsure. "Exactly. Your clever mind is quite impressive, Jiang Qingqing exclaimed dramatically, clapping her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. This exuberant praise ignited a sense of bashfulness and unexplainable achievement within Jiang Chun. Who do you think we should choose as our scapegoat? Jiang Qingqing pressed, encouraging him to delve deeper into the matter. After all, as they grew older in the realm of Tianqi, she could not always shield her naive brother. It was essential to gradually cultivate his awareness and insight. Jiang Chun tapped his chin thoughtfully and spoke cautiously. Perhaps we could select one of those individuals from before the calligraphy class and incite some discord among them, using them to our advantage. His foundational understanding surpassed Jiang Qingqing's expectations for practical foresight. Brilliant! The notion of using someone else as a tool for our benefit is indeed a superior strategy, elevating our approach beyond mere retaliation. Jiang Chun felt a rush of accomplishment, his confidence swelling as he sheepishly scratched his head, preparing to downplay his cleverness. However, the tone of Jiang Qingqing shifted, becoming more serious. But I believe this method may be rather ruthless. While it could work against Han Qingyi, I feel we should exercise caution in applying such tactics in other contexts. Chapter 32. An eye for an eye. Jiang Chun nodded thoughtfully, absorbing her mature guidance. He found himself instinctively aligning his thoughts with Jiang Qingqing's strategic planning. Witnessing his earnest contemplation, she sensed her objectives were being met. What a thought-provoking question you've posed, Jiang Qingqing acknowledged, surprised by the depth of his inquiry. The two siblings locked gazes, and after a moment, Jiang Chun, realizing she was genuinely pondering the matter, decided to relent. Never mind. I haven't wronged any of my classmates, so perhaps it's best not to pursue that path. I concur, Jiang Qingqing replied, nodding in agreement. She silently raised her fist towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked puzzled. Join me in this gesture, she encouraged, extending her fist towards him. Seeing his bewildered expression, she quickly clarified, this symbolizes our mutual understanding. Once we are in agreement, we can celebrate with a fist bump. Jiang Chun, still somewhat confused, nodded as Jiang Qingqing recognized his understanding. She then stepped toward the dining hall. Following their prior arrangement, Jiang Chun did not make his presence known in the hall. Is Master Han available? I have a question regarding the customs of the Li kingdom that I wish to discuss with you. The sweet, melodic voice of the young girl echoed in the quiet hall, drawing everyone's attention to Jiang Qingqing's petite form. Upon recognizing her, Han Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qingqing, witnessing the fleeting crack in his previously stoic demeanor, smiled brightly, her innocence illuminated. Han Qingyi surveyed the room, noting the cold expressions of those around him, his brow furrowing in concern. Jiang Qingqing's smile deepened as she shook her head. No, I cannot ask this question in public. Why not? Han Qingyi instinctively curifulned. I'm doing this for your own good. She softly uttered a considerate remark. The chamber, neither too large nor too small, allowed everyone present to clearly hear Jiang Qingqing's voice. Han Qingyi's expression shifted, as if he were weighing her words. Noticing this, Jiang Qingqing smiled and asked, if young Master Han is unashamed, I can certainly inquire directly. She produced a blue-covered book densely filled with text, causing Han Qingyi to gasp in surprise. This blue booklet was one she had casually picked from her uncle's desk to pass the time, and today it unexpectedly proved useful. Jiang Qingqing, with her clever little mind, thought, a small head, yet great wisdom. Han Qingyi was evidently caught off guard by her feigned bravado and promptly agreed to her invitation. In full view of the crowd, Jiang Qingqing held the blue booklet, pretending to be a diligent student, as she followed Han Qingyi out of the side chamber. Beyond the side chamber, the balance of power had suddenly shifted to Jiang Qingqing. As they walked, the midday sun blazed down, making it uncomfortable to stand at the entrance. Jiang Qingqing raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, squinting slightly as she feigned weakness, saying, "It's quite warm out here." Han Qingyi regarded her with a serious expression, momentarily intimidated, but quickly reminded himself that Jiang Qingqing was merely a 5-year-old child, lacking any real cunning. Surely, her intellect could not rival his 10 years of experience. With no psychological burden, Han Qingyi followed Jiang Qingqing along the corridor to the lakeside. Jiang Qingqing perched herself on the elegant railing and effortlessly turned to sit at the edge of the corridor. If Princess Dunming has any questions, please feel free to ask. Han Qingyi stated, remaining in his original position. Instead, he shifted to another topic, recalling a past dispute with Han Qingyi, saying, I remember once arguing with Han Qingyi about something, and I will share it with you. Jiang Qingqing, swinging her legs while sitting on the railing, spoke leisurely. Han Qingyi turned slightly to listen, his vigilance a mere flicker in his eyes. He took a step closer to her. Do not underestimate the impoverished. My country, Li, will one day achieve as much as yours, Tianqi. Han Qingyi's voice tightened. And what of it? Jiang Qingqing scoffed, suddenly shifting the conversation with an unrelated question. What do you think of my temperament, Prince Han? What temperament could a little child possess? He replied dismissively. Jiang Qingqing emitted a thoughtful hum, just as a rustling sound emerged behind her, prompting Han Qingyi to gasp in surprise. Indeed, a tiger does not show its might. Do you think I am merely a lucky cat? Jiang Qingqing nodded, seemingly unfazed by the commotion behind her, continuing, what a pity. Young Master Han may not have his way in the future. Jiang Chun, accompanied by strong guards, swiftly restrained Han Qingyi's hands, covering his mouth forcefully, nearly suffocating him. Observing this scene, Jiang Qingqing remained calm, her expression composed, her bright eyes glinting with provocation and satisfaction. Han Qingyi struggled to speak. However, Jiang Qingqing would not grant him the opportunity. She was not the type to allow villains to finish their lines. She waved her little hand. Seeing this, Jiang Chun and the guards hoisted the frail Han Qingyi, crossing over the railing of the corridor, and with a burst of strength, they threw him into the lake. His body created a massive splash, and soon after, the floundering Han Qingyi was desperately splashing the water and shouting for help. Jiang Qingqing stood on the shore, alongside Jiang Chun, looking down at the splashing Han Qingyi. The siblings exchanged amused smiles, their facial features already somewhat resembling each other, and now their mischievous, triumphant expressions bore even more similarity. The sound of the giant splash drew the attention of others, some rushing out of the side chamber, only to see the tall and short figures of the siblings calmly standing in place. As they approached and realized the situation, those intending to jump in to rescue halted their movements. Onlookers stood behind the siblings, peering at the scene, while those who could not bear to watch turned away, pretending not to see. This absurd spectacle continued until Jiang Qingqing slightly raised her chin, prompting the nearby guards to finally move to retrieve the exhausted and embarrassed Han Qingyi from the water. Oh dear, young Master Han, do not act this way. I merely asked who in your royal family is present. Why did you jump into the lake to evade my question? It makes me seem quite arrogant. Jiang Qingqing said innocently, her tone sweet and naive as more people gathered. Han Qingyi, still in the water, found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by emotion, and fainted from anger. Jiang Chun followed closely behind Jiang Qingqing, having witnessed the entire ordeal. He felt a deep sense of admiration for his younger sister. From that moment on, aside from respecting their uncle, Jiang Chun held Jiang Qingqing in high esteem. News of the Li country's hostage falling into the water soon spread throughout the palace, with two versions circulating. The second version depicted the hostage, in his status as a Tianqi noble, being bullied by Princess Dunming, who used the customs of the Li people as a point of ridicule, forcing him to jump into the lake in shame. You two, confess honestly, what did you do to Han Qingyi? The crown prince stood before the siblings, holding a ruler, his expression cold. His normally handsome face had taken on a stern, oppressive demeanor. Jiang Qingqing sat in a grand chair, her little feet dangling off the ground. In contrast to Jiang Qingqing's relaxed demeanor, Jiang Chun appeared somewhat overwhelmed, his head drooping as if ready to fall into his own arms. He helplessly looked at his siblings, following the crown prince, who continued, pushing the Li country's hostage into the water is no trivial matter. Have you two never faced consequences? Jiang Chun felt even more intimidated by this statement. Jiang Qingqing, having tired of swinging her legs, spoke slowly. My interaction with Han Qingyi was merely a normal exchange. I inquired about the customs of the Li people in front of everyone. I kindly reminded him that failing to answer about Li's customs in front of the crowd would be quite embarrassing. He himself agreed to accompany me. Her defense was firm, and indeed, her actions had been as she described. The crown prince inhaled sharply in anger, as the elder brother. He was responsible for guiding his younger siblings toward appropriate beliefs and actions. It was clear he did not approve of Jiang Qingqing's method of settling scores. Surprisingly, the second prince found himself swayed by Jiang Qingqing's reasoning. In truth, what the princess did is quite commendable. The Han siblings have both faced their share of misfortune. Each time they fell into the water, they managed to escape unscathed, and I feel compelled to stand up for them. The once reticent second prince now spoke up, defending Jiang Qingqing with every word. This scene is indeed rare. Even the timid Jiang Qingqing raised his head in a flustered manner upon hearing it. The eldest prince was taken aback by the second prince's remarks. Blushing crimson, he engaged in a heated debate over the matter. What began as a reprimand directed at the siblings transformed into an impromptu debate with the second prince. Jiang Qingqing scratched her head, pondering aloud to her younger brother. If this reaches uncle and father's ears, what fate awaits us? Jiang Qingqing observed his two royal brothers, whose opposing views had them flushed and fervently arguing, and he felt a sense of foreboding regarding his future. Jiang Qingqing, with a soft click of her tongue, turned to scrutinize Jiang Qingqing and quietly retorted, "Am I not your most trusted sister?" She shrugged her small shoulders, concluding, "Isn't that enough? Rest assured, if there is any physical suffering, we will face it together as siblings. What is there to fear? A true man must take responsibility. I am unafraid, so why should you be?" Jiang Qingqing nodded, somewhat understanding yet still apprehensive, just as the two royal brothers engaged in their debate akin to a discourse at the Imperial Academy. A figure clad in dark attire suddenly appeared at the doorway. Xiao Linting, having received news from the Tianqi palace, arrived at the prince's residence and found the siblings seated in the grand chairs, one with his head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant, the other reclining casually with her feet swinging high. He slightly pressed his lips together. Once the uncle entered the room, everyone's expressions shifted to a more subdued demeanor. "Uncle, has father made a decision?" the eldest prince nervously inquired. Xiao Linting nodded slightly, but had not yet spoken when the second prince eagerly pressed, "Is the punishment severe?" After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Observing her uncle's reticence, Jiang Qingqing found it puzzling. Typically, he was not so aloof. The emperor had used the pretext of the weak constitution of the hostage from the Li kingdom to impose restrictions on his movements. Yet he had scarcely mentioned the punishment for the princes. Chapter 34. Unexplained hostility. Xiao Linting's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qingqing, his eyes reflecting a contemplative emotion, as if pondering something significant. Could it be that the protective guise of the 5-year-old innocent princess was no longer sufficient? Just as she felt a pang of anxiety, Xiao Linting's inquisitive look faded considerably. As he diverted his gaze from her, Jiang Qingqing inexplicably exhaled in relief. It seemed that Xiao Linting had merely come to relay a message, for he uttered one last remark before turning to leave. With the admonishers departed, the siblings remained seated, one with his head drooping, the other lost in thought. It was astonishing how effortlessly Han Qingyi had been expelled from the Imperial Academy. This left Jiang Qingqing in a daze. In her previous life, she had toiled tirelessly, employing elaborate schemes to achieve her goals. Now, with a fresh start, all her objectives seemed to materialize effortlessly, a sense of lightness enveloping her, leaving her momentarily disbelieving. At this moment, a chief maidservant of concubine Zhao entered the palace, respectfully greeting the two young nobles. Jiang Qingqing recognized her immediately and, without waiting for her to speak, remarked, "The second brother just left. If you pursue him now, you should catch up." The maidservant smiled and replied, "I have come to find both of you." Jiang Qingqing focused her attention on the maidservant, who, without preamble, elaborated. "A few treasures have recently arrived for the concubine. This afternoon, both the eldest and second princes have made their selections, and I have hurried here after learning of your whereabouts." Earlier, Jiang Qingqing and her brother had been in a corner of the side palace, so it was true that Zhao's maidservant had failed to locate them. Following the maidservant, they exited the prince's residence and made their way to the Shushu Palace. Jiang Qingqing was not well versed in the names of flowers, so merely glancing at them was of little use. Upon entering the main hall of Shushu Palace, Jiang Qingqing was surprised to find concubine Zhao not seated in the primary position, but instead perched on a rattan couch by the window. chatting amiably with a young girl seated opposite her. As Jiang Qingqing approached, her view was initially obstructed by a screen, preventing her from discerning the identity of the visitor. The gentle laughter from within the palace echoed around her. When Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Chun finally entered the Shusho Palace, she could clearly see the young girl opposite concubine Zhao. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in simple attire. Yet, the intricate craftsmanship of her understated jewelry lent her an air of noble grace. A gilded wooden box rested beside concubine Zhao, who nudged it toward the girl. Upon the maidservant's announcement, both individuals on the rattan couch turned in unison to face the pair of siblings at the entrance. Jiang Qingqing could not recall any young consorts in the palace, and before she could inquire, concubine Zhao preemptively addressed her. "It seems our Dunming princess has yet to meet Qiang." Concubine Zhao gestured to Jiang Qingqing, beckoning her forward. Jiang Chun regarded Princess Qiang with little reaction. It appeared he recognized her. Initially bewildered, Jiang Qingqing gradually approached concubine Zhao, gaining a clearer view of the young girl. Princess Qiang sat elegantly on the rattan couch, her demeanor aloof and regal, which caused a stir within Jiang Qingqing. "Your Highness is jesting." At the time when Qiang was in the palace, this little prince had yet to be born, Princess Qiang remarked, casting her gaze over Jiang Qingqing and noting the ink stains on her attire. A slight smirk gracing her lips. The contrast between her current demeanor and the earlier casual chat with concubine Zhao was stark. "The third prince has grown so much." Princess Qiang continued, reflecting on the time when she left the capital, noting that the third prince had only been 7 or 8, and now, more than 2 years had passed. Her words carried a certain authority, inadvertently revealing that she was quite familiar with the intricacies of the Tianqi court. This caused a flicker of discomfort within Jiang Qingqing. Concubine Zhao smiled gently, inviting Jiang Qingqing to take a seat beside her, and then cradled the young princess in her arms, explaining to Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. Princess Qiang was, in terms of lineage, her cousin. Before the original owner of this body had entered the palace, Princess Qiang had likely been the center of attention and affection. However, after her departure from the capital, the original owner was born shortly thereafter. Hence, it was entirely understandable that they were unfamiliar with one another. Yet, the attitude of this cousin was disconcerting, evoking a sense of tension. Did Princess Qiang believe that Jiang Qingqing had usurped all the attention that once belonged to her? As Princess Qiang engaged Jiang Chun in light conversation, her voice was soft and imbued with youthful charm, contrasting sharply with Jiang Qingqing's more childlike tone. Initially taken aback by the enthusiasm of the young princess, Jiang Chun found himself drawn into a lively exchange, captivated by her fresh tales of palace life, which were entirely new to a boy of his age. Jiang Qingqing casually selected a silk flower of a particular hue, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar Princess Qiang. "Would you like to join Princess Qiang for a chat?" Concubine Zhao suggested gently, nudging Jiang Qingqing's shoulder. Upon hearing this, both Princess Qiang and Jiang Chun turned their attention to Jiang Qingqing, the former displaying a momentary irritation. Chapter 35. Relaxation. The little princess is still quite young, Your Majesty. She likely cannot comprehend our conversation, Princess Qiang remarked with a soft smile, her words directed pointedly at Jiang Qingqing, their implications unmistakable. Jiang Chun had initially been engaged in conversation, almost considering Princess Qiang as a good friend. However, upon hearing Qiang's disdainful remarks about his sister, his expression darkened immediately. He took a slight step towards Jiang Qingqing, addressing Princess Qiang in a cold tone. "You may look down on others, but you cannot speak ill of my sister." Jiang Qin's vehement reaction took both Jiang Qingqing and concubine Zhao by surprise. This resolute defense filled Jiang Qingqing with joy. Her efforts to protect Jiang Chun were evidently not in vain. The moment those words were spoken, the previously pleasant atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Just moments ago, Princess Qiang had been enjoying a delightful conversation with the third prince, believing she could sway him to her side. Yet, this sudden act of defense left her momentarily flustered. Suppressing her own amusement, Jiang Qingqing feigned calmness and stated, "I have complete confidence in the areas governed by my father. I believe every corner of Tianqi is thriving and peaceful." despite her desire to maintain decorum in front of a stranger. She could not tolerate Princess Qiang's blunt denigration any longer. After all, her cousin had traveled a great distance to reach the capital, and it was vital for her to rest and not overexert herself. Jiang Qingqing's cherubic face radiated a bright, sweet smile. Her words, delivered with the innocence of a 5-year-old, seemed harmless, and no one perceived them as particularly pointed. Even Jiang Chun thought his sister had a remarkably gentle temperament. Seeing the tension escalate, concubine Zhao, who preferred a life of discretion, was disinclined to engage in such troublesome matters, especially within her own palace. She quickly found an excuse, claiming ill health, and subtly issued a dismissal. Thus, a rift was firmly established between Jiang Qingqing and Princess Qiang. Having lost face in front of Jiang Chun, Princess Qiang chose not to linger any longer and departed from the Shuxiu Palace without much ado, heading towards the Qingquan Palace. Standing at the entrance of Shuxiu Palace, Jiang Qingqing observed Princess Qiang's plain attire, sensing something amiss. Jiang Chun, arms crossed in quiet contemplation, was still simmering with anger over the princess's disparaging remarks about his sister. He recalled how, during the lifetime of their grandmother, she had favored him greatly, often bringing him into the palace to be raised as a princess for 2 or 3 years. Did she truly believe herself the most esteemed among them? How amusing. Jiang Chen's words unraveled all of Jiang Qingqing's confusions. No wonder Princess Qiang harbored such animosity towards her. She likely believed she deserved affection and attention that had instead been bestowed upon the little princess. But why had she left the capital? Initially reluctant to delve into these matters, Jiang Qingqing soon realized that knowing herself and her adversary would lead to victory. Jiang Chun, stroking his smooth jawline, recalled that after their grandmother's passing, he had expressed his willingness to guard her tomb for 2 years in gratitude for her love. However, considering that he had spent more than 2 years there, having been 5 years old now, he had indeed stayed at the royal tomb for 4 or 5 years. While his understanding of Princess Qiang was superficial, it was still significant for Jiang Qingqing. Pondering this, she regarded Princess Qiang with newfound scrutiny. She initially gazed sleepily at the bright sunlight outside, suddenly struck by a realization. Oh no, she had overslept. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she hurriedly got out of bed and, stepping into her soft shoes, dashed out of her quarters. As she passed by Jiang Chen's room, she spotted him leisurely polishing his prized sword. The sight of her brother's relaxed demeanor calmed her racing heart. Upon hearing commotion outside, Jiang Chun looked up and saw Jiang Qingqing standing in the courtyard, clad only in her undergarments, her hair tousled. Never having seen his sister in such a state, he paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, why are you in such a panic? Didn't anyone tell you that today is a holiday at the guise? He set down his sword, his laughter filled with mischievous delight. Realizing the truth upon seeing Jiang Chun, Jiang Qingqing understood the situation. Why was she so flustered? Observing her sister's serious expression, Jiang Chen's smile softened, though he maintained a semblance of composure. Jiang Qingqing playfully dug at her ear, responding, "No reason. Your laughter simply disturbed me." With that remark, she retreated into her quarters, prompting a palace maid to follow her inside. Jiang Chun stood at the entrance, his smile frozen on his face. After about 15 minutes, Jiang Qingqing emerged, her hair styled in a bun resembling rabbit ears. "What are you still doing here? It's a rare day off. Shouldn't you be out enjoying yourself?" Jiang Qingqing asked curiously. Since she had expelled Han Qingyi from the guise the previous day, Jiang Qingqing had felt a slight alleviation of the palace's oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Chun, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar, beckoned her over with a finger. "What?" Jiang Qingqing responded. "Concubine Zhao sent someone over just now, saying there's something new for us to see at Shuxiu Palace," Jiang Chun explained. Noticing his sister's reluctance to come closer, he shook his hand, encouraging her to take it. Back to Shuxiu Palace. That Princess Qiang was so sarcastic yesterday. I wonder who will be today. Jiang Qingqing mumbled as she walked ahead, perfectly ignoring Jiang Chen's attempts to establish a connection. "You hold the emperor's uncle's hand so naturally. Why can't you hold mine?" Jiang Chen protested. Chapter 36. Leaving the palace, Jiang Qingqing strode confidently towards Shuxiu Palace, halting momentarily upon hearing the cheerful chatter from within before even stepping inside. "Damn it, I hope concubine Zhao doesn't have Princess Qiang with her, she thought. While she managed to smile, she knew Jiang Qingqing was not as reliable as Uncle Xiao Linting. Yet, his presence was better than none. As the siblings re-entered Shuxiu Palace, concubine Zhao welcomed them to take a seat upon noticing their arrival. It was only then that Jiang Qingqing realized that, apart from Princess Qiang, both of her elder brothers were also present. The rare gathering made her suspicious of concubine Zhao's intentions today. Can we go out to play? Jiang Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been pondering how to execute her plans outside the palace, and now, unexpectedly, concubine Zhao offered her a chance. Just moments ago, she had been disdainful of concubine Zhao's meddling, but her attitude shifted 180 degrees. Princess Qiang, who had previously expressed reluctance about being called a little ancestor by concubine Zhao, suddenly appeared proud upon hearing this arrangement. She seemed to take pride in the notion that their visit to Lord Zhao's residence was a reflection of her influence. Jiang Qing's expression darkened momentarily upon hearing this, but seeing his sister remain unfazed, he suppressed his irritation. Concubine Zhao smiled and instructed a palace servant to retrieve the jade pendant that would grant them permission to leave. Her gaze swept across the room, taking stock of the individuals present. The crown prince was the biological son of Empress Su, whom concubine Zhao had no interest in appeasing. As for the second prince, he was her adopted son, and there was no need to use an exit permit to strengthen their bond. Finally, her attention landed on the remaining three individuals. Princess Qiang, the late empress's most cherished granddaughter, the third prince, whose mother had passed away early and was thus currently under the care of Empress Su, and Princess Dunming. Concubine Zhao's gaze lingered significantly on Jiang Qingqing, signaling a palace servant with a nod. Your Highness, you may rest assured that the path to the Shao Wangfu is well engraved in Qi Yang's mind, and there shall be no missteps. The young princess straightened her posture slightly, exuding an air of pride as she gazed at Consort Zhao, seemingly unwavering in her belief that Consort Zhao would bestow upon her the decree. At that moment, a palace maid, having received a subtle cue from Consort Zhao, swiftly turned to hand the decree to her. Jiang Qingqing, taken aback for a fleeting moment by the translucent jade decree before her, was unsure of Consort Zhao's intentions, yet found delight in the implicit slap to the face of the proud Qiyang. With a cheerful disposition, she accepted the decree, tucking it away with a sense of glee. The confidence that Qiyang had just moments ago began to wane, her face reflecting a growing discomfort. Consort Zhao, feigning ignorance of Qi Yang's dismay, smiled warmly at her, assuring that since the princess was the eldest among the children, she could lead them with ease, granting her 100-fold peace of mind. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Qiang could only swallow her grievances in silence. Her smile now strained and forced. Jiang Qingqing, unable to suppress a small smile, discreetly glanced at Consort Zhao, who returned her gaze with a subtle wink. The meaning between them unmistakable. With a decree secured, a report was sent to Empress Su, who, upon noticing that the decree was issued by the emperor, chose not to comment further and instead assigned a capable senior maid to accompany and oversee the children. With wide, curious eyes, the children observed the bustling scene outside, where vendors paraded their candied wares amidst a chorus of shouts. This lively environment did not disturb Jiang Qingqing in the slightest. On the contrary, she found it to be a refreshing display of vitality. Compared to the inquisitiveness of the siblings, the older princes maintained a composed demeanor. In truth, Qiyang had rarely interacted with these princes during her time in the palace, primarily due to strict regulations imposed by the Empress Dowager forbidding frequent contact between princes and princesses. The eldest prince's gaze remained fixed on his two younger siblings, leaving him little room to address Qi Yang's emotional overtures. Meanwhile, the second prince, known for his calm and indifferent demeanor in public, remained unresponsive to Qi Yang's attempts at conversation, prompting her to fall silent. Don't lean out of the carriage, it's unsafe, the eldest prince admonished gently. The second prince, noticing Jiang Qingqing's obedient demeanor, found it amusing and unexpectedly chuckled. It's all the third brother's fault. If he hadn't asked me to see what the sugar figurine looked like, I wouldn't have leaned out at all, Jiang Qingqing thought, chastising herself for her moment of childish folly. The four siblings maintained a harmonious rapport, each contributing their voices to the conversation. Save for Qiyang, who found herself unable to integrate into the group. Her expression grew slightly awkward as her keen eyes fell upon Jiang Qingqing's radiant smile. Her hands, hidden beneath her wide sleeves, involuntarily clenched. As Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Chen engaged in playful banter, the carriage halted at the entrance of the Xiao Wangfu. Alighting in order of seniority, Jiang Qingqing was the last to step down. "Greetings, esteemed young masters and mistresses. I am the steward here, and I shall guide you." A youthful voice resonated at the entrance. Jiang Qingqing looked up to see a young man, impeccably dressed, adorned with the insignia of the Xiao Wangfu, exuding an air of composure. "You're so young to be the chief steward?" Jiang questioned, eyeing him critically. Her inquiry, though somewhat abrupt, did not appear to faze the steward, who maintained a respectful demeanor. "I have served the prince since childhood, gaining ample experience, hence my appointment as chief steward. Please, follow me," he replied, bowing slightly before leading the way into the residence. Jiang Qingqing trailed behind, casting a sidelong glance at Qiyang, who was scrutinizing the plaque of the residence. Silently observing, she noted the princess's pretentious demeanor, a hint of mockery sparkling in her bright eyes. Jiang Qingqing understood Qiyang's behavior. As the only girl in the palace, she had been indulged. Her attempts to appear dutiful and pious, even volunteering to guard the royal tombs for 3 years, had ultimately been overshadowed by the emergence of the legitimate little princess of Tianqi. Thus, Jiang Qingqing empathized with Qiyang's defensive stance toward her. With a slight smile playing on her lips, Jiang Qingqing quickened her pace, eager to explore the furnishings and style of her uncle's residence. For to understand a person, one must first observe their lifestyle and aesthetic preferences. As the steward led the distinguished young lords and ladies through a small corridor, they arrived at a crescent-shaped stone gate, passing through a bamboo grove before halting in front of a bamboo house. "The prince should be in the study at this hour. I have already informed him of your arrival. You may knock and enter," the steward announced. Jiang Qingqing surveyed her surroundings, appreciating the serene ambience of the bamboo grove. She had expected her uncle, a seasoned warrior, to favor a grand martial platform in the courtyard. However, the tranquil bamboo grove seemed more fitting for his composed nature. As she pondered the essence of Xiao Linting, Qiyang stepped forward, lightly knocking on the door 3 times. Before long, a deep voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Jiang Qingqing glanced down the steps to see a small, rosy figure squatting beneath a large bamboo, reaching for the earth. "What are you doing?" Qiyang scolded, her delicate brows knitting together. Startled, Jiang Qingqing hesitated, her hand retreating before it could touch the soil. "I didn't mean to," she murmured shyly, standing up with a hint of embarrassment. In an instant, Qiyang rushed over, grasping Jiang Qingqing's outstretched hand. "Do you know how precious this place is? You dare to touch the ground?" she reprimanded, her tone fierce as if she had caught Jiang Qingqing in a grave misdeed. The sudden contact caused Jiang Qingqing to feel displeased. Her expression, once startled, now bore a hint of annoyance. She struggled to free her hand from Qiyang's grip, but the older girl's strength easily surpassed that of a mere 5-year-old. "Princess of the Bamboo Grove can touch freely. There is no distinction of value," a voice interjected, revealing Xiao Linting, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, deftly separating the 2 girls and effortlessly cradling Jiang Qingqing in his arms. "The vexation of the insufferable princess is palpable. She seems to target me at every turn, refusing to even lend a hand with the simplest of tasks. She acts as though she is intimately familiar with this place. But can the royal uncle truly tend to someone of her ilk?" The familiar, innocent voice of the little girl resonates in Xiao Linting's mind, prompting him to instinctively caress Jiang Qingqing's back. What does it matter if she is favored by the Empress Dowager? Things have changed. She is no longer residing in her father's fief as a princess. Yet she insists on coming to the capital. What is her aim? Jiang Qingqing rests her head on Xiao Linting's shoulder, her small frame curling into his embrace, exuding an air of utter grievance, as he carries the little girl toward the bamboo house. The 3 young boys accompanying them have long grown accustomed to the special treatment bestowed upon the royal uncle. They follow silently into the bamboo house, leaving the astonished Princess Qiang who has never witnessed such tenderness from Xiao Linting, to gaze in wonder at his retreating figure. Upon entering the humble abode, Jiang Qingqing is taken aback by the simplicity of the furnishings and Xiao Linting's understated dark attire. She had expected that someone wielding military power and holding a high position would be surrounded by glimmering gold. Since His Highness rarely ventures beyond the palace, does he have a particular destination in mind? Xiao Linting, seated in an armchair, observes the three young princes, seamlessly transitioning from an inquiry about their future endeavors to a discussion of their immediate plans. Indeed, Jiang Qingqing muses, Xiao Linting is truly an astute observer of happenings. Knowing the moment he steps out of the palace, she is filled with admiration for his perceptiveness. Thank you for the name you've given me, but perhaps refrain from bestowing any more in the future, Xiao Linting responds. Jiang Chun, eager to explore the world beyond the palace walls, can no longer contain his excitement upon hearing his uncle's words. With palpable enthusiasm, he exclaims, I have heard from a young heir of the Fengshan Duke that there exists a renowned culinary establishment in the capital called Fanlu. Is it nearby? Chapter 38. A pot of fragrant tea, the suggestion to embark on an outing is solely brought forth by Jiang Chun, who is brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Qingqing initially contemplates joining in, yet the proud demeanor of Princess Qiang prompts her to remain silent. As anticipated, the moment Jiang Chen's words leave his lips, the princess interjects. The proprietor of Fan Lu has had prior dealings with me. If you wish to visit, I can certainly escort you to broaden your horizons. Her words are somewhat grating, causing Jiang Qingqing to furrow her brow. It has been many years since the princess departed from the capital. Yet she still claims to know the proprietor? What if, perchance, the owner has changed or the establishment has been leased to another? How can she speak with such certainty? The little girl nestled in Xiao Linting's arms shifts slightly, preparing for a verbal skirmish, reminiscent of a familiar prickly hedgehog. What did the children of that time say? The aroma of rich tea? Princess Qiang, likely unprepared for Jiang Qingqing's challenge, takes a moment to gather her thoughts before seeking to justify herself. When I was in the capital, I often visited Fanlu with my sisters. Even if the proprietor has changed, surely my status would have been known. She speaks with an air of superiority, as if everyone in the capital must recognize Princess Qiang. Jiang Qingqing lets out a small, teasing laugh, scrutinizing the princess's slender figure. Such grandeur you possess, dear princess, but I wonder if your old friend from 5 years ago still remember you as they once did. To those around, it seems merely the innocent prattle of a 5-year-old, eliciting only silent smiles. Yet, Xiao Linting, listening intently to Jiang Qingqing's remarks, perceives that this 5-year-old princess possesses an unexpected depth beyond her innocent facade. Princess Qiang, completely unprepared for Jiang Qingqing's assertiveness, raises an eyebrow and glares at her, ready to invoke her status as an elder. Just as she is about to speak, the silent eldest prince suddenly interjects, diverting the potential clash. If we are to travel incognito, we cannot refer to Her Highness in such a manner that highlights her status. What should we call her instead? His composed words diffuse the tension. Princess Qiang casts a reluctant glance at the 5-year-old girl, snorting coldly. Jiang Qingqing, well aware that conversing with someone so prideful can be vexing, opts to divert her attention to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, with his carefree demeanor, strokes his smooth chin and thoughtfully suggests, how about we engage in something novel? The moment his words escape, all eyes turn to him. Sensing the icy gaze of his uncle, he instinctively shrinks back. Meanwhile, Princess Qiang's expression shifts from discontent to delight, her hands clapping together as her eyes brighten. Why not this? Let the royal uncle and I be siblings, and you can all be our younger siblings. How's that sound? How's that sound? How audacious of you to ask such a question. Your intentions to win over the royal uncle are all too transparent. If it were not for the constraints of propriety, I dare say you would wish to call him your husband. Jiang Qingqing pouts slightly, her sharp sarcasm directed toward Princess Qiang. Xiao Linting, who typically refrains from intervening in the playful banter of children, allows the delightful reprieve to continue. This explains why Jiang Chun feels emboldened to suggest an outing. The boy is adept at reading the room, having discerned Xiao Linting's intentions early on, which is why he is so eager to join in the fun. The eldest prince furrows his brow slightly, disapproving of Princess Qiang's proposal. Yet the teachings of Empress Su prevent him from outright dismissing her thoughts, leaving him to contemplate silently. The second prince shows little interest in the unfolding drama. Jiang Qingqing, feeling dissatisfied with the situation, exclaims, "Why should I have to be the younger brother? Since we are traveling incognito, I should not be relegated to such a role." He thumps his thigh in frustration. Seeing Jiang Qing's discontent, Princess Qiang casts a sharp glance his way. "I believe my arrangement is quite appropriate. If you are unhappy, feel free to distance yourself and cease pretending to know us in public." Jiang Qingqing interjects, wielding an invisible lever, wishing to launch Princess Qiang into the air. For the princess, this day marks perhaps the first time in her 15 years of life that she faces such widespread skepticism. Once indulged by the Empress Dowager as if she were half a princess, she now harbors rebellious thoughts against a mere 5-year-old child. "If we are to obscure our identities, then I should be the one to call the royal uncle brother. Given your mature attire today, one could mistake you for a woman. Perhaps I should simply call you Annie, princess." Jiang Qingqing's exquisite features are adorned with a radiant, innocent smile, her voice sweet and naive, befitting a girl of her age. In this tangled web of relationships, Jiang Qingqing, having grasped the dynamics at play, cannot suppress his amusement, bursting into laughter. Princess Qiang's face turns crimson, her expression reflecting sheer terror as she gazes at the innocent little princess. "Look at your hairstyle. Were it not for the 2 strands of hair escaping, I would have thought you were already wed." Jiang Qingqing boldly points to Princess Qiang's hair, unabashedly declaring, "Do you think you can compete with me? Who are you trying to impress with that pretentious demeanor? While I was being coy with others, you were still in your infancy." The proud and composed voice of the little girl echoes in Xiao Linting's mind, listening to the young child candidly and directly exposing the subtle schemes of Princess Qiang. Chapter 39. The Mischievous Child and the Tea Girl. One cannot help but marvel at the princess's intricate and flowery tactics in dealing with girls. Had it been Xiao Linting, he would have barred her from entering the gates of the Xiao Wangfu the moment he sensed her ulterior motives. Princess Qiang, taken aback, had not anticipated such brazen opposition from this pair of siblings. Given her past experiences in the capital, where she enjoyed the backing of the Empress Dowager, she would have never tolerated such defiance and would have retaliated harshly using the Empress's influence. Reflecting on this, Princess Qiang's phoenix eyes shimmered with unshed tears, tinged with a hint of red at the corners. Her youthful beauty, characterized by certain pride, now bore an expression of unspoken grievance, particularly as her eyes, glistening with moisture, gazed helplessly at Xiao Linting. "Ah, so, are no longer attacking me? Are you now preparing to find a mountain to lean against?" Xiao Linting thought to himself, bemused. Had you displayed such victimhood towards the imperial uncle from the very beginning? Had you succeeded in ingratiating yourself, would you still find yourself in this predicament? Xiao Linting feigned ignorance to Princess Qiang's display of despair, instead lowering his gaze to the little one seated in his lap, who was maintaining a serious demeanor. His mind was flooded with the seamless commentary of Jiang Qingqing resonating in his ears. "Come on, your green tea act is hardly convincing if you lack the finesse. Perhaps you should refrain from this path." Thanks to the princess's folly, Xiao Linting found himself encountering yet another novel flavor of tea today. It seemed that the frequent glances cast her way went unnoticed, as Princess Qiang bit her lip in frustration, casting her gaze downwards as if in self-reflection over her actions. Jiang Qingqing, having observed enough of the spectacle, turned his attention towards the bamboo house's entrance, realizing that time was slipping away. The allure of the outside world, beyond the foolish antics of Princess Qiang, was far more captivating. "Ah, so be it. You are the imperial uncle's sister, and we are his brothers. You shall be our aunt," he declared, waving his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the stability of this familial connection. His sole desire was to escape the confines of Xiao Wangfu and explore the world beyond. Xiao Linting, uninterested in the juvenile plans, merely remarked after Jiang Qingqing spoke, "The steward should have the carriage ready. Your highnesses may proceed." As his words faded, he intended to rise with Jiang Qingqing in his arms. However, the little one slid off his lap like a slippery fish, quickly standing on the ground before exclaiming in genuine surprise, darting towards the bamboo house's exit. Unaware of the princess's true sentiments, Xiao Linting instinctively rose to follow her. Yet, just as he took a step outside, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Princess Qingyi gazing up at him. He took a slight step back, creating a safe distance, and coldly inquired, "Does the princess require anything? If you find the outing to the fan tower dull, I can have someone escort you elsewhere for amusement." Princess Qingyi, biting her lip, shook her head slightly, her eyes growing redder. "Do you truly not remember our initial acquaintance in the palace? Your current indifference makes you seem like a different person." Without the presence of Jiang Qingqing and the other children, her voice was soft and sweet, prompting Xiao Linting to frown at her disingenuousness. The most despicable type of green tea was one that feigned innocence while harboring ulterior motives, devoid of purity. The memory of this sentiment echoed in his mind, as if the princess were nestled in his embrace. Xiao Linting's hands, previously clasped behind his back, instinctively clenched. Once, he had cared for her under the Empress Dowager's orders. Now, she possessed the ability to protect herself. The one who required safeguarding now was the princess. Xiao Linting's voice had settled into a steady, deep tone in recent days, his timbre both robust and melodious. Princess Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a mix of longing and infatuation. "But I still desire the prince's attention. Auntie, that jade pendant at your waist is exquisite. May I touch it?" The child's voice suddenly interrupted their exchange. Princess Qingyi, momentarily startled, swiftly suppressed her feelings. Her eyes now tinted with impatience as she looked down. Jiang Qingqing had returned from outside, her fingers smeared with dirt. Observing her usually pristine hands soiled, Xiao Linting retreated into the house. With Xiao Linting's absence, Princess Qingyi felt no need for pretense. She leaned down, fixing her gaze intensely on Jiang Qingqing's round, beautiful eyes, and through gritted teeth warned, "Your Highness, I shall overlook you stealing my attention, but should you snatch away my good marriage prospects, you should take care to avoid me in the future, for I cannot guarantee what I might do to torment you." Such a threat, if heard by a mere 5-year-old, might evoke fear and retreat. Yet, standing before Princess Qingyi was not a child of 5, but rather a soul seasoned by deceit and the murky depths of court politics, a 25-year-old woman. The sweet-faced little princess, instead of feeling fear, merely smiled, her eyes curving in delight. "Princess Qingyi, I do not provoke others, yet I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will." The little girl's voice, though childlike and innocent, carried an undeniable assertiveness. As they listened to footsteps approaching from the side room, both concealed the fierce expressions in their eyes. "Your Highness should address me as elder sister," Princess Qingyi declared, her words laden with double meanings. Jiang Qingqing looked up, her smile radiant and carefree. "Oh, Auntie, may I touch that jade pendant you call sister?" As Xiao Linting emerged from the room with a damp cloth, prepared to clean the princess's fingers, he found the two opposite each other, their expressions veiled by false smiles. However, Princess Qingyi's countenance bore the cracks of impending collapse. With a calm demeanor, he moved between them, lifting his robe and kneeling before Jiang Qingqing. Chapter 40, a bustling scene. He did not utter a word, merely extending his palm upward. Princess Qingyi observed the seamless interaction between the two, noting how they exchanged no unnecessary glances. Yet Jiang Qingqing instinctively placed her soiled hand in his larger one. Then, Xiao Linting's deep voice broke the silence. "Your Highness, have you gone to dig in my courtyard?" "I merely wished to see if any tender bamboo shoots were sprouting from the earth," the child replied, her tone resembling that of a petulant darling. Xiao Linting furrowed his brow as he adeptly wiped the dirt from her fingertips, responding with a hint of resignation. "There should be no tender shoots in my courtyard. The steward harvests them daily." Jiang Qingqing responded with a small, understanding "oh." Witnessing the familiar and composed dialogue between the uncle and niece, Princess Qingyi felt a fleeting moment of discomfort. "If the princess wishes to join us, I suggest you find a seat in the carriage sooner rather than later," Xiao Linting commented, setting aside the dirty cloth as he skillfully lifted the little one into his arms. With a measured stride, he carried Jiang Qingqing towards the exit. At that moment, Princess Qingyi found herself in a state of confusion, only realizing the implication of his words once she followed him to the side corridor of the Wangfu. "Your Highness, I must apologize. "It appears this carriage cannot accommodate you," Jiang Qingqing remarked with a grin, his expression devoid of any remorse as he poked his head out from the carriage. Jiang Qingqing, nestled in her uncle's embrace, turned to glance at the carriage, perplexed by the claim of insufficient space. Jiang Qingqing, ever the considerate soul, lifted the carriage curtain for them to see inside. Although 3 individuals were seated together, the originally spacious carriage had been cramped by the addition of a small table. While it appeared tidy and clean, a couple of corners of rice paper jutted out from the nearby small box. "How curious! What a workaholic presence," Xiao Linting remarked, raising an eyebrow, a rare hint of amusement gracing his eyes. Upon observing that there was not a single spot left in the carriage, the expression of Princess Qiang momentarily revealed her displeasure. Jiang Qingqing, relishing the spectacle, was unconcerned about her own seating arrangements. "Nafu, prepare another small carriage for Her Highness," Xiao Linting commanded nonchalantly. The chief steward, positioned at the entrance, nodded in acknowledgement of the order. With her arms wrapped around her uncle's neck, Jiang Qingqing found joy in witnessing the princess's barely concealed frustration. Taking a deep breath, Princess Qiang seemed to mentally suppress her anger before turning to Xiao Linting to inquire, "Then how shall the prince and the princess be seated?" Xiao Linting replied succinctly, "A horse." The implication was clear. One horse could not accommodate 3 individuals. Shortly thereafter, a servant from the royal residence led a horse forward. Xiao Linting first assisted Jiang Qingqing onto the horse's back. She adeptly grasped the saddle, just as a gust of wind brushed past her ear. With a dispassionate remark, Xiao Linting took hold of the reins, turned the horse's head, and began to lead the way down the street ahead of the carriage. Jiang Qingqing caught a final glimpse of Princess Qiang's near breakdown, and while she felt a surge of schadenfreude, she quickly pondered that the princess's audacity to approach her uncle was markedly bolder than that of other women. In the capital of Tianqi, galloping horses were strictly forbidden in the streets. Even when riding, one was expected to proceed at a slow pace. As a high-ranking official, Xiao Linting naturally set the example, maintaining a steady pace that was even slower than that of the carriage. As the carriage carrying Crown Prince Jiang Qingqing and the others was about to pass by Jiang Qingqing, a head suddenly emerged from the window. "Brother, we're off ahead. See you at Fanlu later." Who else but the most mischievous and audacious among them would dare utter such words at that moment? Moments later, Jiang Qingqing heard the crown prince's reprimanding voice from inside the carriage. "Chun, don't stick your head out anymore." In the blink of an eye, the seemingly unremarkable carriage had indeed moved away from Jiang Qingqing and Xiao Linting. Watching the carriage recede, Jiang Qingqing blinked. "Do you wish to match their speed?" A deep, rich voice inquired softly. Jiang Qingqing shook her head, stating that there was no rush. The day was still young, and they had plenty of time. "I haven't yet savored the splendor of the capital. Sitting in a carriage feels like being in a hurry, and it's hard to appreciate the lively streets," she mused. Heeding her thoughts, he relaxed the reins slightly, and the horse's steady pace transformed into a leisurely stroll. Jiang Qingqing remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarity, wholly absorbed in observing the shops lining the road. Eventually, at the bustling intersection ahead, she noticed a shop with few wares displayed, yet it was situated in a prime location amidst the throngs of people. This anomaly piqued Jiang Qingqing's curiosity, compelling her to cast a lingering glance. 2 individuals stood at the shop's entrance, one clad in ornate garments adorned with gold trim, resembling a nouveau riche rather than a member of the gentry, while the other, a modest shopkeeper, faced him. "Do you truly have no green powder left? We agreed on a price of 1.5 copper coins per pound, and I asked for 10 pounds. You've only delivered less than 2. Are you now claiming there is none available?" The nouveau riche exclaimed, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of passers-by. Xiao Linting, even from a distance, could hear the escalating dispute. Normally, he would have ignored it altogether, but he found himself glancing down at the little one in his arms, who was intently watching the exchange. He pulled on the reins and halted at a nearby distance. The shopkeeper, appearing quite resolute, nodded in affirmation before retorting with a hint of sarcasm. "For the price of 1.5 copper coins per pound, you expect to take 10 pounds of green powder in one go? I'm only willing to sell you 2 pounds out of consideration for your establishment at Fanlu. Did you really think I'd depart with 10? Jiang Qingqing, ever the enthusiast for gossip, relished the unfolding drama. Although she was unfamiliar with the pricing dynamics in Tianqi, it was evident that the proprietor of Fan Lu was attempting to take advantage of another who clearly did not possess the 10 pounds he sought. "Brother," she called out brightly, feeling no awkwardness in addressing him thus. "What exactly is this green powder they speak of?" The sudden address took Xiao Linting aback momentarily. He had recently developed a habit of raising his eyebrows, and he couldn't help but do so again as he looked down at the inquisitive child in his arms. "Didn't you see it when you spoke with the Li Kingdom's envoy regarding their local specialties? Might this be considered revisiting old matters?" Jiang Qingqing chuckled nervously, clasping her hands cautiously. "I simply hadn't inquired before. I was curious, but the person I asked seemed overwhelmed and jumped into the water." Xiao Linting observed the little one, initially so lively, now drooping her head in disappointment. The adorable, rosy-cheeked child exuded an endearing charm. Feeling a twinge of tenderness, he reached out a hand to ruffle her fluffy hair. "The green powder is a unique product of the Li Kingdom. When brewed, it produces a fragrant green tea aroma," he explained with a hint of amusement. "A specialty of the Li Kingdom?" Jiang Qingqing's knowledge of the Li Kingdom was limited to the two envoys sent there, Han Qingyi and Han Qingming. Her disdain for their kingdom left her with little curiosity about its offerings. What green powder? The people of the Li Kingdom hardly possess any wisdom. The Li Kingdom was notorious for its deceptive practices, especially in the bustling marketplace of Tianqi. A sudden, audacious thought sparked in Jiang Qingqing's mind, connecting a few keywords that danced in her thoughts. This shop was certainly not ordinary. "Brother, are there any explicit regulations regarding merchants in Tianqi's laws?" Jiang Qingqing inquired. Shifting the topic, Xiao Linting nodded slightly, responding smoothly. "There are a few, but merchants are not held to any particularly stringent requirements. They are simply prohibited from engaging in practices that contradict Tianqi's principles, such as illicit salt and sugar production or selling counterfeit goods." So the laws are essentially non-existent," Jiang Qingqing remarked. Xiao Linting. Jiang Qingqing pursed her lips, committing the shop's location to memory before diverting her gaze away from the two merchants still embroiled in their dispute. As Xiao Linting pondered the meaning behind the little princess's thoughts, he continued to guide the horse forward, somewhat perplexed. As their steed traversed the intersection, a petite figure suddenly hurtled towards the horse's hooves. Once the horse had steadied, both Xiao Linting and Jiang Qingqing turned in unison to glance at the individual on their left. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the one who had dashed forward was a young girl. Observing her pallid complexion, they noted that her attire was relatively considerate. Xiao Linting slightly furrowed his elegant brows and admonished sternly, "One must pay attention while walking. Recklessly charging forth could lead to accidents. And the injured may not be limited to yourself alone." The girl, startled by the man's rebuke from atop the horse, trembled like a leaf. Jiang Qingqing, perceiving that the girl did not seem to be seeking trouble, sensed a hint of fear within her, indicating that she was likely not unburdened by concerns. Why then did she recklessly dart across the road? She endeavored to soften her tone. The girl on the ground, hearing a gentle voice from the horse, instinctively looked up. Backlit, she beheld the silhouettes of a tall man and a petite girl. The man, with his hair elegantly styled and his posture upright, exuded an extraordinary presence, while the girl, with her twin hairpins, appeared charming and delicate. "I came from Ba village to seek refuge with relatives in the capital, but they disdained someone of my standing, stating they would only take me in if I groveled before them. I merely wish for a place to stay," the girl spoke, her words somewhat incoherent yet methodical. Jiang Qingqing struggled to comprehend her statement, eventually discerning that she had come to the capital seeking assistance from her relatives. However, it was perplexing that this girl, seemingly lacking in wisdom, could not grasp the true intentions of her relatives and naively believed that by presenting her injuries, they would welcome her. Xiao Linting had encountered many who feigned misfortune, and even if this girl were truly at her wit's end, he would merely suggest that she consider turning to the court for assistance. "Your relatives may not be a viable option. Have you contemplated other alternatives?" Jiang Qingqing inquired, pressing for more information. Xiao Linting loosened his grip on the reins. Perhaps it was not so bad for this little one to harbor a tender heart. The girl, taken aback, lowered her head and shook it. "Everyone from the village has left, and I have elderly grandparents at home. I had hoped to borrow some money from my relatives to support their remaining years, she continued, only to realize she had divulged too much and quickly halted, offering a shy smile to the writer. If my relatives refuse to assist, I shall look for other places in the capital that might employ women. With that, she clumsily rose to her feet, taking a few unsteady steps. Noticing her unstable state, Jiang Qingqing was about to ask if the prince could lend a hand when the girl suddenly collapsed onto the street. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brow at the sight, but Xiao Linting was quicker to respond, assuring, "Do not worry, someone will come to her aid." Yet she had already lost consciousness. "Shall we arrange for her to be taken to a small side courtyard, where she can rest and have something to eat upon waking? Let her recuperate before seeking employment." Jiang Qingqing pondered, her lips pressed together as she gazed at the fallen girl, her mind racing with various thoughts. "Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements." Chapter 42. Parting ways. It seems this noble young man and lady have truly kind hearts, willing to extend a helping hand. Retaliation. Unburdened by the need for sustenance, are naturally inclined to assist. The opportunity to cultivate a good reputation without financial cost is indeed an appealing prospect. Several onlookers expressed sentiments regarding the freedom of the affluent, then dispersed with a sense of relief. Jiang Qingqing observed as a few plainly dressed individuals approached to lift the girl and carry her away, instinctively letting out a sound of concern. Above her, the young man comforted, "They're on her side. They will ensure her well-being." Only then did Jiang Qingqing exhale, nodding in understanding. This incident could be considered a minor interlude. When Xiao Linting led Jiang Qingqing to the reserved private room at Fanlu, Jiang Chun had already surreptitiously sampled the dish. "Why did you arrive so late? Were you delayed by something on the way?" The crown prince was about to gently inquire, but Jiang Chun, unceremoniously, interrupted with his boisterous question, effectively stifling the crown prince's words. After setting Jiang Qingqing down, Xiao Linting replied calmly, "It was nothing. We encountered a pair of merchants arguing and paused to observe for a while." Jiang Qingqing settled in her chair, leisurely adding, "We could not determine the right and wrong of the matter, and then a girl intercepted us midway, speaking a few words before fainting." Watching the banter unfold between the crown prince and Jiang Chun, Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at the playful exchange. Xiao Linting, composed as ever, took his seat and adjusted his sleeves, continuing, "She claimed to have come from a village, seeking refuge with relatives, but upon failing, resorted to obstructing passers-by." Jiang Qingqing had little to add, but nodded in agreement with this assertion. The crown prince acknowledged her village origins with a nod, but remained silent, while Jiang Chun, ever inquisitive, prodded further, "Do you know which village?" As Xiao Linting busied himself with the utensils, he poured himself a cup of hot tea. The crown prince furrowed his brow, having some knowledge of these villages and expressing, "It is curious. Ba village lies just behind the capital, renowned for its abundant water supply. Logically, with such resources, there should be no hardship." Jiang Chun did not possess much geographical knowledge, but listened with childlike fascination. The young ones had never conducted field studies and were unaware of the true circumstances of Ba village, their understanding limited to scant descriptions found in books. Seeing the blank expressions on the faces of the princes, Xiao Linting took the initiative to elucidate. "How do we not know?" Jiang Qin remarked, puzzled. Jiang Qingqing suppressed a sigh, glancing at the naive third prince, yet remained committed to providing an explanation. "Only higher-level students are sent for field studies. It is only natural that you were not called. What could you discern if you went? Your reasoning is quite elementary." Her tone was laced with a sense of certainty. This incited Jiang Chun's stubbornness, and with hands on his hips, he defiantly raised his chin, asserting, "Who says I cannot comprehend? If only I could visit Ba village. Would it require so many people to investigate?" Jiang Qingqing internally scoffed. Given Jiang Chen's current naivety and mindset, should he encounter any deceitful local officials, he would undoubtedly fall victim to trickery. Xiao Linting perceived this as a mere spat between two children, but gradually became more contemplative about Ba village. Disinterested in continuing the conversation with the innocent young boy, Jiang Qingqing refocused her attention on her uncle, speaking lightly, "Uncle, may I visit that side courtyard after we leave Fanlu? I'm a bit concerned for the young girl." Her reasoning was straightforward, revealing her compassionate nature. Xiao Linting nodded slightly, responding gravely, "However, you cannot go alone. I shall accompany you, Your Highness." Jiang Qingqing had no objections and nodded in agreement. As this topic concluded, a momentary stillness enveloped the room, an unexpected silence falling over them. Before the tranquil atmosphere could linger for long, the door swung open from the outside. Following this, Na Fu entered, respectfully announcing, "The county princess has arrived." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Princess Qiang stepped into the room, surveying her surroundings with a slight frown, revealing her disdain for the modest private chamber. How did such a secluded room come to be chosen? With an unappealing view and an absence of liveliness? As she entered, she immediately began to critique the environment from every angle. Princess Qiang, while not malicious in heart, often spoke and acted in a manner that was quite harsh, constantly contrasting herself with Jiang Qingqing. Yet, if one were to claim she harbored ill intentions, it would be hard to justify. Since her departure from the palace, she had not committed any malevolent acts. Jiang Qingqing observed Princess Qiang's critical demeanor with a sense of amusement. Princess Qiang seemed to be one who had been excessively exalted in everyday life, causing her to become somewhat detached from reality. Understanding this aspect of her character diminished Jiang Qingqing's irritation towards her. After all, she was also a pitiable individual, albeit one whose flaws were as pronounced as her vulnerabilities. "If you find this place so distasteful, why accompany us when we departed from the Wangfu?" Even our elder brother and second brother remained silent. "What gives you the right to complain now?" Jiang Chun, a straightforward and boisterous young man, could no longer contain his frustration with Princess Qiang's pretentious demeanor and finally spoke his mind. Jiang Qingqing bit her lip, lowering her gaze to conceal her amusement at his candidness. "Mr. Jiang Chun, I oppose your withdrawal from the literary world at that time," she chimed in, her youthful voice laced with a hint of laughter. Jiang Chun, upon hearing her words, offered a slight smile of appreciation before waving his hand and responding in kind. Chapter 43. "You are inadequate." Princess Qiang's expression turned somewhat awkward. She had intended to retort to Jiang Chun, but was momentarily distracted by the striking profile of Xiao Linting. After a brief moment of turmoil, she inhaled deeply and resigned herself to silence, taking a seat with reluctance. Jiang Qingqing felt a gust of wind beside her and turned to see Princess Qiang settle next to her. At that instant, Xiao Linting turned his head to regard Princess Qiang. Sensing his gaze, she quickly adjusted her posture, lowering her head in a manner befitting a modest young lady. "Perhaps you should change your seat, Princess. If you remain there, the dishes will be served directly to His Highness," Xiao Linting stated in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The bashful Princess Qiang, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the distance between herself and Jiang Qingqing, who was dutifully sipping her tea with her head bowed. "Hey, you wouldn't deliberately make my sister sit in the serving spot, would you? If any hot dish spills on her, would that not fulfill your ulterior motives?" Jiang Chun quickly interjected, glancing at the position with a frown. Princess Qiang felt an unprecedented wave of embarrassment wash over her. She promptly rose from her seat, and Xiao Linting, after a moment's contemplation, chose to sit beside Jiang Qingqing, thus yielding his place to Princess Qiang. "I did not mean any harm," Princess Qiang asserted once she had settled back down. Addressing Jiang Chun, he merely grunted in response. This minor incident quickly faded as the door swung open and the server brought forth the dishes. Jiang Qingqing approached the array of culinary delights with eager anticipation. Initially, Jiang Chun acted as a considerate elder brother, occasionally using serving chopsticks to offer her food, embodying the role of a caring sibling. However, as the delectable offerings from Fan Lu captured his attention, he gradually neglected his sister. At only 5 years of age, Jiang Qingqing found it quite a challenge to reach for the dishes that lay before her. As she pondered how to refill her bowl, she suddenly noticed several new dishes had appeared on her plate. She looked up to find Xiao Linting's deep-set eyes observing her with an inquisitive expression. "Do not daydream while eating," he cautioned, his brow furrowing as he regarded her dazed demeanor. Startled, Jiang Qingqing quickly lowered her head. Yet as she did so, a realization dawned upon her. Why should she be intimidated? Xiao Linting, in total, possessed less emotional maturity than she did. With this thought in mind, she defiantly raised her head to gaze at him once more. Sensing her sudden assertiveness, Xiao Linting turned his attention to her. What would you like to eat? Jiang Qingqing, clutching her chopsticks, scrunched her nose and retorted, Uncle, one should not speak while eating. Have you finished before you began to chatter? Jiang Qingqing, who had been enjoying his meal, was momentarily taken aback by his sister's boldness, which made him tremble with a mix of admiration and trepidation towards Xiao Linting. Xiao Linting's dark eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded the young girl's resolute demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Satisfied with the response she sought, Jiang Qingqing resumed her meal. The dishes from Fan Lu were indeed delightful, and as she patted her slightly protruding belly, she sighed contentedly. The eldest prince glanced out at the sky, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Is there anywhere else you wish to visit? Jiang Qingqing raised his hand cautiously, stating, I have heard that the tea house is quite interesting. One can listen to storytellers there. I would like to go. The typically reserved second prince nodded in agreement. Princess Qiang, who had maintained a rather indifferent demeanor from the start, declared, I shall not attend. I have plans with friends in the capital and will not be joining you this afternoon. Jiang Qingqing observed the dejected expression on Princess Qiang's face, sensing that her infatuation with Xiao Linting had somewhat diminished, leading her to lose interest in pursuing him. With this realization, Jiang Qingqing regarded Princess Qiang with a newfound empathy, shaking her head in regret. Noticing the rich array of emotions on the young girl's face, Xiao Linting, while adjusting the hairpin in Princess Qiang's hair, initiated a gentle physical connection. Will you truly give up on your uncle so easily? This is merely the beginning. To yield without resolve is quite disappointing. Xiao Linting raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Your Highness, do you wish to visit the tea house as well? He asked, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Which tea house? Jiang Qingqing inquired, puzzled. What is there to see? Most likely, it is merely those who have no one to rely on, trying to make a living. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing turned to Jiang Qingqing, extending her finger towards him with earnest conviction. Do not speak so thoughtlessly. You were merely fortunate to be born into the royal family. If you were an ordinary person, could you speak so indifferently? Every household strives to make a living. Who does not work hard to survive? Do we not have our own aspirations and ideals, even in our carefree existence? Ignoring the presence of others at the table, she expressed her discomfort with Jiang Qing's seemingly oblivious remarks. An individual with awareness and ambition would undoubtedly have a clear plan for their life. While their goals might be more grounded, as a member of the royal family, your ideals should not be so mundane. You ought to reflect on the broader world. Although her voice was typically sweet, the gravity of the topic imbued it with a stubborn seriousness. Princess Qiang, initially resting her chin in indifference, began to absorb the dialogue between the siblings more deeply. As Jiang Qingqing's words resonated, the lightness in her gaze gradually faded, replaced by a rare intensity of contemplation. Jiang Qingqing, accustomed to Jiang Qingqing's heartfelt admonitions, did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he found himself genuinely considering her words. Xiao Linting's expression grew increasingly profound as he observed Jiang Qingqing, beginning to reflect in earnest. Chapter 44. A young child beside the prince, the reprimanding words abruptly ceased, and it was only then that it became apparent that the room was filled solely with Jiang Qingqing's admonitions. Realizing that this was not the appropriate moment to raise Jiang Qingqing, he lifted his gaze at his two imperial brothers, furrowing his brow as he spoke plainly. What can those old gentlemen from the National Academy possibly teach? Is that even a question? It must certainly be the esteemed teachings of our royal uncle. Upon hearing these words, some individuals experienced a moment of clarity. Others quietly sighed in relief, while still others, like Xiao Linting, turned to gaze at Jiang Qingqing, whose face radiated pride, raising an eyebrow with an unusual hint of amusement. Having nearly finished their meal, Princess Qiang gracefully steered the conversation away from the somewhat awkward topic. Jiang Qingqing immediately lifted her eyes towards Princess Qiang, who elegantly adjusted her skirts, as if she had never been the one targeting Jiang Qingqing upon leaving the palace. Everyone offered slight nods in acknowledgement to Princess Qiang, and as she departed, the previously tense atmosphere in the room began to ease. The crown prince inclined his head slightly, seamlessly taking over the conversation initiated by the second prince. Third brother intends to visit the tea house. I shall accompany him. What about you, second brother? Then we shall go together. came the reply. The three brothers turned in unison towards Jiang Qingqing and Xiao Linting. Jiang Qingqing blinked, about to explain her whereabouts, when her royal uncle suddenly interjected. They had no objections, nodding in agreement. Jiang Chun suddenly remembered something, rubbing his hands together and grinning as he pulled his two royal brothers towards the door. Having spoken, he seemed to take flight, dragging along his bewildered brothers, and they tumbled out of the room, leaving Jiang Qingqing gazing after their fleeing figures, her words stuck in her throat. Only she and her royal uncle remained in the room. The more solitude enveloped her, the more anxious she became. Royal uncle, are you not curious why I possess such profound understanding of lofty principles? Jiang Qingqing grasped at Xiao Linting's robe, seizing the moment as he rose, only able to clutch at the hem of his garment. Standing beside the round stool, Xiao Linting looked down to see the little one gazing up at him, her fair skin and round, innocent eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, her pouting lips conveying a pitiful demeanor. If I were to say I learned these principles from books, would he believe me? What if he doesn't? Would he think me overly serious for my age and no longer wish to play with me? Would I lose my support? Oh dear, what would I do without my support? A sudden echo of a child's weeping resonated in his mind, and the depth of his eyes momentarily glimmered with amusement before quickly being concealed. His calloused hand enveloped her delicate one. Your Highness's passion for learning is commendable. I am only pleased and curious about your pursuits. His voice, once deliberately subdued, lost the awkwardness of adolescence, now imbued with the deep timbre of a man. Jiang Qingqing felt a stirring in her heart. I must admit, my royal uncle is quite adept at this rhetoric. It seems I have been skillfully managed. The glimmer of amusement in Xiao Linting's eyes deepened. Jiang Qingqing caught the fleeting smile and felt a slight release of tension, confidently tightening her grip on his hand. She adorned her face with a charming, radiant smile, her expression both endearing and slightly anxious. Xiao Linting allowed his hand to lower, permitting her soft little hand to grasp his. The youth felt little more than the tightening grip of the small one. Until, was he intending to send me away, or was he truly going to send me away? Xiao Linting, what do you mean by send? In a moment of confusion, he glanced sideways, just in time to see the rosy-cheeked child striving to keep pace with him. Observing the distance to the counter, which was still several dozen steps away, he abruptly halted. Jiang Qingqing distinctly sensed the slowing pace of the hand holding hers. Her initially furrowed brow gradually relaxed. What should have been a brief distance took an eternity to traverse, as they walked in sync with Jiang Qingqing's small steps, ultimately arriving at the counter after what felt like an eternity. The shopkeeper, awaiting their arrival, quickly donned a beaming smile. Welcome. I trust the dishes today suit your palate? He carefully scrutinized Xiao Linting's expression, unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, who had not noticed the presence of others beside the stoic and humorless Lord Xiao. He was astonished to find a tender, rosy-cheeked child accompanying him. Overall, it's acceptable, but could you make the spicy flavor a bit stronger? My fondness for spice knows no bounds, and I must always find ways to satisfy my cravings. Xiao Linting nodded in understanding, lifting his gaze to the shopkeeper, who was leaning on the counter, grinning at Jiang Qingqing. Suddenly, the expression on Lord Zhao's face darkened, and he placed a gentle yet firm hand on the back of Jiang Qingqing's head, guiding her face toward him to shield her from the shopkeeper's gaze. Master Lin, he spoke gravely, hinting at a warning. Chapter 45. Interrogation. The spiciness may prove challenging, although chili peppers are indeed produced in my Tianqi. They are scarce and difficult to cultivate on a larger scale. Master Lin had initially intended to offer further excuses, but upon seeing Lord Zhao's growing displeasure, he swiftly shifted his approach. However, I can prepare a separate spicy dish for the young lady during her time in the palace. Jiang Qingqing often enjoyed dishes spiced with chili peppers, believing it to be due to Tianqi's fertile soil. Yet, after hearing Master Lin's words, she realized that chili peppers were not commonplace in Tianqi. Xiao Linting instructed the attendant beside him to settle the bill before leading the little princess outside the restaurant. Isn't chili available to everyone? Jiang Qingqing pondered aloud. Xiao Linting lifted her onto the horse, watching her small silhouette straighten up on the saddle as he squinted against the dazzling sunlight. Your Highness, rest assured, while chili peppers may not be widely available in Tianqi, They are generously supplied to the nobility. Thank goodness, at least I still have royal privileges to enjoy my chili peppers. As Xiao Linting mounted the horse, he couldn't help but smile at the innocent thought expressed by the little one. He tightened the reins, guiding the horse slowly in another direction towards the capital. Upon arriving at the side courtyard, Jiang Qingqing was led by palace maids into a side room, where a small girl was just waking up, sipping her medicinal soup in small sips. Upon hearing the commotion, the little girl cautiously glanced over, and upon seeing the pink robe pass by the door, she finally relaxed. "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" Jiang Qingqing gently asked, tilting her head. The little girl quickly set down her soup bowl, clumsily attempting to rise from her bed, her words overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, kind lady. Where has my royal brother gone?" "He has gone to the study. If you wish to find him, I can take you there." "Not nearby." Jiang Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, gesturing that it was unnecessary before inquiring about the girl's village and her name, and several other questions. "My name is Jing. Since 6 months ago, the water in our village has been dwindling day by day, until eventually the only water source dried up and the villagers left. None wished to remain in a waterless village." "And where is the nearest water source now?" Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Jing shook her head. "We initially considered this approach and even took a stroll around the village, but the nearest location would still require half a day's journey by donkey cart. Moreover, water itself is heavy, and the entire village relies on a water source. Consequently, even if we frequently fetch water, farming cannot cease." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing understood why the people of Ba village were leaving. Indeed, with so many good places nearby, it was only here that water was a challenge. Leaving for another location wouldn't be too difficult. "How many people remain in the village now?" Jiang Qingqing inquired further. Jing glanced at the young girl, who barely reached her waist. Her attire suggested a life of luxury, carefree and untroubled, akin to a young lady of privilege. Jing assumed her curiosity stemmed from an interest in village life and shared everything candidly. The remaining villagers in Ba village are mostly elderly residents who have lived here since childhood. They're largely nostalgic and reluctant to leave their homes. In such a situation, 4 or 5 elderly households remain. Though not many, they're all frail and ailing. "What brings you to Kyoto?" The once quiet room suddenly filled with a new voice. For the first time, Jing sensed that this little girl was not as innocent as she had imagined. Jing's words led Jiang Qingqing to ponder even deeper. She stood up and closed the door, shutting out the outside world. The dimly lit room now contained only her and Jing. In the soft gloom, one could vaguely see the petite figure of the 5-year-old, her back straight, exuding an air of composure. Jing spoke with a hint of seriousness. "Why are you called Jing? That name doesn't sound particularly feminine," Jiang Qingqing asked softly. Jing, seated on the chair, felt a mix of unease and inexplicable anticipation within her. Jiang Qingqing lowered her gaze, tracing the palace-issued token around her waist, her demeanor slow and deliberate. She spoke gently. "If I offer you an opportunity to support your family, would you seize it? If a benefactor requires a Jing, she shall not hesitate." Jing seemed to sense Jiang Qingqing's intent, quickly suppressing her emotions and standing up abruptly. A girl on the verge of womanhood, appearing delicate, yet capable of delivering such a resolute statement. Jiang Qingqing inwardly chuckled. Jing appeared to be someone unwilling to live an ordinary life. Perhaps she had not misjudged her. However, out of caution and her urgent need for assistance from outside the palace, Jiang Qingqing considered it necessary to provide an opportunity for evaluation. "If I were to ask you to commit heinous acts, would you be willing?" The voice, still childlike, carried a weight far beyond its innocence. Jing stood frozen, seemingly taking a moment to grasp that the person before her was not as simple as she first perceived. Chapter 46. Extending an olive branch, Jing still did not know the girl's name or identity. Jiang Qingqing, who had been looking down, lifted her head. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her face, highlighting her flawless complexion. "You must think carefully. Knowing my identity and status means you are entering a place from which there is no return." A seemingly light remark bore a warning. Having maintained a facade of calm, Jing could no longer hold it together. She saw the fair-faced girl, her expression a mix of surprise, her eyes widening as she gazed at the 5-year-old before her. You needn't be overly anxious. Jiang Qingqing noted her urgency. She raised her hand in a calming gesture, stating, "Our relationship is not one of inequitable exchange. First, allow me to present my terms, and then you can decide whether to collaborate with me. This is not an unfair arrangement. You possess what I require, and I, in turn, have what you need." The innocent voice now carried a tone of steadiness, though it felt somewhat out of place. Yet Jing was no longer astonished by the voice, but rather enveloped in disbelief and rapid self-assessment regarding Jiang Qingqing as a whole. "Please go on," Jing replied after thoughtful consideration, her voice somewhat dazed. Jiang Qingqing's smile deepened as she extended her small hand, her pale palm shielding her eyes from the glaring light. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. "It's quite simple. I need your freedom of movement. If you can pass my evaluation, the construction of Ba Village will ensure your grandparents and the elderly and ailing villagers will receive proper care, allowing them to enjoy their twilight years or grow up in peace." This proposal stirred something profound within Jing. Jiang Qingqing smiled, reminding her, "Remember, this is conditional. If you fail the evaluation, our partnership will end here. Since you claim this is a fair exchange, you have the right to present your own conditions, correct?" Jing spoke softly. Jiang Qingqing continued to shield her eyes from the bright light, but nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jing nervously clasped her hands together. Though she appeared composed, the tremor in her voice betrayed her emotions. Jing had two conditions: the reconstruction of Ba Village and a stable, reliable salary. Upon hearing Jing's words, Jiang Qingqing realized she had been overly concerned. This Jing was more genuine than she had anticipated. "I can offer you a stable salary. If you prove capable of becoming my ally, your monthly wage will exceed a certain amount of copper coins. How's that sound?" Suddenly, the room fell silent. Jing contemplated deeply, weighing whether this transaction was secure. "What if you assign me a task I cannot complete?" she tentatively asked. Jiang Qingqing chuckled softly, tilting her head while observing the young Jing, replying, "Quite simply, we would cease all relations." Without any other conditions, Jing felt a surge of emotions. Another moment of silence enveloped the conversation. Jing clenched her fists again. Jiang Qingqing felt the sunlight was too harsh from her position and was about to shift to avoid the glare. Suddenly, the light dimmed. She saw Jing's frail figure blocking the harsh sunlight, her silhouette becoming clearer along with her firm and resolute voice. Jing is willing to try. In the sudden ease that followed, Jiang Qingqing finally subdued the mirth in her eyes, scrutinizing the slender Jing before her. After a considerable silence, she spoke slowly. "I chose you because you possess a certain brilliance within you. You must understand that embarking on this path, while it may lead to wealth, does not guarantee safety." Jing had come to realize that compared to laboring as a seamstress for her grandparents' old age, she preferred to explore bold ventures, those that others dared not dream of. One was about daring to be herself, and the other was a way to repay her benefactor's kindness. Jing was a clever girl, though she appeared disheveled on the street. Had it not been for the words of this young girl that made the tall man pause, she could hardly fathom what her fate would have been today. It was for the sake of her benefactor that Jing was willing to take the plunge. Jiang Qingqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. She could see that Jing was perceptive, yet she was pleasantly taken aback by her rare exuberance. Curiosity about Jing's background in Ba Village began to stir within her. "Now that you have become someone close to me, the name Jing cannot be used here. You must not reveal our partnership to anyone outside, including the men you associate with. Do you understand my meaning?" Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment, retrieving a handful of broken silver from her fragrant pouch, a token of concern from Xinjuan before her departure from the palace. Jing nodded silently, observing her benefactor extend her hand, which she eagerly accepted, feeling the weight of the silver in her palm. "In the future, you shall present yourself as Yan Luo. This fragment of silver is entrusted to you for the upcoming assessment." Jiang Qingqing elaborated, carefully explaining the tasks ahead to Yan Luo. Yan Luo, with lowered eyes, committed these strategies to memory. Just as she was delicately tucking the silver into her bosom, a gentle knock echoed from outside the room. Moments later, a deep voice called out, "Qingqing." Jiang Qingqing raised her eyebrows in surprise, turning towards the door, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. Her royal uncle had never directly addressed her by name in such a manner before. Observing Yin Luo's obedient demeanor brought her joy, yet beyond that surprise. She approached the door and opened it. There stood her royal uncle, his expression serene, as the wind tousled his robe, his dark eyes gazing intently at her. Chapter 47. Feeding fruits. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Linting noticed Na Fu approaching him with a serious countenance. Reluctantly, he instructed his trusted aide to keep close to Jiang Qingqing while he attended to his affairs in the study. After addressing his duties, he returned to find his aide stationed at the door, the entrance firmly shut. A wave of anxiety washed over him, but a sliver of reason advised him to remain composed. As the door swung open, revealing the unscathed little princess, the tension in his heart dissipated, and he regarded her with a detached expression, saying, "Qingqing, you ought not to behave this way." Jiang Qingqing's initial delight transformed into confusion, ultimately settling into innocence. "I was merely curious about her approach to matters. I thought two young girls conversing should not be overheard by outsiders. What harm is there in that?" she said, gazing up at the young man. Xiao Linting's eyes drifted to the scene inside, where the little girl sat at the edge of the bed, staring blankly ahead, devoid of any dangerous atmosphere. Jiang Qingqing pursed her lips, turning away with a huff. "I once had Xinjun by my side, but as a palace maid, she cannot leave the palace. Is it not natural for me to be alone outside?" Xiao Linting pressed his fingers against his temples, inquiring, "What kind of person does Qingqing desire?" "Naturally, one who is intelligent, articulate, and possesses a wealth of knowledge. Only those of merit are worthy to accompany me," Jiang Qingqing replied, her eyes lighting up at his words. At that moment, she realized her options were indeed limited. Despite Xinjun being her chief maid, the complexities of court life made her hesitant to rely on palace dwellers. Conversely, Yin Luo, although clever and resourceful, was not easily integrated into palace affairs. She had been troubled by this dilemma, and now, with her royal uncle broaching the subject, she seized the opportunity. Xiao Linting stood at the threshold, not intending to enter. He instinctively extended his hand, but before he could speak, the little one took the initiative, her delicate fingers clasping his broad palm instead of merely his fingers as usual. He glanced down in surprise at the small hand in his grasp. The girl remained oblivious to his astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you truly going to choose someone for me?" Na Fu, noticing this, promptly entered the room and approached Yin Luo. Yin Luo had been watching her back intently. Their eyes met in silent understanding. And with Jiang Qingqing's subtle indication, Yin Luo comprehended her intent to remain still. After Na Fu inquired about her health, Yin Luo candidly expressed her improvement and gratitude. Jiang Qingqing, having seen their earlier negotiation, recognized Yin Luo's intelligence and felt reassured. As Xiao Linting guided Jiang Qingqing out of the courtyard, they were met not by a steed, but by an inconspicuous carriage. "I believe riding horses continuously is rather precarious," he explained, noticing her bewilderment. Jiang Qingqing nodded, agreeing without objection and with his assistance. She climbed aboard the carriage. Before she could settle, another figure entered swiftly. Xiao Linting, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, took a seat beside her as she instinctively made room for him, all while he leisurely adjusted his robe. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback. "Royal uncle, was it not your intention to avoid riding?" Xiao Linting remained unfazed, deftly retrieving a stack of letters from a concealed compartment. As sunset approaches, many return home, and with crowds come complications. Thus, I too must take refuge in the carriage, he explained nonchalantly, as Jiang Qingqing observed him unseal the letters. A fleeting glance revealed content adorned with the imperial seal, causing her heart to flutter. How audacious! Does he truly not consider me an outsider? Fearing I might glance at these? Is he under the impression I cannot comprehend? She thought indignantly, clenching her small fists, contemplating the urge to strike this handsome man. Xiao Linting, long accustomed to the whimsical thoughts of the little one, paid no mind. He continued to peruse the letters, his demeanor shifting from indifference to his subtle somberness. To grant her uncle a semblance of privacy, Jiang Qingqing averted her gaze, peering out the carriage window. The courtyard was quite distant from the Xiao royal residence, and she felt as though she was traversing the entirety of the capital. As the carriage ambled along the thoroughfare, her drowsiness threatened to overtake her. "Did you enjoy your excursion outside the palace today, Your Highness?" Xiao Linting, having set the letters aside, plucked a plump orange from a small table and began to peel it. In an instant, the carriage was filled with the refreshing scent of citrus. Jiang Qingqing, puzzled, wondered, what does this imply? Before she could fully contemplate his motives, the orange was presented closer to her. Noticing her bemused expression, Xiao Linting gently remarked, "Eating more fruit is beneficial for your health. At your age, you ought to be growing." With that, the orange drew nearer. While his words held sound reasoning, Jiang Qingqing began to feel that the act of feeding her fruit was growing increasingly peculiar. Yet, in the presence of her formidable uncle, she instinctively reached out to receive it, only for Xiao Linting to deftly evade her grasp. It appeared he intended to personally feed her the orange. "I'm still quite young. It's not a problem," she reassured herself, reluctantly parting her lips to accept the fruit. Chapter 48. The late punishment. The sweet and tangy juice of the orange burst in her mouth, filling her senses with its distinct fragrance. The sudden tanginess caught her off guard, prompting a playful squint and a shiver. "Is it sour?" Xiao Linting inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Witnessing her reaction, he swiftly tore off another section of the orange and popped it into his mouth, finding the tanginess negligible. Unable to share her experience, Xiao Linting's elegant brows remained furrowed in concern. As the sourness subsided, Jiang Qingqing rubbed her cheeks, slowly regaining her composure. "Your Highness, while I may have acted somewhat recklessly today, there is no need for you to provoke me with a sour orange." Jiang Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her expression of grievance rendered her exceedingly pitiable. Xiao Linting experienced a fleeting moment of embarrassment as he glanced at the culprit in his hand. He was genuinely innocent. He had simply thought that the little one had consumed little besides her meals throughout the day. He recalled how she had enjoyed fruits at her 5th birthday banquet and had even instructed Nafu to procure some for the carriage, anticipating any needs that might arise. When Jiang Qingqing saw that the fruit had been partially consumed and then abandoned, she grew anxious. How could that be? These fruits had grown with great difficulty. Why should she disregard them simply because they were sour? Sourness is healthier. She reached for the remaining oranges on the table, her small hand almost making contact when a long, warm hand suddenly grasped her wrist, covering her delicate skin. "The scent of the orange is strong. Your Highness should not let it linger on your hands," he advised, before picking up the orange again and tearing off a segment to taste. Jiang Qingqing hesitated, her gaze fixated on the orange in his hand, her eyes twitching involuntarily. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Linting confirmed that the orange was not sour and fed her a piece. Reluctantly, she opened her mouth to accept the fruit. The familiar tang of sourness overwhelmed her, and she fought to suppress any outward indication of her discomfort, though her eyes could not help but blink rapidly. Without needing to hear Jiang Qingqing's thoughts, Xiao Linting could perceive that she was once again affected by the sourness. Unwilling to accept defeat, he sampled another segment himself. Thus, he continued to taste the orange, ensuring it was not sour before offering it to Jiang Qingqing, who, unable to withstand the acidity, kept winking at him. Who can remember that this orange was initially meant for whom? It surely cannot be that the last orange ended up in his own mouth. The little girl gazed at Xiao Linting with an expression of utter desolation, silence enveloping her for a long while. The moment Xiao Linting placed the orange into his mouth, he too sensed something amiss, but by the time he realized, the orange had already been consumed. Observing the rare look of astonishment on the usually composed Xiao Linting, Jiang Qingqing felt a pang of exasperation. However, seeing him exhibit the youthful emotions befitting his age brought a smile to her lips. Covering her mouth with her slightly chubby hand, her bright, clear eyes sparkled with the mirth of suppressed laughter, nearly curving into crescents. "Perhaps you have considered that my aversion to sourness is not a fault of the orange itself?" she inquired softly, pointing at the remaining orange peel on the table. This orange, after all, was simply one of many. Sour or sweet, they are essentially the same. Perhaps if I eat a few more, I will grow accustomed to the acidity? The little girl's reasoning was indeed sound. Xiao Linting, in his eagerness to care for Jiang Qingqing, had overlooked the issue with the orange. For a moment, he felt an unusual wave of self-reproach wash over him. As the incident with the orange came to a close, the carriage gently arrived at the Xiao Wang residence, where three little princes awaited their arrival. The carriage paused briefly for the three young boys to board before continuing its swift journey toward the imperial city. Consequently, the next morning, as Jiang Qingqing slept soundly, a familiar, gentle voice roused her from her slumber. "Your Highness, the Prince of Xiao is at the door." Jiang Qingqing, groggy, opened her eyes and through the sheer screen saw a tall silhouette standing at the door. She hazily rolled over, attempting to drift back to sleep when the clear voice of her uncle broke through. "If you do not rise soon, you will be late for today's lessons, and you shall be penalized with an essay to write." "Oh no!" Xiao Linting stood with arms crossed at the palace entrance, sensing the petite figure of the little princess hurriedly making her way out. He cast a fleeting glance at her. "You are 15 minutes late. That warrants one essay." His chilling tone sent a shiver down Jiang Qingqing's spine. Suddenly, she was not in such a rush. She stood still, her hands cradling her heart as if it were a delicate treasure, her face contorted in pain as she gasped dramatically. "Uncle, how can you utter words that feel as frigid as a temperature of -36 degrees when your own warmth is 36 degrees? Jiang Qingqing's seemingly pitiful demeanor tugged at Xiao Linting's heartstrings, even though he did not fully grasp the significance of the temperature she mentioned. He scrutinized her shoulders, noting the mismatch in her sobbing rhythm. Realizing she was merely acting, he remained by the doorframe, observing the little princess with her exaggerated emotional display. Glancing skyward, he calculated that it should take about 15 minutes to walk from Huaning Palace to the Guozijian. "If your Highness were to exert some effort on the journey, perhaps you could reduce the number of essays by at least 3. Jiang Qingqing had assumed that one essay was the end of the matter, and she was prepared to abandon all pretense. How could anyone speak in such half measures? Gathering her composure, she muttered a few words before taking a deep breath, her small hands gripping the hem of her skirt as she summoned her strength and, in that instant, began to sprint toward the Guozijian. Chapter 49. A thumbs up before her sprint. Being a practitioner of martial arts, Xiao Linting easily caught the murmurs escaping Jiang Qingqing's lips. Those who speak only halfway deserve divine retribution. The instigator raised an eyebrow, watching the little girl run with all her might, a hint of amusement dancing in his dark eyes. Standing tall, he leisurely walked forward. Xinjian, observing the leisurely pace of the Prince of Xiao and the distant figure of the little princess, could not help but inquire, "Will the prince not keep up with her highness?" In a surprisingly cheerful tone, Xiao Linting replied, "Her highness has little patience. She cannot run for long." As his words fell, he saw the small, rosy figure gradually slow down. Xinjian gazed at the little princess's retreating form, newfound respect for Xiao Linting glimmering in her eyes. She had found the princess's recent temperament difficult to decipher, yet the Prince of Xiao seemed to see through her easily. Indeed, he was not someone to be trifled with. With great strides, Xiao Linting swiftly caught up with Jiang Qingqing. It seemed that, apart from attending classes at the Guozijian, her martial training should also be prioritized. He casually remarked to the panting Jiang Qingqing, "It appears your studies in martial arts require immediate attention." Jiang Qingqing took a deep breath, attempting to steady her breath, and looked up at Xiao Linting. Struggling for air, she could not find her voice. Yet her bright apricot eyes seemed to open a window to her soul, conveying, "You speak of ease, yet I am but a pitiful, weak, and helpless little princess." Xiao Linting slightly bent down and effortlessly lifted Jiang Qingqing into his embrace, unable to suppress a deep chuckle at her adorable protests. "Since your highness has recognized her missteps, let today's essay be but one." With that, he began to walk toward the Guozijian. Jiang Qingqing, nestled in his arms, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Jiang Chun, your prowess in tormenting others is indeed remarkable." Xiao Linting allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his previously indifferent demeanor now softened by a hint of amusement. They entered the Guozijian just in time, and as Jiang Qingqing looked at the essay instructor, she recalled that she still owed her uncle one essay. Instantly, a small face drooped with a look of distress, as throughout the entire course, she kept her head bowed, scribbling fervently. The esteemed strategist, noticing the little princess seated in the center, absent of her usual daydreaming demeanor, was greatly satisfied by her rare display of diligence. Wishing to provide her with special guidance, the strategist halted abruptly, turned stiffly towards Jiang Qingqing, and inquired, "Does His Highness have any questions?" "I am here to clarify any doubts." Jiang Qingqing replied, "You saw my sister run away, and now you're deliberately seeking me out because you can't bear to face her, right?" Jiang Qingqing handed her freshly penned strategy paper to Xiao Linting, her round eyes sparkling with a charming smile. "Uncle, this is my strategy. Could you take a look?" Xiao Linting set aside his book, took the delicate sheet of paper, and upon observing the nascent characters inscribed upon it, felt a fleeting sense of pride. As he examined the strategy, which bore a resemblance to his own handwriting, he began to regard the little princess with newfound respect. However, as he continued to read, his brows gradually furrowed. "Your Highness, the description here of the sword sheath being thrust out is somewhat unstable," Xiao Linting remarked softly, pointing to two phrases in the strategy. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, supporting herself on the desk as she leaned in to scrutinize her work, her expression becoming increasingly displeased. "What is wrong? The description of the sword sheath being thrust is accurate, isn't it?" In protest, Jiang Qingqing extended her chubby little hand and gave Xiao Linting a thumbs up, even pressing it up and down in a playful manner. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Xiao Linting understood her reaction. He did not mince words, but directly suggested a revision. If we replace thrust with push, the phrase would read "push the sword sheath out," as if seeking the truth. Wouldn't that be better? He promptly made two amendments. At once, Jiang Qingqing felt a bit flustered. She raised her eyes to look at her uncle, who gazed back at her with utmost sincerity. The little girl awkwardly chuckled, her feet no longer tiptoeing, as her previously hesitant thumbs up transformed into a bold gesture of approval toward Xiao Linting. "Uncle is truly a cultured individual with both literary and martial prowess. You're so impressive. I can't argue with that. So here's a thumbs up for you." With that, she solemnly extended her single thumbs up towards Xiao Linting's face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and humor at her own clumsiness. Unable to bear the blush creeping onto her cheeks, she quickly excused herself to change clothes and dashed out. Xiao Linting watched the little one's flushed face, now tinged with a hint of shyness, a gentle smile unconsciously curling his lips as he observed her awkward retreat from the grand hall. Jiang Qingqing lingered in the changing room until the class bell rang, finally gathering her composure before making her way back to the grand hall. Upon returning to her seat, she noticed her desk adorned with the strategy she had just written, now marked with a few red corrections. The strokes were steady and dignified, hinting at a poised individual who penned them. Jiang Qingqing felt a surge of admiration for such influential and talented individuals. As per the usual arrangement, with the ringing of the bell, an instructor would typically enter to commence the lesson. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, no one appeared. Finally, a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to the students, strolled in leisurely, clutching a stack of booklets. Since the moment the instructor failed to arrive, Xiao Linting had set his book aside, his brows slightly knitted as he observed the entrance. "Apologies for the delay. I shall be substituting for the mathematics instructor today," the newcomer announced. Jiang Qingqing felt no cause for concern, as it was not uncommon for substitute teachers to be arranged due to various reasons. Thus, she calmly retrieved her mathematics booklet in preparation for the lesson. Yet, the substitute instructor failed to dive into the subject matter, instead rambling on about his own so-called amusing anecdotes. Jiang Qingqing found herself losing patience with the man, perceiving his tales as tedious and uninspiring. "You don't seem to enjoy his teaching, do you?" Xiao Linting observed her demeanor without needing her to voice her thoughts. Although Jiang Qingqing acknowledged the truth in his words, she remained disinclined towards the substitute. She reached out to grasp Xiao Linting's sleeve, expressing her inner turmoil silently. "Uncle has changed. He used to protect me, but now he seems indifferent for the sake of the academy." As her thoughts grew increasingly fanciful, Xiao Linting's dark eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of helplessness. She affectionately ruffled her hair before rising and walking towards the substitute instructor. Jiang Qingqing felt a surge of satisfaction at his actions, her deep gaze reflecting a touch of helplessness. It was evident that his expression was one of indulgence. Yet, Jiang Qingqing, lost in her own perspective, perceived her uncle's involvement as a reluctant response to her needs. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue, and as Xiao Linting passed her desk, he affectionately tousled her hair. "Focus on the lesson. Do not drift off," he advised, settling comfortably beside her and returning to his reading. This gesture stirred something profound within Jiang Qingqing's heart. With the class bell ringing, the substitute finally picked up his teaching materials and stood at the podium. Under Xiao Linting's subtle influence, the man finally ceased his anecdotes and earnestly began teaching mathematics. Fortunately, Jiang Qingqing found the current lesson bearable and not too arduous. As the morning session concluded, Jiang Qingqing headed to the side hall for lunch. After finishing her meal and preparing to rest on a small couch, she suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent hall. Curiosity piqued. She peeked in to see the imperial concubine Zhao with her chief maid, Zilian, entering the hall with a basket of pastries. It dawned on her that today was the day the concubine distributed pastries for afternoon tea. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qingqing decided to rise from her couch, put on her shoes, and head to the opposite hall. Within the side hall, the students attending the academy immediately turned their attention to the beloved little princess as she entered. The more attentive students quickly escorted Jiang Qingqing to the main seat. Seeing the princess arrive, Zilian turned and accepted the pastries from the attendants behind her, presenting them to Jiang Qingqing with both hands. "Your Highness, will you not take a nap today?" Zilian inquired softly. Having had the opportunity to interact previously, she had developed a habit of caring for Jiang Qingqing. Observing the jelly-like pastries, Jiang Qingqing marveled at Zhao Guifei's culinary skills, noting how beautifully crafted the pastries were, nearly rivaling the gastronomic culture of her own time. Zilian nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to deliver pastries to the other young lords. The afternoon break passed as usual, calm and uneventful. However, Jiang Qingqing, still in a drowsy stupor, wandered dreamily into the main hall of the guise and sat down at her designated spot, dozing off like a chick pecking at grains. Just then, a lively chorus of youthful voices at the entrance of the hall jolted her awake. Rubbing her eyes with her chubby little hands, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed the empty seat beside her, which sparked her curiosity, as she prepared to inquire among those nearby about Jiang Chen's whereabouts. The calligraphy teacher for the afternoon class entered and announced a change of venue. The students, in unison, gathered their calligraphy supplies and made their way to the side hall. Although Jiang Qingqing followed the crowd, the emptiness of Jiang Chen's seat troubled her. In that moment, a realization struck her. Jiang Chun had likely chosen this class because the calligraphy teacher was known for not marking attendance. Thus he had skipped class. The act of skipping class, while trivial to some, appeared exceedingly inappropriate to Jiang Qingqing, who was currently devoted to her studies. Chapter 51. Interrogation and Inquiry. Thus, throughout the entire calligraphy lesson, Jiang Qingqing's thoughts were consumed with disdain for Jiang Chun's behavior, even devising an angle from which to chastise him accurately. She awaited the moment the class bell rang, ready to turn to her royal uncle and casually utter, "Your Highness, please tidy my desk. I'm off to catch someone." Xiao Linting, preparing to ask why she seemed so distracted that afternoon, caught sight of the little one hurrying away and heard her parting words. His well-defined brows furrowed slightly. Resigned, he began to clear her desk of pens and paper, and by the time he had finished, most of the students had already departed. He softly called out the name of his hidden guard. "Which direction did the princess go?" He gazed down at the Xian paper on the desk. Dressed in elegant black robes, he radiated the composure of a young nobleman, with his inky hair tied high in a jade crown. The hidden guard had once served Xiao Linting during his battles. After receiving a title of a prince of a different surname from the current emperor, he had effectively compromised the military power of the Xiao family. Although the main branch of the Xiao family remained stationed at the borders, Xiao Linting, the young master, was detained in the capital. The emperor's actions spoke volumes. As Xiao Linting secured the inkstone in its box with a soft click, he spoke again. "Investigate the reason behind Lord Su, who is substituting for today's arithmetic class, teaching at the Guozijian. It is absurd." His voice, having matured beyond adolescence, carried an undeniable authority. The hidden guard saluted and swiftly vanished into the vast side hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing stormed out, demanding to know who had seen Jiang Qin at noon, and then headed directly for the horse training grounds. There, she spotted Jiang Qin, carefree and utterly unperturbed by his absence from class. The palace attendant guarding the entrance noticed the little princess, and, realizing she was alone, hurried to ask her where she was headed. Jiang Qingqing, too preoccupied to respond, instructed them to bring forth the little pony her royal uncle had chosen for her. She effortlessly mounted the horse and seized the reins from the attendant's hands, charging after the direction Jiang Qin had taken. As she closed the distance, she shouted, "Jiang Qin, how dare you skip calligraphy class? Do you think me a fool, or have you given up on life and resolved to drift aimlessly?" The sound of her admonition, laced with the innocent lilt of a 5-year-old, was both fierce and comical. Just as Jiang Qin was about to ask Lord Su to halt, he noticed the latter seemingly panicking as Jiang Qingqing approached, and Lord Su hastily handed the reins to Jiang Qin before darting away. Jiang Qin exclaimed, "We agreed to skip class together to discuss arithmetic problems. Why are you running away?" Before he could decipher Lord Su's intentions, Jiang Qingqing caught up. Riding her pony, she found herself slightly shorter than Jiang Qin and looked up at him, fuming. "Why did you skip class?" "I didn't skip class. Lord Su said he would inform the calligraphy teacher that I was ill and couldn't attend. I thought I could learn about arithmetic from him," Jiang Qin replied, somewhat perplexed. In his mind, notifying someone of an absence did not violate classroom rules. Upon hearing Lord Su's name, Jiang Qingqing scanned the vicinity and spotted a solitary middle-aged man standing 10 paces away. "Lord Su, perhaps you might explain to me why you are aiding the third prince in skipping class?" Jiang Qin felt a pang of unease at the mention of skipping class. Yet he sought to defend himself, believing he had not done so. "No, the calligraphy teacher asked me this afternoon where the third prince had gone. Out of consideration for your reputation, I told him you were unwell. He had no idea you had taken leave. Lord Su, what exactly is the process for taking leave?" Jiang Qingqing regarded Lord Su with a gaze that bore a hint of warning, her once sweet demeanor now overshadowed by a simmering anger. Lord Su, feeling cornered, took a step back, raising his hand in a gesture of dismissal, though his words were inaudible. Shocked, Jiang Qin turned to Jiang Qingqing, exclaiming, "Have I actually skipped class? What you learned? Do you now understand that 1 + 1 = 2? Or have you learned that life is short and education unattainable?" She poured forth her reprimands, leaving Jiang Qin utterly speechless. Lord Su, sensing the atmosphere shift, wondered how a mere 5-year-old girl could assert authority over the third prince. Yet the scene before him left him momentarily dazed. Jiang Qin scratched his head. Lord Su said arithmetic isn't merely about applying formulas. There are also flexible calculations. I was only half convinced when I decided to join. Jiang Qingqing, observing Lord Su and listening to Jiang Qin's excuse, grew curious. She leisurely approached Lord Su on her pony, her expression cold and vigilant as she scrutinized the man before her. "May I inquire about your position in the court?" "Lord Su, I serve as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works," he stammered, struggling to articulate his name. As Jiang Qingqing sat atop her horse, she suddenly had an epiphany. "The Empress Dowager shares your surname, Su. Are you related to her?" Jiang Qin, listening nearby, felt confused and tugged at his sister's sleeve, whispering, "What connection could this man have with our mother?" To his surprise, just as Jiang Qin finished speaking, Lord Su nodded in affirmation, complicating the implications of his acknowledgement. Chapter 52. The Appearance of the Royal Uncle. Jiang Qingqing regarded the man before her with a complex expression. She could hardly fathom that the gentle and demure Empress Dowager, who rarely spoke boldly, could be connected to someone like him. If the Su family had indeed orchestrated this, it would mean that, apart from the emperor, everyone in the palace loved her with a hidden blade. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the training grounds. Noticing the princess on her pony, the figure rushed past Lord Su, ignoring his bureaucratic greetings, and swiftly lifted Jiang Qingqing down, ensuring her safety. The morning classes have concluded. Yet why does Lord Su remain in the palace? Xiao Linting's dark eyes remained devoid of any emotion, his demeanor as indifferent as that of a person of high status. As he extended his greetings to Lord Su hurriedly bowed. As a middle-aged man in his 40s, having toiled for half a lifetime in the court, he had finally attained the rank of a fifth-grade official. Yet here he was, compelled to bow and scrape before a 15-year-old young general. Although he harbored some discontent, he was ultimately intimidated by the young man's modest accomplishments within the court, refraining from expressing too much dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing, who had just been chastised by Jiang Qingqing, was slowly coming to terms with his error. He quickly interjected, "No, I had him request leave from the calligraphy master. I did not skip class." Jiang Qingqing, though she understood that Jiang Qingqing had no ill intentions, found his lack of vigilance quite vexing. "I shall not trouble others in the future," Jiang Qingqing declared, hastily dismounting as soon as his royal uncle entered. Approaching his sister, he took her chubby little hands and whispered, "You know, trusting others is not as reliable as trusting oneself. The most dependable ally will always be oneself. Do you understand?" The two siblings engaged in a hushed conversation, while Xiao Linting observed Lord Su with a gaze laden with meaning. If the court were to learn of his tardiness in entering the palace, Lord Su would likely face significant repercussions. His tone bore a hint of probing. Lord Su's face stiffened, and he grasped his hands more tightly in response. In a fluster, he glanced around and spotted a pond surrounded by curtains, as if seeing a lifeline, and promptly declared, "I entered the palace to investigate the water source of this pond. I merely substituted for a friend during the morning." Pointing towards the curtains, he spoke with conviction. Jiang Qingqing, overhearing his earnest assertion, regarded the pond with suspicion. Surely the Ministry of Works would be considering how to design this area? While this seemed innocuous, just as Jiang Qingqing was about to divert her attention, Xiao Linting raised an eyebrow and inquired, "If Lord Su intends to investigate, according to the regulations for officials entering the palace, one must report 3 hours in advance. And if results are seen, only then may one extend their stay. Since you left the classroom, it has been 3.5 hours. I wonder." He paused. "I have perceived that the water from this pond is abundant and clear, likely sourced from other civilian water supplies. As for its origins, further investigation is warranted." Lord Su spoke with an air of seriousness, though Xiao Linting saw through his ruse. However, out of respect for the third prince and the little princess, he chose not to confront him directly. Jiang Qingqing, pondering, absorbed Lord Su's words. This was not due to her meddlesome nature, but rather because she recently encountered matters concerning Ba village, which bore uncanny similarities to the pond within the palace. Releasing Jiang Qing's hand, she approached her royal uncle, tugging at his robe. He looked down to see the little princess gazing up at him with wide, twinkling eyes. After speaking, Xiao Linting extended his hand, and Jiang Qingqing grasped it skillfully. Once the royal family exited the training grounds, Lord Su finally exhaled in relief. Observing from a distance, the palace attendants approached him, cupping their hands in respect, and softly remarked, "Lord Su performed admirably. Tomorrow, 200 taels will be delivered to your residence." "Thank you, esteemed ones," Lord Su replied, clearing his throat and appearing serious. Meanwhile, Xiao Linting led the little princess out of the training grounds, and the throng of attendants around them diminished by half. However, Jiang Qingqing had no time to reflect on this, as she excitedly exclaimed, "Has there been any mention of Ba village in the court?" "To some extent, yes. The situation in Ba village is not severe. The Ministry of Works and the Cabinet have decided to temporarily allocate funds to the village chief and redirect other water sources." Xiao Linting thoughtfully shared the happenings of the court with Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing, walking beside them, furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of injustice. "In the past, when I inquired about the previous court matters with my royal brothers, you said we were too young and needed to learn before observing. Yet, my sister is even younger than us. Why can she be informed directly?" Jiang Qingqing protested on his own behalf. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linting lifted his head slightly, glancing at the third prince, who had grown taller unbeknownst to him. Chapter 53. Who is the princess? Xiao Linting subtly suggested that Jiang Qingqing should be more discerning, praising Jiang Qingqing's cleverness. "Your Highness should be more thoughtful. Why would a mere minister of works invite you to the training grounds?" Xiao Linting's admonition differed from Jiang Qingqing's. He merely pointed out a few puzzling aspects for him to contemplate. He then lightly added, "If you wish to understand the cause and effect, Write an essay for me regarding this minister of works intentions. He bent slightly, effortlessly lifting Jiang Qingqing into his arms, and strode away, intentionally leaving the unworthy third prince behind. Jiang Qingqing leaned on her uncle's shoulder, observing Jiang Qin's astonished expression, and recalled how earlier that morning she was summoned by her uncle to write an essay after being late. Truly, siblings share the same fate. How unfortunate. I can write during class, while you must suffer to write during your free time. Alas, her mischievous thoughts were hardly concealed. Even if Xiao Linting did not hear her inner voice, he could discern her sly smile, initially intending to caution the little one against being so self-satisfied. He reconsidered and decided to let her be, recognizing her quick wit that day. As soon as they departed, Jiang Qingqing called for Xian and headed towards Kuanding Palace. Today, she must uncover Lord Su's intentions. Otherwise, she feared she would remain restless for days. Upon her arrival at Kuanding Palace, a multitude of court ladies had gathered. As Xian cautiously assisted her onto the high platform and into the main hall, 4 or 5 women turned their heads in unison to gaze at her. These ladies, while somewhat unfamiliar, appear to hold significant status within the palace of Tianqi. Judging by their attire, amid the dazzling jewels, Jiang Qingqing squinted to spot a somewhat familiar figure among the crowd. Wan Guiran. Suppressing her surprise, Jiang Qingqing put on a naive and cheerful expression, beaming as she approached. She walked directly to the main seat, performed a proper court courtesy, and sweetly stated, "I come to pay my respects to Mother." Empress Su promptly instructed someone to help the little princess rise and even graciously allowed her to sit beside her. This series of actions was executed in one fluid motion. Once Jiang Qingqing was comfortably seated next to Empress Su, a modestly dressed woman adorned with a silk flower atop her head let out a laugh. Holding a round fan embroidered with a budding peony, it appeared exquisitely crafted, akin to a superior masterpiece. In Jiang Qingqing's ears, her laughter resonated robustly. Empress Su's gaze was drawn to the concubine, who spoke gently, "Sister, you jest." Qingqing's attendance at the guise is naturally met with the same treatment as the prince's. It is only natural that she must devote herself to her studies and cannot meet others. The concubine? This woman, whom she had nearly forgotten, resurfaced in her mind. At the 5-year-old birthday banquet, she had witnessed a gruesome scene in the royal garden. The palace maid, before being silenced, had mentioned that she served in the concubine's palace. Could it be? Jiang Qingqing's eyes suddenly sparkled, but soon her little conscience reclaimed her reason. It should not be so. Her father, the current emperor Tianqi, was still young yet full of vigor. These women of the harem, no matter how desperate, would not dare to harm a prince who had yet to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony. So why then did they cling to the emperor's uncle? The jovial concubine, who spoke so openly, had become the most dangerous figure in Jiang Qingqing's eyes. Your Highness willingly attends classes at the guise, harboring great aspirations, which is commendable. Several other concubines chimed in, supporting Jiang Qingqing's pursuit of knowledge. The concubine merely curled her lips and scoffed, "I never stated that attending classes is improper. I merely find it curious." The Princess Qiang, raised in the palace, never expressed a desire to attend the guise. While she pondered this, Empress Su swiftly provided an explanation. Princess Qiang was raised under the Empress Dowager's care and lacked the determination to learn. Even coaxing her to learn needlework required much persuasion. How could she be compared to our Qingqing? Empress Su might believe this, but Jiang Qingqing, having endured the arrogance of Princess Qiang, did not share her sentiment. In front of the concubine sat concubine Zhao, dressed in her usual simple elegance, who suddenly let out a derisive laugh as if recalling some vivid memory. Instantly, all attention in the hall shifted to her. Concubine Zhao's gaze fell leisurely upon the little princess, her smile enigmatic. Whether the princess can restrain her temperament remains uncertain. But the one deserving of affection and attention in the palace now should be our little princess. Jiang Qingqing exchanged a fleeting glance with concubine Zhao, instinctively brightening into a radiant smile, greeting her with innocent exuberance. Concubine Zhao, seemingly softened by the child's unguarded demeanor, momentarily shed her earlier disdain. The concubine shot a cold glance at concubine Zhao, disregarding her words and returning to the topic of Princess Qiang. "By the way, Has Princess Qiyang visited the Long Princess today? The Long Princess, the emperor's elder sister, had been married to the Marquis of Qingqing for several years, and their love was once the envy of the capital. However, the Marquis had succumbed to an old ailment on the battlefield and had passed away in recent years. Rumor had it that the Long Princess bore no children, and the current young Marquis was merely a distant relative raised to inherit the title. Though now the Long Princess held the title of the Marquis's wife. Her position was awkward due to her childlessness and the heir she had raised being absent from her side. Upon hearing the mention of the Long Princess, the expressions of the attending concubines dulled somewhat. Isn't the Long Princess known for her aversion to visitors? It's quite remarkable that she is willing to receive guests today. One of the concubines remarked in astonishment. Jiang Qingqing had no memory of this aunt, yet from the whispers of her fellow concubines, it seemed she was not particularly favored. Only the concubine appeared to harbor no negative sentiments toward her. With the Long Princess's birthday approaching, it was indeed normal for Princess Qiyang to visit. The concubine's words seemed to protect the Long Princess, piquing Jiang Qingqing's curiosity about her. After the concubines gradually departed from Kunning Palace, Jiang Qingqing seized the opportunity and tugged at Empress Su's sleeve, asking in a hushed voice, "What kind of person is the Long Princess?" Empress Su instructed a palace maid to escort the departing concubines and turned to Jiang Qingqing, explaining, "The Long Princess is His Majesty's elder sister. By rank, you should address her as aunt. However, since the passing of the Marquis of Qingqing, she has seldom entered the palace." At this, Empress Su's expression grew nostalgic, recalling the once envied love between the Long Princess and the Marquis. "Alas, fate can be cruel," she sighed. Jiang Qingqing, somewhat perplexed, gathered that the Long Princess had withdrawn from the world since her husband's death, which also explained the concubine's sudden mention of Princess Qiyang, as the atmosphere had shifted awkwardly. However, it was indeed the Long Princess's impending birthday that warranted preparations for a banquet. As this old story resurfaced in Su's mind, she suddenly stood, muttering as she prepared to leave. Jiang Qingqing, seated in the main position, watched Empress Su's retreating figure, suddenly remembering the questions she had yet to ask. Had a Su family indeed plotted against her and the third prince today? It seemed unlikely to discover anything today. Jiang Qingqing shook her head in disappointment. Yet Empress Su's reactions did not suggest ill intentions toward her and the third prince. Could it be that the Su family presented one face publicly while concealing another? Beside her, Wan, observing the princess's days, gently prompted her back to reality. Jiang Qingqing quickly pushed thoughts of Empress Su aside. Well, let things unfold as they may. It's not yet time for desperate measures. Given the current situation, they certainly underestimate us. She resolved to quickly strengthen her own position. A night passed without dreams. The next morning, a palace maid gently roused her from slumber. Jiang Qingqing, unable to resist any longer, propped herself up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "You call me like a cat every day, and it's a wonder I hear you at all. If you're too timid to call, find someone else." The suddenly reprimanded maid appeared taken aback, squatting by the edge of the bed in momentary shock. Coincidentally, Wan entered with the clothes for the day, observing the scene. With decisive authority, she directed the maid aside to prepare for the princess's washing. As Jiang Qingqing exited the Huaning Palace, she unexpectedly noted the absence of her uncle. Pondering this, she arrived at the guise, only to find no sign of him there either. Instead, she noticed Jiang Chun lounging at the table, more relaxed than usual. "Why isn't uncle here today?" She feigned casualness, inquiring as she sat before him. Jiang Chun raised his head lazily from the table, replying, "You didn't know? All right, you ran off to find mother right after school yesterday. As soon as you left, uncle came looking for you. He heard you went to Kunning Palace and decided against it, leaving word that he's been tasked by His Majesty to assist the Empress Dowager for the next few days and won't attend classes at the guise. You ought to be more diligent in the meantime." As he spoke, Jiang Chun swayed his head. Jiang Qingqing, taken aback by the revelation, clenched her fists. "If uncle came looking for me yesterday, why didn't you tell me?" She finally realized that if they were to face disaster one day, it would surely be her brother's fault for holding them back. Jiang Chun chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, his excuse feeble. Jiang Qingqing suppressed the urge to deliver a playful punch to her dear brother. With a mere scoff, The underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. Jiang Qingqing observed his sister's lingering irritation. "Oh, don't be angry. I remembered this was meant for you. After all, you're just being unreasonable." Jiang Qingqing, unwilling to engage further with her obstinate brother, averted her gaze and grabbed a book, shielding her face. What could possibly require the assistance of someone like the royal uncle? Could it be related to the news heard yesterday in Qingyi Palace? The birthday banquet of the eldest princess was approaching, so the Princess Qiang was not merely visiting, but rather providing support. Both the Princess Qiang and the royal uncle were at the eldest princess's side. Recalling the peculiar attitude of Princess Qiang during their outing from the palace, a warning bell suddenly rang in Jiang Qingqing's mind. No, she could not allow such a distinguished man as her uncle to be surrounded by those women. If he were to become engaged, how would she secure her future proximity to power? Jiang Qingqing rushed out of the guise, hastily making her way toward Qingyi Palace. Upon reaching the grand avenue leading to the harem, she collided with a woman walking gracefully ahead. The impact caused her to stagger backward. Chapter 55. Leaving the palace, Jiang Qingqing, wincing in pain, touched her nose. After steadying the princess, Xian shot a sharp gaze at the stranger, laced with reprimand. How reckless! What a lack of decorum to be so careless in the palace. The woman quickly apologized, her voice familiar, soft, and gentle. Jiang Qingqing glanced up from her flowing skirt and recognized the noble lady she had seen just the previous day, Lady Wan. Upon realizing who it was, Xian's stern expression faltered for a moment. Lady Wan merely smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned by the rebuke. She slightly bent down to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze and gently inquired, "My dear princess, what has you in such a hurry?" Jiang Qingqing's impression of Lady Wan was neither particularly good nor bad, prompting her to muster some energy to engage. "Aunt, I am off to Qingyi Palace to find my mother." "Where might you be in such a rush?" she replied, offering a harmless smile, her tone innocent and lively. Lady Wan's smile widened. "I am just taking a stroll to clear my mind. I did not expect to encounter you, dear princess." Jiang Qingqing smiled back, slightly turning to look up and ask, "Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave." As she feigned the intent to walk away, Lady Wan once again positioned herself in front of her, smiling gently, but with an undertone of urgency. "You must be cautious of concubine." After this cautionary statement, Lady Wan attempted to pass by Jiang Qingqing. Quick as a flash, Jiang Qingqing grasped the hem of Lady Wan's garment, lifting her chin to look directly at her, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of the innocence expected of a child. "Aunt, why have you warned me so repeatedly?" Jiang Qingqing asked earnestly. After a moment of silence, Lady Wan resumed her gentle smile and replied, "I find the princess charming and wish to protect you from harm." Such ambiguous words would only be believed by a fool. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt, but without concrete evidence, I cannot believe that concubine wishes me any harm," Jiang Qingqing countered, deliberately feigning disagreement. Even adopting a corrective tone, Lady Wan was genuinely taken aback by the princess's response, her expression shifting to one of mild anxiety. "You must trust me. I have no reason to harm you." Jiang Qingqing scrutinized Lady Wan's expression, pausing momentarily before releasing her grip on the garment, smiling lightly. "Concubine has also been kind to me." Jiang Qingqing's intent to disregard Lady Wan's warnings visibly troubled her. In a bid to further test Lady Wan's motives, she stubbornly let go and began to walk away. However, Lady Wan did not act as Jiang Qingqing expected and did not attempt to stop her, allowing Jiang Qingqing to continue forward. Without the anticipated obstruction, a fleeting shadow passed over Jiang Qingqing's eyes. It seemed Lady Wan was more cunning than she had initially perceived. Continuing onward, Jiang Qingqing soon set aside thoughts of Lady Wan, focusing instead on her pressing need to find Empress Su and obtain permission to leave the palace. She had to reach the eldest princess and ensure those women stayed away from her uncle. With this thought, Jiang Qingqing quickened her pace once more. Arriving at Qingyi Palace, she was slightly breathless by the time she reached the entrance. Xian, concerned, stood behind her cautiously, advising, "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest. Running so fast is not wise." Breathless, Jiang Qingqing could hardly respond, merely waving her hand to indicate she was fine. Stepping past the threshold into the main hall of Qingqing Palace, she spotted Empress Su, engrossed in a book, listening to a report from a nearby female official. Sensing someone's presence from the corner of her eye, Empress Su instinctively looked up and noticed the little figure glistening with a light sheen of sweat at her temples. What has happened? Empress Su hurriedly set down the book and approached Jiang Qingqing, cradling her in her arms, one hand gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Has someone bullied our dear Qingqing in the guise? Empress Su inquit. Jiang Qingqing shook her head. Did you misbehave in the guise, and the teacher pursued you for punishment? She shook her head again. After several unsuccessful guesses, Empress Su, lacking patience, turned to her chief maid for clarification. Standing behind Jiang Qingqing, Xin Wan was equally perplexed by the princess's urgency in coming to Qingqing Palace. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing took a deep breath, managing to calm her chaotic breathing before stating, I want to leave the palace to play with my royal aunt. The eldest princess? Empress Su paused, momentarily taken aback. Before glancing at Xin Wan, Jiang Qingqing bit her lip, her dark eyes filled with a pitiful plea. Today, in the guise, third brother said everyone is preparing for the birthday banquet at my royal aunt's house, and I want to help. Employing a series of childish antics to express her will, Jiang Qingqing squirmed in Empress Su's embrace, making it difficult for the empress to respond. They're going to work, not to play. If you go, you will have no time to attend classes at the guise, Empress Su gently coaxed. I don't care. I want to help. I don't want to go to the guise. Jiang Qingqing persisted. Very well, my dear Qingqing, you may leave the palace to assist the eldest princess. Yanqing, tomorrow, take my decree and inform them that I have sent Princess Dunming to assist Princess Qiming in arranging the birthday banquet for the eldest princess. Empress Su, unable to resist any longer, reluctantly directed her most esteemed chief maid to take action. Thus, with the chief maid's presence, it was as if Empress Su had granted Jiang Qingqing the support she sought. Chapter 56. Leaving the palace is a must through her tears and tantrums. Jiang Qingqing finally secured the empress's decree. The following morning, she awoke earlier than usual for her classes at the guise. Choose the most beautiful clothes for me, she commanded authoritatively, prompting Xin Wan to look on in confusion as she carefully dressed the princess while cautiously asking, Your Highness, are you leaving the palace today? Why should I not undertake this task? The empress herself has entrusted it to me, and I must dedicate my utmost effort to organizing this banquet. Jiang Qingqing clenched her fist, embodying determination. Will His Highness be taking the third prince along on this outing? Xin Wan casually inquired as she adjusted her clothing. Her naive brother, Jiang Qingqing sighed, her small head drooping in melancholy, and spoke earnestly. He is more a hindrance than a help. It is best if he focuses on his studies at the Imperial Academy and avoids skipping classes. Her words held a kernel of truth. However, from Xin Wan's perspective, the young princess's mature demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed Lord Xiao, who currently enjoys the emperor's favor. The thought of the usually stern Lord Xiao juxtaposed with the vivacious young princess filled Xin Wan with concern. What if the princess, having spent time with the lord, adopted a similarly serious demeanor? The image of the young princess, with her sweet and adorable appearance, paired with a stern expression and composed gaze, sent shivers down Xin Wan's spine. Are you unwell? Jiang Qingqing observed Xin Wan's trance, followed by her shivering, and couldn't help but express her concern. According to the regulations of the Tianqi Palace, exiting the palace required registration and explanation. As Xin Wan stepped out of Huaning Palace, she encountered the head maid Zilian from the Shushu Palace. Xin Wan, what is your purpose for being out? Zilian approached briskly. The two exchanged formal greetings, and Xin Wan explained, the princess is leaving the palace to assist Princess Qiang in arranging the Grand Princess's birthday banquet. I must register her exit. We can chat later. With that, Xin Wan hurried away. The usually lively imperial garden was notably empty, devoid of the palace attendants who typically tended to the flora. Zilian, seemingly compelled by fate, ventured into the garden. As she quietly made her way through, she overheard a woman's voice. I bribed someone from a Su family to entice the third prince at the Imperial Academy, attempting to deceive him into neglecting his studies, but Princess Dunming discovered it. The voice was all too familiar to Zillian, who concentrated intently to listen further. If this exit permit were to fall into the third prince's hands, he might be able to venture outside. Once out of the palace, executing our plan would be much easier. Even if things go awry, we could always find a scapegoat. A male voice suddenly interjected. This plan is indeed clever, but Princess Dunming is a considerable obstacle. She seems to be everywhere. Fear not, she is merely a woman. The emperor indulges her, but in time, she shall be her own undoing. Zillian frowned, peering toward the hidden speaker. Although she could not see who it was, the voice rang familiar. As she leaned forward for a better look, she stepped on a dry leaf, the crackling sound piercing the silence of the garden. Zillian held her breath and hurriedly retreated from the garden. Jiang Qingqing was surprised at how effortlessly she could leave the palace. In no time, she found herself aboard the carriage, the wheels creaking rhythmically. Inside sat the head maid Wan Qing, appointed by Empress Su, who maintained a composed demeanor at the carriage door. You're permitted to leave the palace, but why is Xian Wan not? Jiang Qingqing had pondered this question for far too long. The journey to the Grand Princess's residence was rather dull, prompting her to speak up. Wan Qing turned her head slightly to listen, and after she finished, she replied, Xian Wan is merely a maidservant tasked with attending to the princess's daily needs. Strictly speaking, the position of head maid beside the princess is still vacant. The revelation startled Jiang Qingqing. She had always assumed that her authority surpassed that of the empress and her uncle due to Xian Wan's inadequacy in accompanying her outside. Wan Qing adhered meticulously to the palace's protocols. Jiang Qingqing remained silent, and so did Wan Qing. In fact, if Jiang Qingqing occasionally spoke without mentioning Wan Qing's name, the latter would assume she was not being addressed, sitting there with an air of decorum. Were it not for Wan Qing's presence, Jiang Qingqing might not have felt her existence at all. This unexpressed frustration lingered until the carriage finally came to a stop at the entrance. Without waiting for Wan Qing to disembark first, Jiang Qingqing lifted the curtain and leaped down from the carriage. As she did so, a hairpin in her hair tilted, and she instinctively reached to adjust it, only to find someone else had already done so. Wan Qing respectfully remarked, Your Highness should not act thus. Thank you, Jiang Qingqing replied, finally able to glance at the imposing gates of the residence, which rivaled the grandeur of the Imperial Academy. No one awaited them at the entrance, and Wan Qing's brow furrowed in concern. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. Wan Qing approached the door, knocking on the ring. After a brief interval, a servant in dark attire answered the door. Princess Dunming comes by imperial decree from Her Majesty the Empress to assist Princess Qiang in organizing the palace banquet. Without waiting for the servant to inquire, Wan Qing introduced themselves. The servant, recognizing the significance of their visit, quickly ushered them inside to a designated reception hall while he hurried to inform the Grand Princess. In the Grand Princess's courtyard, the atmosphere was austere with minimal decor, save for a few pines or small plants to soften the starkness. The main hall exhibited predominantly redwood furnishings, lending an air of dignity to the host. Unlike the neatness outside, the interior had a hint of warmth provided by scented fireplaces. At this moment, the Grand Princess's residence was unusually lively. Seated in the foremost position was a man clad in dark brocade, his features sharp and his posture erect. At first glance, he appeared to belong to a prestigious family in the capital, but upon closer inspection, his chiseled jawline and prominent nose revealed his distinguished lineage. Prince Zhao's esteemed disciple has arrived. Shall we accompany you to see him? The Grand Princess smiled as she received the maid's message. The Grand Princess herself possessed breathtaking beauty. Were it not for her elegantly styled hair, one might mistake her for a woman in her 20s, utterly oblivious to her 30 years in widowhood. Xiao Linting, poised to sip his hot tea, was typically a mentor instilling a positive attitude in the princes. The Grand Princess's ambiguous statement conjured the image of the young princess's radiant smile in his mind. Noticing the commotion, Princess Qiang stood up, eager to assist the Grand Princess, and the three of them exited the hall in succession. Throughout the journey, Princess Qiang played a pivotal role in lightening the atmosphere, while the Grand Princess remained taciturn, seldom initiating conversation. Xiao Linting, known for his reticence, added to the silence. Meanwhile, in the reception hall by the front door, the residence's servants, wary of offending their royal guests, waited attentively, ready to heed any command. Jiang Qingqing sat in a grand chair, her small 5-year-old frame dwarfed by its size. Resembling a miniature doll, a pair of diminutive legs struggled to reach the ground, prompting the attendants of the Grand Princess's residence to hastily bring forth a footstool for her to stand upon. With her petite frame perched upright in the grand armchair, she engaged in cheerful banter with Wan Qing, even attempting to elicit laughter from her companion. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. It was Princess Qiang. In an instant, the radiant smile that adorned Jiang Qingqing's face faded as she prepared to rise, glancing towards the entrance of the hall. As anticipated, once she was firmly on her feet, a figure clad in a golden robe crossed the threshold. Jiang Qingqing beheld a captivating woman, dressed in an elegant golden gown, her countenance bearing a striking resemblance to Emperor Qing, albeit with a more serious demeanor. This was none other than the Grand Princess, the subject of recent discussions among the palace concubines. Without waiting for the Grand Princess to speak, Jiang Qingqing respectfully bowed, performing a commendable gesture of palace etiquette. "I wish for your health, your Royal Highness," she declared, her voice clear and confident, a stark contrast to the cautious demeanor typical of children her age. The Grand Princess appeared taken aback by the presence of such a young girl, for she had only been informed that a royal decree had summoned someone to assist in celebrating her birthday. "Is it you?" Princess Qiang exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Jiang Qingqing, her expression mirroring the astonishment of the Grand Princess. The latter raised an eyebrow in curiosity, seemingly questioning whether the princess was also unaware of this newcomer. During their exchange, Jiang Qingqing's gaze wandered to the slightly distant figure of Xiao Linting, who was observing her in turn. She flashed a bright and innocent smile at her uncle, her joy palpable. Perhaps Princess Qiang had overlooked the mention of the young princess in the decree. Her expression quickly returned to normalcy, and she smiled as she lightly assisted the Grand Princess. Approaching Jiang Qingqing together, unfazed by her elders, Jiang Qingqing gazed up at the Grand Princess, who had never graced anyone with a smile, and contemplated the challenge of winning her favor. Just as she pondered how to charm the elder, the Grand Princess suddenly lowered herself to Jiang Qingqing's eye level, scrutinizing the little princess intently. After what felt like an eternity, she straightened up and said, "Your kind intentions are noted, my dear. Come along and see." With that, the Grand Princess turned and began to exit, lowering her voice to inquire, "What brings you here so unexpectedly? I've never witnessed the arrangements for a banquet before, so I thought I would come and observe. And you?" Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, feigning ignorance. Princess Qiang, however, pondered for a moment before providing a straightforward response, leaving Jiang Qingqing momentarily bewildered. It seemed that during their time apart, Princess Qiang had undergone a transformation. The haughty demeanor she once possessed appeared to have vanished. "Were you familiar with the royal aunt from the start?" "Not really. And you?" "I've never met her." Their brief yet harmonious conversation was interrupted when Xiao Linting called out to Jiang Qingqing, "Your Highness, it is time to proceed to the rear courtyard." She quickly acknowledged him and, glancing at the now transformed Princess Qiang, suppressed her curiosity as she scampered to Xiao Linting's side. With practiced ease, she reached for his hand, and they exited the hall in tandem. Observing this interaction, Princess Qiang felt no sense of discord. She calmly followed suit. Chapter 58. The Responsibilities of Adulthood Throughout Her Journey. Jiang Qingqing marveled at the architecture of the Grand Princess's residence, its white walls and black tiles evoking memories of the Guozijian and thoughts of her elder brother, whom she had left behind in the palace. The familiar, spirited voice echoed in Xiao Linting's mind, breaking the quiet of his day. Yet he found comfort in the childish chatter. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, Jiang Qingqing obediently released his hand and took a seat across from him, aligning herself with Princess Qiang. The Grand Princess observed the little princess's actions with mild surprise, raising an eyebrow before casually picking up a small booklet. "Let's resume our previous discussion," she prompted. Princess Qiang nodded slightly in agreement. While the dishes from Fan Lu were well received and favored by many, the Grand Princess felt they could be more impressive for her birthday celebration. Their conversation soon shifted to the arrangements for the banquet. "Jiang Qingqing, eager to learn about the customs of Tianqi, listened intently as they discussed the event's plans, gaining insight into the realm. As the dialogue grew more animated, even Xiao Linting interjected occasionally to moderate the escalating debate between the two women. Most of the guests you initially invited are young and impetuous scions. They will likely not appreciate the opera, which may only exacerbate the awkwardness, Princess Qingyi stated plainly. The Grand Princess furrowed her brow, contemplating her response. But the banquet is organized to celebrate my birthday. Should it not reflect my preferences? She countered. If that is the case, why invite the young nobles at all? It would be simpler and more relaxed to gather a few close friends and family. Uncertain whether this exchange constituted a quarrel or a discussion, Jiang Qingqing, sensing the rising tension, descended from her seat and beckoned a nearby maid to come closer. Whispering in the maid's ear, she instructed her, and the maid nodded before departing to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the debate between the Grand Princess and Princess Qingyi intensified, each striving to dismantle the other's arguments. Jiang Qingqing caught Xiao Linting's eye for a fleeting moment. The maid, acting decisively, hesitated to hand over the tray when Jiang Qingqing reached for it. Enough. This is not your concern. Go, she gently admonished. The maid, still wary, observed the little princess as she carefully carried 2 cups of tea, remaining in place. At that moment, Xiao Linting's heart raced as he rose to his feet, finally drawing the attention of both the Grand Princess and Princess Qingyi, momentarily halting their dispute. There. Tea, Jiang Qingqing began, placing the tray beside Princess Qingyi. Quick to respond, Princess Qingyi picked up a cup, proclaiming, "This one is for you." Jiang Qingqing's bright and cheerful voice dispelled the earlier tension. She then approached the Grand Princess with another cup, sweetly inquiring, "Your Royal Highness, would you care for a sip of tea to soothe your throat? Do you enjoy sweets?" Her unexpected question left the Grand Princess momentarily perplexed. Yet she acknowledged Jiang Qingqing's intent, replying, "I do have a fondness for sweet treats." Jiang Qingqing nodded in understanding as she turned and walked over to Princess Qingyi, posing the same question to her. She was not particularly fond of sweets, and the information she received was precisely what she sought. Her smile blossomed even brighter as she observed a small figure holding a piece of candy, presenting it to the Grand Princess. Amidst the Grand Princess's look of confusion, Jiang Qingqing began to elucidate. The Empress Dowager had a penchant for sweet chrysanthemum tea, while Princess Qingyi preferred hers unsweetened, with just 1 additional serving of sugar. Both preferences could be satisfied. Awaken, everyone. You are all affluent and influential families. Why must you dither over the duality of a single matter? Jiang Qingqing's seemingly innocent remarks brought enlightenment to the Grand Princess. The previously impassive expression of the Grand Princess transformed, revealing a flicker of astonishment and appreciation in her phoenix eyes as she regarded her young niece. It was unexpected for a mere 5-year-old to possess such open-mindedness. A rarity indeed. The Grand Princess couldn't help but recall the numerous children around the same age she had encountered, particularly those selected from the direct line of Shiping Marquis, none of whom exhibited the remarkable wisdom of Princess Dunming. Princess Qingyi nodded in comprehension, devoid of any jealousy. On the contrary, her gaze was filled with warmth and admiration as she looked at Jiang Qingqing. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Qingqing, who mused, "Has the sun risen from the west today? Can this smile from Qingyi hold ulterior motives? What schemes might she be concocting against me?" As Dunming suggested, "Let us prepare 2 stages for the performances. Whichever show piques their interest is of no concern to me." With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the Grand Princess decisively concluded the discussion. Jiang Qingqing sighed in relief, glad that the quarrel had finally reached its end. Unbeknownst to them, the deliberations regarding the banquet had stretched until noon. Encountering such a perceptive niece brought satisfaction and joy to the Grand Princess, who graciously invited everyone to stay for lunch at her residence. Utilizing her cleverness and charm, coupled with the occasional encouragement from Princess Qingyi, Jiang Qingqing adeptly won the Grand Princess's favor in just half a day. As Jiang Qingqing exited the Grand Princess's residence, she held a jade dumpling in her left hand and a neatly packaged oil paper bag in her right. Her petite skirt could barely conceal her slightly protruding belly. Stumbling over the threshold, she caught the attention of Xiao Linting, who furrowed his brow in concern. His reaction was swifter than that of the ever-watchful maid, Qing. In an instant, he darted forward, lifting the small dumpling from under her arms, hoisting her up effortlessly. Woo-woo, I can hold my ground. Why are you lifting me? Am I shameless? Xiao Linting spoke in a low voice. The threshold is too high. I feared you would trip, so I assisted you. Woo-woo, is this what you call assistance? Your actions are akin to picking up a stray cat or dog. After he safely carried Jiang Qingqing across the threshold, he gently set her down. I was merely anxious, fearing you might fall. Please forgive me. Standing at the door, Qing was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the scene before her, even as someone accustomed to more grandiose spectacles. Will you be coming to the Grand Princess's residence to assist your aunt tomorrow? The Grand Princess hurried out, regretting that she had missed the delightful episode. Jiang Qingqing, having swallowed the dumpling whole, cast a resentful glance at her uncle, oblivious to any strangeness in the recent events. Aunt, I came all this way to help you with the banquet. Of course, I shall return tomorrow. You must prepare breakfast for me. I intend to come running to play with you upon waking. Jiang Qingqing adorned her face with a childlike, innocent smile, her words spoken with unpretentious sweetness. The Grand Princess felt her heart soften instantly. She knelt down, holding her skirts, and gazed into Jiang Qingqing's eyes, a stark contrast to her previous cold demeanor. Perhaps today, Aunt could convey a word to those at the palace, allowing us to keep Qingqing here for a month. That would be too much trouble for your highness. Xiao Linting interjected, politely refusing the Grand Princess's suggestion. He bowed respectfully, maintaining a composed demeanor. The young princess is quite accustomed to her own bed. A change in environment would require her to adjust for several days. If her spirits are dampened during this time, it could hinder your banquet preparations, which would be regrettable. Jiang Qingqing was about to nod in agreement with the Grand Princess when she heard her uncle's illogical reasoning, her large eyes brimming with confusion and discontent. What nonsense was he spouting? Spending a month away from the palace was her dearest wish. Why was he making decisions for her? Pouting slightly, she lowered her head, her tiny face reflecting her displeasure and grievance. The Grand Princess glanced up, noticing Xiao Linting's serious demeanor. Having watched him grow, she knew he disliked dishonesty and thus believed his words without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, allowing Princess Qiang to depart with Jiang Qingqing and Xiao Linting. Princess Qiang willingly climbed into her carriage, bidding farewell to Jiang Qingqing and Xiao Linting as the coachman promptly set off. Jiang Qingqing, in a huff, stuffed the remaining jade dumpling into her mouth. Watching as Princess Qiang's carriage turned the corner and vanished, she stood her ground defiantly as the carriage from the Xiao residence approached them. Xiao Linting gently placed a hand atop her head. From Qing's perspective, it appeared as if the prince was affectionately patting the little princess's head. From Jiang Qingqing's viewpoint, it felt more like a form of coercion. Woo-woo, my mouth is full of dumpling. Xiao Linting's lips curved into a faint smile, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a light-hearted glimmer. Today, we shall not stay at the Grand Princess's residence. I will take you to see something wonderful. Woo-woo, is it more enjoyable than staying at the palace? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded thoughtfully, mimicking Jiang Qingqing's usual head tilt when pondering. Xiao Linting's expression grew serious, exuding an aura of quiet authority. A hint of youthful exuberance emerged when his eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet, that fleeting smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving Jiang Qingqing to etch that moment of warmth deep into her memory. She was not forgiving him for being handsome. Her intention in accompanying him was to select maidservants. Jiang Qingqing was half lifted into the carriage by Xiao Linting, with Qing walking alongside. The interior of the carriage fell silent as Jiang Qingqing busied herself examining the furnishings, her gaze finally settling on a small table beside her. On the table lay an assortment of fruits. A cursory glance revealed no sour or exotic varieties, mostly bananas and apples, fruits that were not overly acidic. Thirsty? Just hold on a bit longer. The tea in the carriage is a bit cold. We'll heat it before you drink to be gentle on your stomach, Xiao Linting remarked, glancing at the small teapot being warmed beside him. Accustomed to the casual banter with Jiang Chun at the National Academy, Jiang Qingqing's straightforwardness inadvertently carried over to her uncle, causing her heart to flutter in nervousness. Xiao Linting raised an eyebrow, observing Jiang Qingqing as she averted her gaze, attempting to look out the window. He suddenly reached out, pulling the curtain of the carriage down, partially enclosing Jiang Qingqing in his embrace. "What are your thoughts, Your Highness?" The clear, crisp voice of the royal uncle broke through the moment. A refreshing tone after his voice had matured. Chapter 60. The temptation of adherence to rules. Jiang Qingqing fixed her gaze on the slightly ajar curtain, peering through the gap at the fleeting street scenery outside. The warmth behind her made her awkwardly swallow. Water sources were a vital necessity in the village. If water could not be drawn in for half a day, many villagers would be forced to migrate, and over time, this damn village would become a desolate ruin. Xiao Linting maintained his arm's position, nodding in agreement. "So, do you believe this water source should be restored, or should we allow the damn village to fall into disrepair?" "I'm just a child. How could I possibly know so much?" Jiang Qingqing chuckled nervously, feeling as though the royal uncle was not merely observing a 5-year-old princess, but rather peering into the depths of her 25-year-old soul. It was quite terrifying. "Your Highness possesses remarkable intelligence and insight. If you choose to ponder this matter, I am confident you will devise a solution." "Ah, I'm most grateful for your trust," Jiang Qingqing thought to herself, suddenly recalling the smoke she had previously cast aside, and she quickly composed herself. Turning to face Xiao Linting, she realized just how close they were. She instinctively shifted her position, her backside pressing against the wall of the carriage. "I do have an idea, albeit a rather bold one, but it might serve as a potential solution." "I am eager to hear the details," Xiao Linting replied, noticing the distance Jiang Qingqing had created between them. He too shifted to the side, eliminating any physical contact. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qingqing began. "Since the water source in the dam village has vanished, and if the Ministry of Works cannot provide a satisfactory solution in a timely manner, why not consider a deviation from the norm and alter the developmental trajectory of the dam village? Are you suggesting that the dam village should no longer serve as a residential area?" Jiang Qingqing nodded earnestly. Just as she was about to glance away to secretly observe the scenery outside, she was startled by the sound of teapots clinking beside her. Then she heard Xiao Linting's deep voice. "What does Your Highness envision for the dam village? As a commercial hub, or perhaps for the use of the court?" Sensing her gaze, he gently nudged the teacup in front of her, inviting her to drink. She waved her hand slightly, overwhelmed by the shock of the conversation, which had taken precedence over her thirst. Why would the royal uncle think this way? Xiao Linting grew curious about the peculiar thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind. His long fingers rested on his knee, hesitating as he chose to restrain his curiosity about her thoughts. He set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and continued. "The dam village occupies a moderate area, positioned at the rear of the imperial city, though there are dozens of villages behind it. The dam village is situated on a slight hillside, giving it a somewhat elevated terrain. Setting aside its residential use, the dam village, with its proximity to the imperial city, could attract many visitors. If we implement some adjustments, commercial activities could reduce the demand for water, generating interest and increasing the number of water carriers, ensuring a stable supply for daily needs without considering agricultural needs. Opening shops could also yield income." Xiao Linting meticulously outlined the advantages of commercializing the dam village, analyzing the cause and effect with great clarity. Who could have imagined that within such a short span, after being prompted, he could devise such a comprehensive plan? Jiang Qingqing found herself increasingly impressed by her royal uncle. Yet this approach was undeniably bold and audacious. Xiao Linting suddenly shifted his tone. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brows, indicating for him to continue. He nudged the teacup once more, encouraging her to drink. Captivated by his words, she pondered her own strategies and reluctantly picked up the teacup. Seeing her obediently drinking, Xiao Linting resumed. "The doctrine of prioritizing agriculture over commerce is deeply entrenched, with scholars holding higher status than merchants in the court. If Your Highness suggests that agriculturalists should engage in commerce, they may resist the idea." Jiang Qingqing sighed in relief upon hearing this. She had been concerned about his perspective. He slightly frowned, acknowledging only when people are adequately fed and clothed can they afford to focus on other matters. This sentiment resonated with Jiang Qingqing. Reflecting on her royal uncle's astute understanding, compared him to Jiang Chun, the little brat who could barely articulate a sentence, marveling at the stark contrast in intelligence. She spread her tiny hands and stated earnestly, "The damn village is struggling to survive. Those agriculturalists have left in search of food, leaving behind only those who cherish the village. It is this group of devoted individuals who would be willing to improve their homeland. Are you suggesting that we consolidate the damn village and surrounding villages to foster competition for mutual benefits?" Xiao Linting frowned, seemingly unimpressed by this notion. Jiang Qingqing sighed softly. "That approach is not advisable. Internal competition would be counterproductive. Instead, why not entrust the management of the damn village to my brother and me, under the guise of adherence to rules?" Jiang Qingqing finally unveiled her true objective. A cunning and triumphant glint sparkled in her eyes, nearly overflowing with joy. Xiao Linting smirked, entirely unsurprised. He had anticipated her intentions all along, merely indulging her with a few exchanged words to keep her spirits high. Despite the lack of water sources, as he had just articulated, the damn village was situated in a favorable location, and with effort, the court could improve conditions. However, entrusting it to the two young lords would likely meet with resistance from court officials. Chapter 61. Thwarting Wanqing. Xiao Linting's meaning could not have been clearer. Jiang Qingqing grasped his implication, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Observing her sudden gravitas, Xiao Linting felt a pang of compassion, only to find her earnestly negotiating with him. "This arrangement will remain a secret known only to the two of us. If the damn village is entrusted to my brother and me, and we successfully cultivate a thriving commercial hub, we shall allocate 30% of the profits to you, Your Highness." Jiang Qingqing extended her small hand, speaking with conviction and confidence as she looked at Xiao Linting. "Only 30%? If the damn village is entrusted to you too, I would not only have to secretly mobilize my influence within the court to secure this territory for you, but would also have expended considerable effort to obtain that mere 30%. Jiang Qingqing keenly sensed that her royal uncle was preparing to leverage his influence to reclaim the damn village. After contemplating this, Jiang Qingqing decided to take a gamble on his character. "What if we designate the nominal management of the damn village to you, Your Highness, while my brother and I operate as merchants from outside the palace, collaborating with you? I will manage the merchants in the damn village, while you merely pave the way for us to succeed. A mutually beneficial arrangement, would it not be delightful?" Jiang Qingqing leaned forward slightly, her round eyes fixed on Xiao Linting, speaking candidly. She remained blissfully unaware that, despite her appearance as a mere 5-year-old child, Xiao Linting treated her with the utmost respect and equality in their negotiations. After this spirited exchange, Jiang Qingqing felt a long-lost sense of relief. Xiao Linting fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Qingqing. He then leaned forward, countering her with a question. "Your Highness, who has imparted such profound thoughts to you?" She had assumed that Xiao Linting would not pursue the matter further. As he reached out to assist Jiang Qingqing in arranging her hair, he discreetly listened to the whispers of her heart. "How should I frame him? Perhaps I could claim that it was the influence of the ladies in the palace who taught me, suggesting that the art of intrigue could extend to negotiations. But even that seems rather forced. What to do?" Clearing his throat, she replied, "Actually, on the day my royal uncle was absent, a substitute teacher came, and his discourse was quite enlightening, which I took as inspiration." "Oh, which esteemed individual is this? I have not encountered such astute minds in court. This person is destined for greatness. If he could collaborate with me, he would undoubtedly contribute to a bright future for Tianqi." Jiang Qingqing found herself at a loss for other lies to weave, yet the quiet praise from Xiao Linting regarding her thoughts brought her a flicker of joy. At that moment, the carriage, like a savior to her restless heart, came to an abrupt halt. Before the driver could announce their arrival, Jiang Qingqing sprang to her feet, lifted the curtain, and stepped out with determination. Seeing the little princess disembark, Wanqing hurried to support her on steady ground. As soon as Jiang Qingqing found her footing, Xiao Linting leisurely poked his head out of the carriage, then lifted the curtain and descended at a measured pace. Jiang Qingqing forced herself not to glance at her royal uncle, her gaze settling instead on the entrance of the courtyard before her. She had come in search of her personal maid. It was infuriating to think that there could be someone more capable than her, "Your Highness, please enter." Xiao Linting's voice drifted to her side. Only then did Jiang Qingqing turn to look at her uncle, who seemed entirely unfazed by his earlier assertiveness. The little princess merely huffed softly, lifted her chin slightly, and walked into the courtyard. The moment she crossed the threshold, she sensed something amiss. Her diminutive 5-year-old stature often caused her to stumble when crossing the doorframe. However, today felt unusually smooth. She was certain it was not due to any growth spurt. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Nafu. "What are you doing here? Aren't you the steward of the royal residence?" Jiang Qingqing inquired curiously, her memory of him stirring. Nafu bowed respectfully to the little princess, his demeanor entirely unassuming. This threshold was specially commissioned by the prince, designed to be lower for ease of passage. Nafu, noticing her curiosity about the threshold, smiled at her, but the gratitude she felt was not evident in her round eyes. Xiao Linting, even without eavesdropping, understood that the princess was evading thoughts of the recent negotiations. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. "This way, Your Highness," he said, slightly turning to guide Jiang Qingqing down a different path. Wanqing, observing this, intended to follow, only to be halted in her tracks by Nafu. "Where the princess goes, I must follow. This is the decree of Her Majesty, the Queen." Furrowing her brows, Wanqing addressed Nafu directly. Nafu, with his sleeves gathered, stood firmly before Wanqing, smiling as he once again blocked her path. "Please, dear Aunt Wanqing, my lord has arranged a resting place for you." Wanqing did not budge. Nafu chuckled lightly. "This is Lord Zhao's domain. He is the princess's mentor. Surely, you do not believe the princess poses any threat?" The implication in his words struck Wanqing as a warning. She regarded Nafu with a serious expression, contemplating for a moment. Meanwhile, the little princess remained oblivious to the unusual tension behind her. Following Lord Xiao around a corner and out of sight, taking a deep breath, Wanqing cast a long look at Nafu before reluctantly shifting her steps in the direction he indicated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing accompanied Xiao Linting to a small garden pavilion. They had scarcely settled when a servant approached, respectfully leading 2 rows of individuals towards them, sitting on a stone bench. Xiao Linting scrutinized the expression on the little princess's face. "Your Highness, they have arrived." Jiang Qingqing followed his gaze and saw a dozen individuals dressed in modest attire, their conduct exceedingly proper. Upon reaching the pavilion's entrance, they paused. The leading servant, upon receiving a nod from the prince, stepped aside to allow the others to present themselves. "I have selected a few reputable candidates from among the notable individuals in the capital, Your Highness. Please see if any of them pique your interest." Xiao Linting spoke calmly. Before her stood 2 rows of 5 individuals. Jiang Qingqing glanced over them. Their appearances were acceptable, but not overly striking. She firmly believed in the notion that one's inner disposition reflects in their outward appearance. Thus she swiftly dismissed those who did not appeal to her. Eventually, only 4 remained before the pavilion. Their garments varied in color, indicating they were not all from the same household. Resting her chin lazily upon her hand, Jiang Qingqing scrutinized the 4 before her. To be frank, she was fatigued from the selection process. Among these 4, could one of them possibly belong to her uncle? Her gaze settled on the girl standing at the edge. With just a slight glance downward, she noticed the girl's poised stance, which distinguished her from the others. The way her arm was raised suggested she was not merely a novice in etiquette, but someone accustomed to physical training in a martial arena. Xiao Linting furrowed his brow. His eyes cast downward at the teapot on the stone table. His slender fingers gently lifted a cloth to protect his hand from the heat and effortlessly poured a cup of tea for Jiang Qingqing. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation, even in response to her probing remark. After filling his own cup, he leisurely crossed his legs, presenting a stark contrast to the austere demeanor he typically exhibited in the palace. "Do you truly have someone in mind?" he mused, acknowledging her perceptiveness. "I have previously remarked upon Your Highness's intelligence and wit. Nothing escapes your keen perception." His long fingers, beautifully shaped, were a sight to behold. The implication of his words tacitly affirmed Jiang Qingqing's intuition. "And what does my uncle think? Should I choose one or not?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. The steaming tea nearly spilled over as she spoke. "Does Your Highness know who it is?" Xiao Linting was taken aback by her assertion, having assumed that her intuition was merely a stroke of luck typical of a child. However, her words had swiftly overturned that assumption. Yet, it was somewhat challenging for her short legs to cross, leaving her to dangle them in the air. Unbeknownst to her, this innocent pose was utterly endearing in Xiao Linting's eyes. If I do not select one, will it have significant consequences? Jiang Qingqing cautiously ventured. She carefully observed Xiao Linting's facial expressions. His sharp brows and striking features remained untroubled, his dark eyes betraying no tumultuous emotions. From his expression, it was evident that Xiao Linting possessed an exceptional ability to control his emotions. Soon, Jiang Qingqing's attention shifted to the trembling tips of Xiao Linting's toes, which either indicated a state of relaxation or a deliberate attempt to divert attention. If I were to choose, what would my royal uncle think? Jiang Qingqing casually posed a second question for probing. She understood. The young lady on her left had suffered today, having stood for an entire afternoon. It would be wise for her to rest and enjoy a cup of tea. Jiang Qingqing turned and called out to the young girl at the edge. The moment she addressed the group, Xiao Linting's fingers, which had been casually resting on his knee, suddenly clenched tightly. Yet, when Jiang Qingqing turned her gaze back to him, he discreetly relaxed his grip. As long as your highness is pleased, we have 3 individuals remaining, he spoke calmly, subtly guiding Jiang Qingqing to shift her focus. Understanding his intent, Jiang Qingqing stifled a smile and obediently redirected her gaze to the 3 young ladies before her. Each of these young women exhibited distinct personalities. The first on the left appeared to be shy, though she occasionally lifted her head, flipping her hair and casting curious glances. While curiosity is a virtue, it may not serve her well in future treacheries. The one in the middle was noticeably shorter than her companions, displaying an honest demeanor, although it was uncertain whether she possessed any cleverness. The final lady stood tall and graceful, her demeanor modest and her attire neat and tidy, surpassing the middle one in elegance. Suddenly, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped Jiang Qingqing. Before she could turn her head, Xiao Linting's deep voice resonated. There is no need for such inner turmoil, Your Highness. Whether you choose 1 or 2, it remains a choice. As his words faded, a spark of realization ignited in Jiang Qingqing's round, bright eyes. Had you spoken sooner, I wouldn't have spent so long contemplating. We mustn't be too obvious. Selecting 2 from 3 would surely embarrass the girl. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she raised her fist to her lips to conceal her intentions. Upon hearing her words, the attendant quickly stepped forward, beckoning the 3 ladies to depart. Once the outsiders were gone, Jiang Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware that selecting individuals was a complex task requiring much thought. Yet, with her royal uncle beside her, she felt even less inclined to showcase her intelligence. It is indeed a challenge for a wise person to feign ignorance. Observing the little figure before him, Xiao Linting's thin lips curled slightly, hinting at a faint smile. Chapter 63. A misstep. He outmatches me. Jiang Qingqing warily regarded her royal uncle, her chubby cheeks quivering slightly as she pouted. Let us not discuss the matter of Ba Village. It was merely a whimsical notion of mine. I hope you do not take it to heart. The situation concerning Ba Village was not urgent. She had yet to connect with Yen Luo or assess her capabilities. Until she had conclusive results, it would be unwise to finalize any agreements with her royal uncle. The truth was, she could not discern who was at a disadvantage. The little princess was prepared to leave, yet Xiao Linting was determined not to allow it. To speak honestly, his interest in the little princess surpassed his curiosity about the benefits of Ba Village. He perceived that this 5-year-old princess was far more complex than her innocent facade suggested. Grasping Jiang Qingqing's wrist firmly, he spoke in a low voice. I believe your highness's contemplation is quite astute. No, I was merely speaking nonsense. You need not take me seriously, Jiang Qingqing quickly protested, shaking her head. Xiao Linting chuckled softly at her fervent denial. The sound resonated in a deep, rich tone that sent a shiver through her. Jiang Qingqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xiao Linting smiled down at her. As for Ba Village, there are currently no commercial opportunities or noteworthy aspects. You need not worry about matters on my end. If you wish to explore, I shall do my utmost to secure any opportunities within my reach. His voice softened, and as she looked up, she caught a glimpse of sincerity and earnestness in his deep, phoenix-like eyes. Had Jiang Qingqing not been an innocent child, Xiao Linting might not have articulated such sentiments. In that moment, Jiang Qingqing's emotions were a tempest of complexity. Was her royal uncle sincere? Hearing such considerate words from him, Xiao Linting could only smile in resignation. Rest assured, Your Highness. He rarely spoke in grandiose terms, but that previous statement had indeed come from the heart. Forget it, as long as I am not embarrassed. The one who should feel awkward is you. Once Jiang Qingqing had made up her mind, she acted decisively, nodding without hesitation. Let us draft an agreement, a written contract. It shall be beneficial for both you and me. She earnestly proposed this mutually advantageous suggestion. Xiao Linting was taken aback. He had never encountered such a notion of an agreement. In military circles, alliances were based on verbal commitments, relying on mutual understanding of each other's character and limits, rendering formal documentation unnecessary. Just as he was about to decline, the little girl was quicker than him, summoning an attendant who soon placed 2 booklets and ink upon the stone table. Jiang Qingqing climbed onto a stone stool, kneeling before the table at an ideal height. Without hesitation, she penned the agreed-upon terms and conditions, placing the documents before Xiao Linting for his review. He glanced at them, and as his eyes fell upon the characters she had written, he experienced a rare moment of distraction. Your Highness's calligraphy has significantly improved, Xiao Linting remarked. Not often one to praise others. In less than a month, her handwriting had become nearly 60% akin to his own, with the remaining 40% reflecting the differences in strength between genders. Jiang Qingqing proudly lifted her chin. To calm her restless heart, she had diligently practiced her calligraphy daily. Indeed, calligraphy is a noble art, capable of soothing the restless spirit while earning admiration. Xiao Linting skimmed through the conditions, finding no major issues. He signed his name and affixed his personal seal to ensure authenticity. Jiang Qingqing felt a twinge of envy. Her only impression of seal was from a previous map featuring the emblem of a matriarchal society, a symbol of power. Just as they were exchanging the finalized agreement, Jiang Qingqing gleefully tucked the document into her chest when suddenly a servant rushed in. The prince, the servant exclaimed, a small child has arrived at the entrance. The guards initially thought she was lost, but she accurately described Your Highness's appearance and attire, and seems to have a message for you. Jiang Qingqing had never communicated with the child outside, so she wondered what message could possibly be conveyed. Xiao Linting felt similarly and was about to suggest sending the child away when Jiang Qingqing swiftly connected the dots and thought of Yen Luo. Chapter 64. I trust you with your affairs. Jiang Qingqing quickly called for the departing servant. There may indeed be something important. I shall go and see. As she prepared to rise, Xiao Linting interjected, Your Highness, you have yet to finalize the selection of your maidservants. Aside from the first on the left, I will take the others, Jiang Qingqing replied, just as she stepped out, and someone emerged from the shadows to bow before Xiao Linting. You should follow along and keep watch, Your Highness. If she merely converses with that child at the entrance, it suffices to observe from a distance. Xiao Linting had no intention of pursuing them. He casually toyed with a half-filled teacup in his hand and spoke with an air of tranquility. Understood, came the woman's deliberately subdued voice before she vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing exited the side courtyard and slowly realized that someone was indeed missing from her company. As she pondered the whereabouts of Wan Qing, she arrived at the side door of the courtyard. There stood a small child, stretching her neck and peering around. And upon spotting the rosy little figure emerging, the girl broke into a radiant smile. You must be the person my sister mentioned. I finally get to see you. The child's bright, melodic voice left Jiang Qingqing momentarily bewildered. She gestured for her attendants to step back while ensuring they could still see her. Only then did Jiang Qingqing feel at ease to regard the girl before her. Do you know me? The little girl nodded earnestly. Of course I do. Where did you come to know me? Jiang Qingqing inquired cautiously. The girl blinked innocently. My sister told me to come here to wait for someone. She described this person as cute and sweet, and most importantly, she loves to wear pink. I waited a long time to finally see someone like that. Your sister? Who is she? Jiang Qingqing's mind wandered to the figure of Yen Luo, and she could not help but ask softly. The girl giggled. My sister is from Ba Village. The mention of Ba Village sent a jolt through Jiang Qingqing's heart. Aside from the attendants standing a little distance away, she saw no one else. Deep down, Jiang Qingqing was reluctant to let Xiao Linting know about her connection with the woman from that day. Not far. My sister is waiting for you at the corner shop. Would you like to come with me? The little girl innocently suggested. Jiang Qingqing recognized the place. It was indeed not far from the side courtyard. If need be, she could concoct an excuse for her uncle later. Just as Jiang Qingqing lifted her foot to cross the threshold, she recalled her attendants behind her. Suddenly, another figure appeared, causing her heart to skip a beat. You again. Upon closer inspection, she realized the newcomer was the martial artist she had previously spotted among the 10 maids. It was indeed evident that she belonged to Xiao Linting. Yingzhu, having received her master's orders, was there to ensure the young lady's safety. Before Jiang Qingqing could inquire, she introduced herself. The little girl, observing Yingzhu's trained demeanor, gazed up at her with wide, curious eyes. Jiang Qingqing glanced toward the nearby stall and spoke. You are here under his command to monitor me? The young lady is now half a master to Yingzhu. The lady specifically instructed that Yingzhu must not report back. Yingzhu replied. Jiang Qingqing regarded Yingzhu with puzzlement, not fully understanding the arrangement. She felt little need for Yingzhu's presence. Stand back and watch over me, she instructed. After she exchanged information with Yen Luo, she would devise a way to speak with her uncle. Yingzhu was truly unnecessary. Following the little girl, Jiang Qingqing arrived at the corner stall, where she observed a woman in simple attire bustling about a makeshift stove. The stall was quite remote, with few patrons. Jiang Qingqing settled at a clean 8 immortals table. Before she could get comfortable, the woman approached with bowls and utensils in hand. Miss, a familiar voice called out, startling Jiang Qingqing as she looked up to see Yen Luo, head bowed as she arranged the tableware. Although Yen Luo did not meet her gaze, her words were clearly directed at Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback by the unexpected manner of their meeting. The little girl had already dashed off to the adjacent table, cheerfully inquiring what the guests needed, leaving Jiang Qingqing momentarily forgotten. Yen Luo nodded slightly, her voice low. I have been waiting for you, Mrs. Sippy. There will be time to discuss the matters of this stall in detail later. However, I noticed that their backyard is unusually tidy. Something feels off. After a brief pause, she continued, since I have never been involved in business before, I set up this small stall to confirm a few things. Jiang Qingqing was astounded by Yen Luo's initiative. She had always believed Yen Luo possessed potential, but the surprises of the day were overwhelming. She gazed at Yen Luo in astonishment. Yen Luo remained composed, reporting her observations. The stall raised many questions, the most significant being that, despite its selling specialty products, its inventory was alarmingly low, and some items were missing altogether, with promises of restocking never materializing. Once Yen Luo finished her report, she stood upright and moved to the stove. The issue she raised perfectly validated Jiang Qingqing's initial suspicions upon seeing the shop. This stall was indeed peculiar. She stood up, feigning interest in the menu as she approached the stove. Do you know who the owner of this stall is? Yen Luo nodded slightly. While she bent down to add firewood, she discreetly produced a letter wrapped in oiled paper from her wide sleeve. This contains all the information I've gathered. I feared I might not have the chance to speak with you further, so I devised this method. Jiang Qingqing was even more surprised. Although she had yet to see the details within the letter, Yen Luo's adherence to their agreement not to disclose their relationship was more than sufficient to satisfy Jiang Qingqing. With that, Jiang Qingqing reached into her waist pouch and pulled out a silver ingot. Before Yen Luo could speak, Jiang Qingqing reassured her, you do the work, and I shall provide the funds. Take this. Chapter 65. Wounded and concerned for him before Yen Luo could respond, Jiang Qingqing turned, clutching the oiled paper-wrapped letter, and dashed away. Hey, did that little rascal leave without paying? An observant patron, seeing the little pink figure bolt, felt a surge of righteous indignation and slammed his hand on the table in admonition. At that moment, Yingzhu appeared seemingly from nowhere, blocking the man's path. Her expression icy as she regarded him silently. The patron stumbled back, muttering under his breath. Yen Luo, hearing the commotion, caught sight of Jiang Qingqing's retreating figure and quickly secured the silver coins, smiling as she explained to the patron, "That young lady barely ate anything. She only came to quench her thirst. Thank you for your understanding. Have you finished your meal? Allow me to treat you to another plate of dumplings." Under Yin Luo's warm hospitality, the matter was soon laid to rest. Jiang Qingqing smiled, thoroughly pleased with Yin Luo's response. Her gaze fell upon the busy figure at the stall, but her attention was entirely captured by the little princess racing towards her. The pink bundle, with its short legs, dashed with great speed, causing Xiao Linting to furrow his brow slightly as he opened his arms, prepared to catch the little princess. As the rosy figure lunged towards him, Xiao Linting was about to calmly and composedly embrace her when, thud, the little girl stumbled, her feet tangling, and she fell, her knees hitting the ground. Fortunately, she quickly braced herself with her hands, narrowly avoiding a more intimate encounter with the earth. "Wishing you an early new year, uncle," Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, noticing her resemblance to a child bowing in respect, and with a mischievous spark, she playfully uttered her words. "Your reasoning is rather forced, Your Highness. I cannot accept it," he replied, bending one knee to squat down, watching as the little one diligently brushed off the dust that had clung to her. In the depths of his mind, Xiao Linting pondered how to encourage this brave little one. Suddenly, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he decisively grasped the wrist of the small child with a single hand. "Na Fu, summon the physician from the Wang Fu," he commanded. With a slight increase in pressure, he effortlessly pulled Jiang Qingqing into his embrace, his arm able to easily cradle her as he turned to head back towards the side courtyard. As the royal uncle turned with her, Jiang Qingqing caught sight of the two maidservants she had internally selected behind him. "Step aside." Xiao Linting's voice was devoid of warmth, and his dark eyes seemed to shoot forth countless icy arrows at the two. The unsuspecting maids recoiled slightly, stepping aside to allow him to pass, exchanging glances before hastily following. Jiang Qingqing's delicate palms had barely touched the ground when the sharp stones beneath caused her to slip, leaving faint traces of blood on her hands. This was the reason for Xiao Linting's sudden air of vigilance as he carried her indoors. In her eyes, this minor wound was hardly a cause for alarm. "Royal uncle, have you considered that once the physician arrives, my injury may well be healed?" she said cautiously, attempting to ease the strangely tense atmosphere. She was not gravely wounded. Did he intend to send her away with such a solemn demeanor? "This is an anti-inflammatory ointment," remarked one of the slightly taller maidservants, who had keen eyesight and quickly retrieved a balm from the side room. The other, somewhat shorter, realized at that moment and rushed to fetch something from the next room, only to be halted by Jiang Qingqing's voice. "You two need not fuss over it. During the selection process, I was considerate of another's feelings and didn't elaborate much. Now we can chat and understand each other's situations." Jiang Qingqing presented herself with an air of authority, as though she were a superior assessing her subordinates. She often gestured while speaking, but as she raised her hand, Xiao Linting caught it firmly. "Speak properly and refrain from unnecessary movements." "Oh," she replied, awkwardly tugging at the corner of her mouth, then looked up at the two in front of her with anticipation. "Your Highness certainly has a knack for selecting individuals. These two are from the esteemed Shi family and, by tradition, should not leave the Xiao household. Since you insist on selecting them, I have no choice but to let them go." Jiang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Men, indeed, their thoughts run deeper than one might expect. Truly a seasoned player in the realm of politics. The childish tone carried a hint of sarcasm, yet was, in truth, a compliment to Xiao Linting's astuteness. As a young prince who often resisted the old scholars in court, he had developed quite a thick skin. "When I dismissed Yingzhu, you didn't look down on me, did you?" Jiang Qingqing felt a fleeting despair. She had thought she had outsmarted him. "Not at all," Xiao Linting replied earnestly as he tended to her injury. "I merely included them to make up the numbers. I truly did not expect that, after your careful selection, you would choose those I initially brought in to fill the quota." Jiang Qingqing's eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation, the lingering pain in her palm serving as a reminder of her predicament. If one were to inquire about her thoughts on the matter, the answer would be one of profound suffering. Those who could enter the Shi household were meticulously cultivated from their own family. A succinct explanation had effectively calmed Jiang Qingqing's turbulent emotions. What are your names? She redirected her focus to the two maidservants. Since leaving the Xiao family, they have been nameless. Your Highness, please bestow us with names. Xiao Linting remained silent, as if the two maidservants were mute, while he adeptly continued applying ointment and wrapping her hand in gauze. Jiang Qingqing, observing the gauze, intended to protest that her injury would heal in an instant, rendering the bandaging unnecessary. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Linting had expertly wrapped her hand, finishing with an impeccable finish that concealed the end of the gauze. Chapter 66. Tiny fists like sandbags her hands, carefully bandaged by Xiao Linting, resembled little parcels, appearing in her line of sight. Jiang Qingqing looked at her royal uncle's contented expression, realizing it was merely a gesture of goodwill from him. She suppressed the urge to unwrap the gauze and instead diverted her attention. Do you both have any names in mind? As the saying goes, a name is a person's second face. Jiang Qingqing respected their wishes and thought to herself that not many were as democratic as she was. Your Highness may decide. Although the two maidservants did not look up to gauge Xiao Linting's expression, they were acutely aware of his implied warning. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head in contemplation. She had no particular naming ideas. Even the name she had given to a Jing, Yanluo, stemmed from a moment of inspiration when she observed dust floating in the sunlight. Suddenly struck by an idea, she declared, "Let us call you Dongfeng and Hongzhong. You may each choose one." Jiang Qingqing valued the significance of names. Where her mind was blank, no name would come forth. Yet, when pressed to think of one, she resorted to something unsatisfactory. As anticipated, the expressions of the two maidservants, one tall and one short, appeared somewhat unnatural, just as Jiang Qingqing reflected on her casualness. Attempting to conjure a more refined name, Xiao Linting's clear voice broke through. Dongfeng is fine, but Hongzhong should be changed. All three turned in unison to look at Xiao Linting. Jiang Qingqing noticed that he could not remain idle, his hands never still when seated. At that moment, a crystal bowl filled with large, plump oranges sat on the small table beside him. His long fingers, typically accustomed to wielding a spear or sword, were now deftly peeling an orange, releasing a burst of sweet fragrance upon breaking its skin. If we're to change names, let us change them all. How about calling you Ganyuan and you Ganin? Jiang Qingqing was momentarily too preoccupied to respond to the royal uncle. Suddenly inspired, she firmly placed her padded hand on the table. The taller maidservant was designated as Ganyuan, while the shorter one was to be named Ganin, with new names bestowed. The former's previous associations with Hongzhong and Dongfeng faded into the background, and the two maidservants accepted their new identities without complaint. Ganin's complexion brightened as she bowed respectfully, saying cheerfully, "Ganin greets your highness and wishes you endless years of happiness." With her new name, Ganin became noticeably more animated, her voice a pleasant tone that reflected the effort the Xiao family had put into the education of their servants. Encouraged by Ganin, the tall Ganyuan followed suit with a similar blessing. Jiang Qingqing nodded in appreciation, contemplating her next move. She retrieved 2 gold leaves from her pouch, offering them as a token of greeting for the day. Each maidservant received a leaf, and their smiles grew more genuine. "Your Highness, I will take Ganin and Ganyuan to prepare the items we will bring to the palace, as they will accompany you shortly." "Go on," Jiang Qingqing replied, having nothing further to add. As she watched the 2 maidservants follow Na Fu out, she suddenly recalled the obedient Xian Wan still in the palace. "Ah, royal uncle, do you think Xian Wan will feel envious if I bring them along?" Jiang Qingqing rose from her seat. She always held up her 2 chubby little hands. Wrapped in white gauze, walking before Xiao Linting, her worries surfacing belatedly. Xiao Linting lowered his gaze, peeling off the last segment of the orange, then picked up a handkerchief that had been prepared nearby, leisurely wiping his fingertips. The tasks they were responsible for differed from Xian Wan's, belonging to different masters. So where was the competition? This statement was quite fair, yet devoid of emotion. Jiang Qingqing wrinkled her nose, thinking it inappropriate to say so. Although their masters were indeed different, they were still under the same roof. Xian Wan was in charge of the prince's clothing and daily needs, while the 2 of them primarily managed the personnel required by the prince. The Xiao family never employed idlers. If the officials chose the 2 of them for the maidservant list, it was for a purpose. Xiao Linting's voice grew increasingly clear, losing its previously hoarse and deep tone, taking on a slightly refreshing timbre. He calmly elaborated, stating that the prince's storeroom needed reorganizing, and furthermore, the prince would soon take charge of Ba village. Xin could not leave the palace, so bringing the two of them along was just right. Jiang Qingqing had always known that Xiao Linting was a man with assured victory, yet she never expected him to be so adept at planning. Impressive. Just as Jiang Qingqing was about to say something, Xiao Linting pinched a piece of orange pulp and raised his gaze to Jiang Qingqing's fair face, deftly placing it into her mouth just as she was about to speak. Jiang Qingqing found her mouth stuffed with fruit. After finishing the orange, Xiao Linting pushed the small crystal bowl in front of her, explaining that this orange was not sour, having been specially bought as a citrus variety. The fragrant, naturally sweet pulp burst in Jiang Qingqing's mouth, indeed lacking the sharp acidity. While Jiang Qingqing was focused on eating the orange, a middle-aged man rushed in at the door, carrying a large medicine box, stumbling as he entered. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Has the prince been injured? I have arrived late." Upon finishing, the doctor lifted the medicine box in hand and stepped inside. Before he could assess the situation, he swiftly pulled out a medicine bottle and a roll of gauze, rolling up his sleeves in preparation. The subject of his concern sat calmly in a grand chair, fiddling with an orange pulp, appearing ready at any moment. Next to Prince Xiao, the little child, resembling a round ball, had her hands wrapped like two gauze fists. If one of those fists were strike, it would likely elicit laughter from Jiang Qingqing, who awkwardly shook her hands, feeling embarrassed. The injury was not deep, after all. This is the prince's bandaging. Isn't it? Xiao Shang's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on those two fist-like bundles, abruptly interrupting Jiang Qingqing. She paused in surprise, but then nodded good-naturedly. Xiao Shang feigned distress, setting aside what he held and dramatically clutching his chest. Chapter 67. The differences among the Xiao family members, I knew it. Only the prince could have such a disposition. Look at this exquisite bandaging technique. The occupational habit of Xiao Shang surfaced. Having entered middle age, he could not help but take on apprentices. As he trained them, he gradually developed the habit of evaluating others' medical skills. His mind was simple, and he spoke without thinking, catching a glimpse of Xiao Linting's cold gaze sweeping over, compelling him to change the subject. Jiang Qingqing merely smiled, observing Xiao Shang's amusing reaction. "Since you are here, please re-bandage it for me," Xiao Linting noted, seeing Jiang Qingqing's mouth empty, and casually fed her another piece of fruit. Afterward, he wiped the orange juice from his fingers and stood up to leave. Jiang Qingqing, with her mouth full of pulp, was about to mumble a question about where he was going, but Xiao Shang, quicker than her, asked, "Where are you going, Your Highness?" "To check on the news from the Xiao family." Xiao Linting waved his hand, speaking calmly to Xiao Shang. Jiang Qingqing quickly swallowed the fruit in her mouth, her round eyes curiously observing the middle-aged man before her. She had never seen Xiao Linting so relaxed with anyone, even with her brothers. He always maintained a certain emotional distance. "Is the little prince curious about my identity?" Xiao Shang, struggling to unwrap the masterpiece of Xiao Linting, sensed Jiang Qingqing's inquisitive gaze. She nodded. "Well, everyone who sees me is curious enough to ask. I'm quite tired of introducing myself now." Xiao Shang, despite the slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, exuded a rare elegance and composure for a man of his age, radiating a mature aura. In contrast to the 15 or 16-year-old Xiao Linting, Xiao Shang appeared more stable. "You may boldly introduce yourself," Jiang Qingqing thought to herself, smiling subtly, then suggested to Xiao Shang that he could present himself in a different manner. Encouraged by Jiang Qingqing's invisible gaze, Xiao Shang, looking at the little one's clear eyes, unexpectedly felt a surge of audacity. "All right, I am actually Xiao Linting's uncle." "Really?" Jiang Qingqing was nearly taken aback by Xiao Shang's bravado. She took a moment to process, then scrutinized him with suspicion. Though Xiao Linting was younger, he had seen the battlefield and experienced the world, giving him a unique demeanor that combined the steadiness of maturity with youthful vigor. Moreover, a sense of righteousness emanated from his brow. In Jiang Qingqing's eyes, Xiao Linting was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. In contrast, the middle-aged man before her, though decent-looking, lacked that commanding presence, appearing somewhat frivolous. What? Do not seem like one. Xiao Shang sensed the little one's skepticism. He glared at her indignantly, retorting in the Xiao family's genealogy. Xiao Linting must still address me as uncle. Jiang Qingqing found this identity rather unremarkable. She had anticipated some plot twist, but it turned out he was merely a member of the Xiao family, related to the imperial uncle. That explained the imperial uncle's friendly demeanor. She extended her hand, offering the partially unwrapped gauze fist to Xiao Shang, urging, all right, we know you are Uncle Xiao. Hurry up, you little rascal. You are disrespectful. Yes, disrespectful. Go tell on me. To whom? Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, pondering aloud. Anyone will do. My father is too busy with state affairs, so you might not see him. Why not try telling the Empress? Or perhaps concubine Zhao? You Xiao Shang genuinely did not expect this little one to be so audacious. Jiang Qingqing nodded seriously, extending her little hand to assert her presence. If all else fails, just tell the nearest one. The imperial uncle will do. Jiang Qingqing found this person amiable and sharp-witted. Joking with him was far more enjoyable than playing with Jiang Qian in the palace. Xiao Shang was infuriated, never expecting that the seemingly obedient little princess in Xiao Linting's presence would behave so audaciously before him. At a loss for words, he could only lower his head, focusing on unwrapping the layers of gauze. Once Jiang Qingqing saw her hands freed, she flexed her fingers, sighing in relief. Xiao Shang was left speechless by her retort, plopping down in the spot where Xiao Linting had sat moments before. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the peeled orange pulp and decided to take the entire crystal bowl, stuffing the oranges into his mouth. Not bad. This orange is surprisingly sweet. Jiang Qingqing, having liberated her hands, was about to continue enjoying her fruit when she turned her head and caught sight of the culprit, lounging nonchalantly in the grand armchair, contentedly consuming the very flesh of her fruit. Jiang Qingqing's brows furrowed instantly as she glared furiously at the person before her. This fruit was peeled for me by my royal uncle. If you want to eat, peel it yourself. I'm almost done. Why are you saying this now? Xiao Shang, with a shameless demeanor, continued to relish the fruit in his bowl, mumbling incoherently. You. Suddenly, Xiao Linting's expression darkened slightly. He hurriedly stepped into the room and, upon a quick glance, saw the little one's hands bandaged, surrounded by a circle of white gauze. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at the person in front of her. Xiao Shang, cradling the nearly empty crystal bowl, looked at him innocently. Your Highness, this fruit wasn't labeled with the little princess's name. I thought it was prepared by the servants today. Jiang Qingqing inhaled sharply, appalled by the audacity of the villain who first accused. Nonsense. I told you this bowl was given to me by my royal uncle. You ate my fruit and didn't even apologize, yet you accuse me first. How can it be like this? The little girl spoke in such haste that her words nearly broke apart. Xiao Linting quickly assessed the situation. He approached Jiang Qingqing, gently caressing the back of her head, kneeling to meet her gaze. Chapter 68. Arrogance born of favor. Jiang Qingqing turned to look at Xiao Linting, her bright eyes filled with urgency and grievance. I was only halfway through my orange. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Pouting, she cast a pitiful glance at her royal uncle. Xiao Linting initially intended to say something, but having never witnessed the little one in such a state of distress, he felt his earlier desire for discussion dissipate. Shang, how could you compete for food with a child? His face was serious as he earnestly defended Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing tugged at Xiao Linting's fingers, though she said nothing, her eyes silently admonishing Xiao Shang. In an instant, Xiao Shang found himself cast as the villain. He placed the crystal bowl on the table. It's fine, Your Highness. He is an elder, and Qingqing should indeed yield to him. Seeing Xiao Shang's demeanor shift towards seriousness, Jiang Qingqing timidly added to Xiao Linting. Qingqing has already eaten a lot. It's all right to give way to the elder. I have realized, she thought to herself, reveling in her own acting skills in such situations. It is indeed the little green tea strategy that wins hearts. Xiao Linting looked down at the little one, appearing serious, yet in his mind. The gleeful tone revealed her hidden thoughts. Xiao Shang, being the person involved, understood the situation more clearly than Xiao Linting. However, Recognizing that the other party was merely a child, any odd feelings he harbored quickly dissipated. Xiao Shang brought over a fresh orange, hoping to appease the little one, but she turned her head away, unwilling to accept the offering. Just as Xiao Shang was about to explain himself further, someone entered the courtyard. "Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Shall we depart now?" Jiang Qingqing turned her head to see Na Fu entering, suddenly recalling something. Where did Wan Qing go? It dawned on her that she hadn't seen Wan Qing all afternoon. Xiao Linting pointed towards the door, and Jiang Qingqing understood. She turned and strode decisively out of the room. Xiao Shang stood rooted, words caught in his throat as he watched the little princess's resolute figure, and a realization struck him. Linting, indeed, the ancestors were right. It is difficult to manage both a petty person and a woman. He shook his head resignedly, holding the orange in his hand, filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Linting glanced at Xiao Shang's contemplative expression and pondered for a moment before saying, "If you do not provoke her, she would not be so upset with you. She is usually a well-behaved child." The implication being that Jiang Qingqing was not at fault, but rather it was Xiao Shang who erred. Xiao Shang, not oblivious to Xiao Linting's insinuation, widened his eyes in indignation. Xiao Linting, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Shang's astonished expression, gracefully performed a bow. With a sigh, Xiao Shang resigned himself to the fact that he had fallen victim to this little prince. He turned and retrieved 2 medicine bottles from his large medical kit, carefully instructing Xiao Linting. "This bottle is for scar removal. The little girl is particularly averse to scarring. Be sure to remind her to use it. This one is for treating inflammation. However, her wound is almost negligible, only causing slight pain when it comes into contact with water. Keep it on hand just in case." Upon hearing the word pain, Xiao Linting couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Shang, noticing his expression, hurriedly interjected, "Do not be soft-hearted and ask me how to alleviate her pain. It is only natural for a wound to hurt." His rapid response indicated a familiarity with Xiao Linting's character. Seeing that the other seemed to have lost his desire to speak, Xiao Shang continued his instructions. "You also need not coddle her so. After all, she is of royal descent." The underlying message was for Xiao Linting to focus on his own matters instead. At this thought, Xiao Linting felt displeased. He frowned and turned to leave. Xiao Shang, sensing his displeasure, hastily followed, chattering like a mantra. "Look at you, acting this way. I speak nothing but the truth. And you wear that face as if I owe you something. In fact, I do owe you." Xiao Shang initially intended to banter, but upon mentioning the topic of debt, Xiao Linting's icy gaze swept over, prompting him to change the subject. "You must not take it this way. My intentions are solely for your benefit." As they walked through the side courtyard, Xiao Shang continued to chatter, while Xiao Linting's expression remained indifferent, though his fingers impatiently tapped against one another. "Shang, when you are with the little princess, do you hear any voices in your mind?" Xiao Linting suddenly halted, interrupting Xiao Shang's incessant babbling. Xiao Shang, not having turned his head, pondered for a moment before interpreting it as, "What's wrong? Is the little princess haunted?" Xiao Linting simply raised his foot and strode directly towards the entrance. Jiang Qingqing had climbed onto the carriage early, eager to see what Yen Luo had discovered. Unwrapping the oilskin paper, she uncovered a carefully wrapped bundle of scrolls and untied the long string binding them together. She quickly read through the contents of the envelope. As she flipped through page after page, her expression grew increasingly somber. Indeed, the shop at the crossroad was not as simple as it appeared. Though it seemed to be established by a local from Tianqi's capital, that local had, half a year prior, traveled across 4 states and entrusted the shop to a friend named Li for management. Coincidentally, the person who took over the rental was using currency stamped with the royal palace's unique seal. To say that Li was somewhat naive yet audacious would be an understatement. He had taken the palace's uniquely stamped currency to tip in a small brothel, which had never encountered such currency before, leading them to accept it without question. The currency bearing the palace's seal was exceedingly rare, and when that brothel woman used the unique currency to purchase hairpins at a renowned shop, she was discovered. Due to her lowly status, no one believed she had any connection to the palace, leading to her being reported to the authorities, who dealt with her accordingly. While this incident was neither large nor small, it had indeed provided Yen Luo with some clues. Jiang Qingqing felt increasingly satisfied with Yan Luo's abilities. If Li could acquire currency that had circulated from the palace, it was clear that someone from within the palace was involved. Who could it be? Jiang Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly as she continued to peruse the subsequent correspondence. The procurement staff from Fan Tower had been arguing with the people from that shop over the quality of goods. She initially sensed something amiss with the shop. Coupled with the stature of Fan Lu, a renowned establishment, it was only reasonable that they would strive to create a favorable impression, at least clinging to Fan Lu's coattails for future collaborations. How could they so brazenly inform such a distinguished establishment that they had no stock available? The correspondence described the situation quite accurately, aligning closely with Jiang Qingqing's suspicions. However, the final page mentioned that during the negotiations with the Crossroads shop, Fan Lu had proposed to exchange a portion of the goods' monetary discount for the rare chili peppers, a commodity typically reserved for the nobility of Tianqi. What use could a small shop have for chili peppers? Why forsake the readily available silver for something so trivial? Jiang Qingqing's thoughts became muddled as she shook her head in confusion, just as she heard the commotion of footsteps. She quickly smoothed her brow and hastily tucked the letter into her wide sleeves. As she finished organizing herself and straightened up, Xiao Linting happened to lift the curtain of the carriage door and stepped inside. Is there something to discuss? Jiang Qingqing took the initiative, seizing control of the conversation. Xiao Linting settled himself and casually remarked, "Nothing of consequence, merely inquiring about some methods for treating wounds. There will be no need to summon him again." Given the preceding circumstances, anyone would have questioned whether they had encountered Ghost. What had angered the prince? Xiao Shang pondered, only to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze as she lifted the curtain. He intended to greet the little princess, but upon recalling their earlier discord, he instinctively regarded her as cold and unapproachable like Xiao Linting. He had no desire to press his luck. Caught in a whirlpool of indecision about whether to acknowledge her, Xiao Shang found himself at an impasse. In contrast, Jiang Qingqing remained straightforward. She had intentionally teased Xiao Shang. The matter was behind them, and there was no need to harbor true resentment, as that would be rather petty. Jiang Qingqing waved her hand generously toward Xiao Shang. She thoughtfully reminded him that he often interacted with the unyielding Xiao Linting, to the point of nearly forgetting what an amiable and extroverted child was like. Now, witnessing Jiang Qingqing's willingness to set aside grievances and concern for his dinner, a warm feeling enveloped his heart. Just then, Xiao Shang sighed, only to have his view obscured by the carriage window, revealing Xiao Linting's handsome face, expressionless as he regarded him. "Perhaps you ought to consider which of your disciples might be ready to leave the nest," he remarked, and promptly lowered the curtain, instructing the driver to set off. Inside the same carriage, Jiang Qingqing keenly perceived her uncle's displeasure and, obediently, refrained from speaking, leaning against the carriage wall. When she regained her senses, she found herself nestled in Xiao Linting's embrace, slightly jostled. He glanced toward the gate of Huaning Palace and quietly acknowledged her. "Is the palace gate locked again at this late hour?" Jiang Qingqing rubbed her drowsy eyes, gazing at the darkening sky, only then realizing it was getting late. There should still be half an hour before the gates closed. Xiao Linting spoke in a calm tone, responding to her inquiries. With his long legs, he swiftly brought them to Huaning Palace, placing Jiang Qingqing in the main seat of the hall before turning to take Ganlin and Ganyuan out, likely to issue some instructions. Jiang Qingqing, now awake, felt a bit dazed, simply sitting in the main seat in a daze. Soon, news reached the rear courtyard, and Jiang Chun hurried over. Clutching an arithmetic book, observing Jiang Qingqing sitting alone, his expression turned serious. "You went out to play without me? I thought you were my good friend." Jiang Qingqing looked up and saw the unmistakable expression of anger on Jiang Chen's face, filled with a palpable sense of grievance. The previous day's events had unfolded unexpectedly, and today she wished to avoid delaying the arrangements for their imperial aunt's birthday celebration, hence her early departure. "Please don't be upset, brother." Jiang Qingqing mustered a cheerful smile. Jiang Chen huffed, remaining silent. "Tomorrow, I will mention it to Mother and see if you can accompany me to help with the celebration." Jiang Chun clutched his arithmetic book. Still not responding, his brow furrowed. Jiang Qingqing thought for a moment before pressing on. "Tonight, I will speak with Mother." Seeing a glimmer of hope, she added fuel to the fire, It will be so much fun outside the palace, and we can enjoy delicious food at Fanlu. I'll take you to eat something good, just the two of us, not with the elder brothers. Now that's more like it, Jiang Qingqing muttered, stuffing the arithmetic book into his arms, a radiant smile breaking across his face. It's too unsafe for you to go out alone. You need your brother with you, right? Absolutely, Jiang Qingqing affirmed, delighted that he finally seemed cheerful. She eagerly nodded along, and just as she did, Xiao Linting strode into the hall, noticing Jiang Chen's presence. His brow slightly relaxing. Ganlin and Ganyuan had already communicated with the ladies, and the prince advised them to rest well, promising to meet her at the city gates the following day. Jiang Chun gazed in awe at his authoritative uncle before turning to Jiang Qingqing. You can actually command such an important figure as the prince? Jiang Qingqing offered a rather perfunctory explanation as to how she managed to command Xiao Linting. Jiang Chun gasped. Did you visit our imperial aunt's residence today? I thought you were merely accompanying the prince to the inner palace. Is our imperial aunt difficult to get along with? Jiang Chun nodded, regarding Jiang Qingqing with curiosity. Did you not find her to be aloof and uncommunicative? Sitting there with a frosty demeanor? His voice dropped as he leaned closer, whispering, since the late Marquis of Qingqing passed away, our imperial aunt has become rather withdrawn. Unbeknownst to him, this layer of backstory explained the peculiar behavior of the concubines in the palace toward the eldest princess. Jiang Chun waved his hand, expressing a hint of admiration. Truly, you are my sister, capable of charming even the coldest of characters like our imperial aunt and the prince. Jiang Qingqing chuckled awkwardly, using the pretext of washing up to separate from Jiang Chun. Upon returning to her quarters, she followed her usual routine of cleansing and donned her light undergarments before bed. As a minor, Jiang Qingqing strictly adhered to her daily schedule, ensuring a healthy lifestyle for her growth. She drifted into a dreamless sleep. At dawn, Jiang Qingqing was roused by the rare sound of lively birdsong, awakening in a daze. Good morning, she greeted cheerfully, feeling well-rested and in high spirits. Xing Huan, noticing the little princess was awake, summoned the palace maids to assist her in washing and dressing with practiced efficiency. Seated at her dressing table, Jiang Qingqing carefully observed Xin Wan's complexion through the copper mirror. Having gone to bed early the previous night, she had yet to gauge Xin Wan's reaction to recent events. Now, with the passing of a night, she assumed that Xin Wan's emotions would have settled. However, as she contemplated this, a sense of worry began to creep into Jiang Qingqing's gaze. Xin Juan was meticulously styling the little princess's hair into dual buns when she felt the princess's intense gaze upon her. After pinning the last purple flower ornament into place, she turned to face the princess. Your Highness, would you like to change to a different accessory? Jiang Qingqing blinked her eyes, her mind racing to find the right subtle phrasing to inquire about Xin Juan's feelings. But then she realized she was merely a child at heart. Why complicate things? Are you unhappy that the emperor brought in 2 new maids yesterday? Her innocent voice was tinged with a hint of trepidation as she asked directly. Xin Juan's smile faltered for a brief moment, which Jiang Qingqing quickly noticed. There are not enough hands to assist your highness, and the prince's arrangement is for your benefit. I dare not feel any discontent. It is a blessing for me to serve you. After speaking, Xin Juan took a small step back and bowed respectfully to Jiang Qingqing, appearing quite willing in her demeanor. Her words bore a certain eloquence. Xin Juan hurriedly stepped forward, and Jiang Qingqing placed her hands on Xin Juan's, giving them a gentle pat. Rest assured, you are incredibly important to me. This statement was quite flirtatious, and Jiang Qingqing said it with an audacious smile. Xin Juan likely assumed the 5-year-old princess was merely speaking childishly and took it as a comforting sentiment, although her smile was somewhat forced. Just as Jiang Qingqing was about to offer more words of reassurance, a slightly shorter Ganlin rushed to the doorway. Understanding the situation, she did not step inside but raised her voice from the entrance. Your Highness, the Prince and the Empress Dowager are waiting in the front hall. Feeling somewhat relieved, she began to move quickly. By the time she reached the hall's entrance, she was already slightly out of breath. Her small frame rose and fell as she clutched her chest, glancing at Empress Su seated in the main position. Jiang Qingqing stumbled into the room. Greetings to Mother, and to my uncle as well. In front of Empress Su, Jiang Qingqing maintained the image of an obedient and well-behaved princess. Empress Su beckoned to the attendant Wan Qing to bring water for the princess, speaking kindly. Why rush? It's not as if we are in a hurry to summon you. Walk slowly next time, all right? I was just worried about delaying mother and uncle. Jiang Qingqing replied with a sweet smile, accepting the teacup from Wan Qing and quietly thanking her. Xiao Linting, seated in a lower position, had his captivating phoenix eyes fixed on her. Once Jiang Qingqing had taken a moment to drink and regain her composure. Empress Su continued. This morning, the eldest princess visited the palace. Jiang Qingqing, who had been drinking, suddenly choked slightly, almost spilling her drink, but thankfully managed to swallow in time. Just yesterday, she had heard from Jiang Shun that their imperial aunt was a reclusive person who seldom associated with others in the palace. And now she was being informed of the eldest princess's visit. The speed at which events unfolded was astonishing. The little girl's face turned crimson from choking. And as Empress Su was about to call her over, she was preempted by Xiao Linting, who adeptly patted the little princess's back. His sharp brows were furrowed, yet he showed no impatience. Empress Su couldn't help but feel that Xiao Linting had finally begun to show a bit of warmth. Is our imperial aunt here to lodge a complaint against me? Jiang Qingqing coughed a few times and, with Xiao Linting's gentle patting, looked up at Empress Su with a somewhat flustered expression, recalling the events of the previous day. I haven't done anything. Empress Su chuckled softly. With how well-behaved you are, how could the eldest princess possibly accuse you? What could her purpose be in visiting? Jiang Qingqing awaited Empress Su's further explanation. The eldest princess remarked that you are clever and intelligent, and she wishes to invite you to stay at her residence for a few days. Empress Su smiled with great satisfaction. However, the next statement almost caused Jiang Qingqing to lose her composure. It is curious, though, that the eldest princess also inquired if she could borrow the bed from your chamber to take to her residence. Jiang Qingqing was all too aware of the implications of borrowing a bed. She turned a glance at the one responsible for this predicament. Xiao Linting sat upright, his back straight and eyes fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Qingqing's penetrating gaze. Lying may bring temporary delight, but now I've become someone who cannot be separated from a bed. If I go out to play in the future, will I have to take my bed with them? Xiao Linting pressed his lips together, his hands folded, yet he could still hear the little one's thoughts. He looked down in confusion, noticing her small hand resting upon his, separated only by a jade plate, which he had previously failed to perceive. Empress Su continued. When the decree was issued for you to assist with the banquet at the eldest princess's residence, the concubine was worried you might not wish to go the next day due to the eldest princess's aloof nature. Our Qingqing is simply too adorable and endearing. Empress Su slowly rose from her seat. Having encountered Prince Xiao on her way out of Qianning Palace, she had decided to accompany him. Now that the news had spread, it was time for her to arrange for the princess's bed to be sent to the eldest princess's residence. Huaning Palace suddenly buzzed with activity as Xiao Linting prepared to take the little princess out of the palace to the eldest princess's residence. Just then, Jiang Qingqing remembered Jiang Shun, whom she had inadvertently abandoned. She quickly extricated herself from Xiao Linting's embrace and approached Empress Su, tugging at the Empress's wide sleeve. Mother, I have a small request. Empress Su had always endeavored to fulfill Jiang Qingqing's wishes whenever possible. But even so, she adhered to the proper procedures. What is it? I would like to bring third brother along to assist our imperial aunt with the banquet. Is that all right? In this instance, rescuing Jiang Shun from the Imperial Academy was still feasible, wasn't it? This request, however, was somewhat serious. Empress Su hesitated. She gently rubbed the little one's round cheeks, smiling as she said, Third Prince has a busy academic schedule. How about this? When he has a break, he can accompany you to help out. Who wants to go out during a break? They would rather sleep soundly in bed. Jiang Qingqing thought to herself. Not receiving the response she desired, Jiang Qingqing pouted, tugging at Empress Su's sleeve and swaying her body back and forth. Qingqing wants to take third brother with her. Her voice sounded particularly pitiful. Empress Su found herself at a loss, glancing around the vicinity, but there was no one else in Huaning Palace at that moment, except for Prince Xiao, who never interfered in others' affairs. Empress Su felt a slight headache. She had experienced Jiang Qingqing's tantrums before, but although she was the queen mother, Jiang Chan was not her own child, making it difficult to take a definitive stance. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly stood up and walked behind Jiang Qingqing. The prince's dedicated tutor had spoken, and if Empress Su did not give her consent, it would seem as though she lacked the decisive authority befitting her status. Just then, Gan Yuan stepped forward from the crowd. "Go to the Imperial Academy and bring third prince here. Tell him he can accompany me out of the palace." Jiang Qingqing gleefully urged Gan Yuan to hurry. Gan Yuan quickly agreed to her request and dashed out. Initially, she had wondered how unfamiliar faces had managed to infiltrate Huaning Palace, which she had diligently arranged, but her attention quickly shifted to Prince Xiao. In that instant, Empress Su felt a sudden clarity. Prince Xiao cared for Qingqing even more than the other princes did. Perhaps it was due to the perceived scarcity of attendance around Jiang Qingqing that two individuals were specifically dispatched to assist her. Within the palace, the only man capable of arranging for people to enter unnoticed under the vigilant gaze of Empress Su was none other than Xiao Linting. As Jiang Qingqing cheerfully busied herself with preparations to leave the palace, she remained blissfully unaware of Empress Su's growing suspicions regarding the unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, after the little princess had darted away, Xiao Linting reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, characterized by few words. Empress Su, feeling a tinge of discomfort from her half-formed thoughts that went unacknowledged, decided to confront Xiao Linting directly. "Are those two maids by your side arranged by the prince?" "Indeed," came his terse reply, embodying the familiar reticence that defined him. This was the typical Xiao Linting. The monumental task of disassembling the bed was indeed an arduous one. A massive bed was hoisted by a dozen palace servants, who grunted as they maneuvered it out of the palace gates. The news of the bed's removal from Huaning Palace spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the palace, including the remote areas where the heavily monitored Han siblings resided. Han Qingyi had endured several months in this desolate palace, with all her actions meticulously recorded and daily reports of her activities delivered to Qianning Palace. Initially, she felt a profound discomfort, as if besieged by an insufferable presence, causing her countenance to reflect her distress for days on end. However, as time wore on, she gradually resigned herself to the situation, finding solace in embroidering patterns by the window. Meanwhile, Han Qingming practiced his martial arts in the courtyard, maintaining his physical well-being. Whenever Han Qingyi stole a glance at the scenery, she would see the mentally challenged individual gliding about the yard, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. After which she would close the window, preferring to ignore what she deemed a foolish companion. Out of sight, out of mind. Upon hearing the sound of the window closing, Han Qingming ceased his movements and exchanged a quick glance with the guard stationed nearby. He then turned to retreat, only to be met with an impatient shout from the guard at the entrance. "Hey, where do you think you're going? You're under house arrest and cannot wander about." Chapter 72. Her infuriating charm in the residence of the Grand Princess, a once desolate and lifeless abode, a sudden transformation unfolded one morning. The joyful laughter of children echoed from within, occasionally accompanied by the gentle voices of women chatting. What a lively scene it was. Jiang Qingqing was engrossed in examining the menu presented by Fan Lu, sharing delightful insights about the various pastries with Princess Qiang. Their laughter rang out, particularly buoyant when they found common ground in their culinary discussions. The manager of Fan Lu stood anxiously to the side, observing the two young ladies engaged in light-hearted banter. Yet their conversation strayed far from the task at hand. His concern mounted, causing him to frequently dab at the perspiration forming on his brow. As the last page of the menu was turned, Jiang Qingqing exchanged a knowing glance with Princess Qiang before turning to address the Grand Princess, who was smiling at them from her seat of honor. "Your Imperial Highness, the offerings at Fan Lu are simply too numerous. Relying solely on the brief descriptions provided cannot guarantee the dishes' flavors or their presentation standards for the banquet." Jiang Qingqing's words were earnest and left little room for critique. The manager of Fan Lu hastily tucked away his handkerchief and rushed to assure her, "Rest assured, our establishment has catered to numerous dukes and earls, and our dishes are of the highest quality. No one has ever complained of stale food." "I am well aware of Fan Lu's extensive menu," Jiang Qingqing replied, her interest piqued by the manager's words. "How about this? You select a few signature and classic dishes for us, and we shall visit Fan Lu the day after tomorrow to sample them. What do you think?" She aimed to postpone the decision to the following day, primarily to coordinate with Yen Luo. Princess Qiang had no objections, for Jiang Qingqing had endeared herself to the Grand Princess during her stay. Even if the manager found a request burdensome, he nodded in acquiescence, recognizing the stature of the Grand Princess and Prince Xiao. In truth, the banquet's arrangements were nearly finalized. Only the menu remained undecided. The Grand Princess was resolute in her desire for excellence, convinced that alternatives to Fan Lu existed. Conversely, Princess Qiang preferred to follow the prevailing trend, believing it would minimize risks and ensure stability. Hence, the menu remained in limbo. Jiang Qingqing, however, was unfazed, understanding that the Grand Princess was the event's centerpiece, and the menu merely an embellishment. It would be splendid to have superior options, yet if none were available, it mattered little. The two held differing opinions on the menu, with Jiang Qingqing adopting a neutral stance, seeking to amuse the Grand Princess while observing Princess Qiang's earnest engagement. Her words unspoken. This awkwardness persisted until Jiang Chun broke the silence. Perhaps someone wishes to try the pastries from East Street's family? He suggested, his tone somewhat unnatural. Just as Jiang Qingqing was about to inquire further, the Grand Princess, too, seemed perplexed. How does the third prince know of this shop on East Street? She asked, her tone not one of rigorous interrogation. However, Jiang Qin's impression of his imperial aunt was too ingrained for him to feel at ease. Even though he dared to act somewhat frivolously in front of his royal uncle, he felt anxious in her presence. As he fumbled for words, Xiao Linting stepped in to clarify. It was I who prompted His Highness to mention it. With the sweltering summer mood affecting our spirits, and given today's splendid weather, why not take a stroll? What does your Highness think? He rose respectfully, bowing slightly to the Grand Princess, his demeanor calm and composed, betraying none of the youthful exuberance typical of a boy of his age. The Grand Princess had always regarded Xiao Linting with the admiration of an elder appreciating a promising junior. His eloquence and composure pleased her, and she willingly extended him her favor. I understand now. Jiang Qingqing beamed at the Grand Princess, her smile reflecting her burgeoning connections within the palace. With her uncle as a tenuous ally, and now the Grand Princess as a hidden support, she felt a sense of security that perhaps the palace's clandestine elements would remain at bay for a while. With this thought, Jiang Qingqing's smile grew even more sincere. As their party prepared to exit the Grand Princess's residence, the two young men surged ahead, leaving only Jiang Qingqing and Princess Qiang trailing behind, accompanied by two maids. Cousin Qiang, what prompted this sudden shift in your demeanor? Jiang Qingqing, having embraced her youthful candor, felt no need for subtlety. After all, being forthright might merely be perceived as her characteristic exuberance. Princess Qiang, distracted by the floral scenery surrounding the Grand Princess's estate, turned to face the younger princess upon hearing her question. Do you genuinely wish to know why I've altered my demeanor so abruptly? Jiang Qingqing met her gaze, her large eyes brimming with astonishment. Surely, you don't think I am adorable enough for you to have eased your previous criticisms of me? Her words carried a heavy dose of jest, yet a hint of sincerity lingered. Princess Qiang laughed dismissively, causing Jiang Qingqing's heart to race with apprehension. Could this unpredictable woman be on the verge of shedding her amiable facade? Would she challenge Jiang Qingqing after all? As Jiang Qingqing was preparing for a counterattack, Princess Qiang suddenly halted beside her, her expression serious and sincere as she gazed at Jiang Qingqing. I have indeed set aside my obstinate views due to the character of the little prince. What? Wait a moment, this narrative is taking an unexpected turn. At the outset, weren't you holding onto the script of the villainess? Why did you suddenly switch sides? The words a prince had chastised a third prince with resonated deeply within me. I thought to myself, a girl who could speak so candidly must possess a good heart. Jiang Qingqing stared blankly at the woman before her. Oh, that damned charisma of hers. Chapter 73. The charming young lady, even when they reached the front of the carriage. Princess Qiang still would not plainly reveal why her attitude had changed so drastically. The sudden kindness made Jiang Qingqing hesitant to let down her guard. It was absurd. Once aboard the carriage, they traveled to the entrance of the so-called Yingyang shop on E Street. Jiang Qingqing had imagined the Yingyang shop to be akin to a grand establishment like Fan Lu, but to her surprise, the carriage did not stop at the alley's mouth. Instead, it continued deeper inside. For a moment, Jiang Qingqing thought the carriage wheels might scrape against the alley walls. The swaying carriage finally came to a gentle halt with the coachman's long sigh. At the end of the deep alley, a hidden paradise awaited. Jiang Qingqing cautiously stepped down from the carriage, initially worried about finding a place to land her feet. Yet, as she walked toward an ordinary door, the scene before her transformed dramatically, akin to a hidden village emerging from the shadows. Suddenly, clarity emerged. Before her lay a small pond, lush green willows, and a tranquil bamboo house, all in a style utterly distinct from the tiled houses of the capital. This place could certainly be described as a small paradise within the city. Jiang Qingqing gazed around, filled with longing. She felt that with just a slight effort to breathe, a faint fragrance would waft into her nostrils. It was an indescribable scent, undoubtedly not one that could be attributed to any flower's complexity. Observing the surroundings, Princess Jiang did not share Jiang Qingqing's astonishment. Accustomed to the opulence of the capital, she too found the sudden simplicity somewhat unexpected. Jiang Qun and Xiao Linting stepped into the courtyard behind them, and Jiang Qin's first reaction mirrored Jiang Qingqing's exactly. Princess Jiang casually surveyed the area, gently inhaling the fragrant air, then remarked, "It seems Yang has concocted some fresh incense these years. Is this incense specially blended?" Jiang Qun inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Princess Jiang nodded with pride, pointing to the edge of the pond obscured by green shrubs. The siblings turned their gazes in unison toward the thicket. "Do you see those bushes? Beneath those broad leaves are dozens of identical incense pieces. As you approach the pond, the fragrance intensifies. I recall Yang mentioning that each season has its own distinct scent. Right, Prince Xiao?" Princess Jiang eagerly began to educate Jiang Qingqing about the little treasures in Yang's courtyard, glancing toward the more experienced Xiao Linting when uncertain. Jiang Qingqing keenly noticed that Princess Jiang had not used such words when speaking of the imperial uncle a few days prior. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. Indeed, a woman as proud as Princess Jiang could not possibly win over a man as aloof as the imperial uncle. Just then, the imperial uncle asked in confusion, "What did the princess just say?" She had asked him whether the incense here changed with the seasons. Jiang Qingqing looked up at Xiao Linting and kindly repeated Princess Jiang's question. He explained the patterns gently, simultaneously extending his hand and lightly shaking it before her. No elaborate words were necessary. A mere subtle gesture sufficed. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingqing reached out her small hand to grasp his finger. Princess Jiang watched as Jiang Qingqing followed Xiao Linting toward the bamboo house. Have you noticed that once Xiao Linting takes the little princess's hand, he slows his pace considerably? Can you not see that? What can you discern? Princess Jiang looked at Jiang Qin's forthright demeanor, feeling increasingly frustrated that no one agreed with her assertion. Suddenly insulted, Jiang Qun turned sharply to face Princess Jiang. A fleeting frown crossed his handsome face, but it quickly dissipated. He regarded her for a long while, the intensity of his gaze causing Princess Jiang to feel a twinge of anxiety. Only when Princess Jiang could no longer bear the pressure of his gaze and felt the urge to flee did Jiang Qun break into a smile once more. The bright, youthful countenance of the boy revealed none of the earlier weight of his stare. After all, the princess is a girl. Her observations are more meticulous than mine. However, it's best not to make unfounded conclusions. This served as a warning to Princess Jiang not to speak carelessly, lest it tarnish his sister's reputation. Princess Jiang, seeking shade, stepped aside and no longer looked at Jiang Qin's face. She hurriedly replied and hastened to catch up with Jiang Qingqing and the others. Observing Princess Jiang's hasty retreat, Jiang Qin's expression shifted from somber to bright, dispelling the earlier gloom as he resumed his pursuit of Jiang Qingqing. Meanwhile, Xiao Linting led the little girl into the bamboo house, where they heard noises as someone emerged from the inner chamber. Jiang Qingqing scrutinized the person before her, who appeared to be at the height of her beauty, but wore her hair in a style reminiscent of a matron, adorned with hairpins that revealed no trace of jade. "A rare visitor. I thought you had not come by recently." The elegant woman spoke decisively, her tone fresh and unhurried, suggesting a forthright character. Xiao Linting offered no further explanation, merely casting a glance at the little girl beside him. Jiang Qingqing, with her full attention, contemplated the nature of the exquisite woman before her, feeling a tinge of excitement at the prospect of encountering someone with such creativity in arranging numerous mysterious treasures in the courtyard. Could it be a coincidence? Could I be meeting an old friend? Just as Xiao Linting pondered what the little one was alluding to, the beautiful woman bent slightly, her low-cut, wrap dress accentuating her form. As she leaned down, Jiang Qingqing caught sight of her and stammered, "Hello." Even having been an empress in her past life, and having seen many court ladies in similar attire, the sight still caused her a moment to fluster. Jiang Qingqing hid behind Xiao Linting, peeking out slightly, her large, round eyes darting nervously. Xiao Linting had anticipated her reaction and quickly averted his gaze to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. At that moment, Princess Qiang and Jiang Qingqing arrived late, and from a distance. Princess Qiang spotted the beautiful woman. Having encountered her a few times and knowing her character well, Princess Qiang stepped aside as they entered. Jiang Qingqing, however, found himself face to face with her. Chapter 74. A Cry for Justice. My apologies. Jiang Qing's brow twitched violently as he hurriedly raised his hand to cover his eyes. Glancing frantically at the other three, he saw the imperial uncle and Princess Qiang looking up at the roof of the bamboo house. While Jiang Qingqing hid behind the imperial uncle, her gaze fixed on his embarrassed expression. A suppressed giggle escaped her lips. It was not Jiang Qingqing who laughed. She held it back. The beautiful woman placed a hand on her chest, gradually standing upright and letting out a sigh. "I apologize. I recently returned from Xianghua, and the local customs have slightly affected my demeanor. My apologies." She addressed the four newcomers without inquiring about their purpose, instead calling out to a servant in the back courtyard to guide them to the 6 pavilions. Upon calling out, she noticed Jiang Qing's ears turning crimson and a subtle, intriguing smile played upon her lips. "Please go ahead. I will join you shortly and inquire about your orders." Jiang Qingqing observed the decisiveness and grace of the beautiful woman and found no fault in such a bold character. In fact, she envied the woman's audacity. Was she the proprietress of this establishment? Jiang Qingqing gazed dreamily at the woman's curvaceous figure as she departed and cautiously inquired. Xiao Linting, relieved only after the woman had walked away, replied, "She is indeed called Yang. This little restaurant is her enterprise. Although modest in size, it boasts fresh ingredients and a variety of dishes, becoming a favored spot for the influential in the capital to engage in casual banter. Simply put, it is an exquisite private dining experience." Jiang Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. Surely, such a place would be a hub of information. If she could establish a similar venue, wouldn't all matters in the capital inevitably come under her purview? What need would she then have for the support of her royal uncle or her father? With her arms crossed, Jiang Qingqing earnestly pondered the feasibility of this venture, growing increasingly excited. After all, who would not wish to seize an independent opportunity? Jiang Qingqing followed closely behind Xiao Linting, absorbed in her ambitious plans, entirely oblivious to her uncle's subtle gesture to take her hand. As they strolled through the back corridor, her thoughts consumed her, and she failed to notice the actions of her royal uncle until his hand nearly reached her face. In a flurry, she grasped his large hand. The familiar softness of his palm eased Xiao Linting's furrowed brow. Yet, as soon as his expression relaxed, it furrowed again upon encountering an imposing figure ahead. "Who dares obstruct my path?" A sharp voice pierced the tranquility, revealing a figure clad in a striking blue robe, though his words betrayed a lack of civility. "Do you not see the heir of the Duke of Fengshan approaching?" The raucous individual nudged the guide in front of him. The guide stumbled, inadvertently colliding with Jiang Qingqing, who stood behind him. Xiao Linting quickly swept Jiang Qingqing into his embrace, allowing her to glimpse the throng before them. The instigator of the commotion, intent on reprimanding the group behind him, was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Linting in his dark robe. His face paled in an instant, transforming more rapidly than that of a woman. Jiang Qingqing was momentarily stunned by the swift protective maneuver, and by the time she regained her composure, she found herself nestled in her uncle's arms, her hands instinctively draping over his neck, though she could not recall when this had occurred. "It is an honor to meet the illustrious Prince Xiao." The Duke's heir grinned, bowing in greeting, only to notice the prince's displeasure, prompting him to hurriedly add, "It is the fault of these servants for leading improperly." Recovering her composure, Jiang Qingqing overheard this impolite remark and fixed her gaze on the group ahead. Clad in attire that betrayed their affluent backgrounds, yet their behavior was that of spoiled scions. "Are you suggesting that the guide's mistake justifies your rudeness?" "They were simply following the proprietor's instructions. How can that possibly be wrong?" Her youthful voice rang clear and assertive. Jiang Qingqing could not abide the arrogance of those who exploited their forebears' accomplishments, trampling upon the dignity of their predecessors. Among the crowd stood the Duke's heir, the very individual who had introduced himself earlier. She had initially shown him leniency due to his agreeable demeanor. However, within this private establishment, he bore none of the humility he had exhibited in the academy, instead adopting an air of superiority. "Do you believe that your size grants you the right to occupy this entire corridor? Is it within your abilities to maintain such an inflated presence?" The Duke's heir squinted slightly at Jiang Qingqing, nestled in Xiao Linting's arms, and after absorbing her words, he finally recognized her. "Princess Dunming has ventured out of the palace? My sincere apologies. We failed to recognize you." Although he feigned humility, his demeanor was far from genuine, lacking the sincerity of genuine regret. "Moreover, had it not been for your presence, we would have marched forward unimpeded." Jiang Qingqing struggled to maintain her composure, nearly losing her temper. "How fortunate I managed to restrain my indignation. Using foul language is unbecoming of a princess." "Calm down." She silently reminded herself to maintain her decorum, suppressing her fiery temperament. Xiao Linting, holding Jiang Qingqing, silently communicated to those present that the young princess was under his protection. He also discerned the Duke's heir's subtle defiance, aware that it was merely a fade of submission. "Calm yourself, my dear," the sharp-eyed young man said, attempting to placate her. Jiang Qingqing turned her glare towards him, asserting, "As far as I know, this private establishment is not owned by you. Have you invested silver or resources here to walk with such arrogance, disregarding the rules of this place?" Chapter 75. New ideas. Jiang Qingqing's articulate and rational voice echoed through the corridor. Yang, having changed into a fresh set of garments, hurried towards them upon hearing the young princess's tone. "What has transpired?" The beautiful woman observed Jiang Qingqing's serious demeanor and lowered her voice in concern. Jiang Qingqing promptly explained, "These individuals, relying on their status as dukes, treated us poorly and insulted our guide for their supposed incompetence. Can you believe it?" Yang grasped the gravity of the situation immediately, her surprise evident as she regarded Jiang Qingqing's bold defense of the underprivileged, in contrast to Xiao Linting's unwavering demeanor, which only recognized reason over kinship. The young princess radiated a sense of fairness and humanity. "This matter arose from our guide's error. I implore you, Prince Xiao and this young lady, to refrain from anger," Yang said with a warm smile. She first reassured Jiang Qingqing and her companions before turning to the Duke's heir, expressing, "Next time you visit, I shall prepare a rare spring wine just for you. It is a delicacy, with only 3 jars brewed each early spring, and I am certain you will appreciate its fragrant richness." Jiang Qingqing observed Yang's adeptness in placating the group, seemingly submissive, yet masterfully embodying the role of a shrewd merchant. The Duke's heir's expression softened slightly at her words. Yang then instructed the guide to escort the group of spoiled youths out, and once she confirmed their departure from the courtyard, she turned her attention back to Xiao Linting and the young princess. "Forgive me, upon seeing esteemed guests, I neglected to handle a few troublesome individuals. This is entirely my oversight. To make amends, I shall cover all the pastries for today." Yang, identifying herself as the proprietress, spoke with an authority that could not be contested. Jiang Qingqing realized that this seemingly magnanimous woman was indeed the reputed Yang, the owner of the establishment. After all, it was her domain, and she held the right to make decisions on behalf of the young princess. The little princess, her hands resting on her uncle's neck, wore a serious expression on her delicate face. She truly presents herself with utmost seriousness, yet to the eyes of others, she appears rather childlike and naive. Nonetheless, business is business. The troublemakers are they, and by both etiquette and reason, it is not her burden to bear. If anyone should shoulder the responsibility, it ought to be that oblivious young master function. However, your kindness is duly noted, my dear Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing, guided by her own principles, expressed her thoughts, only to be immediately concerned that Madame Ing might misconstrue her words. Hastily, she voiced her gratitude. Madame Ing looked at the delicate, fair little figure before her, unable to resist the urge to pinch that plump little face. It was so inviting. Even Xiao Linting, usually attuned to the thoughts of the little one, found himself unusually silent. Given past occurrences, she would have already been mentally critiquing him with 1,000 remarks. This was indeed a fact, not merely the result of some so-called upbringing. Jiang Qingqing scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward. Clearly, Madame Ing has not discerned my extraordinary identity. Her compliments make me quite uncomfortable. When my parents arrive, won't Madame Ying's private courtyard be adorned in gold? Xiao Linting. Well, the critiques might be delayed, but they will surely come. He gently lifted the little one, and then, in a rather subtle manner, informed Madame Ing they have only had a few pastries for breakfast. The implication being that while they were chatting idly in the corridor, those two children behind them must be starving. Jiang Chun, standing to the side, had unexpectedly restrained himself since young Master Function's provocation, not because he was worried about breaking the cordiality with his classmate, but primarily because he was genuinely hungry. He feared that if he discussed matters while standing at the front, his stomach might betray him with an embarrassing growl. As they entered the loft, Jiang Qingqing began to survey the arrangements and the view outside. She marveled at how Madame Ying's business acumen surpassed her own, despite having traversed 2 worlds. Subsequently, as dishes were brought out one after another, Madame Ing initially lingered in the room, conversing with Princess Qiang and Jiang Qingqing, concerned about her own demeanor. Jiang Qingqing relished chatting with such a clear-minded and purposeful individual, eager to inquire about Madame Ing's motivations for opening a private restaurant. However, Madame Ying's gaze faltered slightly as it turned towards Xiao Linting. I must excuse myself. We have other distinguished guests arriving today. Perhaps on another occasion. You're always welcome at Madame Ing's. With that, she respectfully bowed slightly to Jiang Qingqing and the others before departing. Jiang Qingqing watched her retreating figure with a hint of regret. Among their group, aside from her willingness to engage in light banter with the imperial uncle, Princess Qiang and Jiang Chun were more than content to remain silent and focus on their meal. With these 2 voracious eaters supporting them, the large table of dishes quickly diminished. Jiang Qingqing found Madame Ying's cuisine neither remarkable nor lacking. Rather, the ambience of the place was delightful, explaining why everyone enjoyed gathering here for conversation or business matters. True to tradition, it was Xiao Linting who settled the bill. After a short wait, they heard the sound of a carriage bell ringing. Jiang Qingqing lifted the curtain and was greeted by the handsome visage of the imperial uncle. Chapter 76. Strategizing to appease the princess. In recent days, Jiang Qingqing had been quite busy, flitting between the palace and the residence of the princess. She now wished for nothing more than to curl up in bed and sleep. As the carriage began to move, she felt the gentle jostle, and upon turning her head, she saw the imperial uncle standing straight, one hand behind his back, remaining motionless. Yet, his deep phoenix eyes remained fixed on her carriage. Even as the carriage distanced itself, she could still sense his gaze lingering on her protruding head. She pouted slightly. Xiao Linting knew well how to stand there and see the carriage off. In contrast to Jiang Chun, who had already disappeared into the carriage, oblivious to everything, the imperial uncle's behavior was rather heartwarming. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin were already waiting at the door for her. Your Highness, the inner chambers have been tidied up. Aunt Xinjuan has even packed a bag of dried fruits and books, saying you would like them, which she placed on the table. The tall and decisive Gan Yuan explained the situation within the room. Gan Lin gently took the oil paper bag from the young princess's hands and added, the princess specifically instructed that you need not seek her out tonight. She will be occupied with bathing and prayer and will not be available. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin executed their duties with such efficiency that it seemed unnecessary for Jiang Qingqing to intervene. The basic arrangements were already in place, awaiting her arrival. Jiang Qingqing nodded appreciatively at the impressive work of the 2 girls as she stepped into the room, her gaze landing squarely ahead, her smile visibly frozen on her face. The layout of the room was a near-perfect replica of her chambers in Huaning Palace, albeit the furnishings in the princess's residence appeared more subdued, lacking the flamboyant decorations. Beyond the familiar arrangements, she also spotted that unmistakably familiar bed. One might think that in a room filled with mostly unfamiliar items, despite their striking similarities, a sense of strangeness would prevail. Yet, the pearwood bed brought forth an overwhelming sense of familiarity, filling Jiang Qingqing with conflicting emotions. A familiar environment, yet not entirely so. The princess had specifically instructed the servants to emulate the layout of Huaning Palace, but many items were difficult to source, leading them to fill in with alternatives. The princess had mentioned that once the storeroom was open the next day, they would replace any unsuitable wooden items for a young lady. Upon seeing the young princess's bewildered yet amused expression, Gan Yuan promptly explained the true circumstances of the situation. After hearing this, Jiang Qingqing felt a fresh wave of headache. Following her departure from the palace, it seemed the entire capital was aware that the only little princess of Tianqi had been raised with indulgence and artificiality, that she required her bed to be transported from the palace even for a brief stay at the princess's residence, and that her room had to be an exact replica. Unconsciously, Jiang Qingqing imagined two glaring labels stuck to her forehead: spoiled, pretentious. With a sigh that felt like a heart breaking, she trudged onto the familiar bed, sinking into the well-known quilt, lazily stretching her voice. "I'll rest for a while. You all should too. You've worked hard." Gan Yuan and Gan Lin exchanged glances and obediently responded, then quietly exited the room, standing guard at the door. Jiang Qingqing slept soundly until the next day. After sleeping for nearly 10 hours, she exerted all her strength to stretch, wishing she could pull every muscle in her body. Slowly awakening, her first sight was the familiar carved wooden bed above her. In the palace, turning her head to see the dim light in the room and the simple furnishings, accustomed to the various treasures of Huaning Palace, Jiang Qingqing felt a moment of disorientation. Oh wait, she was not in the palace, but in the princess's residence. Remembering that the bed had been moved from the palace to the princess's residence, she sighed helplessly. As she climbed out of bed and took a few steps forward, Gan Lin, waiting at the door, quickly entered the room. "Your Highness, it is still the hour of the tiger," implying that it was not yet dawn and suggesting she should rest a little longer. Jiang Qingqing waved her small hand, her voice slightly nasal from just waking. She replied sleepily, "I'm new to the princess's residence. I must act a bit like a junior. Since I am awake, I might as well get up." She felt the need to present herself well before her elders. Gan Lin and Gan Yuan dared not say much. Hastily lighting the lamps and preparing to assist Jiang Qingqing with her washing and dressing. Approximately half an hour had passed when Jiang Qingqing, her complexion refreshed, stood in the courtyard where the princess resided. With her small hands respectfully cradled before her abdomen, she lowered her gaze to observe the patterns on the stone bricks beneath her feet. Inside the room, upon receiving the news, the princess's diligent maid hurriedly emerged, only to find the princess dressed in her customary soft pink attire, her hair styled into two whimsical loops resembling rabbit ears, standing earnestly in the courtyard. Her steps quickened involuntarily. Upon sensing someone's presence, Jiang Qingqing raised her gaze and met the eyes of the maid before her. The maid, taken aback by the announcement, could not conceal her astonishment upon seeing the princess in person. She inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour?" Jiang Qingqing placed her index finger gently against her lips, whispering a soft shoo, and then cautiously inquired, "Has the Empress Dowager awakened?" Seeing the considerate and endearing demeanor of the young princess, the maid understood her intentions immediately. Her brow softened, and she mimicked Jiang Qingqing's hushed tone as she replied, "The lady is still asleep, Your Highness. You have arrived too early. Have you had your breakfast? I shall have someone prepare a meal." Jiang Qingqing grasped the maid's sleeve, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking innocently as she smiled sweetly. "I came to prepare breakfast for the Empress Dowager." Jiang Qingqing further inquired about the usual time when the princess typically woke up and her morning habits. Recognizing the sincerity in the young princess's desire to assist, the maid obliged and guided her through the necessary preparations for the princess before she awoke. Naturally, it was impractical to allow a 5-year-old child to boil water or cook. Instead, Jiang Qingqing was permitted to stand nearby and occasionally engage in simple, manageable tasks to foster her sense of participation. This lighthearted endeavor suited Jiang Qingqing perfectly. Chapter 77. You are too adorable. In the back courtyard of the princess's residence, the long princess reclined gracefully on a daybed, her dark hair cascading down her back, her face free of makeup, revealing subtle traces of age. However, her dignified and elegant posture masked the weary signs of her years, imparting an unusual air of languor. Her gaze rested upon the petite figure of the young princess, who appeared to be bustling about energetically, fetching plates of pastries and dishes and returning with a cheerful smile. Requesting a moment's wait. Once breakfast was nearly arranged, the little princess approached the daybed, seemingly clumsily moving a small stool closer. With one hand grasping the edge of the daybed, she stood atop the stool, finally able to meet the princess at eye level. A wonderful morning has arrived. Good morning, Auntie. Her spirited greeting shattered the tranquility of the room, promptly followed by a procession of maids entering, each carrying items for personal grooming. Forming a neat line behind Jiang Qingqing, the long princess, initially bewildered, gradually softened her expression as Jiang Qingqing's lively greeting broke through her stoic demeanor, a gentle smile beginning to grace her features. What are you doing, Qingqing? A child should be resting to grow strong in the morning, not attending to an old woman. Jiang Qingqing quickly imitated the long princess's serious expression, her slender brows furrowing adorably, her little red lips protruding as if they could bear a weight. Auntie, what nonsense are you speaking? The prime of life is precisely what you embody at your age, combining rich life experience with a delicate charm unique to women. She gazed candidly into the long princess's eyes, her sincerity palpable. The long princess felt warmth envelop her heart from the child's words. Chuckling softly as she waved her hand, "You little one, though young, your words are most eloquent." Accepting the long princess's praise as a compliment to her sweetness, Jiang Qingqing followed the maid's instructions from earlier and presented the grooming items to the long princess. As the final step of rinsing arrived, Jiang Qingqing lifted a teacup from the tray, first testing the temperature against her wrist to ensure it was neither too hot nor too cold before offering it to the long princess. How I wish I had such a considerate and warm-hearted little girl like you. The long princess sighed as she took the cup, seemingly lamenting her lack of children in this lifetime. The maid beside her shared a look of melancholy, gazing at the long princess with a hint of regret. The lively atmosphere Jiang Qingqing had fostered seemed to dim once more. There's no need for sorrow, Auntie. You may consider me your daughter. The blood that flows through my veins is also of your lineage. She raised her eyebrows, speaking hastily in an attempt to dispel the somber mood. Jiang Qingqing, oblivious to her own excess, gently lifted the long princess's wrist, urging, "Auntie, please rinse your mouth, lest the tea grows cold." In her confusion, the long princess acquiesced to Jiang Qingqing's suggestion, sipping the tea only to spit it into the nearby spittoon. Before she could reach for a handkerchief, Jiang Qingqing had already prepared one, swiftly assisting the long princess in wiping the remnants from her lips. "You are indeed correct. We share the same bloodline," the long princess said, her eyes igniting with renewed warmth. Jiang Qingqing nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she witnessed the light returning to the long princess's gaze. She could not bear to see anyone harboring a pessimistic view of the world. Bringing joy to another brought her immense happiness. With her spirits lifted, the long princess summoned her maid to help Jiang Qingqing down from the precarious stool and, in a rare moment, reached out her hand toward the young girl. Having not spoken to a child in quite some time, the long princess feared her cold demeanor might hurt the little one's feelings. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingqing grasped the long princess's fingers, gazing up at her exquisite face. Jiang Qingqing felt no awkwardness whatsoever. Her lively and charming demeanor remained unchanged, sparing the long princess any burden of familial recognition. With such an astute and affectionate presence beside her, the long princess's long-held gloom began to dissipate. As the mistress found joy, the entire household breathed a sigh of relief, shaking off years of lingering melancholy. Consequently, the servants of the residence held both admiration and affection for the young princess. They rejoiced that the mistress's happiness stemmed from the little princess's influence and respected her cleverness in easing the long princess's heart. The long princess's uplifted spirits revitalized the entire estate. When Princess Qiang arrived for her customary visit, she immediately sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere compared to the previous day. What has happened today? Are all the servants preparing new clothes? She mused, observing the cheerful expressions of the passing household staff, each displaying varying degrees of delight. Curiosity piqued. The maid leading her replied with a subtle smile, "It's nothing, princess. Once you see my lady in the back courtyard, you will understand." This remark stirred the princess's curiosity even further. Hastening to the back courtyard, she entered the main hall, and before she could offer her greetings, she overheard the long princess speaking in a notably cheerful tone. "Is that the young master of the Fengshan family leaving with such a pained expression?" Unable to contain herself, she glanced at Jiang Qingqing, whose animated gestures were captivating, her eyes reflecting admiration and contemplation. Indeed, I could never abide his pretentious demeanor back at the Imperial Academy, as if he were superior to everyone else. I, for one, do not consider myself above anyone. His haughty airs are utterly unfounded. Chapter 78. A little meaning. Jiang Qingqing's voice, delicate and melodious, carried a hint of grievance, albeit with a touch of exaggeration. Observant individuals could discern that she was merely attempting to amuse the Grand Princess. "Sister Qiang has arrived. Come quickly. Your perspective must be far more entertaining than mine. Wasn't that young Master Fengshan's expression utterly mortifying yesterday?" Jiang Qingqing turned to see Princess Qiang standing at the doorway, regarding her with a look of genuine admiration. Seemingly oblivious to this, she warmly beckoned her to join the gossip-laden battlefield. It is a well-known truth that women are often drawn to the allure of gossip. The more scandalous the tale, the more captivating it becomes, often leading to shared topics of conversation. The Grand Princess, in a buoyant mood, extended an invitation for Princess Qiang to take a seat. She then turned to her maid and instructed, "If Lord Xiao arrives shortly, let him know we shall step outside instead of him entering." "Yes, my lady," the maid replied promptly, before exiting to relay the message to the guards. The conversation shifted from yesterday's gossip regarding the disdainful demeanor of young Master Fengshan to discussions of which young lady was engaged to which young gentleman, revealing amusing tidbits along the way. This rare scene of laughter and banter infused the usually tranquil Grand Princess's residence with a youthful vibrancy. After a brief interval, word came that Lord Xiao was indeed waiting at the entrance. The three individuals led by the Grand Princess gracefully exited the hall. Lord Xiao Linting dismounted from his carriage and stood at the entrance of the Grand Princess's residence. Jiang Qingqing, upon seeing his uncle had alighted, hurriedly emerged from the carriage to stand beside him. "How far have you progressed in your studies at the Imperial Academy?" Lord Xiao Linting inquired. As they walked side by side, the atmosphere momentarily thick with tension. Unexpectedly, it was Lord Xiao who broke the silence. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingqing responded, "We are currently analyzing previous cases. Have a geography and arithmetic lessons been concluded?" Lord Xiao Linting nodded in understanding, then shifted the topic. Facing his uncle alone was a considerable pressure for Jiang Qingqing, and he fidgeted nervously with his fingers. "I have been assigned to the Ministry of Revenue cases, specifically investigating the population issues related to land distribution," he admitted. Upon hearing this, Lord Xiao Linting appeared unfazed, and with a calm demeanor, he continued, "Do you have any leads on the matter?" "I have only skimmed through the original documents. I haven't thoroughly organized them yet, which is rather embarrassing," Jiang Qingqing confessed, his voice wavering slightly. Lord Xiao Linting, having caught a glimpse of the young lad's laughter, adjusted his sleeves and nodded. Noticing Jiang Qingqing's somewhat guilty expression, he surmised that the boy had been slacking off. If he felt too shy to ask, the young prince's mindset was transparent enough that Lord Xiao could simply inquire with him. At that moment, Jiang Qingqing scratched the back of his head. Sensing the tension within Jiang Qingqing, Lord Xiao Linting placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Although his mind remained tranquil, the conflicted expression on the third prince's face indicated some internal struggle. After several subtle tests, Lord Xiao Linting became increasingly convinced of his assessment. He could only hear the whispers of Jiang Qingqing's thoughts. Meanwhile, the Grand Princess held the hand of the young princess as they exited the estate, where they encountered two young boys, one tall and the other short, standing by the carriage. "Third brother, uncle, good morning." Jiang Qingqing waved enthusiastically at Jiang Qingqing. Having not seen him the previous evening, she felt a sense of nostalgia upon their reunion, despite lacking any deep longing for him. Jiang Qingqing, upon seeing his sister, did not appear particularly relaxed. Noticing her brother's unusual demeanor, Jiang Qingqing turned her gaze to her uncle, their eyes meeting in a perfect collision. It was evident that since Jiang Qingqing had stepped out of the Grand Princess's residence, her uncle had been closely observing her. Coincidentally, the Grand Princess released Jiang Qingqing's hand at that moment and approached Lord Xiao Linting with a composed greeting, engaging him in discussions about various current affairs in the capital. Jiang Qingqing, positioning herself between the two, found herself the focal point of attention from both Princess Qiang and Jiang Qingqing, who exchanged curious glances. Just as she was about to inquire why her brother seemed upset, she felt a large hand cover her head. Glancing up, she saw Lord Xiao Linting engaged in serious conversation with the Grand Princess, completely unaware that his hand rested upon her diminutive frame. Alas, it seems my petite 5-year-old frame must bear an undue burden, such as being used as a resting place for taller individuals. Lord Xiao Linting, momentarily distracted, glanced down at the little girl, who was gazing up at him with wide, innocent eyes filled with a mix of indignation and unspoken words. A smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. The Grand Princess, discussing the current state of commerce, noticed a rare smile on Lord Xiao Linting's usually stoic face. Following his gaze, she spotted the little bundle of joy. "Do you think this year's restaurant venture will yield a profit?" she inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lord Xiao Linting, her tone laden with meaning. Without a hint of hesitation or confusion, he smoothly transitioned into the topic she had introduced. "This year's grain harvest has seen a slight decline, making it less favorable to operate a restaurant amid rising grain prices. If your highness is keen on establishing a business, perhaps consider other ventures, as the capital has lacked diversity in projects in recent years." Lord Xiao Linting calmly provided a series of recommendations to the Grand Princess. Jiang Qingqing listened intently as the two conversed candidly about commercial enterprises. "As a participant in this dialogue, may I request a share of the profits should you succeed in your endeavors? I assure you, I'm not one to be finicky." Lord Xiao Linting smiled once more and shifted the conversation with the Grand Princess. "However, it is essential to adopt a long-term perspective regarding these businesses. Your Highness should please board the carriage first." Chapter 79. The distinction between man-made and natural as Jiang Qingqing and her companions arrived at Fanlu. The carriage had barely come to a halt when the innkeeper, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, brightened at the sight and hurriedly beckoned the staff to attend to the carriage of the Grand Princess. Led by the Grand Princess, they gracefully entered Fanlu, accompanied by 4 distinguished young gentlemen, and made their way directly to a private room on the 2nd floor. Given the significance of the Grand Princess's birthday celebration, Fanlu was determined to extend the utmost hospitality to this illustrious party. As soon as Jiang Qingqing settled into her seat, a maid promptly approached her, pouring tea and thoughtfully rearranging the fruits in front of her. Every guest was attended to with such impeccable service that they hardly had to lift a finger. Merely casting a glance at a fruit prompted the servants to peel it and present the succulent flesh on a plate. Jiang Qingqing reveled in the luxury of this attentive treatment, savoring the delightful dishes as they were brought to their table. The manager of Fanlu, who had previously attended to them during their last visit to the Grand Princess's residence, was also present, meticulously explaining the names and ingredients of each dish. Princess Qiang, seated beside Jiang Qingqing, held a menu in one hand and a brush dipped in ink in the other, frequently sketching notes. Initially absorbed in the joy of indulging in the exquisite delicacies, Jiang Qingqing soon felt the satiation of her modest appetite. Once one begins to feel full, the excitement for food tends to wane. Now, her bright eyes scanned the room, eventually settling on Princess Qiang. "What are you recording?" Jiang Qingqing inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in to whisper. Princess Qiang, unreserved in her demeanor, graciously presented the booklet to Jiang Qingqing and kindly explained that certain dishes must be carefully scrutinized, as they cannot be served at the birthday banquet. Jiang Qingqing, having spent her previous life navigating the intrigues of the former court, relied solely on her knowledge of bureaucratic maneuvering and cunning. She found herself rather ill-equipped for the subtleties of the inner quarters and palace affairs. Nodding in a semblance of understanding, she feigned comprehension and posed questions to demonstrate her attentiveness. Why must certain dishes be avoided? Aren't they all edible? At that moment, the Grand Princess, having sampled a dish, dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief. Noticing an appealing dish, Princess Qiang pointed it out, prompting an attendant to promptly serve it. This caution arose primarily because several high-ranking ladies had dietary restrictions, necessitating greater vigilance. As Princess Qiang explained while savoring her meal, Jiang Qingqing glanced at the crossed-out dishes on the menu and noticed the Qingyang shrimp balls had been marked. This dish was quite delectable. Why had it been eliminated? It was because the Lady of the Inn could not tolerate spicy food, hence its omission. Jiang Qingqing expressed her disappointment, murmuring that she found the dish quite enjoyable. Manager Fan, let us keep the Qingyang shrimp balls, she declared. Upon hearing Jiang Qingqing's resolute words, Princess Qiang acted swiftly to have it included, catching the attendees off guard. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback by this decisive action. The Lady of the Inn could simply abstain from that dish, Princess Qiang added. And thus the tone of the gathering began to shift. Initially focused on carefully selecting the banquet dishes, it evolved into a scenario where, with each additional bite Jiang Qingqing took, Princess Qiang would insist on ordering more. The Grand Princess showed no inclination to intervene. Fortunately, Jiang Qingqing's appetite was not insatiable, and only a few mildly spicy dishes were ultimately chosen. Qingqing, go change your attire, someone suggested. After fully satisfying her hunger, Jiang Qingqing recalled her other tasks at Fan Lu, noticing her two attendants following closely behind. The Grand Princess felt reassured and permitted her to go. Xiao Linting observed the little one hastily departing, lost in thought as he contemplated her direction. After a moment's reflection, he chose to remain seated, listening to the Grand Princess and Princess Qiang discuss the menu options. Jiang Chun, with his keen perception, had little regard for others' expressions. At that moment, the exquisite dishes at Fan Lu captivated him. He was engrossed in the stories shared by the manager about the dishes, completely oblivious to Jiang Qingqing's exit. Just as she stepped out of the private room, Jiang Qingqing's feigned urgency to use the restroom dissipated. She recalled that Gan Lin and Gan Yuan were essentially under Xiao Linting's employ, so she distanced herself slightly from the private room before turning back. With a serious expression on her round face, she solemnly stated, "If I meet anyone or discuss anything, you must not inform the Emperor Uncle. If he learns of my affairs, the consequences for both of you could be dire, understood?" The attendants nodded obediently, lowering their heads in acquiescence. Satisfied that her intimidation had taken effect, Jiang Qingqing nodded and proceeded to circle the second floor of Fan Lu. Not encountering any familiar faces, she frowned slightly as she was about to descend the staircase, when suddenly a commotion arose behind her. At last I found you." A little girl stomped her foot and hurried to Jiang Qingqing's side. Seeing a stranger approach the young princess, Gan Yuan quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Qingqing. However, Jiang Qingqing grasped Gan Yuan's sleeve, indicating her intent. The little princess smiled brightly at the newcomer. "Don't be too anxious. Relax. She is one of us." A brief, reassuring introduction swiftly concluded, and Jiang Qingqing approached the little girl, noticing her slightly gaunt face, prompting her to touch her own cheek in empathy. Oblivious to the thoughts of the seemingly fortunate young lady before her, the little girl was solely focused on completing the task assigned by her sister, Yin Luo. "My sister is waiting for you at room 3. If you are free later, please come find us." The little girl, wary of the two towering figures behind her, leaned in and whispered to Jiang Qingqing. Her cautious demeanor was undeniably charming. Even Jiang Qingqing, who often feigned innocence, recognized the difference between natural charm and artificially constructed cuteness. Chapter 8. Clues. Jiang Qingqing gently patted the little girl's shoulder and smiled. "Relax, sister. They're also on our side, so there's nothing to worry about." The little girl blinked and glanced back at the two individuals behind Jiang Qingqing. Then, she audibly exhaled, relieved that they were allies, almost ruining her sister's mission. Murmuring to herself, the little girl turned to Jiang Qingqing, asking with some concern, "Will you come over later, or can we go now? Could you guide me?" Jiang Qingqing exhibited immense patience with the genuine child. Following the little girl's nimble lead, Jiang Qingqing entered room 3. "You finally arrived. Little Ku just told me she had been watching for ages and hadn't seen you. I thought you might not come out today and was pondering how to send you a message." Yen Luo visibly relaxed upon seeing Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing casually settled into a seat, waving her hand dismissively. I must have just missed you. I arrived at Fan Lu half an hour ago. Upon hearing this, the girl named Little sighed regretfully and clenched her fist. Half an hour ago, I went to the restroom, and I didn't realize we had just missed each other. It's all right. Everyone has their urgent needs. It's not your fault. Jiang Qingqing found herself quite fond of this little girl, whose cleverness mirrored that of Yen Luo. Yen Luo could vaguely discern that this prominent benefactor before her possessed an extraordinary status, and with such individuals, time was of the essence. Thus, she refrained from discussing trivial matters and directly addressed the core topic. I have seen it. Jiang Qingqing appreciated this forthright manner of conversation. While I am unaware of the source of the silver marked with the royal seal, I have transcribed a copy based on its appearance over the past few days. Would you care to take a look? Yen Luo produced a folded square of rice paper from her sleeve and laid it flat before Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing, not well versed in royal seals, accepted the transcribed paper. I have reviewed the letter. Your investigation is thorough and commendable, exceeding my expectations. Jiang Qingqing met Yen Luo's expectant gaze with satisfaction. Then, under Yen Luo's eager anticipation, she articulated the words Yen Luo longed to hear. Shall we commence our collaboration? Do you have any objections? Jiang Qingqing adjusted her attire with a sense of contentment. Yen Luo's eyes sparkled with a broad smile, shaking her head vigorously. No. It is my fortune to assist you. Just remember the village of Ba. Rest assured, I have already begun preparations regarding the village. I will reach out to them within a month at the latest. Jiang Qingqing, now in possession of new clues, found herself increasingly curious about the royal seal designs. Yen Luo nodded silently, awaiting Jiang Qingqing to continue. Actually, my sister only opened a shop as FAAD. She has been investigating other matters and hasn't opened for 3 days. The little girl suddenly chimed in. Jiang Qingqing, upon hearing the voice, turned her head to glance at the little girl known as Xiaoka, suddenly filled with curiosity. Was she also a child from Ba village? This inquiry was directed towards Yen Luo. Yen Luo nodded in response. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaoka interjected, explaining for herself. I insisted on following Sister A Jing. In the village, they say I'm too young to be of any help, but Sister A Jing has a need for me, so I came along with her. But don't you regret leaving home for such hard work when you could live carefree there? Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, observing Xiaoka. She recalled how, during their last encounter at the shop, this young girl had deftly served dishes to several others. Xiaoka appeared to be a quick and decisive girl, and following Yen Luo, she seemed to be a promising candidate for mentorship. Jiang Qingqing felt a surge of desire to recruit this young sister. Xiaoka shook her head, speaking candidly. Regardless of how one lives, work is essential. It's merely a matter of how one works, through physical labor or intellectual effort. I understand that work is the key to a good life, so I'm willing to engage in either. Well said. Jiang Qingqing nodded approvingly in her heart, impressed by such profound insight and impeccable logic. Failing to recruit her would indeed be Jiang Qingqing's loss. Yen Luo, observing Xiaoka's animated expression as she shared her thoughts, waited for her to finish before clarifying. This child hails from a relatively impoverished family in Ba village. Life in the village is challenging, with many mouths to feed. The idea of working to support herself isn't unreasonable, which is why I brought her along. Yen Luo suddenly had a moment of clarity, realizing a misunderstanding, and quickly added, Xiaoka is unaware of our circumstances. She is astute enough to know what to say and what not to say, and she would never disrupt your plans. Jiang Qingqing raised an eyebrow, considering Xiaoka's youthful face and reflecting on her own boundaries. She could not employ child labor. At present, they needed assistance with a task. Now that she had opened a shop, she should take the funds and rent a storefront at the crossroads to start a business. Beyond that, she needed Xiaoka to diligently supervise the shop's activities, promptly informing her of any suspicious individuals resembling those from the palace. Where should I notify you? Yen Luo asked earnestly, only to suddenly realize she did not know where the benefactor was located. Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment. Given that Yen Luo was already in a deep partnership with her, Although she could not directly reveal her identity as a princess, it might not be amiss to divulge some relevant details. To the Grand Princess's residence. Just ask for the little prince, and they will know, Jiang Qingqing replied calmly. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Yinluo's expression shifted from shock to panic. She grasped Xiaoka, preparing to kneel in reverence. Jiang Qingqing anticipated this reaction and hastily instructed Ganlin and Ganyuan to assist them. Once outside the palace, I am simply an ordinary young lady. Please do not feel compelled to show me any undue respect due to my status. Truly, we are merely partners, each with our own needs, and there is no need for such unnecessary formalities. Yinluo struggled to process this startling revelation. She had always perceived the benefactor before her as possessing an extraordinary aura, an elegance that stemmed from impeccable upbringing. Little did she know that this seemingly well-bred young lady was, in fact, a princess of remarkable lineage. Jiang Qingqing waved her hand, producing a pouch of silver coins she had exchanged with the palace maids. These coins bore no royal insignia, making them relatively safe, as no one would trace them back to her. Let's not linger on this. You must maintain stability at the shop by the crossroads, and, should any suspicious individuals appear, have someone come and find me. I will be residing at the Grand Princess's mansion for the next month. Noticing Yinluo's dazed expression, Jiang Qingqing felt a dull ache begin to form in her head. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will remember this matter. If anything arises, I shall report it to you. To be cautious, I will send Xiaoka to seek you if necessary. Is that acceptable? That will suffice. Jiang Qingqing rose, advising them to rest well before she departed with her two handmaidens. Do you still remember what I instructed earlier? Yes, Your Highness. We shall keep our lips sealed. Rest assured, we are now your people and will not engage in anything detrimental to you. Ganlin replied quickly, tugging at Ganyuan's sleeve as she spoke respectfully. Jiang Qingqing nodded with satisfaction before turning back to re-enter the elegant chamber. Inside, the Grand Princess had set her chopsticks down to rest, while the head of the restaurant recited the ordered dishes, and Princess Qing busily confirmed the notes in her ledger. Jiang Chun rubbed her round belly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Only Xiao Linting remained unfazed, leisurely shifting his deep phoenix eyes to regard Jiang Qingqing as she entered. The restaurant head completed the list of dishes, closing the ledger with a satisfied smile as he looked toward the Grand Princess. Does Your Highness require anything further from me? He inquired cautiously. Nothing more, that will do. You may go, she replied, her concern prompting her to ask Jiang Qingqing why she had taken so long and if she had encountered any trouble. Jiang Qingqing waved her hand, smiling as she shook her head. Not at all. The restaurant is simply vast, and the dressing room is quite a distance away. It took longer than expected to navigate there and back. Jiang Qingqing and Princess Qiang walked together until the Grand Princess was comfortably settled into sleep, at which point they quietly exited the room. Having engaged in silent communication and mutual cooperation within the room, their relationship had subtly deepened. Observing the bright and cheerful expression of Princess Qiang as they exited the courtyard, Jiang Qingqing finally spoke, Cousin Qiang. Won't you tell me why you suddenly wish to spend time with me? Princess Qiang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the petite figure beside her. Despite her small stature, the child spoke with an audacity that seemed to pierce through the hearts of others. I mentioned this before. I suddenly find you charming and candid, far more sincere than those who engage in empty flattery. I like people like you. Princess Qiang abruptly halted, turning to face Jiang Qingqing, who had also come to a stop halfway through her stride. The princess's expression shifted to one of seriousness and remorse. I have been too harsh on you previously, and you felt it deeply, which is why you're curious about my sudden kindness towards you. Her delayed realization brought clarity to her understanding of the situation. She was correct, but not entirely so. Princess Qiang's past demeanor had not truly wounded Jiang Qingqing's resilient heart. At most, she was simply curious about how someone who had been so pointedly critical could swiftly change their perspective and become amiable toward her. It was difficult not to suspect some duplicity at play. I sincerely apologize. I had thought my demeanor wouldn't be so conspicuous, yet it seems you noticed. Princess Qiang observed the little one who seemed hesitant to speak. She stepped closer, kneeling to meet her gaze. Mainly, you are simply too adorable, innocent, and forthright, devoid of any ill intent. I had just felt a bit of imbalance at first. Princess Qiang's words were equally candid, her gaze firmly fixed on the clear, expressive eyes of Jiang Qingqing. Without evasion or panic, this is the essence of speaking from the heart. At this moment, I find you to be quite candid. Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment and decided that having one more friend is certainly preferable to gaining another enemy. Furthermore, there exists no competitive relationship between her and Princess Qiang at the moment, so it would not be inappropriate to seize this opportunity to cultivate a good friendship. Thus, she extended her small hand. For a fleeting moment, Princess Qiang appeared bewildered. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head slightly and added, "Let us hold hands, and we shall be good friends from now on." Chapter 82. Reprimand. The paper, adorned with the imperial seal, lay boldly spread out on the table. As Ganjin passed by, preparing to brew hot tea for the young prince, she caught a glimpse of the imperial seal on the desk and abruptly halted in her tracks. Sensing the unusual tension beside her, Jiang Qingqing turned to Ganjin, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Perhaps you recognize this imperial seal?" Ganjin shook her head slightly. She merely scrutinized the seal for a moment before calling over Ganyuan, who was nearby and sketching patterns. "Sister Ganyuan, this imperial seal seems oddly familiar." Ganyuan approached and regarded the seal in silence for a moment, cautiously observing Jiang Qingqing's expression, her demeanor hinting at unspoken words, which Jiang Qingqing noticed. "Do you recognize this imperial seal?" Jiang Qingqing inquired cautiously. Ganyuan turned to Ganjin, her eyes seemingly reproaching her for revealing too much. The subtle exchanges between the two caught Jiang Qingqing's attention, and she was about to press Ganyuan for answers when the latter willingly spoke up. "This imperial seal is often seen at the royal residence. One can frequently observe the servants using it to manage matters. Can it be seen at the prince's residence?" Ganyuan concluded her statement, promptly silencing herself. Jiang Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, gathering the paper and tucking it away into her sleeve before rising to leave. The two maids exchanged hurried glances behind her and quickly followed. Ganyuan, regretting her candidness, flustered as she explained, "The prince is certainly not that kind of person. Please do not take it to heart, Your Highness. Are you concerned I might misinterpret the prince and suspect him of harboring ulterior motives?" Ganjin, standing nearby, appeared particularly anxious and timidly remarked, "Isn't Your Highness going out to seek the prince?" "Indeed, I am looking for the prince." But a single statement is insufficient to draw a definitive conclusion on this matter. Upon saying this, Jiang Qingqing was about to turn away, but recalled that these two would serve as her capable aides in the future. They need not be exceptionally clever, but they certainly must not hinder her progress. Ganjin and Ganyuan both pressed their lips together and lowered their heads, adopting a demeanor of self-reflection. Seeing their willingness to reconsider, Jiang Qingqing turned to exit. Xiao Linting and Jiang Chun rested in the guest quarters of the princess's residence. In this moment of leisure, Xiao Linting, with nothing to occupy him, decided to send someone to the royal palace to retrieve the relevant case files Jiang Chun was responsible for. At this moment, Xiao Linting stood with one hand behind his back, observing the timid and helpless Jiang Chun, furrowing his brows as he listened to Jiang Chun recount his understanding of the case. Jiang Chun, mustering his courage, focused intently on the text of the documents, rapidly weaving it into his own narrative, almost reciting the case verbatim. The imperial uncle shifted slightly. If one listened closely, the sound of rustling fabric could be perceived. "Do you think I appear innocent and naive, Your Highness?" Xiao Linting's voice was crisp, and it was rare to hear a rise in his tone. The unusual inflection sent a shiver down Jiang Chun's spine. Jiang Qingqing entered the room just in time to hear Jiang Chun's tense voice reciting something. Land distribution. Establishing units by household. Every male head of household must pay 3 bolts of silk and 3 pounds of cotton, while female heads and males of the next generation must pay half. What is the purpose of this? Jiang Qingqing asked, perplexed, as she hastened into the room. She observed Jiang Chun grimacing at the documents spread out on the table, while the imperial uncle had unexpectedly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his wrist, where faintly visible veins hinted at the tautness of his muscles. Xiao Linting possessed an admirable physique. It was only natural for someone who could effortlessly lift a 5-pound crescent blade without flinching to have such a build. Jiang Qingqing's thoughts drifted as she gazed, momentarily distracted, failing to notice Jiang Qin's pleading glance. "Your Highness, could you elaborate on the pros and cons of this household adjustment policy?" Xiao Linting inquired in a deep tone. Noticing the little one had arrived, he stepped to the round table and poured a cup of fresh tea. As Jiang Qingqing approached, he extended the cup toward her. "Have a sip." He, who had toiled for half an hour, pitiful and helpless, had yet to take a drink. The report abruptly ceased, and Xiao Linting turned his gaze back to Jiang Qun, solemnly instructing, "Continue, Your Highness." Jiang Qun forced a smile, his resolve wavering as he stammered. The advantage of the household adjustment is that it alleviates the burden on the common people, reducing the pressure of forced labor, allowing them to reap the surplus of their production, thereby stimulating productivity. Xiao Linting gazed down at the clever little one, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his deep phoenix eyes. Swallowing instinctively, Jiang Qingqing gulped down the water she had been holding. Observing the obedient little one, Xiao Linting felt his irritation from earlier, provoked by Jiang Qun, miraculously dissipate. Meanwhile, Jiang Qun struggled to articulate the drawbacks, stammering without producing a coherent thought, while he watched the harmonious scene at the round table and contemplated the pressure he faced. A thin sheen of sweat formed on his brow from his anxiety. Is this an examination of the laws by the imperial brother? Since leaving the National Academy, Jiang Qingqing had not encountered such matters for some time, and a hint of nostalgia surfaced within her. Xiao Linting noted the growing urgency in the third prince's complexion and sighed inwardly, lamenting the latter's apparent lack of composure. "Third prince, perhaps you should take a rest and have some water." Jiang Qun had never heard the imperial uncle's voice sound so melodious. He perked up instantly, shedding his earlier dejection, and promptly he made his way to the round table. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he gulped it down eagerly. "Would your Highness like to take a look at these documents and give a try?" Chapter 83. Inquiring about the imperial seal as for documents. Jiang Qingqing was not particularly fond of them either. However, seeing Jiang Qun in such distress, she thought of the situation in Ba village and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Stepping onto a prepared stool, she stood before the long table, meticulously examining the documents concerning land distribution and household adjustments, pondering the issues of land reclamation with increased seriousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Qun, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qingqing reviewed the documents, lazily wandered to the window, gazing outside with a wistful expression. After about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Qingqing had comprehended all the documents and turned to jump down from the stool with Ganjin's assistance. "What is the question from the imperial brother?" she inquired. Hearing this academic inquiry, the familiar topic of study flooded back to her, and she suddenly understood why Jiang Qun had sounded so despondent upon her arrival. She tactically delayed her response, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, she casually remarked, "I am not well versed in the extent of our uncultivated land, but if everyone were to endeavor to cultivate the land and claim it as their own little estate, that would be easily resolved. The ownership of the land should revert to the court, so that for the common people, the land would only be under their use rights. And the issues of taxation could be adjusted in accordance with the land's location and appropriate tax classifications." Her insights on governance had always come naturally to her. After all, speaking of solutions is simple, but implementing them requires the expertise of those truly wise. Although Jiang Qun felt somewhat confused, he found the discourse impressively rigorous and clapped his hands in admiration. The expression on the emperor's uncle's face momentarily reflected surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to Jiang Qun, who seemed to be watching with keen interest. "What does the third prince think?" The conversation was redirected towards Jiang Qun, who had initially appeared to be merely an observer, but his face fell once again. His sister's reasoning was sound. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing noticed that Jiang Qun had begun his homework. As a caring little sister, she decided not to disturb him and instead tugged at the emperor's uncle's sleeve, leading them both out of the room. "Uncle, Qingqing has another question to ask you." Jiang Qingqing remembered her true purpose. The afternoon sun blazed intensely, and noticing the empty side hall, Xiao Linting took the little one there to escape the heat. "Please, Your Highness," he said, lifting his robe and sitting down slowly, his gaze resting on Jiang Qingqing, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Jiang Qingqing was accustomed to his manner of speaking and felt no different from Jiang Qun in terms of treatment. What style shall we create? I shall instruct Na Fu to take care of it. Seeing that the little one had her own ideas, Xiao Linting felt a sense of pride and considered it his duty to facilitate this task. Jiang Qingqing shook her head, insisting that the greatest joy of running a shop lay in hands-on involvement for a true sense of achievement. She circled the topic deliberately, preparing to pose her real question. Uncle, do you think Qingqing can utilize the silver granted by Father Emperor to manage the shop? This was her true aim. Xiao Linting, being exceedingly clever and cunning, discerned her intentions. If she approached the matter as she had with Princess Qiang, it would undoubtedly lead to her own demise. Jiang Qingqing, not wishing to reveal her capabilities at present, opted to conceal her talents before her uncle. The silver bearing the royal seal could indeed be used for shop expenses. Xiao Linting observed Jiang Qingqing intently, responding to her inquiries without pressing her for further details. Royal seal? This was precisely what Jiang Qingqing hoped to hear. Xiao Linting seemed to study her deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. The royal seal was specifically designed to distinguish between the palace's funds and ordinary silver, primarily used in the pursuit of corrupt officials. However, it would not hinder its use in ordinary dealings. Xiao Linting's explanation served to enlighten Jiang Qingqing regarding the purpose of the royal sealed silver. Is there only one style of the royal seal or multiple? Jiang Qingqing inquired, tilting her head curiously. There is but one style, shaped like the peony, the national flower of Tianqi, although each seal is marked with the date of issuance to differentiate batches. Understanding dawned on Jiang Qingqing. She need not focus on the design, but rather the date, as tracing the origin of the royal sealed silver could lead her to discover who in the palace had reached towards the Li kingdom. Having utilized her uncle's assistance, she felt no hesitation in leaving him behind. The little girl, lifting her skirt, darted from the side room towards her own quarters. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Linting's smile gradually faded. He glanced at the two maidservants left in the room. Not having any matters to report indicated that Jiang Qingqing had deliberately withheld certain instructions. Or perhaps the little one genuinely intended to establish her own shop. Reflecting on this, Xiao Linting pressed his fingers to his forehead in mild fatigue. Well, if the child desires it, let her pursue it. Chapter 84. They have new developments. Preparations for the Grand Princess's birthday banquet required various items, with Princess Qiang overseeing the acquisitions. Jiang Qingqing followed closely behind the young princess around the capital, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Tianqi's native culture. Given the recent events at the Guozijian involving the Su family's actions towards Jiang Chun, Jiang Qingqing found herself increasingly perplexed by Empress Su's maneuvers. Was the seemingly benevolent matriarch secretly plotting against her and her brother for the sake of the crown prince's position, or was Empress Su innocent of her family's deeds? Jiang Qingqing could not discern the truth, leaving her feelings towards Empress Su complex and conflicted. Nonetheless, this did not deter Jiang Qingqing from discreetly inquiring about the timing of the royal seals with Empress Su. Her reasoning was sound. Who would question a child's curiosity? Initially, she encountered the crown prince in Empress Su's quarters, where they feigned a harmonious relationship. Subsequently, she visited concubine Zhao in the Shuxiu Palace, receiving a generous amount of gold coins from the glittering concubine. Later, she stealthily followed Xian Wan and others, exchanging goods for cash, and boldly took several large silver ingots from a storeroom. Today, just 3 or 4 days before the Grand Princess's birthday, a commotion finally arose at the entrance of the princess's residence. After passing through several layers of communication, a matron from the back courtyard approached Jiang Qingqing respectfully, addressing her as the little princess. There's a young girl at the gate seeking you to express her gratitude. The Grand Princess assumed Jiang Qingqing had recently shown kindness to a poor child while gathering supplies and readily allowed her to leave. In contrast to Xiao Linting's steady demeanor, akin to a keen observer of human nature, the Grand Princess appeared notably more approachable. Hurrying to the entrance, she spotted the little girl who stood in the reception hall, clutching her sleeves and gazing in awe at the room's decor. "Have you eaten?" she asked upon entering the hall. Rather than addressing the matter at hand, she sent Gan Yuan to fetch some pastries and sweet soup, keeping Gan Lin by her side. The little girl nodded, and upon seeing Jiang Qingqing seated, she decided to sit beside her. Sister says one must eat well to convey messages. Otherwise, one might grow foolish, she remarked, extending her hand from her sleeve. At that moment, Jiang Qingqing noticed the roll of paper the girl had been clutching tightly. Have you found a suitable location for the shop? Is everything settled? Jiang Qingqing asked, taking the envelope but not in a hurry to open it. Observing the girl's attire, which appeared neither new nor old, she pondered for a moment before producing a modest pouch from her own waist. Everything is settled. When we first opened at the street corner, a few loyal customers learned we had moved to the intersection and brought new patrons to dine with us. It has been quite busy lately. I've hardly had a moment to rest. The little girl's face lit up with excitement as she spoke about topics she adored, making her look particularly endearing. Have you secured your residence as well? Jiang Qingqing asked, pushing the pastries toward the little girl as Gan Yuan returned with them. Little Ka softly expressed her gratitude to Gan Yuan, then reached out for a piece of pastry, taking small bites as she spoke somewhat indistinctly. Yet her words were still clear enough to understand. The little girl ate with remarkable speed. Before long, the pastry was entirely consumed. Jiang Qingqing found herself increasingly fond of this well-behaved child. Today was yet another day she could not help but want to take her away. After a few more bites, little Ka felt satiated and ceased her eating. Subsequently, Jiang Qingqing personally escorted little Ku out of the residence, her expression turning slightly somber as she turned away. She understood Yan Luo's temperament. If there were no significant findings, she would never have allowed little Ku to rush over to personally deliver a message. As she walked towards the back courtyard, she began to open the long, cylindrical letter in her hand, hastily unfolding the paper to skim through its contents. The letter indicated that the shop at the crossroads had shown some new activity, noting that the shop, usually devoid of visitors, had recently been approached multiple times by the same individual. Yan Luo also described the person's clothing, appearance, and height. Your Highness, we should be arriving at the back courtyard shortly, Gan Yuan remarked, observing the distant flower-laden gate while noticing the young prince lost in her thoughts. With the birthday of the Grand Princess approaching, the residence buzzed with unusual excitement. The servants of the Grand Princess's household were busy adorning the estate, attending to various repairs, while others prepared stages for the upcoming birthday celebration. Upon returning indoors, Jiang Qingqing's expression remained tense. The renewed activity at the crossroads, though beneficial for her, pointed directly towards the upcoming birthday of the Grand Princess. She worried that the more bustling the area became, the more perilous it might be. Though uncertain if this person was Han Qingyi, or if their agitation was aimed at them, the news was far from reassuring. As Jiang Qingqing wrestled with her unease, time continued to pass, and the Grand Princess's birthday banquet inevitably approached. On the day of the Grand Princess's birthday banquet, Jiang Qingqing was roused from her slumber early by Gan Lin and Gan Yuan. Groggy, she felt the damp cloth gently wiping her face, clearing the sleep from her eyes, and gradually became more alert. Why am I waking up so early when I'm not even the guest of honor? Jiang Qingqing lamented as she opened her eyes to find the day had already brightened. It seemed they had made an effort to wake her later than usual. In recent days, Gan Lin and Gan Yuan had finally begun to relax around her, even daring to express their true feelings. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Qingqing complied with their dressing and grooming. After a little more than half an hour, the newly adorned Jiang Qingqing stood before a bronze mirror, admiring her reflection. The new attire for the Grand Princess's birthday had been specially tailored to her aunt's request, departing from her usual pastel attire. The fresh pale, yellow robe complemented her petite frame, exuding grace. Although the garment accentuated her lively charm, the pleated skirt lent her an air of steadiness. With her hair styled in twin ponytails, Jiang Qingqing delighted in the adorable image of a 5-year-old girl. Stepping outside, she immediately sensed the unusual hustle and bustle of the Grand Princess's residence, which had previously been relatively quiet. An elderly matron, waiting at the entrance, noticed the young princess had emerged and promptly guided her towards the main hall of the back courtyard. As they approached the hall, Jiang Qingqing could hear a chorus of whispered conversations. Upon entering the courtyard, the murmurs abruptly ceased. All eyes turned towards the unexpected arrival of the young child. Some noble young ladies had never entered the palace and were unfamiliar with the true visage of the Princess of Tianqi, unaware of her royal status. Yet they marveled at the presence of a child at the banquet. Those who had heard of the Grand Princess's fondness for the Dunming Princess quickly recognized her, given the contrast in their ages and heights. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with curious glances directed at her. The Grand Princess was notorious for her cold demeanor, well known for her indifference towards children since the passing of her husband. Even the legitimate heir nurtured by the Marquis of Qingqing had never resided within her household. The fact that the Dunming Princess had captured the Grand Princess's affection piqued everyone's curiosity about the child capable of softening the heart of such a stoic figure, who had even gone so far as to bring a bed from the palace to accommodate a child's comfort. With a composed demeanor, Jiang Qingqing navigated through the throng, as some bold, noble young ladies greeted her warmly. In an instant, the noble youths and their mothers attending the Grand Princess's birthday celebrated the Dunming Princess's amiability, deeming her an exemplary princess. Just as Jiang Qingqing felt her smile beginning to falter, she hurried into the hall. Upon crossing the threshold, she quickly rubbed her cheeks, realizing the challenges of being a public figure. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was even livelier, with notable ladies observing her arrival with keen interest. The moment Jiang Qingqing stepped through the door, the Grand Princess, who had appeared indifferent a moment earlier, brightened at the sight of her, a gentle smile gracing her features. The ladies present, ever perceptive, had already heard of the Grand Princess's affection for the Dunming Princess, even going to the trouble of bringing a bed from the palace, fearing the little princess might struggle to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. "Qingqing, come here," the Grand Princess beckoned. "Today is your birthday. Wish your royal aunt health and longevity, and may your youth remain eternal." Jiang Qingqing responded with poise, paying her respects to the Grand Princess on her special day while also greeting the esteemed ladies present. Among them, she recognized a few familiar faces, having left a strong impression during her 5th birthday banquet, not for their amiable character, but for the substantial gifts they had bestowed upon her. She had keenly noted these generous patrons, and as her gaze fell upon them, her smile became warm and sincere. As she took her seat, the ladies resumed discussing their previous topics, primarily revolving around their children. Initially, the Grand Princess had little interest in such conversations, but since Jiang Qingqing had begun residing in the household, she had gradually come to understand matters pertaining to the upbringing of young girls. "My daughter is far too mischievous. She can hardly sit still to learn needlework and only complies after much coaxing," one lady lamented. The Grand Princess gently ruffled Jiang Qingqing's fluffy hair, nonchalantly remarking, "Our Qingqing practices her calligraphy for an hour each day at the long table." The other ladies, witnessing this, quickly praised the Dunming Princess's obedience. "My son still cannot ride a horse, a fine young man, yet he spends all his time buried in books, fearful of becoming foolish in the future," another lady added, her words subtly boasting of her son's diligence in studies. At this moment, the Grand Princess interjected with a bright smile, proudly declaring, "In the back courtyard, there is a vacant space where, during her leisure, our Qingqing practices archery." Her pride mirrored that of parents boasting of their children's accomplishments. Jiang Qingqing, feeling flattered, replied, "Thank you. If you keep praising me, I might just float away." The ladies, in their eagerness to flatter the eldest princess, lavished praises upon Jiang Qingqing from head to toe, even extolling her every strand of hair. Consequently, overwhelmed, Jiang Qingqing made her hasty retreat. Chapter 86. "You come to provocate me again." As she exited the main hall, Jiang Qingqing noticed the noble ladies in the courtyard, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon her. A reflexive, amiable smile graced her lips, yet her feet carried her swiftly out of the courtyard, escaping the burden of social entanglements, leaving behind the fluttering voices of the young women. A sigh of relief escaped her as she hurriedly navigated her way, inadvertently finding herself beneath a long corridor. The gentle summer breeze wafted through, coaxing her to stand still with half-closed eyes. The tranquil atmosphere enveloped her, and just as she contemplated finding solace on the elegant railing, she heard a murmuring from the corridor's end. Curious, she turned her gaze to see a youth clad in resplendent garments, a folding fan in hand, surrounded by an entourage, making their way towards her. Sensing the looming presence, Gan Yuan and Gan Lin positioned themselves protectively in front of Jiang Qingqing, forming a semicircular shield. Isn't that Princess Dunming? Oh, you're also here. The young master Feng Chun, the ostentatious boy leading the group, seemed to have come expressly to seek out Jiang Qingqing. Upon spotting her, he halted his advance. Initially, Jiang Qingqing harbored a sense of disdain for this unwelcome encounter, but upon hearing his words, her desire to evade dissipated. It was evident he sought her out. Slightly parting Gan Lin and Gan Yuan, she raised her chin to regard the young master, her posture indicating no intention to bow. The young master appeared to be invited to her imperial aunt's birthday celebration, yet it seemed he had strayed from his path. Jiang Qingqing, leaning against the railing, gazed at the provocateur with an air of nonchalance. Though the young master feigned a demeanor of harmlessness, his eyes betrayed a sharpness as they flicked towards a nearby servant, who, sensing the tension, attempted to discreetly withdraw. However, Jiang Qingqing caught sight of this subtle maneuver. From what I observe, this corridor seems devoid of any attendants. Surely, it is permissible to wander here? Your Highness, have you acquired such influence that even the princess's residence falls under your dominion? The young master subtly mocked Jiang Qingqing's formidable reputation at the guise. Yet, the truth remained that her power stemmed from her background and status. She could not fathom why the young master felt compelled to cling to her formidable presence so tenaciously. Their mutual disdain escalated, and Jiang Qingqing, weary of maintaining a facade of civility, allowed her words to drip with sarcasm. The young master's expression darkened momentarily, while Gan Yuan's vigilance intensified, keenly assessing the tension. Your Highness possesses a sharp tongue, he remarked. Thank you. I can assure you, in moments of madness, I would dare to bite even someone as pompous as you. Jiang Qingqing retorted, rolling her eyes as the atmosphere between them grew frostier. Surrounding them were the young master's own entourage, some drawn by the spectacle, others familiar faces from her previous encounters. As the young master found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, the expressions of those around him darkened. With a scoff, Jiang Qingqing resolved to leave, just as a commotion erupted behind her. My lord, I apologize. I was unaware of your presence. A hurried servant, clutching a tray of pastries, rushed towards the young master. Bowing, he knelt upon the stone floor, raising the tray above his head. Why don't you inquire with others about my whereabouts? The young master, upon seeing the servant, was instantly irked, his earlier frustrations boiling over as he kicked the hapless servant. Jiang Qingqing watched in dismay as the tray fell. Pastries scattering across the ground, shattered into pieces. Did these pastries offend you? Could you not express your grievances with civility? Your cruelty is utterly inhumane. Suppressing her anger, Jiang Qingqing stepped forward, eyeing the mess on the ground, her frustration igniting anew. The young master, unperturbed, arrogantly retorted, this servant is purchased by the Feng Chen household. It is only natural that he fulfills his duties commensurate with the price paid. Directing his ire towards the fallen pastries, he continued, You dare scatter my pastries? As he raised his foot to strike again, Jiang Qingqing retaliated, kicking his other leg. The young master, thrown off balance, stumbled, barely saved from a humiliating fall by the supportive hands of those nearby. Jiang Qingqing narrowed her eyes at this increasingly arrogant figure, her exasperation mounting. They are paid for their labor. If you truly wish to demean them, have the audacity to offer them fair wages. Why should they live on a meager coin while bowing to your whims? Taking another step closer, her two handmaidens flanked her, ready to defend their princess, exuding an air of fierce loyalty. The young master was taken aback by Jiang Qingqing's boldness, caught off guard in front of his peers, his expression darkening. You. Chapter 87. My uncle supports me, young Master Qi. A commanding voice, laced with authority, echoed from behind the corridor. Jiang Qingqing lifted her gaze to see a tall figure clad in dark brocade, his long hair tied back, striding toward her with an air of grace. Upon spotting her uncle, Jiang Qingqing's fierce demeanor instantly softened. Her lips pursed, and a mist of unshed tears glimmered in her eyes. Xiao Linting had been conversing with Jiang Chun and several students from the Guozijian when he received word of the unfolding situation, prompting his hurried arrival. As he approached Jiang Qingqing, his heart sank at the sight of her distressed expression. His dark eyes hardened as they settled coldly upon the young Master Feng Chun. Am I to understand that you are bullying our Princess Dunming? Xiao Linting's voice was steady as he confronted him. From a lofty vantage point, the young master of Feng Chun gazed down upon his surroundings, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him exerting its full weight on the individual before him. Although he harbored doubts and disdain regarding Jiang Qingqing's status, believing that a mere girl could hardly garner the affection of anyone significant, merely a faade to uphold royal dignity, he was taken aback by the fact that a prince, held in high regard by the emperor, would actively defend Jiang Qingqing. A sudden sense of panic gripped him, causing him to stumble back, appearing even more disheveled than before. How could I dare to bully Princess Dunming? He stammered. Sensing the arrival of her formidable ally, Jiang Qingqing tugged at Xiao Linting's garments, peeking from behind him to observe the once arrogant young master of Fengqian, who now resembled a defeated dog, tail tucked between his legs. You mock me for my connections at the Guozijian, and yet you deride me for my power and influence, claiming I am overly involved in trivial matters. Jiang Qingqing exaggeratedly recounted the young master's transgressions. Though she refrained from directly accusing him of meddling, his relentless provocation warranted her embellishment of his faults. Xiao Linting's previously raised brow now furrowed deeply as he regarded the young master as one might observe a corpse. It seems the young master Qi is somewhat weary of life. Your position is untenable. Not long ago, I fortuitously acquired evidence of Lord Fengqian's embezzlement. At this, the young master's countenance shifted dramatically, and he began to retreat. Jiang Qingqing, hearing the disarray of footsteps, called out, and, as Xiao Linting's attention waned, she once again peeked out, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she beheld the young master's flustered expression. You have yet to apologize to me. I have already stated that my background is extraordinary. Do you still wish to surround me with a throng? Her words dripped with incredulity. Witnessing Xiao Linting's warning, whether genuine or not, the onlookers recognized that his capabilities extended far beyond their comprehension. In an instant, the aristocratic youths scattered, seeking refuge from the scene, leaving the young master of Fengqian to fend for himself. Suddenly halted, the young master faced Jiang Qingqing, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Jiang Qingqing narrowed her eyes at him, coldly retorting, "What is this? The young master Qi has offended me, yet cannot even muster a simple apology? What grand farce!" Young master Qi, Xiao Linting interjected, his words subtly veiled with an implicit warning. The young master's face, once marred by disgrace, now contorted into a forced smile, more grotesque than tears. "Speak." Jiang Qingqing pressed, eager to escalate his discomfort. I apologize to Princess Dunming." "Oh, you no longer know how to address me correctly? Who gave you the audacity to refer to my title so casually? Did Lord Fengqian neglect to instill proper etiquette in you? A scion of a duke, unable to utter a respectful title. Imagine the ridicule it would invite." Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, her laughter growing more unrestrained as she observed the young master's ashen face. With his hands clenched within his wide sleeves, the young master seemed to struggle internally for what felt like an eternity before finally uttering, "It is my fault for not apologizing to Her Highness." Though devoid of sincerity, this apology was nonetheless a substantial humiliation for someone accustomed to the pedestal of nobility. Jiang Qingqing smiled, nodding in acceptance of his apology. Desiring to escape the torment of the encounter, the young master turned and fled, his retreating form an undignified sight. A soft giggle escaped from Jiang Qingqing's lips as she reflected on how the once arrogant young master had been reduced to a state of disgrace. Those who had come to witness his show of power instead bore witness to his humiliation at the hands of both Xiao Linting and the princess. The spectacle left them hastily departing the scene. Now, only Jiang Qingqing, Xiao Linting, and the servant whom the young master had previously struck remained in the corridor. Xiao Linting turned slightly to regard Jiang Qingqing, extending his palm toward her. She skillfully placed her small hand in his, her gaze shifting to the prostrated servant. Jiang Qingqing shook her head. While she disapproved of her master striking down servants, the societal hierarchy in this era relegated such individuals to a position of utter subservience. Even if she wished to assist, her aid would be fleeting. Producing a piece of silver from her waist, she bent down to place it before the servant, her eyes catching a glimpse of a mole at the corner of his eye, typically referred to in academic terms as a tear mole. However, she paid little heed to the servant's appearance, straightening up to declare, "This silver is for your medical expenses. Endure this beating." and keep her distance from your master in the future." With that, she grasped her royal uncle's hand, leading him down the corridor. The servant remained too intimidated to raise his head, merely catching sight of the yellow fabric of her garments brushing the ground, along with remnants of pastry scattered about. "Uncle, what brings you here? Isn't this birthday banquet meant to separate the genders?" The girl's bright, melodic voice left a lasting impression on him. Chapter 88. Obedience. Xiao Linting gazed down at the princess's radiant smile and her lively skip as they walked. He could not simply admit that he had come upon hearing of her troubles. Unaccustomed to fabricating lies, he felt a twinge of discomfort as he declared, "I initially intended to enjoy a brief respite, but fate led me to this corridor where I chanced upon you." Jiang Qingqing nodded knowingly, her meaningful gaze leaving an indelible impact on Xiao Linting. Observing his bashful demeanor, she could not suppress her smile, which deepened at the sight of her shy uncle. "The upcoming banquet should not enforce the separation of genders," he remarked, hastily shifting the topic as time pressed on. "Let us proceed, for the hour is drawing near." With that, he took her small hand firmly in his and guided her from the corridor. Their direction led them past the courtyard where the gentlemen gathered, an unavoidable passage to reach the next venue. Thus, Jiang Qingqing found herself compelled to show her face before the male attendees. Among those attending the Grand Princess's birthday celebration were not only aristocratic youths, but also ministers from court. They had come at the behest of the emperor to pay tribute to his only sister, the Grand Princess. These individuals harbored various motives, some out of loyalty to the emperor, while others sought mere entertainment, curious to witness the once magnificent Lady West Ping, the esteemed wife of the Marquis, and how the illustrious Grand Princess had fallen from her former grace. As the ministers and aristocratic youths cast their gazes upon Jiang Qingqing, she met their stares with an air of calm composure. Having spent her days within the confines of the harem, where appearances were often deceiving, she recognized that the very orders to undermine her and Jiang Chun likely originated from among these courtiers. Her gaze deepened as she scrutinized the crowd. Yet, her assessment was brief, for soon Xiao Linting halted, bending down to lift the 5-year-old princess into his embrace, a gesture witnessed by all. With an air of naturalness, he carried her forth, passing through the courtyard of the gentlemen. A few more steps through a drooping flower arch would lead them to the most significant venue of today's birthday banquet. In the open-air setting, round tables were arranged, while a prominent long table adorned with soft cushions stood at the forefront, clearly designated as the main seat where the Grand Princess would be seated on this momentous occasion. At this juncture, guests from both courtyards began to converge. The gathering was sparsely attended, and after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Linting ascended the high platform, gently placing Jiang Qingqing upon the soft couch, deftly smoothing her slightly disheveled collar. The princess's residence was bustling with numerous guests today, rendering the atmosphere rather precarious. "Your Highness," he advised softly, "it would be prudent to remain here on the high platform and refrain from wandering about, lest unforeseen events transpire." Xiao Linting crouched down to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze, his voice tender as he imparted his counsel. She appeared obedient, resting her hands upon her thighs and nodding vigorously in response. Although he did not physically touch her, his hand supporting the couch while the other rested on his knee, he could perceive her unspoken thoughts reflected in her eyes. "Your Highness, do not only think of responding to me. I shall remain vigilant below. With so many people around today, I am not jesting." For a fleeting moment, Jiang Qingqing's expression stiffened, her eyes wide as she regarded her royal uncle. Could he be watching me? Just as Xiao Linting was about to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, he heard her innocent voice murmur in confusion. He pressed his lips together, a fleeting smile glimmering in his cold gaze, quickly vanishing. He continued to smooth her hair, ultimately ruffling her head affectionately. "Be a good girl," he coaxed softly. The gentle tone of his voice resonated in her chest, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably as she gazed upon the youthful and handsome countenance before her. Xiao Linting chuckled softly, a sight uncommonly seen from the aloof prince. The two maidens behind Jiang Qingqing were astonished to witness such a rare smile from their former master, and quickly averted their eyes, casting glances toward the distance. Only Jiang Qingqing remained, a witness to the healing warmth of the young lord's smile. Xiao Linting then rose and descended the high platform. From her vantage point, Jiang Qingqing easily spotted her uncle seated near the platform, their eyes meeting effortlessly should he merely glance upward. Heart racing, she quickly diverted her gaze and noticed a throng of people approaching the entrance, led by the princess, prompting her to rise and watch as the princess and Princess Qiang ascended the high platform. The guests below, guided by the attendants of the princess's residence, took their seats. In full view of the assembly, the princess affectionately ruffled Jiang Qingqing's hair and remarked, "On this birthday celebration, I shall not take credit for my own appearance. This splendid occasion has been orchestrated by the two children, Jiang and Qingqing. Should there be any commendation for the arrangements, it belongs solely to them. Conversely, should there be any shortcomings, I shall bear the blame." Though her words seemed devoid of emotional nuance at first, they unmistakably revealed her favoritism towards Jiang Qingqing and Princess Qiang. It was an open declaration of her affection for her two nieces, making it clear that under her protective wing, no one would dare mistreat them. The onlookers had their expressions shift once again upon hearing the princess's words, which brimmed with affection for Jiang Qingqing. As the center of attention, Jiang Qingqing silently accepted the envious gazes of the crowd, smiling and nodding in greeting. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the front courtyard, soon followed by the arrival of palace attendants, including the esteemed maid Wan Qing, who approached the courtyard entrance with a dignified demeanor. The grand procession from the palace entered with an air of opulence, and Wan Qing, entrusted by Empress Su, stepped into the courtyard with solemnity. She approached the center of the pathway, respectfully saluting the princess on the high platform before eloquently announcing the imperial decree. The decree conveyed the empress and emperor's recognition of the princess's birthday, stating that due to their inability to leave the palace, they had sent the third prince and the young princess to celebrate the occasion at the princess's residence. Jiang Qingqing stood with the others, bowing her head to listen attentively to the proclamation. Upon its conclusion, she lifted her gaze to meet Wan Qing's, who was also looking at her. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Qingqing blinked at her aunt, to which Wan Qing responded with a slight nod, her lips pressed together. What was this? A Morse code of sorts? Jiang Qingqing herself was puzzled by the unspoken communication between her and Wan Qing. Following the formalities, the princess graciously expressed her gratitude for the emperor and empress's goodwill, subsequently inviting Wan Qing to the high platform as a gesture of respect towards the imperial family. Once on the platform, Wan Qing approached Jiang Qingqing and whispered, "May the princess be well." It was then that Jiang Qingqing noticed the hesitance in Wan Qing's eyes. She had something to say. "Aunt, I wish to change my attire," Jiang Qingqing stated, her expression composed and forthright. The princess nodded slightly, intending to send an attendant to accompany her, but Jiang Qingqing interjected, "Aunt, Wan Qing may accompany me. That shall suffice." With that, Jiang Qingqing tugged at Wan Qing's sleeve and dashed down the steps. The princess, unable to call her back in time, could only watch as the petite figure in pale yellow skipped away. Princess Qiang, noticing the commotion, glanced over at the princess with a reassuring expression. "The guards at the princess's residence are quite vigilant. Your Highness should be safe." The princess sighed, shaking her head in resignation, and redirected her attention to the guests before her, engaging in light conversation. Below, Xiao Linting's gaze darkened as he observed Jiang Qingqing's retreating figure and was about to rise in pursuit when a colleague approached, smiling with a cup of wine in hand. Despite his usual authoritative demeanor towards his peers, he felt compelled to engage with the court officials. While exchanging pleasantries, his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Qingqing's departing form. Reluctantly, he shifted his attention to a shadowy corner where a figure lurked, slightly trembling. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing and Wan Qing had distanced themselves from the main gathering, pausing on a secluded path. Noticing Jiang Qingqing's sudden halt, Wan Qing inquired, "Didn't you wish to change your attire? You seem to have something on your mind." Jiang Qingqing waved her hand, dismissing it as a mere pretext. Wan Qing understood and nodded, almost believing the young princess needed to relieve herself. As they conversed, Wan Qing discreetly withdrew a note from her narrow sleeve, lowering her voice with unease as she questioned, "Your Highness, is this?" Jiang Qingqing eagerly accepted the note, which bore the words, "On the 26th of the first month, rewards were given in the palace Tianqi." These few words pointed directly to the last location of suspicion within the palace. Though Jiang Qingqing was unfamiliar with this place, she quickly tucked the note into her sleeve, smiling at Wan Qing. This is a trivial matter. There is no need to inform Mother. I merely wish to investigate the source of my silver. With that, Jiang Qingqing urged Wan Qing toward the dressing room. At this hour, the sky was painted with vibrant hues, and the sun was poised to dip below the horizon, casting a melancholic glow over the otherwise stark princess's residence. Yet, having grown accustomed to the ambience, Jiang Qingqing felt no discomfort. Under Wan Qing's protection, she swiftly attended to one of her pressing needs. As she emerged from the dressing room, her attire now arranged, she stepped forward. As Wan Qing listened to the sounds behind her, she turned her head. The two individuals walked in silence until they reached a midway point. With the raucous sounds of a gathering ahead, Jiang Qingqing felt an urge to quicken her pace. Suddenly, the rustling of bushes on either side of the path broke the stillness. Since witnessing the somewhat sordid events in the Imperial Garden during her 5th birthday banquet, Jiang Qingqing paused instinctively, tugging at Wan Qing's sleeve to halt their steps. Just as she steadied herself, the person hidden in the bushes sensed her intent. With a swift motion, a figure clad in black emerged, their attire obscuring their identity as a servant. How audacious! Wan Qing reacted instantly, pulling Jiang Qingqing behind her and admonishing the intruder with a fierce tone. The figure, draped in black and masked, suddenly raised a hand behind their back. In that fleeting moment, as Jiang Qingqing glanced up, she caught a glimpse of a glinting blade slicing through the dust before her. Help! The princess is in danger. Realizing the threat, Wan Qing dared not linger and turned to flee with the young princess. Yet in that instant, she found herself staring at the empty space where the petite figure of Jiang Qingqing had been. A cold sweat broke out on Wan Qing's back. If anything were to happen to the young princess beyond the palace walls, her eyes frantically searched for Jiang Qingqing, finally spotting a flash of pale yellow near the assailant. Wan Qing gasped. Jiang Qingqing's reflexes outpaced Wan Qing's significantly. The moment she sensed something amiss in the bushes, she swiftly picked up a decorative pebble from the ground, choosing the largest one she could wield. Wan Qing's admonition provided Jiang Qingqing with a precious moment to dash to a more open area, raising her arm and gripping the stone tightly. With Wan Qing's shout of warning, Jiang Qingqing hurled the pebble at the assailant's head. The pebble, no larger than a small sandbag, struck the side of the intruder's temple with unerring precision. In that instant, Jiang Qingqing's thoughts were singular. She felt a surge of pride in her recent archery practice at the residence of the Grand Princess. The heavy pebble made a dull thud upon impact. Chapter 90. His heart almost leaped out. Xiao Linting was perpetually uneasy about Jiang Qingqing venturing out with only a senior maid at the Grand Princess's residence. Even though he had assigned Yingzhu to protect her, his concerns remained. While engaging in conversation with his colleagues, he discreetly moved in the direction Jiang Qingqing had taken. Noticing the unease in Xiao Linting's demeanor, his companions tactfully ceased their chatter, quickly wrapping up their discussions. Just as they dispersed, a startled cry from Wan Qing pierced the air. With keen hearing and honed reflexes from his martial training, Xiao Linting was quicker to react than anyone present. Frowning, he pivoted sharply and rushed towards the source of the sound, leaving his bewildered colleagues behind. Fortunately, his long strides covered ground swiftly and in his heightened state of alertness. He still clutched the wine cup he had momentarily forgotten in hand. As he arrived at the pebble-strewn path, he beheld Jiang Qingqing squatting on the ground, flinging stones forward while chanting defiantly, "You dare to ambush me, the princess? You must be seeking death." Though the assailant held a dagger, he was increasingly awkward, struggling to evade the barrage of stones. Initially, Wan Qing had been flustered, intending to protect the young princess, but upon reaching Jiang Qingqing, she realized the assailant lacked any martial grace. Choosing instead to remain stoic beside the young princess, she locked her gaze on the clumsy figure trying to dodge the projectiles. "Your Highness, he has a mole at the corner of his eye. Your Highness, he is bleeding from his head. He must be injured. That is a distinguishing feature. Your Highness, I've gathered more stones for you. Continue throwing." Wan Qing, initially anxious, began to note the assailant's characteristics, but as he stood his ground, she realized there was no need for further observation. Once the guards arrived, it would merely be a matter of apprehension. Seeing the weapon in the assailant's hand, Xiao Linting tossed aside his wine cup. After a swift arc, he grasped it once more, channeling all his strength to strike the intruder at the back of the neck. The cup, propelled with force, landed precisely on the assailant's pressure point, causing a dagger to clatter to the ground with a distinct sound. Just as Jiang Qingqing prepared to hurl another stone, she halted abruptly, turning to see a tall figure approaching the flower archway, his long hair slightly disheveled, enhancing his striking features. The tousled hairstyle lent him an unexpected allure. She gazed at her typically pristine uncle, now appearing disheveled, and her heart raced at the sight. What a handsome young man! Upon witnessing Xiao Linting's timely arrival, Wan Qing exhaled slowly, then hurriedly made her way to the elevated platform to seek the Grand Princess's assistance. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing stood transfixed as Xiao Linting approached her. In the flurry of her actions, her wide sleeves had slipped, revealing her fair, smooth arms. The little one gazed up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Xiao Linting's previously anxious expression softened upon meeting her gaze. Instead of reprimanding her for not bringing more attendance, he crouched down to meet her eyes at her level. Lowering his long lashes, which concealed both relief and concern, he gently held her plump little hand. From his chest, he retrieved a clean handkerchief, meticulously wiping the dirt from her fingertips. "Are you angry with me, uncle?" Jiang Qingqing had never seen him so silent, and her heart stirred with an unrecognizable worry. Xiao Linting kept his gaze lowered, kneeling as he cleaned her hands until they were pristine before finally assessing her for any other injuries. He slowly tucked her sleeves back into place. "I am late, and you have been frightened. Huh? Why the sudden chivalrous speech? I'm safe. You should have seen how impressive I was throwing that stone. Wow. I need to boast to Jiang Qian about this later, and perhaps he should practice archery too. The benefits are endless." Jiang Qingqing gazed at him with wide eyes, her seemingly innocent expression masking her bubbling excitement. Xiao Linting found himself enveloped in the sweet, innocent sound of her voice, which finally dispelled the lingering fear he felt upon seeing the assailant brandishing a dagger. Facing a million foes on the battlefield had never instilled fear in him. He had fought valiantly, watching comrades fall around him without flinching. "Uncle, let us find out who sent that villain to attempt an assassination on me in the Grand Princess's residence. This is outrageous." As Jiang Qingqing locked eyes with her uncle, she sensed a turbulent undercurrent in his usually steady demeanor, his dark pupils swirling with an intensity she had never witnessed before. Uncertain of the reason behind his strong reaction, she summoned all her strength to grasp his hand, rising to pull him toward the assailant. At this moment, Wan Qing informed the princess, who hurried over, bringing along a throng of onlookers. Curious spectators formed a circle around them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The princess first glanced at Jiang Qingqing, relieved to see that she had not suffered any injuries, and then turned her attention to the unconscious figure clad in black on the ground. Looking down from her elevated position, her usually stoic demeanor turned even more formidable, with her phoenix eyes darkening ominously. "Seize this man. Interrogate him about his intentions," she commanded, her voice sharp and authoritative. The crowd trembled in response, the onlookers too afraid to meet her gaze, while some could not resist peering in to see what transpired. Xiao Linting stood beside Jiang Qingqing, one hand resting behind him while the other held her delicate hand. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the figure on the ground, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Does the royal uncle also find this man familiar? Jiang Qingqing approached for a closer look, only to realize something was amiss. The crowd surged, and logically, no one should dare to approach. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qingqing's mind sharpened. "Everyone step back. What do you think this place is?" She feigned a fierce tone, urging the crowd to disperse. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart as she pushed through the throng, her gaze landing on the weapon clutched by the unconscious man. Unbeknownst to her, the dagger had inexplicably transformed into a hairpin. Jiang Qingqing suddenly scanned the crowd, observing expressions of confusion and bewilderment, including that of the young master Fengchen. "It's you. You must have switched the weapon. Search him at once." An unprecedented surge of anger ignited within her. Ever since ascending the throne as empress, no one had dared to toy with her in such a manner. She pointed directly at the young master Fengchen, her voice rising in volume. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. "On what grounds do you accuse me without solid evidence?" he retorted, taken aback by her sudden accusation. He remained unflustered, insisting that Jiang Qingqing was making baseless claims. The princess regarded him thoughtfully, recalling Jiang Qingqing's previous mention of a verbal altercation with this young lord in the courtyard of the Ying residence. "This matter is serious, so I request your full cooperation," she addressed the young master function, her voice steady, signifying her intent to search him. "How amusing! With so many gathered here, why should I be singled out for a search?" He replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of anger or anxiety in response to the princess's command. Jiang Qingqing stood beside Xiao Linting, observing him closely. The more composed he appeared, the more suspicious she felt. "Very well, since the young master insists on denying this, allow me to clarify. Today, my esteemed niece, Princess Dunming, nearly fell victim to an assassination attempt within the palace. In pursuit of the culprit, I must impose this search," the princess declared, her voice commanding as a group of armed guards emerged unexpectedly. It was not unusual for the princess's residence to harbor armed guards discreetly, but the current chaotic scene heightened the sense of unease. The female attendants barred the path of the ladies while the guards obstructed the men, dividing them for body searches in the adjacent room. Wan Qing, with a grave expression, stood before the princess, recounting the harrowing scene. "I distinctly remember that the assailant wielded a short dagger," she stated earnestly. Jiang Qingqing nodded in agreement. The princess, seated in a hastily arranged chair, stared at the hairpin recently retrieved from the black-clad man, her expression momentarily serious. Princess Qiang, standing nearby, looked at the trio with astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that someone dared to switch the murder weapon right under your noses?" Jiang Qingqing and Xiao Linting exchanged a knowing glance. In that moment of understanding, he nodded slightly, prompting her to speak. "The identity of the man in black is unnecessary to elaborate upon. We are well acquainted with him." "Who is it?" the princess inquired, shifting her gaze from the hairpin to Jiang Qingqing and her companions. Their intense stares ignited a spark of realization in Jiang Qingqing. "It is none other than the young master of Fengshan, the servant accompanying young Master Qi." She recounted the earlier confrontation with Fengshan in the corridor. Jiang Chun, nodding in comprehension, remarked, "I thought it strange to see you pass by our courtyard this afternoon." Princess Qiang turned to Jiang Chun, her expression suggesting she had something to say but hesitated. "What is it?" he asked, confused. She shook her head, stepping closer to the princess, and expressed, "It's nothing. I just find it perplexing that the third prince, being the first to witness the incident, failed to perceive the underlying issues." The princess's expression deepened with contemplation as she regarded the silent Xiao Linting. She shook her head in disbelief. "Your Highness," he addressed her, bowing slightly. The princess sighed, her gaze drifting to the gathering of noble youths at the door, their expressions tinged with resentment. "This is a plot. Someone intended to drag me into this from the very beginning," she remarked meaningfully. "Wait, this grudge has always been between me and young Master Fengshan. How did it suddenly involve my royal aunt?" Jiang Chun and Jiang Qingqing shared the same bewilderment, while only Xiao Linting retained a calm demeanor. "Your Highness, there should be no further hesitation. They can no longer contain themselves." "They? Who are they?" Jiang Qingqing questioned, bewildered. The princess rose, looking at the crowd, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, once cold and indifferent, now glimmered with tumultuous emotion. "Fengshan, the one who caused my husband as past affliction, my former adversary." Princess Qiang, having experienced the court's internal strife, wore a complex expression. She had suspected correctly. The invitation had reached the Fengshan residence, and they still had the audacity to send young Master Qi. Jiang Qingqing, an outsider to the unfolding conspiracy, felt utterly perplexed. "Wait, are your schemes and mine not from the same realm?" At that moment, Jiang Chun quietly moved beside Jiang Qingqing, and the siblings exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of their predicament. They were in deep trouble. Chapter 92. Lax handling as the body search concluded. The head maid and the leading guards approached the princess, each bowing and reporting in turn. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brows at the news. The man in black belonged to young Master Fengshan, and amidst the chaos, someone had switched the dagger. If not for young Master Fengshan's involvement, the head maid presented something to the princess, and Jiang Qingqing leaned in for a closer look. Realizing that the scabbard clearly did not match the dagger, she had seen earlier. Wang Qing's expression darkened abruptly. The eldest princess discerned Jiang Qingqing's astonishment and immediately grasped the underlying issue. From whom was this information obtained? She inquired. The maid lowered her head, replying, "It was from Miss Lin." Upon mentioning the Lin family, both Xiao Linting and the eldest princess exhibited a moment of surprise. Jiang Qingqing vaguely recalled the name Lin from an encounter 5 years prior, during her birthday banquet, where the Lin family held considerable prestige and respect within the realm of Tianqi and among noble families. As it concerns the sheath, we ought to inquire as to why she brought it, the eldest princess observed, her myriad thoughts concealed behind her lowered gaze, her voice calm and composed. The maid nodded slightly, then turned to leave. The maid paused momentarily to gather her words before continuing. Miss Lin also stated that if her words are doubted, someone could be sent to the general's residence to retrieve the dagger for comparison. Having said this, she hastily bowed her head deeper. The Lin family, once basked in splendor, was respected by the emperor. Thus, they held a prominent position in society. The act of searching one's person is inherently uncomfortable, and it is likely that Miss Lin's remarks were somewhat harsh, perhaps softened by the maid before being relayed. The eldest princess narrowed her eyes, fell silent for a moment, then turned to Xiao Linting. Upon meeting the eldest princess's gaze, he nodded slightly. Go to the storeroom and retrieve some treasures, aside from those belonging to the Fengshan family. Compensate others appropriately, stating that it is my concern for the youth's safety that warrants this, she commanded. Yes, the maid responded briskly, turning to attend to the increasingly restless young ladies. Jiang Qingqing understood the eldest princess's intentions. This matter involved the Lin family and a former military general of equal stature to the Xiping Marquis, making further investigation unwise. However, the eldest princess's reluctance did not equate to Jiang Qingqing's disinterest. Her gaze fell upon the crowd of men, her round eyes devoid of emotion as they settled on the richly attired fonctionnaire. The heir, sensing her gaze, turned to meet her eyes, and they unexpectedly locked in mutual recognition. A subtle smile graced Jiang Qingqing's lips, undeterred by the absence of evidence. Her dark eyes met his with a steady calmness, showing no intention of averting her gaze. The heir, taken aback by her smile, momentarily faltered. Ultimately, being still a youth, he hastily withdrew his gaze, breaking their connection. The matter of the assassin was a weighty one, best set aside for now. As the guests departed, Jiang Qingqing and her companions remained in the hall, their expressions solemn. The eldest princess's gravity stemmed from her inability to remain an outsider as in the past, compounded by the provocation from the Fengshan family, which incited her ire. Princess Qiang, standing nearby, bore an inscrutable expression. Her concern lay in whether those present would associate her with the eldest princess, with her father far away in his fief. She wondered who would protect her should any misfortune befall her in the capital. Xiao Linting, however, remained calm and dispassionate, exhibiting his usual demeanor, though he unconsciously rubbed his thumb and index finger together as if deep in thought. Only the Jiang siblings seemed affected. Jiang Qingqing stifled a yawn, her biological clock signaling that it was time for rest. No matter the importance of the matter, she needed ample sleep to contemplate it thoroughly. Jiang Chun, resting his chin on his hand, stared vacantly, his expression growing even more pallid at the thought of having to study late into the night. Noticing the young prince's fatigue, the eldest princess glanced outside to see that night had completely fallen and decided to dismiss everyone, leaving tomorrow as plans unarranged. Jiang Qingqing contemplated for a moment but did not insist on staying, turning to return to her quarters. What's wrong? Nothing, just reflecting on today's events. Jiang Qingqing replied, tilting her head as she regarded Princess Qiang, who was speaking mid-sentence. Suddenly, she grasped the meaning behind her words. Princess, why not consider a different perspective? We have the support of the former subordinates of the Xiping Marquis behind our imperial aunt, and even in the worst of times, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Jiang Qingqing settled beside Princess Qiang, crossing her legs and gesturing animatedly as she analyzed the current situation. Look, aside from our imperial aunt, we also have our imperial uncle. He is a favored figure close to my father, a young prince with military authority, and among the civil and military officials in court, who wouldn't nod in respect to him. As she spoke of her strongest ally, Her confidence surged. She proudly pointed at herself, declaring to Princess Qiang, "And here I am, the sole princess of Tianqi, a legitimate daughter under the Empress, the Emperor's most cherished daughter. With me by your side, what is there for you to fear?" Chapter 93. Sister, save your brother's life. Jiang Qingqing unabashedly began to introduce her impressive lineage. Princess Qiang, initially anxious, observed Jiang Qingqing's proud demeanor and, after careful contemplation, recognized that this little princess was far from ordinary. Naturally, her ambitions for fame and wealth drove her. She was unwilling to remain merely a princess, aspiring to become a grand lady, a noble consort. She aimed high, and in this moment, to retreat in fear would mean abandoning her original aspirations. With this thought, Princess Qiang's expression became increasingly resolute. "Very well. I, Qiang, have never been one to gamble with my life recklessly. Thus, I shall wager my first stake on you, Princess." With that, Princess Qiang slammed her palm onto the table, her spirits soaring as she cast aside her myriad concerns and made a bold choice for her second option in life. Jiang Qingqing had prepared numerous persuasive drafts, but was taken aback by the clarity of Princess Qiang's thoughts, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her radiant cousin, at this moment, had exceeded her expectations. Given her tone, Jiang Qingqing had anticipated that Princess Qiang would hesitate longer before making her decision, a development that truly caught her off guard. "Your Highness, please rest well. I shall return to the eldest princess's residence tomorrow." Having resolved her thoughts, Princess Qiang stood with a bright demeanor, gently patting Jiang Qingqing's small arm before nimbly exiting the hall. Watching Princess Qiang's retreating figure, Jiang Qingqing finally collected herself and softly chuckled. That night was unexpectedly tranquil. Yet the parties embroiled in the situation had already begun to awaken. The following day, at the break of dawn, Jiang Qingqing was roused by the sounds of commotion outside. Rubbing her eyes, she propped herself up and noticed the sun was already well above the horizon. "Gan Lin?" she exclaimed, startled, calling out the maid's name. Soon after, Gan Yuan and Gan Lin hurried into the courtyard, and upon seeing the young prince awake, began to methodically assist her in dressing and grooming. It was the eldest princess's express instruction, as she noted your recent busyness and emphasized the need for you to rest well for a few days. Gan Lin explained while fastening her garments. Jiang Qingqing turned her gaze toward the outside, carefully listening to the ongoing ruckus. "What is that noise?" she inquired. Gan Yuan, who was styling her hair, replied steadily. "The eldest princess summoned several attendants early this morning and has been in discussion for over an hour." The significance of the guests at the eldest princess's residence was self-evident. Just a night prior, Tianqi was steeped in tranquility, but in the blink of an eye, the landscape had shifted dramatically. It seemed her plan to support Jiang Shun could no longer be delayed. "Where has my elder brother gone?" Jiang Qingqing asked, glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, now properly adorned, before continuing her inquiry. Nodding slightly, she turned to head outside, her mind racing with predictions about the current state of affairs in court or within the imperial harem. It was no wonder that their imperial aunt had convened her guests so early to discuss strategies regarding the winds of change in the court. Upon entering the side hall, Jiang Shun was seen listlessly nibbling on pastries. The moment he raised his head and caught sight of Jiang Qingqing, his round eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to hers, suddenly sparkled with life. "Sister, brother." The siblings exchanged glances and called out to each other. Jiang Qingqing swiftly dashed into the side hall, arms outstretched, as Jiang Shun pulled out a scroll from his chest and laid it open before her. "Help me, brother. I need rescue." Jiang Qingqing, momentarily touched by the bond of sibling affection, found her heart wavering as she observed Jiang Shun's anxious expression and his sincere, helpless gaze fixed upon the scroll. The flickering flame of their fraternal bond seemed on the verge of extinguishing in that instant. "Truly, you missed the royal estate yesterday. You did not witness how terrifying the emperor's uncle can be. I was utterly shocked. I cannot fathom how such a warm body could utter such icy words." Jiang Chun continued lamenting his woes. Jiang Qingqing took the scroll from his hands and glanced at it briefly, recognizing it as the same document she had seen days prior. "What assignment was given yesterday?" she inquired, seated on a round stool, her small legs dangling in mid-air, without raising her head. Jiang Chen's round eyes resembled those of an adorable puppy, and he wore an expression that was both radiant and endearing, almost wagging his imaginary tail. To demonstrate his thoughtfulness as an older brother, he pushed the pastries toward Jiang Qingqing and poured her another cup of hot tea, placing it beside her. Fidgeting with his hands, he continued, "There aren't many questions. They simply asked me how to strategize if this household were to transition into a merchant." As soon as he uttered these words, Jiang Qingqing's hand froze over the scroll. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Jiang Chun, who stared back at her with wide, confused eyes. "The Emperor's uncle truly said that to you? Wow, my assignment, and I come seeking your help, and you respond with such words?" Jiang Chun appeared wounded, clutching his chest, his expression conveying a sense of betrayal. Jiang Qingqing, no longer interested in the scroll, promptly rolled it back up. The previously calm emotions within her surged like a tempest. "Does the Emperor's uncle truly know you would ask me? What are your thoughts on this matter?" Jiang Chun intended to inquire Jiang Qingqing's opinion, but was taken aback when she turned the question back on him. "Surely the Emperor's uncle anticipated I would seek you out. Regarding this assignment, I believe household adjustments pertain to regional delineation. How could agricultural matters be related to merchants?" Jiang Qingqing's heart settled, and she looked at Jiang Chun with a reassuring smile, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that she was destined to succeed in the matter concerning Ba village. Chapter 94. I am quite selective. Jiang Chun gazed at his sister's exuberant demeanor, scratching his head in confusion. Is the royal aunt still receiving guests? Do you know when it will conclude? Jiang Qingqing called over a maid from the princess's estate waiting at the entrance and inquired in detail. The maid shook her head slightly, indicating she was unaware. Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment, unable to sit still any longer. Days ago, Yin Luo had already informed her that the shop at the crossroads had begun to see frequent visitors, and the princess's banquet had been delayed for several days. Waiting any longer was not an option. The maid acknowledged her request and swiftly exited. Jiang Chun silently observed Jiang Qingqing as she adeptly arranged for people to carry out tasks, and he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. The root of the Emperor's uncle's high expectations of him had been identified. His younger sister was simply too remarkable, making him appear somewhat inadequate in comparison. With this thought, Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely fixed on Jiang Qingqing. He silently vowed to improve himself swiftly, determined to match his sister's excellence. Jiang Qingqing had no objections to this notion. The princess granted them leave, and at that very moment, Gan Lin had arranged for a carriage, wasting no time. Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Chun promptly exited the princess's estate, heading directly towards the shop at the crossroads. As Jiang Chun followed Jiang Qingqing's lead, glancing outside, the curtain was suddenly drawn down, piquing his curiosity. Jiang Qingqing rubbed her nose, her small hands pressing against her stomach, and then looked up at Jiang Chun with eager eyes. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Chun noticed her subtle gestures and inquired. Jiang Qingqing did not mention going for a meal, but nodded obediently in response to Jiang Chun's question. When his plans did not unfold as expected, Jiang Qingqing fell silent for a moment. She finally revealed, "I want to try the street snacks." Jiang Chun nodded decisively in agreement, and the carriage came to a halt at the curb. The siblings disembarked, and Jiang Qingqing began her seemingly casual yet purposeful actions. "This is a noodle shop. It looks too dry. I need something warm in the morning. I won't eat here." Thus, they proceeded to the next establishment. "Ah, buns. They don't look big enough. I need more. On to the next." Jiang Chun glanced at the bun that was larger than Jiang Qingqing's fist and silently measured it against his own hand. Was his sister truly that hungry? Noodle soup? No, I cannot eat vegetarian noodles. Those who thrive on meat cannot settle for that. Let's look at something else. Jiang Chun raised his gaze to the sign that read beef noodles, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his eyes. Jiang Qingqing suddenly halted in her tracks, standing before the next shop. Jiang Chun followed her gaze to a wonton shop. "This is perfect. Meat and soup warm." Jiang Chun observed the simple, yet minimalistic wonton shop, contrasting it with the neighboring establishments boasting a plethora of breakfast options. Young Jiang Chun momentarily fell into contemplation. Would customers like to eat wontons? My sister makes them by hand, a family secret recipe, fresh and delicious. Come and try. A young girl, noticing new arrivals at the door, was busy tidying up after the previous customer while effortlessly delivering the shop's signature pitch. Jiang Qingqing boldly took a seat and tugged Jiang Chun down beside her. "Good morning, young lady. I'll have a large bowl of wontons. And do you have any pastries?" The girl paused in her cleaning, abruptly looking up to see the sweet-faced little girl gazing at her with a tilted head. The young girl's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. But upon meeting Jiang Qingqing's cheerful gaze, the words caught in her throat. "Yes, we do. What kind of pastries would you like? We can make them fresh." The girl nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly. Jiang Chun, unaware of the circumstances, assumed this shop simply had that style, feeling a bit unexpectedly amused. "Is this one also joining us?" The young girl glanced at the unfamiliar figure before turning cautiously to Jiang Qingqing. "This is my brother," Jiang Qingqing replied candidly, revealing no intention of concealing anything. Observing Jiang Chen's rather demanding nature, the young girl appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. "The glutinous rice balls require filling preparation. It may take some time, but if you can wait, we can certainly try." "Really? Are Yin Luo and the young girl's culinary skills that impressive? They can even whip up a pastry on the spot?" Jiang Chun, unconcerned with the time, was merely enjoying a leisurely outing. "That's fine, we can wait." He waved his hand, generously agreeing. The delay played right into Jiang Qingqing's plans, and she naturally had no objections. The young girl instinctively glanced at Jiang Qingqing. Seeing no reaction from her, she felt assured enough to seek out Yin Luo for details. Once the meal was ready, Jiang Chun looked around. Jiang Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on the shop diagonally across, her expression contemplative. The siblings had already spent a considerable amount of time outside the estate, with breakfast spots nearly transitioning into lunch spots. However, the shop across the street had just opened its door for incoming customers. Upon noticing someone's arrival, Jiang Qingqing's gaze fixated intensely on the entrance of the shop, so much so that she did not heed a word spoken by Jiang Chun beside her. Xiao approached, holding a large bowl of wontons, and, observing Jiang Qingqing's rapt attention on the shop, casually remarked on it. Chapter 95. The suspect found this particular shop was rumored to sell specialties from neighboring countries, and it usually appeared rather desolate. Xiao muttered softly, her words caught distinctly by Jiang Chun, who looked up and noted that the shop's entrance was immaculate, unlike others that displayed a hodgepodge of goods. Standing nearby, Xiao arranged bowls and chopsticks, admiring the princess's performance, which seemed to treat her like a stranger. Remembering the princess's true purpose for coming here was to inspect the shop, she realized that Jiang Qingqing likely wished to keep her intentions hidden from the noble young man. Xiao couldn't help but suppress a smile, glancing at Jiang Qingqing with a mixture of admiration and confusion. The young lady was clearly articulate and seemed well acquainted with the local shops. "Why not accompany us for a stroll?" Xiao suggested, still reeling from her earlier amusement. Jiang Qingqing responded with a mysterious smile. Jiang Chun, puzzled by the situation, observed a figure busily working at the stove inside the shop, alongside a young girl wandering about. "Taking orders. If you take her away, who will manage this place?" he inquired, as Xiao prepared to join Jiang Qingqing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun interjected with his remark. Flustered, Xiao feared Jiang Qingqing might hesitate to bring her along, glancing anxiously at her. "Just let Gan Yuan and Gan Lin assist. What's so difficult about managing a shop?" Jiang Qingqing replied nonchalantly, pointing to the two maids beside her, distributing tasks with effortless poise. Jiang Chun stared at her in disbelief, hesitating to speak before subtly suggesting, "Surely, they wouldn't do such a thing?" The maids, having emerged from the royal uncle's residence, now serving as first-class palace maids, were to be relegated to the role of mere shop assistants under Jiang Qingqing's casual directive. Wasn't that a tad too much of a downgrade? Work is work, regardless of the environment. One wouldn't stop cleaning just because they were in a dilapidated hut, would they? Jiang Qingqing retorted, justifying her arrangement with a firm stance. Her reasoning was impeccable, and there was no room for rebuttal. "Do you both agree?" Jiang Chun abandoned his attempts at reasoning with Jiang Qingqing and turned to the two maids. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin exchanged a glance before responding in unison. "Whatever Our Lady decides, we shall comply." Jiang Qingqing had initially worried they might side with Jiang Chun, but she was pleasantly surprised by their cooperation. "Perhaps a chicken leg is in order for them," she mused. Jiang Chun, bemused yet exasperated by their unwavering loyalty. Watched the trio with mixed emotions before finally waving his hand. "Fine, you may go. Aren't you coming?" Jiang Qingqing paused momentarily. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What's so interesting about the shop? It's just a few items. I'll wait for my pastries." Jiang Qingqing felt a familiar sense of helplessness toward her brother's character. After giving Gan Lin and Gan Yuan her final instructions, she led Xiao Ku toward the shop across the street. As they stepped outside, a flurry of carriages began to pass by on the road. Unfazed, Jiang Qingqing chose to wait, allowing the commotion to settle, and stood there for what felt like an eternity. "Why are there so many carriages? Why does it seem like they never stop?" she murmured to herself, beginning to doubt her decision. "Is it time for court to end?" Jiang Qingqing glanced toward the imperial city, suddenly recalling the royal uncle, whom she had not seen that morning. According to the usual schedule, he wouldn't attend the morning court at the Guise. Oddly enough, she hadn't caught sight of him at all that day. With that thought, a wave of curiosity washed over her. As Xiao Kun noticed the flow of carriages had diminished and the path was clear, she signaled for Jiang Qingqing to follow. The delay had been lengthy, and upon reaching the shop's entrance, they found a few more individuals had arrived inside. Seeing others present, Jiang Qingqing instinctively raised her hand to shield half her face and quickly turned away, feigning interest in other items on the shelves. She overheard a conversation between two men behind her, and her brows furrowed slightly as she turned her head to catch a glimpse of them. The man facing away from her was unfamiliar, and his attire suggested he was not of ordinary stock. As her gaze settled on his boots and belt, her expression sharpened. The style was unique to the palace's patrolling guards. Xiao Kun noticed Jiang Qingqing's shock and carefully shielded her. The shopkeeper stubbornly refused to cooperate, causing the man's posture to stiffen slightly. "Who said it was only a letter?" The man growled, a hint of menace in his tone. The shopkeeper, known for his mercantile mindset, watched expectantly for the man to offer new terms. As suspected, the man reached into his garment, producing something from within. "Is this worth your trip to Li country?" Chapter 96. "Do you look down on me?" The shopkeeper weighed the contents of the pouch, feeling through the fabric before his expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Jiang Qingqing narrowed her eyes, observing the bag's contents. "Chili seeds. What a valuable find." "Chili?" Jiang Qingqing's heart raced with astonishment. Her expression darkened further. "Is this enough to justify your journey to Li country?" "Absolutely. If you had mentioned it earlier. Would we have needed a haggle for so long?" The shopkeeper couldn't help but scold the man for his delay. The man sneered. "Our master doesn't concern himself with this. He's just another neglected little brat." Noticing the man's intention to turn around, Jiang Qingqing quickly averted her gaze, fully turning her back to him. However, an overwhelming shock gripped her heart. Their exchange was too familiar. Such a level of understanding could only result from multiple transactions. And the mention of a neglected little brat hinted at a royal connection. Could it be Han Qingyi? Jiang Qingqing clenched her fists, her heart seething with rage at the thought of that treacherous individual. Han Qingyi dared to steal the seeds of Tianqi and had secretly transported numerous books while they were oblivious. The contents of those books were too horrifying to contemplate, and she feared that further investigation would only deepen her dread. Meanwhile, the man, satisfied with his dealings, began to whistle a disjointed tune as he casually surveyed the shop's wares. Jiang Qingqing feigned interest in other items, whispering to Xiao Ku, though she was hardly aware of her own words. Her mind was consumed with fury toward Han Qingyi. Suddenly, the entrance of the shop was filled with the clattering sound of hooves, yet no one inside seemed to take notice. The man had pretended long enough. He casually took a box of tea leaves and hummed a tune as he turned to leave. Once he was gone, the shopkeeper finally focused his attention on Jiang Qingqing. Approaching her, he inquired without the obsequiousness typical of merchants, "What would you like to purchase? If you're not buying, we will be closing soon." It's not even midday yet, and you're closing already?" Xiao Ku exclaimed, astonished at the shopkeeper's abruptness. The shopkeeper, failing to recognize her as a local merchant, waved his hand with mild annoyance. "We have to go on a long trip. We won't be open." Xiao Ku was about to ask another question when Jiang Qingqing surveyed the shop, pointed toward a particular tea leaf, and asked, "How much stock do you have of this?" "None, just what's on the shelf," the shopkeeper replied irritably, his tone showing no signs of softening. Jiang Qingqing, unfazed by his surly demeanor, confidently remarked, Then I'll take all the tea leaves from the shelf. The shopkeeper gasped, quickly removing the tea leaves from the shelf and tying them together with a piece of rope. Xiao Ku accepted the unsightly packaging with evident disdain. At that moment, the shopkeeper, stroking his goat-like beard, declared, "That will be one tael." One tael? These leaves don't even look like they weigh 10 grams. Are you trying to swindle us? Xiao Ku could no longer contain her outrage. The shopkeeper seemed accustomed to such incredulity, smirking with disdain in his triangular eyes. If you can't afford it, don't come in. Our shop is famous for its imported goods from neighboring countries. Do you think we cover the transport costs? Count it as one tael. I'm being lenient considering how young your girl looks. Xiao Ku stared in disbelief at the unscrupulous merchant, about to retort, when Jiang Qingqing interrupted. Did you bring these goods from the country? She glanced at the tea leaves Xiao Ku held, her calm voice contrasting sharply with Xiao Ku's agitation. Upon hearing Jiang Qingqing speak, the shopkeeper's expression softened slightly. Of course, we brought everything ourselves. Jiang Qingqing nodded, gesturing toward the tea leaves and a few bolts of fabric on display. She then asked the shopkeeper, have these goods been registered with the Commerce Association? Have the food items passed the Food Association's inspection? Are the materials compliant with standards? In this shop, it appears to be a mud brick structure lacking even wall plaster. Have you obtained the necessary approvals from the capital's authorities to operate here? With delicate fingers, she precisely outlined the inspection processes for each product, showcasing her knowledge of commerce. Faced with such a sharp young lady, the shopkeeper faltered, suddenly aware of her refined attire and jewelry. He stammered, "You're just a child. You shouldn't be wandering around buying things. Best you be on your way and not delay my business." Jiang Qingqing maintained her indifferent demeanor, but finally allowed a hint of a smile to surface. "Oh, just now. The shopkeeper told my maid that you would be leaving soon. How am I delaying your business? I am leaving, but you if you don't move. How can I close the shop?" The shopkeeper, momentarily flustered, blurted out, noting his growing discomfort. Jiang Qingqing intended to press him about the man who had just left when a commotion erupted at the shop's entrance. She instinctively ducked aside. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qingqing spotted Xiao Linting, flanked by guards. Her heart raced. This is bad. As Xiao Linting entered the shop, his expression was inscrutable. His posture straight as he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the shopkeeper. Without uttering a word, one of his guards stepped forward, brusquely stating, "What is going on here?" Jiang Qingqing crouched behind the counter, listening to the shopkeeper's stammering explanations while Xiao Ku finally grasped the urgency to hide the young prince. "Wait, you draw attention away from me. I'll find a chance to slip out," Jiang Qingqing whispered, unsure if her uncle was watching her. Xiao Ku understood her intent perfectly and, waiting for Jiang Qingqing to be ready, stepped forward to attract all eyes. "This shopkeeper just tried to sell me overpriced tea leaves. Is that acceptable?" As Xiao Ku raised her voice, Jiang Qingqing seized the moment, lifting her skirt and swiftly darting out the door. The shopkeeper recognized her as the girl who had just attempted to make a purchase and suddenly felt a pang of regret for his earlier words. As he instinctively searched for her, she had vanished. "What's wrong? Did a tiger chase you?" Jiang Chun was already enjoying a hearty bowl of wontons. Looking incredulously at Jiang Qingqing's ghostly demeanor and teasingly asked. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Jiang Qingqing replayed the near discovery in her mind. "Brother, did you hear anything at the prince's residence before you left today? Why is he here questioning people at this shop? Although he claims it's about operational issues. Everything must have a duality, and he is so shrewd. I didn't hear anything. By the time I woke up, the prince had already left," Jiang Chun replied. Scratching his head, he nudged the bowl of wontons toward her to change the subject. "You really should try these. They're quite delicious." As Jiang Qingqing savored the wontons, her thoughts lingered on the conversation she had overheard in the shop. What if her chili seeds had truly been taken to Li country? The realization dampened her appetite. "Brother, I want to go out and play." The proclamation was abrupt, causing Jiang Chun to blink in surprise. "Aren't we out already?" "No, I mean go out." "Leave Kyoto entirely," Jiang Qingqing insisted, pointing toward the city gates with conviction. "That's not wise. What if something unexpected happens? We can enjoy ourselves right here in Kyoto," Jiang Chun replied, glancing at the bustling city gate, tempted yet concerned for their safety. "We can act discreetly. We're not wealthy enough to attract attention. What is there to fear?" Jiang Qingqing pressed, pushing her wonton bowl aside as she encouraged her brother. Jiang Chun, easily swayed, soon found himself intrigued by her suggestion. The siblings exchanged a silent agreement, rising in unison to summon Gan Lin and Gan Yuan, who were busy managing the shop. Gan Yuan, prepare a modest, unassuming carriage for us, Jiang Qingqing instructed. After settling the bill, she approached Yen Luo, who had been keeping a watchful eye on her movements. The people from the neighboring shop seemed to be preparing for a delivery. I wanted to intercept them to discern the situation. Do you have anyone available? She asked quite directly. Yen Luo was taken aback by Jiang Qingqing's unexpected request. There were indeed people, but it might take some time for them to arrive from Ba village. No need, it's sufficient. There's no need to come to Kyoto. Jiang Qingqing nodded in satisfaction and meticulously explained her plan and the intention behind her cover to Yen Luo. After Yen Luo responded and shared her thoughts and intentions, the two quickly reached an agreement. Jiang Qingqing hurriedly took Jiang Chun to the borrowed cart from Gan Yuan. Just as Jiang Qingqing stepped into the cart, Xiao Linting from the shop emerged once more. She observed attentively and noticed that the royal uncle did not hold any evidence, nor did they confine the shopkeeper. It seemed they could not find a legitimate reason to act. The moment Xiao Linting exited, his gaze instinctively fell upon the cart across the street. Jiang Qingqing's breath hitched, and she hastily lowered the curtain, her heart racing as she touched her chest. Jiang Chun had already settled in the cart, his expression slightly excited. What's wrong? Jiang Chun casually inquired, sensing her sudden movements. Jiang Qingqing was unsure if the royal uncle had seen her, so she waved her hand, assuring him that everything was fine. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin were conveniently on the other side of the cart, hidden from Xiao Linting's view. Thus, the cart leisurely rolled out of the imperial city gates and headed directly towards Ba village. Gan Yuan was dispatched by Jiang Qingqing to find Princess Qiang in Kyoto. As the cart swayed along the official road, another modest cart appeared at a fork in the road. Jiang Qingqing lifted the curtain to look outside again and saw that cart leading the way, followed by a horse pulling a freight wagon. Jiang Qingqing's expression grew serious as she lowered the curtain, turning to Jiang Chun with a furrowed brow, and said timidly, "Brother, I need to use the restroom." This abrupt statement caught Jiang Chun off guard. Huh? In this wilderness, where would you find a restroom? Before Jiang Chun could finish speaking, Jiang Qingqing hastily lifted the curtain and pointed to a nearby inn, quite boldly declaring that they certainly have facilities there. Jiang Chun, exasperated, looked at his sister and couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you so full of requests today, brother?" Jiang Qingqing, feeling guilty, could only call out in a pitiful tone. Chapter 98. The Shopkeeper's Lackey. Jiang Chun was utterly at a loss when faced with the little girl's antics, so he waved his hand, urging Jiang Qingqing to hurry. She nimbly jumped down from the cart, and Gan Yuan followed suit. The shopkeeper, seeing a child walk and asking for the restroom, dismissed it, thinking it was merely a child from a wealthy family out for a stroll, and waved her on. Upon entering the restroom, Jiang Qingqing did not actually relieve herself. Instead, she stood still, looking up at Gan Yuan's reflection in the window. After silently estimating the passage of half a tea time, she spoke to Gan Lin. "Gan Lin, I'm still feeling a bit unwell. How about this? You first take my brother to Ba village, and, when you arrive, find a few skilled female doctors to come look for me?" Jiang Qingqing feigned weakness as she spoke. "No, I already promised your brother. I cannot, and it's simply because you feel unwell, but I'm worried about you being alone." Gan Yuan still harbored concerns about Jiang Qingqing being unaccompanied. If anything were to happen, who would be able to rescue her? After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingqing replied, "It's fine. I will stay here. I won't go anywhere. There are so many restrooms. Surely not everyone will come here." Observing her surroundings, Gan Yuan noticed indeed that there were quite a few other restroom doors. Yet her worry still prevented her from leaving. "Please don't make my brother wait too long." Jiang Qingqing urged Gan Yuan to hurry. With a furrowed brow and a sigh, Gan Yuan stamped her foot and then turned to leave. The soundproofing in the restroom was rather poor, and the quiet atmosphere made the commotion in the hall seem particularly clear. She heard Gan Yuan giving instructions to the shopkeeper, seemingly even handing over some money. It must be said that Gan Yuan was indeed a diligent maid, caring for her so attentively. After Gan Yuan left, about half a tea time passed before the hall buzzed with activity again. Yen Luo hurriedly closed the shop, rented a horse, and rushed out of the imperial city to the previously agreed meeting spot. Leading her horse inside, She scanned the hall, but did not see Jiang Qingqing's figure. Reluctantly, she inquired with the shopkeeper if a child had come in. The shopkeeper, halfway through his description, suddenly recalled the instructions from the maid and quickly fell silent. Even so, Yin Luo discerned the meaning. Jiang Qingqing had indeed arrived, but the shopkeeper was not disclosing her whereabouts. Yin Luo scrutinized the shopkeeper's expression, noticing his gaze frequently darting toward the courtyard behind. A sudden suspicion arose in her mind. Turning toward the courtyard, she called out, "Miss, Yin Luo has arrived." As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Qingqing, who had been crouched in the restroom, stood up abruptly, pushed open the restroom door, and hurried out. Yin Luo handed her a veil, and, as Jiang Qingqing donned it, she followed Yin Luo to another official road. The shopkeeper, witnessing the young girl about to leave, exclaimed, "You can't go." Yin Luo hurriedly explained the situation to the shopkeeper and then took Jiang Qingqing onto the horse, following the tracks of the cart. Jiang Qingqing kept her eyes fixed on the muddy footprints on the ground, her expression growing increasingly grave. "Yin Luo, slow down. Something feels off." Jiang Qingqing raised her hand to halt Yin Luo's rapid pace. As the horse slowed, Yin Luo inquired, "Is it that there are too many people, and we are outnumbered?" "When I witnessed that convoy move forward, there were only wheel tracks and a few scattered hoof prints on the ground. But look, these various hoof prints on the ground don't seem right." Jiang Qingqing quickly urged Yin Luo off the main road, guiding her to walk slowly through the woods on either side. "Clearly, someone had taken advantage of the time it took for me to wait for you and follow behind. But who could it be?" Jiang Qingqing's words faltered in her throat, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Yin Luo sensed her seriousness and halted the horse, whispering, "Who is it? Who else could it be?" "It is of course Xiao Linting." Jiang Qingqing silently repeated the name in her heart, her gaze contemplative as she stared ahead. After a moment, she sighed. She had always perceived the royal uncle as astute and clever, but she had not expected his perceptiveness to far exceed her intentions. It was evident that Xiao Linting had known from early on that the shopkeeper would attempt to deliver the goods provided by the trader today. Thus, he had brought the officials to the door today, yet the shopkeeper, unafraid, hastened to send the items out. In fact, Xiao Linting had prepared for two scenarios. 1. The shopkeeper would be frightened and refrain from delivering the goods, perhaps even confessing, allowing for easy acquisition of information. The other scenario was that this lackey, in his reckless determination, would insist on dispatching the items. Hence, he had instructed people to monitor the entrance and exit of the city gates early on. Should any suspicious goods be sent out, someone would pursue them. The current situation undoubtedly aligned with the latter. That lackey had gone off course, and Xiao Linting had sent his men to intercept them. The very thing she feared had already been intercepted, leaving no need to take further risks. About a quarter of an hour later, Gan Yuan hurriedly arrived at the post station, while at the same time, Gan Lin emerged from the imperial city with Princess Jiang. They happened to see Gan Yuan hurrying along the fork in the road. Gan Lin called out to Gan Yuan, and after the two handmaidens exchanged pleasantries, they proceeded toward the post station together. Gan Lin was genuinely concerned about the young prince's health and urged the female doctor to dismount the carriage and rush into the main hall of the post station. Before she could even step into the courtyard of the post station, she spotted her esteemed princess, beaming with joy, engaging in light-hearted conversation with a young woman. "Qingqing, what brings you here?" Princess Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 99. The true face of Ba Village. Princess Jiang trotted over to Jiang Qingqing, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Weren't you supposed to be heading to Ba Village? We're still at the gates of the capital. We're the San brothers." She surveyed the area but saw no sign of Jiang Chun, leaving her even more perplexed. Jiang Qingqing stood up, glanced at Yin Luo, who nodded in understanding and rose to leave. "My brother had some business and went ahead to wait for us in Ba Village. We shouldn't leave him waiting alone. Let's go, and I'll explain everything on the way." She decided to send Yin Luo for an additional check, just in case. They boarded a carriage, and while the female doctor took her pulse and asked questions, Jiang Qingqing was explaining to Princess Jiang why she had invited her out of the capital. "To be frank, my third brother made a deal with the imperial uncle," Jiang Qingqing said with a mysterious and serious expression, glancing at Princess Jiang. The female doctor, who was taking Jiang Qingqing's pulse, stiffened at the revelation and turned to look at Gan Yuan, her eyes silently questioning. "Is this information I should be privy to?" Gan Yuan was equally taken aback by the topic introduced by the young prince and hesitated, contemplating whether to switch the doctor to another carriage. You dare make deals with the imperial uncle? Princess Xiang raised her voice slightly. Incredulity etched on her face as she turned to Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing was still racking her brain, trying to concoct a believable story. Noting Jiang Qingqing's bewilderment, Princess Xiang reined in her shock and gestured for her to continue. Why can't we make deals with the imperial uncle? I can't recall the specifics. Only that the young heir ended up losing a few hundred taels instead of making a profit. Princess Xiang seemed to recall something distressing and shook her head in sympathy. The female doctor, meanwhile, felt increasingly apprehensive. Isn't this royal privacy? Listening to such gossip here, I might be silenced. This young lady is fine. It was merely a temporary stomach ache that she alleviated in the restroom, the female doctor stated decisively. Turning to Gan Yuan with an unspoken plea in her eyes. My task is complete. May I leave now to ensure my safety? Jiang Qingqing had feigned illness as a ruse, and the doctor's words were not entirely inaccurate. She waved her hand dismissively, with no outsiders present. The conversation between Jiang Qingqing and Princess Xiang became more animated. Jiang Qingqing elaborated on her reasons for collaborating with the imperial uncle and the current situation in Ba village. As for why Jiang Qingqing had called Princess Xiang out, it was largely to find someone to bear the brunt of the reprimands together. The sudden departure of the prince and princess from the capital without informing the empress or the eldest princess was indeed an outrageous situation. Therefore, they might as well make a grand excursion to Ba village for an on-site inspection. After all, they would have to go sooner or later, and the earlier, the better. Regarding the potential scolding, she thought, who cares? The carriage arrived at the entrance of Ba village, where they spotted Jiang Chun standing in place, scanning the approaching road. Jiang Qingqing skillfully diverted the topic, and the three of them began to wander through the village. She set aside her concerns about the shopkeeper's worries and focused on observing the surroundings of Ba village. The area of Ba village was not particularly large, as it was located on the hillside near the latter part of the imperial city. From the village, one could see a few scattered houses on the hillside. However, many of the houses had already been vacated, indicating a hasty migration. The entire village resembled a ghost town, devoid of life and warmth. Jiang Qingqing gazed up at the land on the hillside, contemplating its potential as a prosperous dining establishment. With an expanded view, it could offer breathtaking scenery. And in this area near a water source, she could devise a plan to channel a new waterway, thus creating a small villa. Everywhere Jiang Qingqing looked, she envisioned it as a prime commercial location. She pulled Jiang Chun alongside her, discussing the division of land while daydreaming with Princess Xiang about romantic ventures. Though the trio was small, their presence was quite pronounced. Before long, their chatter attracted the attention of a local official still stationed at the Ba village government office. From a distance, he noticed a group wandering through the village, and as he approached, he overheard Jiang Chen's remark, according to your plan. There's no need for common folk to reside here at all. As an official in a village near the capital, he had the fortune of having seen the third prince before. Upon hearing this, the official's knees buckled, and he looked at the group in alarm. The more he listened to their conversation, the more he feared for his own position. He had never intended for this place to become a village. In such a prosperous area with excellent feng shui near the capital, it ought to thrive. Jiang Qingqing crossed her arms, particularly intrigued by the land on the hillside of Ba village. Just as the three were engrossed in discussing the terrain, they suddenly heard a commotion, followed by several horses galloping toward them. Xiao Linting, seated firmly on horseback, approached them directly. Greetings, your imperial uncle. Jiang Qingqing beamed as she spotted Xiao Linting, her face radiating a bright smile, exhibiting no trace of nervousness, as if her presence in Ba village was entirely natural. Xiao Linting tightened the reins, observing the three children before him, his handsome brows furrowing. Why are you not enjoying your meal in the capital, but running around here? Chapter 100. Captured and taken back, his words perfectly pinpointed Jiang Qingqing's location at that moment. Jiang Qingqing paused slightly, yet her smile remained unwavering as she tilted her head to look at her imperial uncle on horseback. After a hearty meal, one must surely take a stroll to see the sights. She spoke with confidence, feeling no remorse for her actions. Alongside her, Jiang Qingqing and Princess Qiang transitioned from initial panic to gathering their courage, standing composedly behind Jiang Qingqing. Xiao Linting felt a dull ache in his head. After finally piecing together some clues, he had dared to bring troops to prepare for the capture of the shopkeeper, only to find that the shopkeeper was a slippery character who had managed to cover his tracks. As he exited the shop, feeling frustrated that this lead might come to nothing, he caught sight of Jiang Qingqing engrossed in her meal across the street. Initially, he thought the princess had found the eldest princess's residence too tedious and had ventured out to explore, so he paid little mind to it. However, when his subordinates provided him with new intelligence indicating that the shopkeeper was secretly preparing to send goods outside the capital, he hurriedly called for swift horses to pursue and intercept that carriage. They seized a large quantity of chili seeds and related academic materials from the National Academy. This evidence pointed unequivocally to the presence of an insider within the palace. When that person was brought before him, Xiao Linting surprisingly recalled who it was. Not long ago, it was the young girl who accompanied Her Highness the Princess in a rescue mission. The girl appeared flustered, merely stating that she was on her way to visit relatives in a faraway place when she fortuitously encountered them. This reminded Xiao Linting of the situation in Ba Village. He had instructed his subordinates to exercise utmost caution in delivering the evidence to the palace, while he felt an inexplicable urge to visit Ba Village himself. Thus, he found himself in the current predicament. Jiang Qingqing stood in the village with the third prince and Princess Qiang, chatting animatedly, while local officials stood nearby, looking anxious yet hesitant to approach. Xiao Linting felt a dull ache in his head. Had they had enough of their frolic? He asked in a deep tone. Jiang Qingqing, feeling the weight of his royal uncle's pressure and the belated fear, discreetly tugged at Jiang Qingqing's sleeve. His expression was defiant, yet his words carried a hint of timidity. The trio, having swaggered into the village, emerged with their heads hung low, climbing into their carriage. The eldest princess, after conversing with the palace guests, learned that Jiang Qingqing had ventured out with the third prince early that morning. Seated in her place of authority, the eldest princess's expression grew increasingly grave. She was acutely aware of what transpired at her birthday banquet and how obedient Jiang Qingqing truly was. Upon entering the residence, she immediately sensed something amiss. "Where has the prince been?" she inquired, fixing her gaze on Jiang Qingqing as she set down the scroll she held. Jiang Qingqing had anticipated the situation in the capital en route to the eldest princess's residence. Thus, upon seeing her aunt's solemn expression, she felt a twinge of fear, yet steeled herself to enter. Just as she was about to confess her faults, her knees buckled, and she was about to kneel. The eldest princess slammed her hand on the table, indignantly exclaiming, "Those wretches! How dare they speak of our Qingqing in such a manner?" Startled, Jiang Qingqing immediately stood upright. Xiao Linting instinctively raised his hand to pat her head. "Wait, this reprimand, this direction, is not what I predicted. Is my entry into the residence inappropriate? You attended court today and must have witnessed it all. Tell me, how could those wretches dare to harm a child?" Once the eldest princess became agitated, her tirade was relentless. What child doesn't possess a bit of spirit? What child isn't a bit mischievous? And to say our Qingqing is too unruly, what nonsense. Goodness, the royal aunt's combativeness is growing day by day. Where's her previous calm demeanor? Seeing this, Xiao Linting quickly pulled Jiang Qingqing behind him. He wished to shield her from the ugly truths of the previous court. They were never targeting Her Highness the Princess, but rather you, the eldest princess. With a steady voice, Xiao Linting elucidated the current situation. There were reports against her for not fulfilling her duties as a princess, and it was certain that others in the harem were plotting against her and Jiang Qingqing. Thus, the most perilous places are often the safest. She must uncover the hidden assailants in the harem and remain vigilant at all costs. If they dare to claim Qingqing was disobedient, then this palace shall proclaim that Princess Dunming of Tianqi shall play as she pleases. Chapter 101. Another complaint. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing intended to stay at the eldest princess's residence for a few days, but at that moment, Empress Su had sent someone in grand fashion to the eldest princess's residence. The message was clear. Since the eldest princess's birthday celebration had concluded, the princess need not remain any longer. In the great hall of the palace, Empress Su sat in the main seat, and from across the courtyard, she spotted the petite figure of Jiang Qingqing approaching with tiny steps. She immediately stood up and hurried into the courtyard, intercepting Jiang Qingqing and her companions before they could enter the hall. "Are you injured? Were you frightened? Did anyone send you calming herbs last night?" Empress Su began her barrage of inquiries without allowing Jiang Qingqing a chance to respond. Wan Qing, standing by, looked at Jiang Qingqing with deep concern. "Mother, I am perfectly well. Unharmed. My royal uncle has protected me well." Jiang Qingqing found herself enveloped in Empress Su's embrace, her soft body evoking memories of the previous night's terrifying events relayed by Wan Qing, nearly causing the Empress's heart to halt. "You truly scared your mother. You cannot wander out of the palace so carelessly anymore." As Empress Su held Jiang Qingqing while walking into the hall, she turned to Xiao Linting, saying, "Please keep a close watch. Our Qingqing must not face danger again." Jiang Qingqing listened intently to Empress Su's words. Truth be told, since entering Kunning Palace, she had been observing the Empress's expressions. From the Empress's demeanor, she discerned worry, unease, and lingering fear, yet she did not perceive any sense of scrutiny. Xiao Linting, standing to the side, noted the young girl's thoughtful gaze fixed on the Empress's face and could not help but glance at Her Majesty. "I shall certainly ensure the utmost vigilance," he replied, unable to decipher the deeper nuances, so he simply acquiesced to the Empress's concerns. It was inappropriate for a man to linger in the harem for too long. Seeing that Jiang Qingqing was safe beside the Empress, he took his leave from the palace. No sooner had the royal uncle departed Kunning Palace than concubine Zhao hurried in with concubine De and a host of others. Each claimed to have come to check on the frightened Princess Dunming. Yet, the true intentions behind their visit remained ambiguous. Nestled in Empress Su's embrace, Jiang Qingqing found herself in a position to scrutinize the subtle expressions on each face. However, her gaze was not cast about the room, but rather fixed directly upon concubine De. She had learned at noon that the younger sister of Lord Fengshan was currently the foremost among the 4 concubines in the harem, with Lord Fengshan's son frequently targeting her outside the palace. Jiang Qingqing could not dismiss the possibility that concubine De might act against her out of familial loyalty. Concubine De, seated at the lower end of the table beside concubine Zhao, wore a lake blue palace gown, her phoenix crown shimmering in the afternoon sun. Her beauty was striking, particularly her slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which exuded a certain aggressiveness. It seemed she sensed the intense gaze upon her, as she instinctively looked up, locking eyes with the young princess in Empress Su's arms. Rather than flinching away, the young princess maintained her composure and offered a slight nod and a smile to concubine De. This mature demeanor, though charming, appeared somewhat incongruous on a 5-year-old child, imparting an air of awkwardness akin to a child imitating an adult. "It is my palace's fault that the princess encountered such danger during her rare outing. I should not have entrusted her with this token." Concubine Zhao broke the prolonged silence, seated in the foremost position at the lower table. Jiang Qingqing shifted her gaze from concubine De to concubine Zhao. Concubine Zhao wore a warm smile as she regarded Jiang Qingqing, her eyes reflecting a sense of reflection and self-reproach. Who can predict the future? How can one place blame upon the noble concubine? The other concubines in Zhao's faction quickly chimed in to support her. Observing concubine Zhao's subtle maneuvering, Empress Su let out a cold laugh. "Does the noble concubine imply that the fault lies with me and the emperor?" The reason Jiang Qingqing was allowed to leave the palace was due to the eldest princess's request, which was subsequently approved by Emperor Qing and myself. Empress Su, typically reserved, spoke with a sharpness and precision that left concubine Zhao and her companions' expressions somewhat strained. In the fierce rivalry among the women of the harem, Jiang Qingqing had no intention of wading through such murky waters. Within the grand hall, amidst a heated dispute, Jiang Qingqing stifled a yawn, momentarily alleviating the awkward atmosphere. "Since the esteemed one is weary, we shall not impose further," Zhao Guifei declared as she rose, her demeanor surprisingly amiable despite being publicly slighted by Empress Su. With a radiant smile, she deftly shifted the conversation, signaling for Zillian to place a small token of tranquility upon the table. After receiving the Empress's approval, they took their leave one by one. Observing the little princess struggling to keep her eyes open, Empress Su tenderly lifted her, personally soothing her to sleep. That evening, Jiang Qingqing indeed remained in Kunning Palace to rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, Empress Su had already risen to greet the various consorts. Upon awakening, the young princess was informed that if she felt hungry, she could partake in breakfast. A maid, noticing her stirring, approached cautiously. Regarding the knife-wielding guards patrolling the crossroads. She pondered, unable to lie back down. Rising instead, she summoned attendants to assist her in dressing and washing up, leaving instructions for those in Kunning Palace. Breakfast was the last thing on her mind. She intended to seek out the guards under Han Qingyi's confinement and root out the traitor. Leaving Kunning Palace, Jiang Qingqing casually inquired of a passing palace servant about the location where the Li Guo hostage was held. The servant merely indicated that the confinement area lay beyond the imperial garden. Accompanied by Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, Jiang Qingqing strolled along the path of the garden, where the tranquility of the harem was palpable as the court ladies paid their respects to the empress. A gentle summer breeze rustled through the garden, creating a soothing sound. As she traversed the cobblestone path, her mind occupied with concocting an excuse to scrutinize the patrol team, she heard a familiar rustling sound from the side of the road. The voice that followed was unmistakably male. "I never expected Xiao Linting to find me here. Fortunately, I had a backup plan." Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brow, and her companions, Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, also recognized the voice. The sudden sound of footsteps was unavoidable. Alerted by the voice, the guard concealed behind the rockery ceased their conversation. Once the footsteps had faded, those hidden behind the rockery cautiously emerged. Wan Guirin fixed her gaze toward the entrance of the garden, deep in thought, her brow furrowing. The individuals behind the rockery did not dare show themselves at that moment, whispering questions of whether they had been discovered. "Lucky for us, we encounter coward. Let's avoid meeting for now," Wan Guirin remarked coldly, her eyes fixated on the rockery as if targeting a specific individual. "If it weren't for her, who would help you clean up this mess?" Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing, unexpectedly lifted and carried away by Gan Lin and Gan Yuan, watched helplessly as the suspicious group retreated further from her view. "No, I must listen a little longer. Perhaps I could identify that voice." Bewildered, Jiang Qingqing protested. "What does this have to do with the young master Fengchen? Their conversation is suspicious and involves the imperial uncle. Aren't you curious?" Suspended in midair, she attempted to struggle free, yet her companions interpreted her movements as an attempt to flee, tightening their grip. "The current mistress is Princess, and what happens to the prince is no concern of ours. However, should anything happen to you, we couldn't possibly survive." Gan Yuan and Gan Lin exchanged a knowing glance before resolutely heading toward Kunning Palace. "Aunt Wan Qing, please prepare breakfast for Her Highness," Gan Yuan politely requested upon noticing Wan Qing standing at the palace entrance. The latter instinctively responded, but, seeing the little princess, asked curiously, "Did you not say you had matters to attend to?" Just as Jiang Qingqing was about to explain herself, the intense gazes of Gan Yuan and Gan Lin deterred her. After a moment's consideration, she replied, "It's nothing. I've thought it over and might prefer the breakfast from Kunning Palace instead." This was a blatant compromise. Disheartened, Jiang Qingqing slumped in the anteroom, awaiting her breakfast. As she sat lost in thought, a group of people passed by the entrance, only to retreat moments later. The crown prince stood at the door, observing Jiang Qingqing's small frame with an air of unfamiliarity. It had been nearly half a month since she left the palace for the residence of the Grand Princess. "Older brother, it's been so long. How have you been in the palace? Without Qingqing, do you not find studying less enjoyable?" Jiang Qingqing exclaimed upon recognizing the crown prince, genuinely feeling the passage of time. "Recently, the Imperial Academy has not held classes. We've been busy with inspections. However, indeed, something feels amiss without you around," he replied, his naturally gentle demeanor evident as he affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. "What have you been occupied with, older brother?" "I only know that third brother has been involved with land reform." Jiang Qingqing listened intently as the crown prince mentioned investigating the patrol arrangements within the palace, her eyes lighting up at the mention of the patrol team. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity presented before her? "Oh, third brother's topic seems dreadfully dull. While outside the palace, I always saw him buried in documents, unlike your patrol, which sounds so impressive." Jiang Qingqing began to flatter him, drawing closer to the subject of her interest. "In what way is it impressive?" The crown prince, weary from his recent patrols, found himself intrigued by her words. With mutual intentions, one to praise and the other to listen, the conversation flourished. Managing the palace's security was a core responsibility, and the fact that their father entrusted this matter to the crown prince underscored his importance. Jiang Qingqing tugged at the crown prince's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Older brother, you're so remarkable. Could you take Qingqing to see the excitement?" The sweet, innocent voice of the little girl melted his heart. "If you have no other engagements this afternoon, you may accompany me to the patrol," he mused, contemplating the simplicity of just showing her around. A child would hardly grasp the intricacies of the patrol regulations. This statement perfectly aligned with Jiang Qingqing's intentions. Once breakfast was served, Jiang Qingqing, wishing to express her gratitude for the crown prince's assistance, discreetly filled his bowl with delectable pastries. "Older brother, you must be exhausted. Eat more pastries to replenish your strength." As Jiang Qingqing clung to the crown prince, Empress Su happened to pass by the anteroom after concluding her duties in the harem. She beheld a charming and heartwarming scene. Jiang Qingqing, perched at a table by the window, diligently practicing her calligraphy under the sunlight, which illuminated her delicate lashes and the rare seriousness on her face. The first to sense the presence at the door was Jiang Qingqing. It was undeniable. The bond between mother and child was evident. "Mother," she exclaimed upon spotting Empress Su, eagerly climbing down from her chair to tug at the Empress's robe adorned with phoenix patterns. "Be careful," as Wanqing gazed at the little prince's ink-stained hands. A flicker of alarm crossed her brow, prompting her to swiftly intervene and grasp Jiang Qingqing's tiny wrist before the inky hand could touch anything else. In that moment, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Jiang Qingqing appeared to be caught in a misdeed, halted by Wanqing, the loyal maid, while Empress Su, clad in her phoenix robe, stood frozen in place. The Empress knew that this robe was irreplaceable. Should the prince's ink mar it, a new set would be required. Understanding Wanqing's good intentions, Empress Su chuckled softly, shaking her head in resignation. She removed the outer garment of her robe, revealing her everyday attire beneath. "It's of no concern. There are no grand events requiring the phoenix robe in the near future. If Qingqing stains it, a simple spot cleaning will suffice." With a gentle lift of her sleeves, she extended her hand towards Jiang Qingqing. "Come, my dear, let us wash your hands before preparing for lunch." No one dared to disturb the esteemed empress. After a leisurely lunch among the three, the eldest prince, seizing a moment to wipe his mouth, addressed Empress Su, "I need to visit the patrol camp this afternoon. May I take Qingqing along?" Jiang Qingqing, still pondering how to broach the subject naturally, was pleasantly surprised that the eldest prince remembered her request from earlier that morning. A warm feeling surged within her. Empress Su, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her gaze shifting to Jiang Qingqing, who, with her hands clasped together, gazed up with wide, hopeful eyes, nearly pouting in an innocent display to charm the empress. The prince, however, could not be without attendants. At least 3 or 4 must accompany him, especially in light of the assassination attempt on the princess. Fortunately, 3 maids were already by Jiang Qingqing's side, and Empress Su nodded in agreement. She then provided several instructions, adamantly ensuring that Jiang Qingqing would not be allowed to act alone. "You must be exceedingly cautious. Do you understand?" The final words of the empress resonated pleasingly in Jiang Qingqing's ears. "Yes, I shall always stay close to my elder brother, never wandering off alone. If my brother goes east, I will not venture west." Jiang Qingqing's earnest vow, delivered with childlike innocence, elicited a resigned smile from both the empress and the prince. "Let us rest for a while, and we will set out when the shift change occurs in the afternoon. This will allow us to witness the full patrol team." The eldest prince, relieved that Jiang Qingqing's wish was granted, felt a sense of ease. Tianqi farber no objections. Obediently following Empress Su to rest until the eldest prince sent word that they could prepare to depart. Without hesitation, she rose, donned her shoes and socks, and accompanied by Xian Wan, Gan Yuan, and Gan Lin, she followed the eldest prince's lead. The patrol camp was situated at the corner of the palace. By ascending a high platform, they reached the tallest watchtower in the palace, which afforded a sweeping view of much of the grand structure below. Jiang Qingqing settled into the main seat, her small feet dangling in the air as she swung them leisurely. The eldest prince engaged with the patrol leader, seemingly verifying something. "Has anyone failed to report today?" he inquired in a low tone. The abrupt question drew Jiang Qingqing's attention, and she glanced around. She soon noticed the prince frowning at the list of names. Indeed, one guard has taken leave, Zhu Song. It seems he caught a chill while on night duty due to the cold wind, the leader explained, bowing respectfully and providing the information without requiring further inquiry from the prince. Jiang Qingqing approached the prince, her small hand instinctively reaching for his wide sleeve. Feeling the gentle tug, he looked down to see her round, expressive eyes gazing up at him. Where do the guards typically reside? She asked. Not far from here. There's a designated dormitory, the leader replied, his demeanor even more respectful in the presence of the favored little princess. The eldest prince, his brow slightly furrowed, perused the names on the roster. What troubles you, brother? Jiang Qingqing inquired, unaware that one member of the patrol was absent that day. She recalled encountering a knife-wielding guard at the crossroads. Such individuals were usually part of the patrol. Today, she intended to examine the appearances of those guards to identify the person she sought. The absence of one could potentially mean that the very individual she was looking for was among the missing. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Qingqing's brows knitted together in concern. I came to the patrol to verify each individual. If one is absent, what is the purpose of my inspection? The patrol leader, taken aback by the prince's displeasure, momentarily appeared flustered. Noticing the leader's discomfort, Jiang Qingqing glanced at the prince, who was intent on meeting every knife-wielding guard. My elder brother is merely concerned for the sick guard. One individual unwell affects the entire patrol. Thus, it is prudent to pay attention to such matters, she offered kindly. The rest quarters are not far. Please follow me, the leader urged, leading the two out of the patrol camp towards the dormitory below the platform. According to custom, young ladies like Jiang Qingqing were expected to stand at the door, avoiding gazes that might be deemed inappropriate when entering a guard's quarters. However, driven by her determination to ascertain whether the ailing guard was indeed the one she had encountered at the crossroads, she boldly followed the eldest prince inside. The prince remained oblivious to the impropriety, while the guards dared not speak against the matter. The room was relatively tidy, but Jiang Qingqing focused her attention on the figure hidden beneath the bedding, eagerly awaiting the moment they would reveal themselves. Zhu Song, His Highness and the princess have come to visit you, the leader called out to the figure in the bed. The occupant stirred slightly, and Jiang Qingqing's gaze sharpened at the movement. A rather ordinary face emerged, neither particularly handsome nor unattractive, merely possessing the requisite features of a person. Jiang Qingqing squinted, attempting to discern the figure's form. Having only seen the person's back before, she had assumed that recognizing their silhouette would suffice. However, upon arriving at the patrol camp, she realized that the knife-wielding guards all bore similar appearances, similar heights, and builds, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, she could only place her hopes on the guard's voice. For surely a familiar tone would provide some clue. She focused intently on Zhu Song's face, awaiting him to speak. As Zhu Song's head peeked out from under the covers, he initially assumed it was merely the leader visiting, never expecting that the eldest prince and Princess Dunming were also present. Alarmed, he sat upright, the covers falling away as he awkwardly tumbled to the floor, trembling slightly. Your Highness, I have been bedridden for several days due to a chill. I fear my throat is not well enough for speech. I apologize on my behalf, he stammered. Disappointment flickered in Jiang Qingqing's eyes as she observed his pallid complexion, unable to discern whether he was genuinely unwell. It felt somewhat intrusive to have pursued him here. Turning to leave the room, she stood in the courtyard, hands planted on her hips, contemplating the current situation. How could the patrol camp be devoid of that individual? Could it be that they had somehow managed to elude her? If that were the case, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With this realization, Jiang Qingqing began to feel a pang of regret. The shops at the crossroads have already been exposed. If someone is well informed, it is only natural for them to abandon their vehicle to protect their dignity. A crucial lead has been severed, and Jiang Qingqing feels immense disdain for her actions, just as she wallows in regret and agitation. The crown prince exits the room alongside the team leader, their conversation subtly revolving around the well-being of the guards. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing remains in Kunning Palace, enjoying the attentive care of the palace maids, comfortably reclining on a Luohan bed while indulging in fruits, her eyes half closed in a daze. The emperor arrives at Kunning Palace in a fit of fury, upon witnessing the rare sight of the usually gentle ruler in anger. Empress Su feels a fleeting moment of concern before dismissing half of the attendants in the Grand Hall. Where is Qingqing? The first question the emperor poses upon sitting is directed at Jiang Qingqing's whereabouts. Empress Su immediately comprehends the source of the emperor's ire and gently serves him a cup of tea, explaining, "She went out for a stroll with the crown prince this afternoon and is now resting in the side hall." "Still asleep?" the emperor retorts. Empress Su nods without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the emperor's anger slightly subsides, yet his sharp brows remain furrowed. She gestures for a nearby attendant to bring forth the rice paper Jiang Qingqing practices her calligraphy on and presents it to the emperor, hoping he appreciates her efforts. The emperor looks down at the familiar handwriting on the rice paper and cannot help but inquire, whose calligraphy is she practicing? It should be that of Prince Xiao. During her time at the Imperial Academy, he personally taught her. Making him her first teacher, Empress Su explains in her usual gentle and soothing tone. With such tenderness surrounding him, the emperor's frown begins to ease as he observes the commendable handwriting. He sets it aside, letting out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, he rubs his temples in frustration. Noticing his distress, Empress Su quickly moves behind him to massage his temples, alleviating his tension. Has someone for the previous dynasty criticized Qingqing's actions? She inquires, having heard some whispers. However, she never anticipated that this group would become addicted to reporting her. A local official from a nearby village reported seeing Princess Dunming in the village, claiming her behavior was uncharacteristic of a princess. The emperor summoned this individual to the palace for questioning, only to find them stammering, unable to articulate their accusations. After much inquiry, it turned out that Qingqing had merely pointed out the favorable feng shui of the village's back mountains to Princess Qiang. Is this what they call uncharacteristic? The emperor questions, his voice laced with indignation as he glances at Empress Su. She too is incensed, yet she refrains from expressing her anger overtly, instead opting to gently counsel the emperor. Perhaps their expectations of Qingqing are unreasonably high due to the royal family's reputation. Is it not the royal family that bears the brunt of such expectations? Pointing at a 5-year-old child, what does that signify? The emperor slams his palm onto the table, causing tea to spill dangerously close to the rice paper. Empress Su swiftly intervenes to save the stack of rice paper, carefully folding it and handing it to a nearby attendant. Qingqing is our treasured gem, and even if she exhibits a bit of mischief, as long as it does not cross dangerous boundaries, I believe she should be allowed to play freely. Empress Su sighs. Ultimately, the ministers still cannot see how much the emperor cherishes Dunming. Realization dawns on the emperor. This group does not recognize that Dunming is a treasure within the palace, and he resolves to let the world know that Princess Dunming is a cherished jewel of the Qi. With this determination, the emperor hurriedly stands to leave. Noticing his intent, Empress Su recalls the purpose of his visit and quickly asks, "Your Majesty, will you not go see Qingqing?" Initially oblivious to this small interlude, Jiang Qingqing learns of the emperor's visit only after waking from her nap and preparing for dinner, when Empress Su casually mentions it. Jiang Qingqing's perception of this paternal figure remains rather vague. Their encounters have been driven by her own motives, with her sole impression being that the emperor is always compliant with Princess Dunming's whims, as long as she does not commit any heinous acts. He seems to never obstruct her. The Imperial Academy? Did not my elder brother say the courses had concluded? Why must I still attend? Jiang Qingqing is momentarily bewildered. She had intended to visit Han Qingyi the following day to extract more information from him. Some courses require summarization, and one must see things through to the end. Given that she has attended the Imperial Academy, she ought to finish what she started. It must be said that Empress Su's education is indeed thorough, and Jiang Qingqing does not contest this. She concludes that postponing her visit to Han Qingyi for a day should not pose any significant issue. A night devoid of dreams passes. The next morning, Jiang Qingqing is roused by Xian Wan, who is more adept at caring for her than Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, having attended many Imperial Academy courses together. The other two assist her as well. Jiang Qingqing sits at her vanity, dozing off while seizing precious moments of rest, as Xian Wan methodically arranges her hair. Once she is finished, she turns to Gan Yuan and Gan Lin to advise them on the young princess's habits at the Imperial Academy. After completing her grooming and feeling sufficiently rested, Jiang Qingqing steps out of her chamber, spiritedly greeting Empress Su before accompanying the crown prince to the Imperial Academy. under Empress Su's careful arrangements. Jiang Qingqing not only enjoys breakfast but also strolls leisurely to the academy. Upon arriving at the main hall of the Imperial Academy, she instinctively glances at the students inside. After months apart, these boys seem to have grown, some of them beginning to exhibit the characteristics of youth. Jiang Qingqing lifts her skirt and takes a seat at the center. Just as she settles down, a mocking voice from the back row catches her attention. Isn't that the one who couldn't utter a word in the corridor and had a bow and scraped to me? Long time no see. But your intellect seems stagnant. Perhaps you should consume some pig brain to boost your wits? What an impertinent fool, daring to prance about beneath her nose. Outside the palace, she had been concerned about not having anyone to support her, but she never expected the son of the Feng family to lack such awareness, especially in her own territory. As the crown prince takes his seat and hears the commotion akin to a battlefield, he glances at the instigator in the back row. You. The son of the Feng family is infuriated by the retort, nearly rising from his seat in anger. Jiang Qingqing points a finger at him, drawing the attention of the entire hall to their confrontation. After a prolonged silence, he can only weakly utter a response. In contrast to Jiang Qingqing's boldness, he appears more restrained. Covering her mouth with her small hand, Jiang Qingqing's wide, round eyes express exaggerated shock as she gasps. Chapter 106. Who is that? Jiang Qingqing's words thoroughly embody her mocking tone. The son of the Feng family wears an increasingly uncomfortable expression, torn between wanting to retaliate and refraining from doing so in the presence of the crown prince. Just as the atmosphere in the hall reaches an awkward climax, Xiao Linting strides into the Imperial Academy with mere minutes to spare before class begins. The atmosphere within the hall was charged with tension. He turned to observe Jiang Qingqing, who appeared relaxed and unperturbed, devoid of any grievances. His gaze then shifted to the crown prince, who was intently watching young Master Feng Chen, and as his attention followed, he noticed that Feng Chen's countenance was far from cheerful. He understood Jiang Qingqing well. If she were truly aggrieved, she would not be sitting so comfortably in her seat. As long as she was not wronged, all was well. Jiang Qingqing was unaware. After all, she was merely present to fill the numbers. Halfway through the lecture, she had grown weary of the old gentleman's discourse. The dullness of the subject matter rendered her unable to remain seated, prompting her to crouch and approach her uncle, beckoning him with a playful gesture. Observing the little one creeping towards him, Xiao Linting obligingly tilted his head slightly. I need to use the restroom. Her voice was barely a whisper. However, at that very moment, the old gentleman halted his speech, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall towards Jiang Qingqing. Xiao Linting looked down at the little girl, her eyes blinking innocently, completely oblivious to her own abruptness. He nodded slightly and rose, leading Jiang Qingqing out of the grand hall, unfazed by the gazes of those remaining inside. Although Jiang Qingqing claimed she needed to use the restroom, her true intention was simply to escape the classroom. She never anticipated that her uncle would accompany her outside. Recently, the court had been unsettled. Xiao Linting rarely initiated conversation. Jiang Qingqing tugged at his sleeve, her confusion evident as she glanced up at her uncle after hearing his disjointed statement. The situation in Ba Village may take a few more days to settle. Goodness. I thought you were going to tell me that there were frequent reports against me in court these days, which is why it's chaotic, and I should be cautious. Jiang Qingqing spoke casually, her tone unhurried. It's all right, there's no rush. After all, the matter in Ba Village won't be resolved overnight. Once I take charge of Ba Village, the first thing I will do is dismiss the officials responsible for it. How outrageous! They dare to report me? As a new official, I will make sure to ignite my first flames of wrath upon them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Qingqing nearly ground her teeth in indignation. Xiao Linting found her childish bravado simultaneously amusing and exasperating. After Jiang Qingqing finished her business in the restroom and adjusted her skirt slightly, she emerged through the door. There stood Xiao Linting, leaning against a column in the corridor, his eyes cast downward, seemingly lost in thought. The young man, with a few stray strands of hair obscuring his sharp brows and bright eyes, appeared refined in his jade crown, though the deep black robe he wore added an air of assertiveness to his presence. Hey, what is this handsome little prince pondering? Can you spare a few words for little Qingqing? Jiang Qingqing, her heart softening at the sight of the youthful Xiao Linting, leapt forward with ease, tilting her head and blinking at him. Before her stood a lively little creature, her two hair buns resembling adorable rabbit ears. Her large, sparkling eyes met her uncle's gaze, and upon seeing his attention on her, her smile deepened. "Nothing much, let us go." The little girl in her pink attire pouted slightly, her expression hinting at feelings of grievance. "What is wrong?" Xiao Linting, well acquainted with Jiang Qingqing, recognized that she was likely concocting some scheme in her mind. He feigned ignorance and asked, "What does the young princess wish to do?" If it were Jiang Qin speaking, Xiao Linting would have already raised his fist to reprimand him. Yet, with Jiang Qin's younger sister, such actions were unthinkable. He stood patiently, inquiring about her intentions. Jiang Qingqing bit her lower lip, cautiously assessing her uncle's expression before uttering each word. "I want to visit the horse training grounds." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linting's demeanor did not darken. Jiang Qingqing felt emboldened to continue. Yet, as she spoke, a hint of timidity crept in her eyes. Xiao Linting observed the once audacious little girl now treading carefully in their conversation. He did not respond verbally, but extended his hand slightly towards her. This gesture, to Jiang Qingqing, was an unspoken agreement from her uncle. Instantly, her smile brightened, and she took his hand, and together they proceeded towards the horse training grounds. At this moment, all the students at the guise were inside, listening to the old gentleman's summary, while the training ground was eerily empty, even somewhat desolate. Jiang Qingqing led a perfectly sized pony along the flat terrain, while Xiao Linting, opting not to ride, walked beside her with his arms crossed. Their contrasting heights were particularly conspicuous against the surrounding landscape. "Why has the fence around this pond been dismantled?" Jiang Qingqing noticed the drapes that should have concealed it were no longer in place, momentarily taken aback. Had the palace undergone such rapid changes? She had only been away for half a month, and it seemed many areas within the Guisegian had been refurbished. "It must be that the Ministry of Works has come to assess the pond," Xiao Linting asserted confidently. Jiang Qingqing shrugged. "Given how many people have fallen into this pond, it should have been filled long ago to prevent further accidents." What the little girl said was not without merit, and Xiao Linting also pondered the issue. The officials from the Ministry of Works, realizing they had visitors, instinctively turned to see the pair, one tall and one short, leisurely approaching while leading a pony. "What brings you here?" Chapter 107. "Are you arguing with me?" Su Gong stared at the two imposing figures before him in disbelief. He hastily set down the measuring rod he had been using for the pond and awkwardly made his way up to the flat ground, bowing respectfully to Xiao Linting. "Today, I inquired about the site. They said it was not in use." Clearly flustered at the sight of Xiao Linting, Su Gong was visibly anxious. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, observing the pond behind him with curiosity. "Has this pond dried up? The water level seems different from last month." She leaned in to scrutinize the situation, entirely indifferent to the formal exchange occurring between the two adults. Xiao Linting tightened his grip on Jiang Qingqing's hand, preventing her from getting too close to the pond. "What is the current status of the pond?" As the topic momentarily waned, Xiao Linting noticed Jiang Qingqing craning her neck to get a better look, prompting him to continue the conversation with Su Gong. "Drawing water? What era are we in? Didn't they say ancient people were intelligent? This is no different from the tale of you the Great." Jiang Qingqing cast a bewildered glance at Su Gong, who was speaking so earnestly. "I can't believe this is something a deputy minister of the Ministry of Works would say. Are there truly no intelligent people in Tianqi? Oh, aside from my uncle and me." Shaking her head in disdain at Su Gong's remarks, she felt a strong aversion towards his statement, but chose to remain silent. "What brings you here, Your Highness?" Su Gong, noticing the disdain in Jiang Qingqing's eyes, was taken aback. He thought to himself, "Am I being looked down upon by a 5- or 6-year-old child?" Unwilling to concede, he retorted, "What do you mean?" Jiang Qingqing looked up at Su Gong's feeble attempt to regain his dignity, a smirk forming on her lips as she replied, "I came to ride horses and practice my horsemanship." Xiao Linting was still contemplating Jiang Qingqing's underlying sentiments when he suddenly grasped her meaning upon observing the nearly bottomless water level in the pond. "How long do you anticipate the construction to take? After the water is drawn, what will be the next steps?" Xiao Linting's curiosity was piqued not out of mere gossip, but because he believed this matter was intertwined with the stability of the inner court. If ministers frequently entered the inner court to investigate the pond for a month or half a month, it would undoubtedly lead to complications regarding security management. One could never know what sort of individuals might infiltrate. "What did you perceive?" Jiang Qingqing inquired, intrigued. Princess Dunming's reputation in the previous dynasty was not particularly favorable, and Su Gong harbored a certain disdain for the young girl with golden hair. Consequently, his words lacked respect. For now, he remained silent, his gaze fixated on the unfolding events. Upon hearing Su Gong's tone, Xiao Linting instinctively furrowed his brow, casting a warning glance at Su Gong, prepared to reprimand him. At that moment, a small hand tugged at his, breaking his train of thought. He looked down to see Jiang Qingqing, who was not looking at him, but instead gazing intently at Su Gong. Su Gong's implication was clear, after measuring the area with a ruler for quite some time. You claim to have no thoughts on the matter? Jiang Qingqing sensed the stark contrast between Su Gong's attitude toward her and that toward her royal uncle, stirring feelings of indignation within her. Her tone inevitably grew sharper. This is how the court nurtures you, providing you with rewards and a favorable working environment, only for you to take the money and neglect your duties? She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Gong's attire. Her words were somewhat excessive, causing Su Gong's expression to sour. However, out of respect for her royal status, he suppressed his displeasure. Xiao Linting gently tugged at Jiang Qingqing's hand, signaling her to soften her tone. One method may not work, but there are many roads leading to Rome. Have you considered other solutions? Jiang Qingqing tightened her grip slightly, understanding her uncle's intention. Nonetheless, she had no desire to show kindness to someone like Su Gong. After all, it was Su Gong who had deceived Jiang Chun, nearly incurring the wrath of the instructor. And this alone soured her opinion of him. Su Gong, feigning courtesy, retorted, "Your Highness is astute. What solutions do you think would be more effective? I am not privy to the arrangements from start to finish, and if you expect me to provide advice midway, any misstep on my part could lead to misunderstandings." Jiang Qingqing would not fall for Su Gong's provocations and merely scoffed. Observing the escalating tension, Xiao Linting furrowed his elegant brows. "Su Gong, your words have crossed a line. The princess is still studying at the Imperial Academy, and her knowledge is limited to what her instructors impart." Xiao Linting's voice was firm, lacking any conciliatory intent, clearly defending Jiang Qingqing. Indeed, leaning against the shade of the trees provides comfort. Had Jiang Chun been here, Su Gong might have labeled her an uncouth princess. Xiao Linting's status in the court was formidable, even though he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Reluctantly, Su Gong offered an apology to Jiang Qingqing. The project, spanning half a month, aimed to level the area, expanding the training grounds into a site for martial generals. Xiao Linting began to elucidate the details of the undertaking. Jiang Qingqing looked up at her uncle's composed narration, while Su Gong regarded Xiao Linting with a hint of astonishment. How impressive! He even knows about such trivial matters. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qingqing praised her uncle's capabilities. In light of Xiao Linting's erudition, Su Gong's gaze was filled with newfound respect. The implication being that what he had just witnessed was not merely a recollection. In the next chapter, a flattery almost landed on the horse's hoof. Jiang Qingqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Su Gong swiftly suppressed his admiration. Ahem, so this land indeed requires leveling? Jiang Qingqing, as if nothing had transpired, seamlessly shifted the topic, turning to Su Gong. But why must we drain the water? She laid her cards on the table, revealing her cleverness. Alas, there was no other way. Soil can absorb water. If we add more earth, won't that fill the area? Why must we remove the water? What if there is a continuous water source underground? Will your department spend a lifetime draining water? Jiang Qingqing regarded Su Gong as if he were intellectually challenged. Su Gong momentarily froze, pondering the princess's words, realizing they held merit. He hastily retrieved his ruler to measure the pond's dimensions. With serious matters at hand, Jiang Qingqing refrained from further taunting Su Gong. "Let us go," Xiao Linting said, guiding Jiang Qingqing as he assisted her onto her horse. Jiang Qingqing resumed her efforts to foster Jiang Chen's intellect. Just as days of tranquility seemed to settle, news of Princess Dunming's alleged misconduct resurfaced from the previous dynasty, only to be momentarily quelled. Just when everyone thought the matter had come to a close, a significant announcement echoed from the previous court. The emperor openly declared during morning court that he intended to establish a princess's residence for Dunming outside the palace. It is known that the protocol for establishing a princess's residence typically occurs when a princess comes of age or marries. Moreover, not every princess is afforded such an honor. Only the empress's legitimate daughters receive this privilege. Although Jiang Qingqing is officially recognized as the legitimate daughter of Empress Su, it is common knowledge that she is the offspring of the late noble consort, making her technically a secondary-born child. Additionally, Princess Dunming is merely 5 years old, with at least a decade remaining before reaching adulthood. The swift decision to establish a residence raised eyebrows throughout the court. The officials exchanged glances, realizing that the emperor had indeed taken Princess Dunming under his wing as a cherished treasure. Recently, their frantic antics before the emperor had rendered them foolish jesters. While the previous court was still in turmoil, the inner palace was rife with surprises. Upon receiving the imperial edict in Huaning Palace, Jiang Qingqing stood perplexed, accepting her father's grace with gratitude, yet feeling bewildered as she held the decree. Nearby, Jiang Chun, having overheard the contents of the edict, gazed at his younger sister with envy. "I envy you, sister. At such a young age, you already have your own residence," he sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "We share the same mother. Why is the treatment so disparate?" She grasped Jiang Chen's arm, her gaze resolute. "Brother, your reasoning is flawed. We are siblings. The only blood relatives in this world. What I have, you shall also have. So, will your princess's residence include a space for me?" Jiang Chun retorted cheekily, a grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback by her brother's mischievousness. "Rest assured, when I claim a fief one day, we shall reside together as lords of the land." Jiang Chen's words were filled with fervor, his fists clenched as he dreamily envisioned their bright future. Jiang Qingqing could not help but chuckle inwardly. A fief? It would be a miracle to survive, let alone claim land. As she mused, Xin hurried into the hall with news from the palace gates. "Your Highness, the noble consort has come with a group to celebrate your new residence. May I allow them entry?" Jiang Chun, hearing of the gathering of concubines, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly turned to Jiang Qingqing, saying, "I shall retreat to the back courtyard to study." "Let them in," Jiang Qingqing replied, amused by her brother's hasty retreat. Soon, Xin led a throng of women into the grand hall. As expected, with their presence, the previously calm Huaning Palace erupted into a lively commotion. As the ladies exchanged flattering words and compliments about the increasingly graceful Princess Dunming. Amidst the incessant flattery, Jiang Qingqing found herself gradually succumbing to a sense of numbness. Yet she felt compelled to maintain a congenial smile, appearing approachable and devoid of any petty grievances. The concubines, ranked by their status within the imperial harem, presented her with gifts one after another. Some sought to curry favor with Jiang Qingqing, yearning to cultivate an image of an affectionate aunt, while others merely followed the trend. Consequently, the gifts varied in size, yet the most notable among them were those that could not be underestimated. This left Jiang Qingqing with a newfound respect for the economic prowess of the concubines in the Tianqi harem. They continued their flattery until it was finally the turn of the esteemed rank. Among the noble ladies, only Lady Wan was someone Jiang Qingqing was relatively familiar with. "Your Highness, when you leave the palace in the future, do not forget us, your aunts," Lady Wan said with a gentle smile, handing a brocade box to Gan Yuan. Upon receiving the box, Gan Yuan opened it to reveal a pair of exquisitely crafted jade rui. Jiang Qingqing raised her eyebrows and turned to Lady Wan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed aunt." In uttering those two sentences, Jiang Qingqing's keen mind captured something familiar in Lady Wan's voice and tone, one she had been pondering over in her heart these past few days. This voice was almost perfectly overlapped with that of the woman she had encountered by the artificial rocks in the imperial garden. She suddenly turned to Lady Wan with a look of realization. Chapter 109. I want to venture forth at this moment. Lady Wan remained unaware that Jiang Qingqing had recognized her voice. She continued to smile warmly at Princess Dunming, exchanging a few more auspicious words. Although Jiang Qingqing appeared to be responding to Lady Wan with a smile, her gaze remained fixed on Lady Wan as the last few concubines approached her with flattering words. Lady Wan sat to Jiang Qingqing's right, surrounded by her allies from the Defei camp, whom Jiang Qingqing had come to know through recent introductions. "Where is Lady Wan originally from?" Jiang Qingqing mused, unconvinced that the discussions held in the imperial garden's rear were solely the brainchild of Lady Wan. There must be someone above her. Who could that be? Was it Defei or Empress Su? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Qingqing's gaze toward Lady One became increasingly fervent. Among the many concubines, she singularly inquired about Lady One, prompting a mix of jealousy from the others. Safer to Fei. Lady One seemed taken aback that Princess Dunming would suddenly mention her name. I am from the south, not a native of the capital, she replied. Jiang Qingqing, wary of alarming the snake, merely nodded in understanding. She then calmly redirected her attention elsewhere. This brief interlude of greetings among the concubines soon dissipated, not because they had finished, but because Jiang Qingqing had refocused her interest on others. At the forefront of her thoughts were the hostages from the neighboring country, Li Gua, Han Qingyi, and Han Qingyi. Their presence in the palace left Jiang Qingqing feeling uneasy. The sweltering summer had already passed its midpoint, and autumn was fast approaching, bringing with it a brisk chill. Xin had already fetched a fluffy vest for Jiang Qingqing to wear, making her appear even rounder in her fuzzy attire. Sitting in her commanding position, Jiang Qingqing stared pensively at the courtyard entrance. Your Highness, do you still wish to visit the Li Gua hostages today? Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, positioned on either side of her, exchanged glances at the sight of the young princess's melancholic demeanor, prompting Gan Yuan to voice the question. Jiang Qingqing nodded. It is rare for the princes to be exempt from studies today, due to the hunting assessments. I thought it would be a good opportunity to take a day off. Thus, she found herself idly resting her chin in her hands in Huaning Palace. Seeing the princess's forlorn expression, Gan Lin, with concern, suggested, how about we just take a look around the outskirts? What is the point of merely observing the periphery? Jiang Qingqing retorted, her teeth gritting at the thought of Han Qingyi and Han Qingyi. Gan Yuan hesitated, still feeling uneasy, and tentatively proposed. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the prince enters the palace and ask for his opinion. Upon contemplating this, she quickly shook her head, as if to dispel a persistent drumbeat. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin exchanged puzzled glances. They were unaware of this plan. However, the thought of the princess venturing out alone was undeniably perilous, leaving the handmaidens in distress. Gan Lin furrowed her brow. Jiang Qingqing sighed, questioning, what danger could possibly befall me? This is the land of Tianqi. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her logic. At that moment, seeing them both lost in thought, Jiang Qingqing decisively rose from her seat. Clenching her left fist and extending her right hand, she struck her palm with determination, declaring, if they cannot harm me, then I must go. With that, she strode purposefully out of Huaning Palace. Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, in their essence, did not dare to truly stop Jiang Qingqing. They exchanged helpless looks before hurriedly following her. The trio made their way to the most remote palace courtyard in Tianqi, where rows of patrolling guards stood at the entrance. Jiang Qingqing recognized many of them to varying degrees. A particular figure moving within the ranks caught her attention. Narrowing her eyes, she hastily approached the patrol team. The captain, seeing the diminutive silhouette approaching, immediately recognized the beloved Dunming princess of the Tianqi Palace. The captain halted, waiting for the young princess to come closer, and, holding his weapon, slightly bowed, speaking respectfully, I have the honor of greeting your highness. Jiang Qingqing feigned maturity. Nodding thoughtfully, she tilted her head to peer past the squad. At the back of the line, she spotted a familiar face. Unwilling to give up, she mused, how could the patrol team lack traitors? She had overheard most voices, yet she had not heard from Zhu Song today. Since fate had brought them together, she was determined to hear Zhu Song speak. The patrol captain was momentarily stunned that the princess still remembered Zhu Song. This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Cough. It is my duty to heed the advice of my elder brother, to approach everyone in the palace with an inquisitive and reassuring heart. As they all work hard, I merely recognized him and, after careful thought, remembered. Her words felt somewhat forced, yet Jiang Qingqing, appearing to be a child of merely 5 or 6, left no room for others to doubt her sincerity. The patrol captain turned to Zhu Song, waving him over. Zhu Song hurriedly lowered his head, stepping forward to bow, but refrained from speaking. Chapter 110. You have secrets. The captain maintained a composed tone, addressing Zhu Song. Zhu Song lowered his head even further, his voice slightly muffled as he replied, I thank your highness for your concern. I am well enough. With only a few short phrases, it was difficult to discern any true meaning. Jiang Qingqing squinted at Zhu Song, pondering that those who are most secretive often harbor guilt. The palace patrol, responsible for security, should not be affected for long by mere illness. She feigned a sigh, shaking her head, and said to the captain, "You must pay close attention to the health of your subordinates. If someone is chronically unwell, perhaps it is time to consider replacing them with someone more robust." Her words served as a blatant suggestion. Given the persistent illness, it is better to replace them to avoid jeopardizing the palace's security. The leader of the patrol team paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Beside him, Zhu Song seemed momentarily stiff upon hearing this statement. He lowered his head, concealing the irritation that flickered in his eyes. Jiang Qingqing nodded, then turned to walk towards the gate of the courtyard where the hostage from the kingdom of Li was held. Just a few steps into her journey, the patrol leader hastily followed, his expression tinged with unease. "Your Highness, this area is not for unrestricted entry," he stated, a hint of conflict evident in his demeanor. Jiang Qingqing looked at him curiously, then glanced at the tightly shut palace gate, feigning ignorance as she inquired, "Why? I am the esteemed Princess Dunming of Tianqi. Do I not have the right to visit the hostage from the kingdom of Li?" The leader's discomfort intensified at her words. He clasped his hands in a bow and inclined his body towards Jiang Qingqing. The formality was palpable. Jiang Qingqing scoffed, pointing at the gate and raising her voice deliberately. "On what grounds am I denied entry? The hostage from the kingdom of Li is here under the pretext of friendship. Is it inappropriate for me to come and extend my regards to the siblings?" Her clear voice resonated over the wall and into the room. Han Qingyi, embroidering a handkerchief, appeared listless and dispirited. In the usually serene atmosphere, a rare commotion stirred her attention, prompting her to set aside her work and approach the courtyard. Straining to hear the outside commotion. Outside, the patrol leader remained resolute, blocking Jiang Qingqing's path. "Your Highness," he hesitated, words lingering unspoken. Following his gaze, Jiang Qingqing spotted Han Qingyi standing at the gate in plain attire. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and the tension from their past rivalry thickened the air between them. "Long time no see, Princess Han. How has imprisonment in the palace treated you these past 6 months? Have you found joy in it?" Jiang Qingqing's gaze turned increasingly mocking as she pretended to scrutinize Han Qingyi, her disdain evident. Han Qingyi was not one to back down easily. "Quite well, thank you. I have been nurturing my body and spirit within the palace, my skin now soft and delicate, unlike some who roam outside daily, lacking even the most basic of royal decorum." Jiang Qingqing felt a flicker of irritation at her words, sidestepping the patrol leader's obstruction. She let out a cold laugh. The manner of insult was both subtle and piercing. Han Qingyi's expression darkened instantly, her eyes narrowing at Jiang Qingqing, fists clenched in a barely contained fury. "Where's Prince Han?" Jiang Qingqing called out, her visit not intended merely for taunting Han Qingyi. She sought to ascertain Han Qingming's condition. In recent days, he had dared to exploit the resources of the Tianqi palace to send messages. Had it not been for the patrol guards, Jiang Qingqing would have long since lost her patience and barged in to confront him. "What are you shouting about? You lack the demeanor of a noble woman. Is it so impossible for Prince Han to remain hidden?" Han Qingyi's agitation was palpable as she regarded Jiang Qingqing, perceiving her as somewhat unhinged. Initially, she had cleverly confined both herself and Han Qingming within the confines of the Tianqi harem. Now, Jiang Qingqing had come to her, inviting derision. Did she think she could be trifled with? With that thought, Han Qingyi decisively slammed the door shut, obstructing Jiang Qingqing's view of the courtyard. The heavy gate closed firmly. With its closure, a collective sigh of relief was evident among the patrol guards. Jiang Qingqing noticed a fleeting relaxation in the leader's expression and turned to him, who quickly composed himself. "Continue your patrol." To outsiders, it appeared that Princess Dunming was somewhat immature and childish. Yet, only Jiang Qingqing understood the depths of her own thoughts. She had identified the guard at the intersection. Zhu Song had concealed himself rather well, although he deliberately lowered his voice in her presence. Every speech pattern bears its own unique characteristics. Jiang Qingqing, with her keen observational skills, had discerned this. Apart from the intersection guard, who engaged in unscrupulous dealings with the shopkeeper, Zhu Song was also the one covertly plotting with consort one behind the rockery in the imperial garden. Jiang Qingqing's gaze deepened. It was clear to any discerning eye that they were but pawns, while the true mastermind lurked in the shadows. Caution was paramount. Xin rushed in from the palace gate with alarming news, exclaiming, "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." Chapter 111. My brother is in trouble. Jiang Qingqing, lost in her strategic contemplations, momentarily failed to grasp Xin Wan's meaning. What could be so terrible? Xin Wan's expression was grave, almost somber, and she quickly clarified, "Not that. It's the third prince who is in trouble. My brother. What has happened to him?" Jiang Qingqing's heart raced as she stood abruptly, eyes fixed on Xin Wan. Her voice urgent. Xin Wan pointed towards the gate, stating, "The servant did not hear the details clearly. All I know is that the third prince has been injured by an arrow. For specifics, you must inquire with Xiaoan, who is waiting for you at the gate." Xiaoan was the eunuch by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Qingqing hurried outside and indeed found Xiaoan standing not far from the palace gate. Upon seeing the princess, Xiaoan quickly waved, saying, "Your Highness, please follow me to the Imperial Medical Department. I will explain the details along the way." Jiang Qingqing nodded in agreement, followed closely by Gan Yuan and Gan Lin, who remained steadfastly at her side. En route to the Imperial Medical Department, Jiang Qingqing learned from Xiaoan about the incident. During a hunting assessment of the training ground, an arrow had unexpectedly shot out from the bushes. Fortunately, it was only narrowly avoided by Prince Xiao, landing near his shoulder blade instead of fatally near his heart. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen's face had turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, with the horse running forward, causing him to fall and leaving him barely conscious. Xiaoan had remained by the third prince's side, closely monitoring the situation. And only after ensuring Jiang Chen's stability did he dare to approach Huaning Palace to report to Jiang Qingqing. As Jiang Qingqing absorbed the unfolding narrative, her heart felt as if it were being squeezed tightly, nearly rendering her breathless. What is the current state? Is it serious? She pressed urgently. Xiaoan shook his head. The physician has stated that he is stable now. Fortunately, his injury did not worsen upon falling, and while he remains unconscious, his life is no longer in jeopardy. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brow. Has father ordered a thorough investigation of the training ground? Yes, once the incident occurred, His Majesty entrusted the matter to Prince Xiao and requested the cooperation of the Dali Temple to solve the case. As long as action is being taken, it is reassuring, especially with my uncle overseeing it. The truth will surely come to light. Yet, Jiang Qingqing's anxiety lingered. Before the incident, she had made a special visit to the Han siblings of the Kingdom of Li, and based on Han Qingyi's reaction, it was evident she was unaware of the underlying motives. The Dali Temple and her uncle had yet to ascertain the true culprit. However, Jiang Qingqing had already deduced that Han Qingming was undoubtedly connected to Jiang Chen's grave injury. She had expected Han Qingming, being a child, would retain some measure of reason and conscience. Little did she anticipate the depths of his cruelty. If he was willing to sever all ties of compassion, then she would not concern herself with being ruthless. With that thought, Jiang Qingqing's expression grew even more somber. They hurriedly arrived at the Imperial Medical Bureau, which was currently bustling with activity. Emperor Qing and Empress Su anxiously awaited the diagnosis from the physicians in the main hall, while the other princes, though somber, clearly expressed genuine concern for their younger brother. The room was crowded, feeling somewhat cramped. As Jiang Qingqing approached, the gatekeeper of the bureau called out at the top of his lungs, "Your Majesty." Before she arrived, her voice echoed, followed by the heart-wrenching cries of a small child. A 5-year-old boy rushed in with hurried steps, his once bright and clear eyes now glistening with tears, his little eyes red and puffy. A large tear lingered in his eyes, refusing to fall, yet he appeared pitifully vulnerable. Upon entering the hall, the first thing Jiang Qingqing did was locate the emperor, after which she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "Father, I only have my brother left. I cannot be without him. You must ensure justice for me and my brother." She wiped her snot and tears on the emperor's dragon robe. Rather than showing any disdain, Emperor Qing extended his hand, and Empress Su produced a handkerchief from her sleeve. The emperor gently wiped away the tears from the face of the weeping Princess Dunming. "Rest assured, dear Qingqing, I shall provide an explanation for both you and Chen'er." The emperor softly reassured her, cradling Jiang Qingqing in his arms, whispering soothing words. Meanwhile, the second prince looked up at the tender scene between the emperor and the princess, his heart conjuring unsettling thoughts, and he clenched his fists, remaining silent. The first prince, accustomed to such situations, kept his worried gaze fixed on the interior of the hall. As the emperor comforted the tearful Jiang Qingqing, the physicians who had been treating the injured prince emerged one by one. The leading physician stepped forward respectfully and announced, "Your Highness, the injury is not severe. We have just removed the arrow, and fortunately His Highness is in good health, allowing for rapid blood clotting. He only needs to rest in bed and stretch appropriately to recover." The words were not utterly despairing. Although Jiang Qingqing had not encountered any life-threatening incidents, for Jiang Qingqing, mere safety was not enough. "Father, I also want to uncover the truth and clear my brother's name. He is innocent. He has always treated everyone kindly in the palace. How could anyone suddenly harbor hostility towards him?" Jiang Qingqing voiced her indignation, expressing her dissatisfaction. She recalled the rivalries among the concubines in the harem, where many took advantage of their favored status to act recklessly, in contrast to her diligent pursuit of evidence and fair appeal for justice. The emperor increasingly cherished and admired his young daughter. This matter concerning Shen'er is indeed serious. Given its connection to Princess Dunming, from today onward, she will assist in investigating the incident at the horse training grounds. Additionally, during Shen'er's recovery over the next few months, Empress, I trust you will pay extra attention to him. Upon being named, Empress Su immediately stood and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing, nestled in the emperor's embrace, carefully observed the subtle expressions on Empress Su's face, confirming that this incident had nothing to do with her. Chapter 112. Investigation. Jiang Qingqing was subsequently moved to Ning Palace for recuperation, the arrangement being quite grand, with multiple bearers carefully transporting him there in a sedan chair. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingqing gained the emperor's approval and received a palace badge, following her uncle, Xiao Linting, to investigate the injury at the horse training grounds. Jiang Qingqing had changed out of her usual cumbersome palace attire, donning pumpkin trousers that made her appear like a sprightly little heroine. Her hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. She closely followed her uncle, stepping forward with purpose. "Uncle, have there been any new leads here?" Jiang Qingqing had never seen the crime scene and felt somewhat helpless in assisting. She resolved to avoid being a hindrance, thus obediently trailing behind Xiao Linting. Suddenly, he keenly sensed something amiss on the ground. He then knelt down, cautiously parting the dense grass. Sure enough, amidst the foliage, Xiao Linting discovered a set of footprints. "Bring evidence," he commanded coldly to the officials from the Ministry of Justice, before swiftly leading Jiang Qingqing out of the woods. Once they stood under the bright sun, Xiao Linting spoke. "The arrow that struck the third prince originated from the palace patrol. Based on this evidence, we are systematically interrogating the patrol teams within the palace and observing their psychological states." "What progress have we made?" Jiang Qingqing, surprised by the methodical approach, couldn't he help but inquire further. Xiao Linting gazed into the distance, letting out a silent sigh, before responding, "We have interrogated half of the palace patrol guards, yet have not identified any suspicious individuals." "What about the patrol guards under Han Qingyi?" Jiang Qingqing blurted out, unable to restrain herself. She longed for her uncle to thoroughly investigate the internal matters of the two patrol teams stationed at Han Qingyi's gate. "Why do you suspect there's an issue with Han Qingyi's patrol?" Xiao Linting countered, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Qingqing's expression momentarily faltered but quickly regained composure. The logic behind her suspicion was not unfounded, and Xiao Linting regarded the young girl thoughtfully. After a brief silence, he remarked, "Your Highness has reminded me. We should investigate Han Qingyi's patrol team." He extended his hand towards Jiang Qingqing, who, relieved that he did not press for further explanation, eagerly stepped forward. Her small hand rested in her uncle's large palm, and she looked up at him with a bright and innocent smile. Subsequently, Xiao Linting led Jiang Qingqing to the patrol team near Han Qingyi. This was Jiang Qingqing's second visit to this patrol team, and upon seeing Princess Dunming, the team leader appeared somewhat accustomed and composed. "Your Highness, is there something you need us to search for?" The leader failed to notice the approaching Xiao Linting. Addressing the princess with a bow, his expression turned momentarily blank when he heard footsteps and looked up to see the aloof figure of Xiao Linting standing at the entrance. "Your Highness," he quickly rose and respectfully bowed to the prince, this gesture far more formal than his previous one towards Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing silently observed the leader, fully aware of his intentions. He was yet another fool who underestimated her due to her youth. "Provide me with the list of the patrol team on break 3 days ago." Without any pleasantries, Xiao Linting directly requested the most pertinent information. The leader, eager not to offend, promptly turned to retrieve the record from 3 days prior. With no one else in the hall, Jiang Qingqing wandered around, passing the time. Within a short while, the leader returned, hastily presenting the list to Xiao Linting with both hands. Jiang Qingqing glanced at the document and shrugged. Her objective was, after all, to draw the prince over to investigate this group. 3 days prior, she had witnessed Zhu's song within the ranks, and before the incident, she had been making things difficult for him. However, unable to catch him off guard, she remained unperturbed. After glancing through the names on the patrol team, Xiao Linting's gaze lingered on Zhu Song's name for a moment before he put away the list. This afternoon, the officials from the Dali Temple would arrive as per usual to conduct an investigation. Having said this, he took Jiang Qingqing and exited the lobby of the patrol team. Jiang Qingqing had anticipated witnessing the prince auditing these individuals firsthand. Little did she know that they were leaving without seeing the review. She hurriedly followed behind Xiao Linting, her short legs scurrying to keep pace with the prince's strides. What about those who were not present? Were they not to be reviewed? Jiang Qingqing truly could not comprehend why the prince was departing. Observing the little one walking, Xiao Linting bent down and gently lifted her into his arms. Explaining as they walked, during the previous review, the patrol team members had already colluded internally. At this point, returning for a review would likely yield no suspicious leads. This reasoning indeed held merit, and Jiang Qingqing nodded in agreement. "Are we leaving the palace?" she inquired, her eyes brightening at the sight of the increasingly familiar path outside the palace. Chapter 113. Once again, leaving the palace upon exiting the palace. The bustling streets and the clamor of voices filled Jiang Qingqing's senses. Having grown weary of the opulent confines of the palace in her past life, she was determined to explore the outside world in this one. The carriage journeyed eastward, rolling away from the vibrant thoroughfare and gradually veering northeast, where the shops began to dwindle and only a few languid restaurants remained open. As the wheels of the carriage creaked to a halt, Xiao Linting disembarked once it steadied, standing beside it and extending his hand toward the carriage door. Jiang Qingqing poked her head out, ignoring the prince's outstretched hand, her attention drawn to a tall building in the distance. The white walls and black tiles resembled the solemn architecture of the Guise, and she was somewhat surprised to see the grandeur of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce. "What are we doing here?" she asked. "We are here to investigate the specifics of that shop. Only with the Chamber's consent to arrest can I boldly take action against the relevant individuals," Xiao Linting replied. Jiang Qingqing paused, puzzled by the implication of needing permission to apprehend. With a swift motion, she grasped the prince's hand and stepped down from the carriage. The two walking side by side into the chamber. Inside, the opulent decor of gold and jade vividly illustrated the chamber's affluence. "I knew it. The Kyoto Chamber of Commerce cannot possibly be as unadorned as it appears," she exclaimed, recognizing it as the foremost commercial establishment in Tianqi. If it were plain, then surely the other chambers in Tianqi would be even more dilapidated. Everywhere she looked, gold glimmered enticingly, prompting the little money enthusiast in Jiang Qingqing to reach out and touch the gleaming surfaces. Meanwhile, Xiao Linting adeptly approached the front desk, inquiring about the whereabouts of the owner. Shortly, a staff member led him and Jiang Qingqing directly to the second floor. Upon entering a private room at the far end of the second floor, the space seemed to expand, though less ostentatious than below. The furnishings and fabrics were evidently of superior quality. As Jiang Qingqing gazed around, taking in the merchant's aesthetics, she heard sounds from behind the curtain, accompanied by the sharp clack of an abacus and the rustling of bead curtains. Turning her gaze, she saw a woman in a deep purple dress with an ornate headdress gracefully emerge. "Is it not the renowned Xiao Linting of the capital?" she exclaimed. "With such esteemed guests, our Kyoto First Chamber of Commerce is truly honored." The woman laughed heartily, displaying none of the coyness typically associated with younger women, exuding a confident and composed demeanor that radiated the poise of a mature woman. Having grown accustomed to the elegance of Empress Su and the princess in the palace, Jiang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by this woman's unabashed charisma and talent. For the Kyoto Chamber to shine, there was truly no other establishment in Tianqi that could match its brilliance. Even Xiao Linting, who usually refrained from idle conversation, appeared amiable in her presence. Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but redirect her attention to this mature woman. Compared to the independent and spirited Yang, this woman emanated a steadiness and worldly wisdom, having weathered many storms. "Who is this?" Hong Yu inquired, regarding the petite girl beside Xiao Linting, her expression revealing unfamiliarity. Jiang Qingqing stood confidently next to the prince, introducing herself boldly. "I am Jiang Qingqing, here primarily because he brought me along." "Who might you be?" With the innocent audacity of youth, Jiang Qingqing spoke without hesitation. Hong Yu crouched slightly to meet Jiang Qingqing's gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "You're not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you?" "You're not a monster." Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, her wide eyes blinking innocently. Her words conveyed the naive charm of a child, prompting Hong Yu to chuckle lightly as she presented the abacus in her hands. At that moment, Jiang Qingqing realized the abacus was no ordinary one. Its wooden frame gleamed under natural light, showcasing its polished surface, while the beads were broad and flat, a vibrant green that subtly revealed the wood beneath. "This abacus looks quite valuable. I wouldn't dare touch it," Jiang Qingqing said, shaking her head and tentatively pushing her hand forward. A warm smile spread across Hong Yu's face, her earlier sternness replaced with maternal gentleness. She looked up at Xiao Linting and remarked, "This little girl has captured my heart. She has another name." Xiao Linting revealed with a slight grin, "The Princess Dunming." Upon hearing the title, Hong Yu's expression shifted from warmth to astonishment. What an unexpected revelation. Jiang Qingqing felt her eyes twitch slightly at the sudden change. Indeed, life's experiences often lead to unforeseen surprises. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, rubbing her nose. Hong Yu chuckled softly, rising with the abacus in her arms, amused by the girl's demeanor. "So, a child who has snuck out of the palace?" Despite the royal lineage, Hong Yu displayed no sign of retreat or alarm. Her demeanor remained consistently polite. "No wonder. I was puzzled by your surname, Jiang. Unable to recall which noble from the capital had such a large child. I had no idea you were a little princess." Turning to a cabinet, Hong Yu carefully placed the precious abacus into a wooden box, securing it before returning her attention to the two children. Chapter 114. The successful and sophisticated sister. Let us speak plainly and directly. You know my character. I do not favor circumlocution. Hong Yu slightly rolled up the narrow sleeves of her gown, gesturing toward the vacant seats across from her with an air of respect, inviting them to sit freely. Her tone was candid and forthright, conveying a sense that she was capable of handling any matter that arose. At the crossroads stood a shop, previously manned by its owner, who had entrusted its care to a friend during his recent travels to the capital. According to the first clause of the Enlightenment law, if the original shopkeeper has not provided evidence of transfer or closure, the new occupant is prohibited from selling goods. Any violations would result in a fine and imprisonment for 3 months. Hong Yu noticed a brief hesitation in Xiao Linting's speech and calmly recited the legal statutes he was about to express. Finally, she turned to Jiang Qingqing and asked with a smile, "Little prince, did I speak correctly?" Suddenly singled out, Jiang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not delved into the intricacies of the Enlightenment law, accustomed to the emperor's and Empress Su's favor. She found herself reflecting on her own knowledge in the face of this assertive woman's inquiry. Hong Yu, intending merely to tease the young girl, was pleased to see the reaction she sought, and with a polite apology, she signaled Xiao Linting to continue. After clearing his throat, Xiao Linting, seemingly accustomed to such interruptions, resumed his thoughts after a brief pause. Hong Yu listened attentively as he conveyed the matter at hand. After a moment's contemplation, she interjected, "Isn't this a quintessential example of that law? Why is it that your officials cannot directly apprehend the offender?" He adamantly insisted that the merchant possessed the necessary transfer documentation. But Xiao Linting appeared somewhat uncomfortable discussing the matter. With a light chuckle, Hong Yu sipped her tea and quipped, "Our Xiao prince is indeed a person of great authority in the court. How could he find street matters so daunting? This is hardly your style." Jiang Qingqing, used to her uncle's composed demeanor, felt compelled to defend him against Hong Yu's critique. "What the little prince says is true." Hong Yu regarded Jiang Qingqing, her smile concealing the earlier jest. "Might I trouble Aunt Hong to verify if the shop has the transfer documentation?" Hong Yu waved her hand dismissively and retrieved a stack of oil paper wrapped plates from a nearby cabinet, placing them before the two. "However, I cannot guarantee the absence of documentation." If the merchant possesses all the necessary papers, the guild cannot exploit them in defiance of the law. You know where my boundaries lie. Linting, rest assured, Aunt Hong. I am measuring my actions, Xiao Linting replied respectfully. With that, Hongyu departed the room with an air of briskness. Jiang Qingqing, intrigued, opened the package to find neatly stacked, translucent osmanthus candies resembling miniature bricks. She merely gazed at them, not intending to take any, and turned to Xiao Linting with curiosity. Who is this Aunt Hong? Xiao Linting, breaking a piece of the candy with his long fingers, held it to Jiang Qingqing's lips, prompting her to eat. Aunt Hong is the most influential figure in the capital's merchant guild, the only one capable of liaising with the royal family. Her life is nothing short of legendary. She is a remarkable woman, her tenacity rivaling that of any successful man. Xiao Linting rarely praised anyone, and his words carried unmistakable admiration. Even without her uncle's description, Jiang Qingqing could surmise that Aunt Hong was an extraordinary individual, which stirred a small thrill within her. As the osmanthus candy melted in her mouth, its sweetness spread, and the fragrance of osmanthus filled her senses, causing her eyes to sparkle. This osmanthus candy is delicious. Xiao Linting chuckled helplessly, glancing at the remaining piece in his hand and then at the greedy little girl beside him, deciding to place the candy in his own mouth. Aunt Hong's husband is the head chef at Fanlu. You must have tasted his dishes. The head chef. Jiang Qingqing mumbled through the candy, her words slightly garbled. How wonderful. I envy Aunt Hong for having a chef for a husband. She must have endless culinary delights. Xiao Linting raised an eyebrow, amused by her envy, and chuckled softly, dismissing her comments as whimsical. Chapter 115. The eternal charm of osmanthus candy. Without lifting his gaze from the shop's documentation, he inquired, did the person who took over the shop have the surname Li? Hongyu pouted slightly, shrugged, and placed the document on the table, her eyes catching sight of the few remaining pieces of osmanthus candy. A subtle smile crossed her lips. Then there's indeed a problem. They have not come to the guild to transfer the documentation. You may take this document to apprehend him. Hongyu was always fair and just. As Jiang Qingqing watched their exchange, her mouth still full of candy, Xiao Linting, having obtained the desired documentation, prepared to leave the guild with Jiang Qingqing. Hongyu, seeing the little girl lingering over the plate of candy, smiled and wrapped the remaining candy in oil paper, extending it towards Xiao Linting. Today, my husband made too much of this osmanthus candy. Please take some with you. Jiang Qingqing's eyes lit up at this suggestion, her tiny hands reaching for the oil paper-wrapped candy. However, someone was quicker. Xiao Linting swiftly intercepted the package, holding it in his hand while looking down at the restless Jiang Qingqing. Consuming too much candy is detrimental to your health. My princess, I shall safeguard this osmanthus candy. It seems you merely wish to hoard this candy for yourself. Who can resist the allure of sweets? Jiang Qingqing clutched Xiao Linting's robes, grumbling silently. Xiao Linting's smile deepened momentarily. Then he raised his gaze to Hongyu, nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Hong. Hongyu observed Xiao Linting's actions thoughtfully, then turned her attention to Jiang Qingqing, scrutinizing the little princess. Jiang Qingqing nodded vigorously, her mouth still filled with candy, making her speech somewhat incoherent. Thank you, Aunt Hong. Xiao Linting noted that Jiang Qingqing's hands, having recently held 2 pieces of candy, were likely sticky with sugar, and with that thought, he quickened his pace as they left the guild. Once they were seated in the carriage, Jiang Qingqing, oblivious to her surroundings, released her grip and sought her handkerchief to wipe her hands. As expected, her release resulted in a smudge on Xiao Linting's dark robe. Your Highness, Xiao Linting spoke clearly. Jiang Qingqing, feeling guilty, dared not meet his gaze, focusing instead on scrubbing her tiny hands, mumbling an acknowledgement. Seeing her rub her hands vigorously, her chubby fingers reddening from the effort, Xiao Linting, disregarding any inquiries, took her fidgeting hand in his own. Merely wiping with a handkerchief won't suffice. Allow me to assist you. With that, he turned to the teacup filled with cooled tea, pouring it into an ink-washing basin before wetting the handkerchief. He gently resumed, cleaning Jiang Qingqing's small hand. Taking advantage of her uncle's focused attention, Jiang Qingqing dared to glance up at Xiao Linting. The youth, with his gaze lowered, examined her small hand, his long lashes casting shadows over his striking eyes, revealing a hint of his handsome demeanor. She felt a flutter in her heart. What have you been busy with in the palace these days, Your Highness? Xiao Linting suddenly broke the tranquil atmosphere within the carriage with his inquiry. He had no particular intention other than to provoke Han Qingyi and, incidentally, to trouble Han Qingyi. When he found himself with idle time, he would visit his brother, who lay bedridden, unable to do anything but read. Such a pity. As Xiao Linting listened to the Han siblings from the kingdom of Li, a deeper understanding flickered in his eyes. The evidence regarding the third prince's injury was nearly conclusive, indicating that it was indeed the work of the palace eunuchs. However, one lingering doubt remained. Abruptly, Xiao Linting shifted the conversation to serious matters, prompting Jiang Qingqing to straighten her posture and attentively listen to her royal uncle's account. However, the palace eunuchs had never drawn a bow. Their strength was certainly inferior to that of the palace guards. We assigned several eunuchs, typically employed for menial tasks, to shoot arrows from designated positions, but their strength could not reach the third prince's location. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing's brows slowly furrowed. Are you suggesting that the eunuchs who were pushed forward may have been part of a deliberate ruse? Xiao Linting nodded, aware of Jiang Qingqing's sharp intellect, which he had come to appreciate over time. According to the prince's perspective, could it truly have been the eunuchs' doing? He posed this question to Jiang Qingqing. In my view, eunuchs and guards are fundamentally similar. One group handles menial tasks and service, while the guards, though robust from daily training, may lack the cunning that eunuchs possess. Jiang Qingqing had already deduced this. The true mastermind behind the attempts to harm her and Jiang Chun had always remained in the shadows, with Han Qingyi merely serving as the initial lead. While Han Qingyi could instigate the blade-wielding guards to communicate with the people of Li, Zhu Song had an alibi, testified by none other than Jiang Qingqing herself. Thus, the true perpetrator behind Jiang Chen's injury could not be Han Qingyi, but rather the individual lurking behind him. Who could that be? She turned her gaze toward the increasingly vibrant street outside the carriage. Could it be Wang Guiran? Aside from Han Qingyi, the only other person connected to Zhu Song was Wang Guiran, whom she had encountered in the Imperial Garden. Whose faction does Wang Guiran belong to? Royal Uncle, how much do you know about the backgrounds of the concubines in the harem? Jiang Qingqing quickly turned to Xiao Linting, her bright eyes eagerly seeking his insight. Let us see who it is. Xiao Linting mused in silence for a moment before providing a vague response. Upon hearing his answer, Jiang Qingqing was left utterly astonished, staring blankly at her royal uncle. Let us see who it is. Look at how he speaks. It is no wonder that Lord Xiao, renowned in Tianqi, possesses even a modicum of knowledge regarding the backgrounds of the harem concubines. What a formidable ally.